Chapter 96. The official aura of a 7th rank benevolent one. My lord, why do you not take action personally? Lin Yi sighed inwardly. In truth, he was aware of Zhang Dong's concerns. Although he was eager to personally apprehend the scholars who had harmed Zhang Xiaoyan's family, he was a county magistrate, not a constable. If every matter required his personal intervention, he might as well become a constable. Furthermore, this case involved scholars, and the involvement of the magistracy would undoubtedly face resistance from the academy. This official also has his own unspeakable difficulties. Zhang Dong, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed out the window of the magistracy's side hall and spoke earnestly. If I were to take action myself, I would inevitably face public condemnation from the academy, hindering the progress of the case. However, you and Zhao Zhongqing are scholars. You are responsible for the investigation, and the constables from the ammo hall are at your disposal. Once you apprehend the culprits, I will personally execute these lawbreakers as a deterrent. As he spoke, Zhang Dong turned to Lin Yi, his expression serious. I understand that your cultivation is still shallow, but with my official aura of a 7th rank, you may temporarily possess the cultivation of a 7th rank benevolent one. Lin Yi nodded slightly, finding this in line with his expectations. Moreover, this official aura was indeed a beneficial asset. It was a power bestowed upon officials by the court. Akin to the scholarly titles of the academy, it represented both status and strength. Scholars who failed their examinations could not advance their cultivation without scholarly titles. In such circumstances, those aware of their inability to enter the academy could choose to serve in the court's Hanlin Academy as officials. By harnessing official aura to enhance their cultivation, they could improve their abilities without further study. Have you agreed? Zhang Dong, seeing Lin Yi nod slightly, brightened. He desperately needed a capable assistant, and Lin Yi's earlier performance had particularly impressed him. Indeed, Lin Yi affirmed, but he also made it clear. However, I do not represent the magistracy. I only represent myself. And I genuinely require your 7th rank cultivation. With the righteous aura enveloping him, Lin Yi could not remain an idle bystander. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Yet, what could his 9th rank cultivation achieve? Ha! Zhang Dong laughed heartily at his words, pointing at Lin Yi. You consider matters more profoundly than I, completely excluding the magistracy. Very well, I shall make an exception today and grant you the 7th rank official aura. As he spoke, Zhang Dong solemnly raised his hands above his head, removing his official cap and bowing towards the capital. I, Zhang Dong, the county magistrate of Lindong, humbly request your majesty to grant me permission to bestow the 7th rank official aura upon Lin Yi. May the heavens bless the yin, and may the imperial favor be boundless. Thud. Zhang Dong then bowed deeply, producing a resonant sound. Lin Yi was touched. It was quite rare for Zhang Dong, a 7th rank county magistrate, to go to such lengths for the case of Zhang Xiaoyan. He should have a brighter future ahead. Meanwhile, within the royal palace of the capital, Hanlin Academy scholar Lu Yongming rushed towards the imperial study. Quickly, I must see his majesty. Lu Yongming shouted to the eunuch outside the door. Yongming, come in directly. The voice of Emperor Lin Yunhong echoed from within the study. Lu Yongming pushed open the palace door, hurriedly entering and kneeling on the ground, declaring, Your Majesty, there is a 7th rank county magistrate from Nanxiang Prefecture requesting permission to bestow the 7th rank official aura. This is a first for Dian. Please make your decision, Your Majesty. For officials, official aura is akin to an official cap. It embodies both cultivation and power. Under the decree of Emperor Dian, the Hanlin Academy established this system. Yet no official had ever made such a request before. This was indeed a first. Lin Yunhong's gaze momentarily flickered with a dragon's shadow as he spoke. Present the official jade. Yes. Lu Yongming produced the 7th rank official jade belonging to Zhang Dong and held it above his head. The eunuch Mei Zhiren quickly took the official jade and placed it upon the dragon desk. Lin Yunhong pressed his right hand upon the official jade and declared, Approved. Afterward, report the situation. Buzz. The 7th rank official jade on the dragon desk suddenly radiated golden light, quickly returning to silence. Lin Yunhong turned to the kneeling Hanlin scholar and commanded, Yongming, I want all the information on this Zhang Dong. Yes. At that moment, within the side hall of the Lindong magistracy, Zhang Dong suddenly noticed a piece of jade within his official cap glowing with golden light. His expression brightened. Immediately, a grand celestial sound resonated in his mind. Approved. Afterward, report the situation. I humbly thank your majesty. Zhang Dong raised the official cap with both hands, standing up and smiling at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, come here. Lin Yi approached Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong looked earnestly at Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, His Majesty has personally granted this official aura to you. Do not let me down. Yes. Lin Yi responded solemnly. For him, this was not merely a simple 7th rank cultivation, but a heavy responsibility. He must uncover the truth behind the case of Zhang Xiaoyan. Zhang Dong placed the official cap upon Lin Yi's head. In that instant, the golden light flashing from the jade directly entered Lin Yi's brow. At this moment, Lin Yi felt as if something had suddenly appeared in his mind, and his entire being felt as if it were about to float away. Simultaneously, the pure and righteous aura within him converged towards his brow and consciousness. This is the Wengong. Lin Yi discerned something unusual and quickly understood. This was the 7th rank official aura bestowed upon him by Zhang Dong, which opened a temporary Wengong for him. This Wengong contained the cultivation and talent of a 7th rank benevolent one. Unfortunately, this was not my true Wengong, and there was a distinct sense of foreignness. Lin Yi mused inwardly. Yet now he was particularly content. Possessing the abilities of a 7th rank benevolent one granted him the power to soar, allowing for more effective investigations. Moreover, with 7th rank cultivation, Lin Yi was confident that he could retreat unscathed even when facing a 6th rank scholar or a 5th rank virtuous teacher. He possessed the Earth rank literary treasure, the Qinglang pen, as well as the ink treasure from the Book of Songs, Guanju, and the righteous aura. After sensing the abundant talent within the Wengong, Lin Yi felt incredibly at ease. He opened his eyes and saw Zhang Dong smiling at him. How is it? Zhang Dong inquired. 7th rank. Lin Yi nodded. Excellent. Zhang Dong then removed the official cap, solemnly placing it back upon his own head. He then frowned, a trace of pain appearing on his face, his form swaying unsteadily. Master Zhang. Lin Yi hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Zhang Dong shook his head, lightly patting Lin Yi's shoulder. It's nothing. The Hanlin Academy scholar has mentioned that this is merely a side effect of the bestowed official aura, and I will recover in 7 days. In other words, Lin Yi, you only have 7 days. Zhang Dong then took out the county magistrate's badge and handed it to Lin Yi, stating seriously, I know you are different from other scholars. I earnestly ask you to uncover that beast and seek justice for the woman, Zhang Xiaoyan. This is a special case. I am behind you. With my badge. Should anyone obstruct you, eliminate them. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Master Zhang. Having received your official aura today, I will certainly not disappoint Zhang Xiaoyan's requests. Very well, go. Lin Yi clasped his fists in salute and turned to leave the side hall. If what Wenbo has said is true, with your disposition, you shall hold a high position in the future, which will be a blessing for Diyan. Zhang Dong murmured softly, watching Lin Yi's departing figure. Chapter 97. Zhao Zhongqing's secret in a certain courtyard in the southern city. Qingwen, something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. The 2 elegant young scholars, who had been observing outside the magistracy, rushed into the courtyard, shouting in panic. What is the fuss about? A handsome young man languidly reclined on a rattan chair, casting a sidelong glance at the 2 scholars and remarked, I have told you many times, even if the sky were to fall, it would be of no concern. Why are you so jittery, behaving unlike proper scholars? The 2 elegant youths exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that they were not the ones who were jittery. It was likely that once they informed him of the situation, he would be the one who should be anxious. Qingwen, you might as well run away. The short young man urged. This matter is of utmost significance. If we delay, your brother may not be able to save you. Qian Shixiang, we are not jesting. We must hasten to pack our belongings and return to the academy. The tall scholar charged into the room, already beginning to gather his things. Have you all lost your minds? Qian Qingwen sprang to his feet, bellowing at the youth tidying up. What are you doing? Who told you to pack? The women of Lindong County are quite alluring. Do you not wish to indulge? Indulge? The tall young man emerged with a box in tow, stating, Qingwen Shixiao. There is no time for idle chatter. We shall speak with Pu Fuzi. If we delay, beware of the authorities. The authorities? Huh. Qian Qingwen sneered. Do they dare to meddle with us scholars? Have they grown so bold? We are here to assist them in dealing with Chun Zhongzhao. The short young man interjected. The woman you dishonored last night has already gone to the Yamen to report. Magistrate Zhang is furious and would love nothing more than to see you suffer 1,000 cuts. The tall young man frowned. Qing Shu Shixiang cautioned you against thinking with your lower half, yet you have gone so far as to slaughter her man and child, employing such cruelty. Slap. Qian Qingwen struck the tall young man across the face, shouting, What gives you the right to lecture me? Do you think I want to deal with you as well? The tall young man held his cheek, lowering his head, a flicker of resentment in his eyes. He carried the box, restrained from speaking. Shixiang, do not be angry. The short young man quickly interjected. Regardless of the circumstances, the deed is done. We should return to the academy. No matter how powerful the authorities may be, they cannot touch the academy. Qian Qingwen's expression softened somewhat as he reclined on a rattan chair, saying, "Do not worry, it's just a wretched woman. It is her fortune that I took her to report? Ridiculous. Does it even matter? The officials of Nengxiangfu have made greater proclamations than this. Yet when have they truly dared to arrest us scholars? Rest assured, beneath the banner of scholarship, all are but ants. Would Zhang Dong offend our academy for mere ants?" Qian Qingwen squinted, humming a tune, basking in his leisure. "Xixiang, we shall depart first." The tall young man set down his box and turned to leave. He was unwilling to await his fate passively. He had a part in this affair, and if the authorities were to take action, he feared trouble was imminent. The look in Zhang Dong's eyes had nearly made his legs buckle. "Get lost, useless fool." "Ugh." Qian Qingwen disdainfully glanced at the tall young man, spitting on the ground. The tall young man gritted his teeth and turned to leave. "Zhou Xixiang," the short young man called out. He glanced at Qian Qingwen, stamped his foot, and followed suit. "Two fools. I am a scholar with credentials. How could the authorities dare to arrest me?" Qian Qingwen scoffed. "I will wait right here. They will not even figure out who that wretched woman was. Ha ha ha." At the Lindong County Yamen, in the Jinma Hall, Lin Yi followed an officer directly into the hall. "Lin Xuesher, the woman has provided a detailed account. Zhao Zhongqing is organizing the case files. You may enter," the officer said, bowing slightly. Just moments ago, as Lin Yi exited the side hall, when the magistrate's badge was revealed, he nearly faltered in fear, thinking they were there to detain scholars. Fortunately, he was only guiding him. "Leave now." Lin Yi nodded and entered the public office of the Jinma Hall. Among the mountain of scrolls, a case table stood in the center, where Zhao Zhongqing was engrossed in his work, wholly unaware of Lin Yi's approach. Now this is the demeanor of a true scholar. Lin Yi mused silently. Not wanting to disturb Zhao Zhongqing, he leaned in closer and discovered Zhao was actually painting. A portrait? Lin Yi paused, the image resembling forensic techniques from his previous life, illustrating the suspect's facial likeness through investigative findings. Lin Xuesher, Zhao Zhongqing. Having completed the portrait, finally noticed Lin Yi's presence and was momentarily astonished. "Still busy at this late hour? You are working hard," Lin Yi remarked. Zhao Zhongqing chuckled. "As scholars, we enjoy the privileges granted by the people. How can we not be concerned when they suffer?" He blew dry the ink on the portrait and presented it to Lin Yi, saying, "Based on Zhang Xiaoyan's description, I have depicted the fiend. The good news is, I am familiar with this individual. You know him?" Lin Yi was taken aback, a cold glimmer appearing in his eyes. "What is his name? Which academy does he belong to?" Zhao Zhongqing sneered. "Qian Qingwen from Qingping Academy. He is notorious for his misdeeds." Taking advantage of his brother Qian Qingshu's position as a direct disciple of the academy's head. "You have met Qian Qingshu before." Zhao Zhongqing narrowed his eyes. "The youth beside Pu Guochang? Lin Yi immediately recognized whom Zhao Zhongqing referred to and scrutinized the portrait closely. Upon closer inspection, it indeed bore a resemblance to that youth beside Pu Fuzi. "Exactly." Zhao Zhongqing nodded. Lin Yi then pulled a chair closer, smiling at Zhao Zhongqing. "Brother Zhao? You are a scholar from Qingping Academy?" Zhao Zhongqing was momentarily taken aback, then sighed in resignation. "With such keen insight, I shall not hide it any longer. I am a scholar from Qingping Academy. However, I am reporting as a member of Pingzhou Academy in the Yamen, so do not inform Lord Zhang." Zhao Zhongqing looked intently at Lin Yi, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "I want tea," Lin Yi replied, glancing at Zhao Zhongqing with a light-hearted smile. "Why would I report you? You have done nothing wrong, have you?" He too regarded Zhao Zhongqing with a serious expression. These are trivial matters. Qian Qingwen is currently in Nanqing. I plan to take action tonight." Zhao Zhongqing's eyes glinted with determination. "You know, Lord Zhang has entrusted me with full authority over this case. Thinking of the tragedy that befell Zhang Xiaoyan, I cannot help but wish to dismember that scoundrel. This is the case file. Peruse it well in the Yamen. Some scholars do not deserve to live." Zhao Zhongqing handed Lin Yi a neatly organized case file before rising to leave. "Wait." Lin Yi called out to Zhao Zhongqing. "Is there something else, Lin Xuesher?" Zhao Zhongqing turned back, puzzled. "I will accompany you." Lin Yi stood and walked to Zhao Zhongqing's side. "No need, I can handle it," Zhao Zhongqing assured, patting his chest. Smiling at Lin Yi, "I am a 7th grade scholar. Qian Qingwen is no match for me." From this moment on, Lin Yi produced Zhang Dong's magistrate badge from his robes. Fixing his gaze on Zhao Zhongqing, "You are no longer responsible for the Zhang Xiaoyan case. I will assume full responsibility." "You." Zhao Zhongqing's pupils constricted as he abruptly stared at the badge in Lin Yi's hand. "Lord Zhang's badge? He has bestowed his authority upon you?" Zhao Zhongqing's face was filled with astonishment, struggling to believe his eyes. However, He quickly recalled Lin Yi's demeanor earlier in the day outside the yamen, as well as Zhang Dong's character, which seemed to suggest an appreciation for Lin Yi. This was not entirely unexpected. Indeed, Lin Yi looked at Zhao Zhongqing, stating, "I apologize. Scholar Zhao, this case is quite special, and you cannot interfere. That scoundrel named Qian Qingwen must be tried by the yamen. Zhang Xiaoyan deserves to witness the fall of that wretch. This is a promise from the yamen to her, as well as a responsibility I bear after her kneeling." Upon uttering these words, Lin Yi exuded an air of righteous indignation. In that moment, Zhao Zhongqing staggered back, his eyes filled with shock. Righteous indignation? The righteous spirit that descended upon Jinzhu that day, it was you. Zhao Zhongqing gazed at Lin Yi in astonishment. Bearing the righteous spirit, Lin Yi indeed had to intervene in this matter. He retracted his noble aura and nodded, saying, "Yes. I understand that Qian Qingwen bears no personal grudge against you. Like me, you detest evil with a passion and wish to see him shattered into pieces. However, I must take him to the authorities." Zhao Zhongqing's shoulders slumped as he weakly returned to his chair, lowering his head as he replied, "All right. Number 13, Pingni Alley in Nanjing. Have County Lieutenant Li lead the team. I'm concerned you might struggle to find it." "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Lin Yi turned to leave the room, but suddenly paused, facing away from Zhao Zhongqing, and said, "Let us stop this now. I can pretend I know nothing. For lives, those scoundrels are not worth your own destruction." Lin Yi hesitated, then departed the room. He knew Zhao Zhongqing understood his meaning. The lad wiped the sweat from his forehead and forced a bitter smile. Leaning back in his chair, he fell into a daze, pondering, for lives? Is that enough? No. Suddenly, Zhao Zhongqing straightened his posture, his fingernails elongating dramatically, and a red glow flickered in his eyes, resembling a demon. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Seven vile beasts." With a thud, Zhao Zhongqing knelt on the ground, crying out, "If I had been ruthless back then and killed them, then Jinger would not have been violated. It was I who harmed Jinger. This time, I will not let them escape, absolutely not." After exiting the Zhengma Hall's official room, Lin Yi summoned the constables to fetch County Lieutenant Li. Initially, these constables did not regard Lin Yi highly. However, once he produced the official county magistrate's badge, they scurried away faster than rabbits to comply. Respectfully, they went to summon him. Sitting in the Zhengma Hall, Lin Yi gazed towards the official room, recalling some words he had exchanged with Zhao Zhongqing. "You are a scholar. Why are you not in the academy, but in the county office? She is dead. Studying and cultivation hold no meaning for me now." Snapping back to reality, Lin Yi murmured softly, "Though I do not know the specifics, I am certain that your wife's death is connected to the scholars of Qingping Academy and the 2 scholars who perished at Pingzhou Academy. However, Qian Qingwen must be handed over to the authorities. Qian Qingwen must be judged publicly before the citizens of Lingdong County. I want both the common folk and scholars to understand that scholars are not above the law. Should they disrupt the law with their writings, the only outcome is death." Although Lin Yi lacked direct evidence to prove that Zhao Zhongqing was a scholar practicing sorcery, he was aware of the truth. Yet, he did not wish to expose him and only hoped Zhao Zhongqing would cease his actions. He could pretend to be unaware. Some individuals had cultivated their powers and become monsters while still engaging in human affairs. Yet, some scholars were unworthy of the title of human, such as the vile Qian Qingwen, who murdered Zhang Xiaoyan's husband and brutalized their 3-year-old child. Lin Yi acknowledged he was somewhat overreaching in attempting to challenge the authority of scholars, the academies, and the sacred court. But he had no alternative. Deep within, he still harbored something called conscience and moral awareness. What of scholars? What of the backing of Qingping Academy? If he had killed someone, he must pay with his life. Lin Scholar. At that moment, County Lieutenant Li rushed in, adjusting his belt as he entered the Zhengma Hall, quickly bowing to Lin Yi. He had just learned from the constables that Lin Yi now wielded the magistrate's badge. "Sir Li, swiftly gather the constables of the Zhengma Hall and proceed to number 13. Pingni Alley in Nanjing to apprehend the suspect." Lin Yi wasted no time and issued the order immediately. "What?" Li Si was momentarily taken aback. "Pingni Alley, 13? Why does that sound so familiar?" Suddenly, he realized with a jolt that it was the residence of his acquaintance Qian Qingwen from Qingping Academy. "We are to apprehend Qian Qingwen, the perpetrator of the Zhang Xiaoyan family murder," Lin Yi declared solemnly. "Ah." Li Si shuddered, hesitating. "Scholar Lin, does Master Zhang know about this? After all, the teacher from Qingping Academy, Pu Guchang, is still in Lingdong County, investigating the sorcerer who murdered the scholars. I know Qian Qingwen. He is generous and chivalrous. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? That woman did not recognize Qian Qingwen. How could she know he was the culprit?" Li Si argued vigorously, trying to defend Qian Qingwen, But just as he was about to continue, Lin Yi raised his leg and kicked Li Si, sending him tumbling to the ground, covered in dirt and wailing. Sir Li, are you Qian Qingwen's parasite? If you are still an official, you should seriously consider Zhang Xiaoyan's plight. Lin Yi scolded Li Si gravely, stating, this case is entirely under my jurisdiction. Anyone who disobeys or obstructs the investigation will face death. Had it not been for the fact that it was not yet fully confirmed that Qian Qingwen was the suspect, Li Si's previous words of protection would have surely marked him as an accomplice. Sir Li, other constables hurried to help Li Si up, concerned. Li Si regained his footing, adjusted his hat, and kicked one of the constables who assisted him, cursing, what are you waiting for? Gather the brothers and apprehend him. This Lin Yi is a madman. Holding the magistrate's badge, he is not to be trifled with. Yes, the other constables swiftly went to summon their comrades. Lin Yi's expression finally softened considerably as he led the way out of the Zhengma Hall, followed closely by County Lieutenant Li Si and over a dozen constables from the Zhengma Hall. The group hastily set off towards Pingmi Alley in Nanqing. Under the night sky, a deadly intent surged. Chapter 99. Overreaching in Nanqing. At number 13, Pingmi Alley, Chen Zhongzhao was indeed quite adept at hiding, despite the deployment of so many individuals. Not even a shadow was detected. Qian Qingwen stood before a bronze mirror, adjusting his attire before stepping out of his room. He had heard of a lovely tofu vendor on Shijie Street, and decided she would be his choice for the night. Thankfully, not everyone possessed the heart of a scholar. Otherwise, life would lose its charm. Qian Qingwen eagerly anticipated his actions for the evening, using the pretense of investigating sorcerers to forcibly invade homes and engage in misconduct against women, which thrilled him immensely. As for the dead, what concern was it of his? Were they not merely a few ants? As a dignified scholar of the 7th rank, what did it matter to him to kill a few people? 1,000 ordinary lives held no greater value than his own. Scholar Lin, this is number 13, Pingmi Alley. County Lieutenant Li led Lin Yi and over a dozen constables to the location. Good. Lin Yi's face darkened as he nodded, lifting his foot to kick the courtyard door. With a loud crash, the courtyard door shattered into pieces, splintering everywhere. Lin Yi waved his hand. Enter. Who dares to kick my door? Just as Qian Qingwen prepared to step outside, the sudden commotion startled him, darkening his expression. Upon seeing County Lieutenant Li Si and the constables in black and red uniforms rush in, he quickly grasped the situation. This was the county office responding to that wretched woman's complaint. How could they possibly have traced it back to him so swiftly? However, he quickly regained his composure and erupted in anger. Li Si, what do you mean by this? Qian Qingwen was fully aware that aside from County Lieutenant Li Si, no one in the county office knew him. The swift arrival of the officials clearly indicated that Li Si had recognized him based on the wretched woman's description of his appearance. Li Si instinctively shrank back upon being shouted at by Qian Qingwen. With Lin Yi present, he could not afford to back down, so he mustered his courage and said, Qian Qingwen, you are implicated in a murder case. Please come with us. Get lost. Qian Qingwen yelled. Are your eyes on your backside? Do you not know my status? Laozi now must pursue that demonic figure, hindering significant matters. Even 100 of your heads would not suffice to pay the price. Begone. Qian Qingwen cast a scornful glance at Li Xianwei, dismissing him entirely. What audacity! At that moment, Lin Yi's voice resonated. Li Xianwei and over 10 constables hastily made way. As Lin Yi emerged with a dark expression, Qian Qingwen was momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized Lin Yi, frowning as he remarked, a scholar? However, upon noticing Lin Yi clad in a worn Confucian robe, he could not help but burst into laughter, wiping away the tears of mirth from his eyes. He said, You officials have sent a scholar to deal with me? Do you harbor some misunderstanding about scholars? Look at him, what a pitiful sight, a wild one indeed. Ha ha. Qian Qingwen laughed heartily. A scholar from Nanxiang Prefecture Academy possesses a distinguished robe. Someone like Lin Yi, a mere common scholar, would hardly garner a glance from true scholars anywhere he goes. With a cold stare, Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Qian Qingwen, declaring, Qian Qingwen, the Yamen suspects you of being involved in a case of deliberate murder. You must accompany us. You have the right to remain silent. Yet all that you utter will serve as evidence in court. Lin Yi, having never served in the Yamen, had yet to master the official lingo and could only rely on the phrases from his past life in a moment of urgency. Qian Qingwen was momentarily stunned. The meaning of these two sentences was easily comprehensible, yet they sounded particularly novel. He had never encountered such intriguing phrases before. The right to remain silent? What one says shall become court evidence. I curse your grandmother. Qian Qingwen suddenly sneered at Lin Yi, saying, You claim I have committed murder. Where is your evidence? Furthermore, I am a scholar. a bachelor from Qingping Academy, and my brother is a direct disciple of the Academy's president. I hold a title. Begone. Qian Qingwen regarded Lin Yi with utter disdain, then mockingly retorted, even if I had indeed committed murder, it would be your yamen that must send a letter to the Academy, and the Academy would be the one to apprehend me. What are you worth? He pointed a finger at Lin Yi, embodying the role of an arrogant ruffian to perfection. Clang. A fierce murderous intent flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he swiftly drew the long knife from Li Xianwei's waist. In an instant, he pressed it against Qian Qingwen's neck. The chilling blade caused Qian Qingwen to stiffen in fear, instinctively uttering, "You son of a." But upon witnessing the glimmer of killing intent in Lin Yi's eyes, he swallowed the words back down. Such speed, such intense murderous intent. Scholar Lin, Li Xianwei, terrified, felt his soul leave his body. If Lin Yi were to kill Qian Qingwen, the yamen would undoubtedly offend Qingping Academy. At that time, the Academy's master, emulating past efforts to vindicate scholars, might very well reduce the yamen to rubble. If Lin Yi paid no heed to Li Xianwei, maintaining his cold gaze on Qian Qingwen, his hand gripping the knife trembling slightly as he spoke with a chilling tone. If I were to allow you to die so easily, that would be too lenient. He longed to cleave Qian Qingwen in two. Yet, he understood that he could not do so just yet. To kill one Qian Qingwen would only give rise to countless more. Qian Qingwen must face judgment before the townsfolk and scholars alike, to be publicly executed as a warning to others. Cuff him. As soon as Lin Yi spoke, a constable holding specially crafted shackles for capturing demonic figures stepped forward, attempting to bind Qian Qingwen. Do you wish to capture me? You must first prove your capability. Qian Qingwen scoffed. His innate energy surged, and he reached out with his bare hands to grasp the long knife pressed against his neck. A foolhardy endeavor. The righteous aura suppresses demons and equally surpasses innate abilities. The long knife of the demon suppression hall, much like the shackles, was specially crafted and imbued by officials of the 4th rank from the Ministry of Works. Not only could it contain innate energy, but it was also more than sufficient for constables to deal with 8th and 9th grade scholars. As for 7th grade benevolence, Lin Yi infused the blade with his righteous aura, causing it to radiate a brilliant golden light. A surge of righteous energy swept through the small courtyard. With a slight flick of his wrist, Lin Yi merely shook the blade, causing Qian Qingwen's hand to be jolted, fracturing the flesh of his palm. The blade then struck his shoulder. Crack! The bones in Qian Qingwen's shoulder were dislocated and shattered, the overwhelming force causing his kneecap to sink into the earth. Bang! How could this be? Qian Qingwen was horrified, utterly bewildered. Righteous aura. He suddenly looked up at Lin Yi, shouting, "It's you. You are the scholar personally summoned by the Holy Master? How can you be of the 7th grade? You should not have been able to establish a life." Oh, it must be official aura. That scoundrel Zhang Dong actually transferred official aura to you. Very well. It seems you intend to oppose Qingping Academy. Zhang Dong shall never hold an official position again. Kneeling on the ground, Qian Qingwen glared at Lin Yi with a frigid expression. He knew that the yamen could do nothing to him. The government was merely going through the motions. Qingping Academy would support him. And what he had done was merely trifling. The Academy's members had not been innocent, and even now, scholars were still committing misdeeds. Chapter 100. Do you know who my father is? Opposed Qingping Academy? Lin Yi thought of He Wanqing, the president of Qingping Academy, and disdainfully glanced at Qian Qingwen. Can you represent Qingping Academy? I cannot, but the president of Qingping Academy is right here in Jinju. If he learns that the yamen has apprehended me, he will surely lay waste to the government office. Qian Qingwen glared at Lin Yi with unbridled resentment, venomously stating, 7 days from now, when your official aura dissipates, I will flay you alive. Bang! Lin Yi delivered a kick, sending Qian Qingwen tumbling several times, spitting dust from his mouth, wincing in pain. Let us see if you can survive 7 days first. Lin Yi then turned to the constable holding the shackles and commanded, cuff him and take him away. Yes, the constables from the demon suppression hall restrained Qian Qingwen, and the crowd escorted him out of the courtyard. At that moment, the constables looked at Lin Yi with newfound respect. What a relief. They had long been displeased with the arrogance of certain scholars, who looked down upon them as crude warriors. Now at last, someone had risen to put them in their place. On the way, Li Xianwei, walking alongside Lin Yi, felt anxious and wiped his perspiring brow from time to time. Finally, he mustered the courage to turn to Lin Yi and said, Scholar Lin, Qian Qingwen's identity is rather significant. His brother is a direct disciple of the Academy's president. Before he could finish, Lin Yi interrupted him, coolly stating, Who are you serving as an official for? Surely, you are the people's official. Why then do you fear Qingping Academy? When the common people are oppressed, As their officials, you ought to stand up for them. Who else in this world will defend them? Lin Yi gazed at the restrained Qian Qingwen, calmly saying, Li Xianwei, if Zhang Xiaoyan were your sister, what would you do? Li Xianwei fell silent. What could he do? What status did Qian Qingwen hold? How could a mere county constable like him possibly contend with such a figure? Even if Qian Qingwen were to ascend to the court, he would still start as a sixth-grade official. Even if Zhang Xiaoyan were his sister, he could only seek monetary compensation from Qian Qingwen at most. Lin Yi shook his head, smiling. Compensation, is it? Indeed. Li Xianwei trembled slightly, lowering his head. While compensation is not wrong, it serves as a form of restitution. However, murder and heinous crimes violate the laws of Daoist, granting the government the right to arrest and execute according to the law. Lin Yi declared, this is justice. Officials exist to serve the people. After uttering this statement, Lin Yi ceased to elaborate further. He felt a bitter smile within. Why bother explaining so much to a mere warrior? Li Xianwei stood rooted in place, his face flushed with embarrassment. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, after hearing Lin Yi's words, he suddenly felt a surge of satisfaction at the thought of being able to detain the scholarly offenders like Lin Yi. Shortly thereafter, the news of Lin Yi's apprehension of Qian Qingwen swiftly spread throughout the yamen. The county magistrate, Zhang Dong, was evidently taken aback by the rapid progression of events, left in a state of disbelief. Nevertheless, he excitedly donned his official robes and hat, preparing for the inaugural court hearing of this case. Meanwhile, Li Wenbo, having regained his composure after drinking, was infuriated upon learning of Zhang Xiaoyan's predicament. Upon hearing that Lin Yi had brought Qian Qingwen to the yamen, he hurriedly made his way to the court to witness the unfolding drama. Simultaneously, the news of Qian Qingwen's arrest by the authorities circulated among the scholars of Qingping Academy in the city. In a certain tavern in the South City, Qian Qingshu, who was discussing the investigation of a sorcerer with the academy scholars, leaped to his feet upon hearing the news of Qian Qingwen's arrest. His complexion turned ashen, and he glared at the informing scholar, demanding to know when this had occurred and what Qian Qingwen had done. The scholar replied, Brother Qingwen has committed an atrocious act, dishonoring a common woman who sells pancakes, and he even murdered her husband and child. In a twist of fate, that woman, perhaps driven by madness, dared to report the matter to the county yamen, and the county magistrate Zhang Dong, in a bizarre turn of events, insisted on a thorough investigation. In the end, he managed to find a scholar to exercise official authority and boldly went to Pingmi Alley to arrest Brother Qingwen. The informing disciple recounted the gist of the events to Qian Qingshu. With a thud, Qian Qingshu's forehead bulged with veins as he gritted his teeth, saying, How many times have I told that boy to restrain himself? Yet he refuses to listen. Now he has brought this upon himself. Let him be imprisoned for a few days to reflect on his actions. Qian Qingshu was filled with fury. He knew that once the drum was sounded, Zhang Dong could not afford to ignore it. After all, if that woman were to travel to the capital and beat the drum there, Zhang Dong's prospects would be ruined. It seemed that this drumbeat was a first in Nanshan County. Thus, Zhang Dong had no choice but to take it seriously, but at most, he would only detain Qian Qingwen for a few days. Subsequently, he would send officials to negotiate with Qingping Academy, and the matter would be settled with compensation. Brother Qingshu, this scholar might be serious. I have heard whispers that if Brother Qingwen is found guilty, the authorities will publicly execute him in the city to serve as a warning and intimidate us scholars. The disciple looked up at Qian Qingshu, trembling in fear. Qian Qingshu's eyes blazed with anger. His countenance darkened as he coldly remarked, Public execution to intimidate us scholars? What audacity! I shall see how Zhang Dong handles this case. And if he truly possesses the gall, my Qian family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Nanshan County, has relations with the 4th-ranked scholars of the Hanlin Academy. Which governor does not first pay respects to my family upon taking office? This Zhang Dong, a mere county magistrate, does he have a death wish? Daring to arrest a member of the Qian family? With a flick of his sleeve, Qian Qingshu strode out of the tavern. The disciple, upon hearing this, trembled with excitement, his eyes shining brightly. Truly, Brother Qingshu is formidable. In the main hall of the county yamen, with a resounding clap, Zhang Dong commanded, Who is present? State your name. His deep, resonant voice echoed throughout the hall. Before him, Qian Qingwen, shackled and disheveled, knelt on the ground, his gaze coldly fixed on Zhang Dong. He then turned to glare at Lin Yi, his eyes filled with a murderous intent, as if he wished to devour Lin Yi whole. Lin Yi sat expressionless in his chair, regarding Qian Qingwen as one would observe a condemned man. Who was present? Zhang Dong struck the wooden block again. But Qian Qingwen remained silent on his knees. Enraged, Zhang Dong seized a command strip from the table and threw it to the ground, shouting, Use torture. Only then did Qian Qingwen speak, his eyes wide with disbelief as he surveyed the approaching officials, who were too frightened to make a move. He turned his furious gaze back to Zhang Dong, declaring, "Zhang Dong, do you know who I am? Qian Qingshu is my brother, and he is the direct disciple of the esteemed head of Qingping Academy." Before he could finish his sentence, Qian Qingwen added, "Qian Dekhan is my father." Zhang Dong's words caught in his throat, his body trembling slightly. Qian Dekhan, the head of the Qian family, one of the 4 prominent clans of Nanshan County, and the cousin of the 4th-ranked scholar Qin Yutai of the Hanlin Academy, a true power within the Diyin court, overseeing the promotions of Diyin officials. Essentially, he was a figure of higher rank than the academy head. With such connections, it was no wonder Qian Qingwen dared to commit such an outrage. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with insight. Indeed, without a formidable backing, how could Qian Qingwen have the audacity to act so recklessly? However, regardless of who stood behind him, a scholar who commits a crime deserves to be punished more severely. Whoever shelters him shall be dealt with for the crime of harboring. Zhang Dong. So what if your father is Qian Dekhan? If he shelters you in Lin County, I shall arrest him as well. Zhang Dong thundered, glaring at Qian Qingwen. What are you waiting for? 30 lashes. As the words fell, the officials wielding the water and fire rods swiftly restrained Qian Qingwen on the ground. The rods struck mercilessly. Qian Qingwen, his abilities stifled by the shackles, was unable to protect himself, crying out in agony. Zhang Dong, my father will not let you off lightly. Just wait until this official hat is stripped from your head. Dare you strike me? I am a scholar of Qingping Academy. Qian Qingwen's screams echoed throughout the yamen, and most of those present found a peculiar sense of satisfaction in witnessing a scholar suffer such indignities for the first time within the county's yamen. Master Zhang is unafraid of power and possesses great courage. With officials like him in Diyin, the common people are truly blessed. Lin Yi observed the stern-faced Zhang Dong with newfound respect. Master Zhang is truly formidable, and Scholar Lin is no less impressive. He dares to arrest scholars. The act of a scholar standing up for the common folk was unprecedented. Scholar Lin was indeed a remarkable man. In the back courtyard of the yamen, many were engaged in animated discussions. In a heavily guarded room, Zhang Xiaoyan, hearing the voices outside, felt as if all her strength had been drained. She knelt on the ground, sobbing and bowing towards the main hall of the yamen. I thank Master Zhang. I thank Master Lin. Zhang Xiaoyan rose to her feet and clutched 2 paper cutouts of little figures tightly to her chest, crying out, Your child. The county magistrate and Master Lin have apprehended that beast. Please, take good care of yourselves. I miss you dearly. At that moment, an officer knocked on the door. Miss Xiaoyan, the magistrate requests your presence in the main hall to identify the murderer. Very well. In an instant, Zhang Xiaoyan felt a surge of strength, wiped her tears, and followed the officer towards the main hall. But as they walked, she suddenly halted, a flicker of panic crossing her face. Sir, are we going the wrong way? Zhang Xiaoyan was not foolish. Otherwise, she would not have dared to beat the drum at the county yamen. The officer leading her was clearly not heading towards the main hall. The officer halted and, without turning, replied, How could we be going the wrong way? Isn't the dead in the path we must take? A chilling aura emanated from the officer. Sir, Zhang Xiaoyan trembled, turning to flee. Run? Where do you think you can go? We are all here to serve the Academy's masters, and we must ensure this task is executed perfectly. As the officer's words fell, several figures clad in official garb emerged from the corners of the courtyard, brandishing ropes and directly ensnaring Zhang Xiaoyan's neck. The other yamen runners hurriedly brought over a wooden box meant for transporting individuals, their faces contorted in malice as they attempted to shove Zhang Xiaoyan inside. Help! Woo-woo! Zhang Xiaoyan's mouth was stuffed, rendering her unable to produce any sound. Come on, carry her out of the yamen and execute her by dismemberment. The leading yamen runner began, but his words were abruptly cut off. With a whoosh, a steel nail from the wooden box shot out, piercing through the center of the yamen runner's forehead. The latter's expression turned to one of shock before he collapsed onto the ground. Who dares? Step forward. We are merely servants of the Academy's scholar. Think wisely. With 2 more swift strikes, another pair of steel nails flew forth, penetrating the foreheads of the 2 yamen runners who had spoken. Each strike was lethal. Spare us! Spare us! The remaining yamen runners, witnessing their comrades being mercilessly slain by the steel nails, fell to their knees in terror, pleading for mercy. Spare you? Have you ever considered sparing others? A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Zhao Zhongqing, donned in a scholar's robe. However, at that moment, an eerie red light glimmered in his eyes, his long, darkened fingernails and the black patterns adorning his face resembling those of a demon. Zhao! With a swift motion, The remaining Yamen runners recognized Zhao Zhongqing, but did not have the time to utter a word before they too were struck down, their bodies nailed against the rockery and courtyard walls. The scholar you speak of regards you as mere ants, and yet you express gratitude. Zhao Zhongqing took a deep breath, the red glow in his eyes gradually fading, the demonic patterns dissipating, and his nails returning to normal. As he turned, he caught sight of Zhang Xiaoyan rising from the shattered wooden box. Their gazes locked. Fear was evident in Zhang Xiaoyan's beautiful eyes, yet she mustered her courage and declared, "Zhao Darren, the common girl saw nothing. I thank you for saving my life." Zhao Zhongqing regarded her kindly, shaking his head. "It matters not if you saw. Come, let us head to the main hall of the Yamen. That beast is awaiting your accusation. Be bold, do not be frightened. Trust in Zhang Darren and Lin Yi. They are rare, good men." Zhang Xiaoyan nodded earnestly. "All right." She then turned and dashed towards the main hall of the Yamen, but seemingly recalling something. She turned back and asked, "Zhao Darren, why do you not come?" "Me?" Zhao Zhongqing chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I cannot go. You shall represent me. I must first deal with 3 individuals." Waving his hand dismissively, Zhao Zhongqing turned, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly spoke again. "My wife is of similar age to you, and she loves me as you love your husband. After the injustices are rectified, live well. There is much beauty left in this world that will surely come your way. I have taken a wrong turn. Please inform Lin Yi that I cannot acquiesce to that matter." With that, Zhao Zhongqing leaped into the air, vanishing from the courtyard. "Thank you, Zhao Darren." Zhang Xiaoyan turned and sprinted towards the main hall of the Yamen. Why have they not arrived yet? Lin Yi had instructed Li Wenba to notify the Yamen runners to bring Zhang Xiaoyan from the back courtyard, yet she had yet to appear. Worry crept into his mind. Not everyone in the Yamen was like Zhang Dong. According to procedure, they would first administer 30 strikes to Qian Qingwen before allowing Zhang Xiaoyan to identify him. If confirmed, Qian Qingwen would then be given a final opportunity to present his case before being sentenced to the execution ground. Haha. After receiving 30 lashes, Qian Qingwen's mouth bled as he let out a sinister laugh. He looked at Lin Yi and Zhang Dong, saying, "Is that all? Once I leave the Yamen, I will ensure you both pay 1,000-fold. Just then, a furious voice erupted from outside the Yamen. "Zhang Dong, you have quite the audacity." Following that, a figure burst in, flinging aside the blocking Yamen guards, and stormed into the Yamen. Lin Yi and Zhang Dong stood up abruptly. As expected, the moment had arrived. "Brother." Upon seeing the intruding Qian Qingshu, Qian Qingwen's face lit up with joy. Then he cried out in hysteria, "Brother, this Zhang Dong has framed me. I did nothing, but he has taken matters into his own hands. This must be reported to the Academy to restore justice for scholars. I am wronged." Qian Qingwen then broke down in tears. Chapter 102. Who can play more excitingly? Silence. Qian Qingshu glared at his younger brother. He was well aware of his brother's character. But at this moment, he could only maintain this stance. After all, Zhang Dong likely had no evidence, and there were individuals in the Yamen who would handle the matter. Qian Qingwen obediently fell silent. He feared no one but his elder brother, and he trusted that his brother would resolve the issue for him. "How dare you, audacious commoner, to intrude upon the main hall of the Yamen? Seize him and administer 30 strikes." Zhang Dong was also incensed. As the county magistrate presiding over the case, Qian Qingshu's brazen entry into the Yamen was a blatant disregard for his authority. "Stop pretending, they do not dare." Qian Qingshu cast a dispassionate glance at Zhang Dong. And the Yamen runners indeed did not dare to advance. "Huh." Qian Qingshu sneered inwardly, then surveyed the surroundings, stating calmly, "Who went to Pingmi Alley to apprehend suspects? Step forward, let me see." "Qian Qingshu, I have already shown considerable deference to your academy. Do not overreach." Smack. Zhang Dong struck the wooden table, declaring sternly, "Now? Please step aside. I will interrogate Qian Qingwen. Afterward, I will report this case to the court, and if the academy desires, I will submit a letter to Dean He Wansheng." As his words fell, Lin Yi stood up, his gaze falling upon the book in his palm, calmly stating, "According to the Daoist law, those who intrude upon the Yamen and obstruct the proceedings, regardless of status, be they scholars, officials, or esteemed members of the academy, shall receive 30 strikes. For particularly heinous offenses, scholars shall be stripped of their degrees, officials shall lose their positions, and esteemed members of the academy shall be expelled and deprived of their titles." After reciting the law, Lin Yi raised his head to meet Qian Qingshu's gaze, saying, "You are Qian Qingshu, correct? Qian Qingwen is in my custody. Do you see clearly now?" "Indeed, it is you." Qian Qingshu shook his head, smiling. "It seems if you had read a bit more, you would not be so ignorant. The unbridled youth is unafraid of tigers. The ignorant are fearless." Zhang Dong. You indeed know how to utilize this naive fool. With him shielding you, when questioned by the Academy, you have an excuse to defend yourself. If the Academy does not question you, you can wear the mantle of a good official who acts on behalf of the people. Well done. Qian Qingshu's smile gradually faded, his tone growing cold. But no matter who it is, those who harm the scholars of my academy challenge the dignity of the entire Qingping Academy. I, Qian, represent Qingping Academy here. Anyone who obstructs shall not blame the Academy for its ruthlessness. Qian Qingshu's voice echoed through the main hall of the Yamen, instilling fear in the hearts of the Yamen runners and constables alike, their faces paling. The Academy, what a colossal entity it was. To oppose it was akin to seeking one's own demise. Qian Qingshu then approached Qian Qingwen, preparing to unlock his shackles and take him away. However, at that moment, Lin Yi and Zhang Dong spoke simultaneously. How dare you? The sound reverberated like thunder, shaking the hall. Qian Qingshu's hand froze mid-motion. He furrowed his brow, slowly lifting his head, his gaze icy as he addressed them. Do you both find life too leisurely? Wishing for something thrilling? That is precisely my intention. Lin Yi placed the book down and stepped into the center of the main hall, meeting Qian Qingshu's eyes directly. Moreover, am I not engaged in something thrilling at this very moment? Good, good, good. Qian Qingshu repeated thrice, a cold smile gracing his lips. Then I, Qian, shall see who can play more excitingly in the end. Proceed. Qian Qingshu refrained from acting recklessly. The fury within him threatened to erupt, yet he could only endure. Encountering such an audacious fool, he resolved to let him come to his senses. How naive and foolish were his thoughts and actions. Brother, we are scholars. On what grounds do they judge me? Qian Qingwen looked towards Qian Qingshu. Forgive me for the inconvenience. Bear the humiliation and endure the burden. Qian Qingshu spoke calmly. Lin Yi did not immediately interrogate Qian Qingshu. Instead, he turned to Zhang Dong and asked, My lord, am I responsible for the case of Zhang Xiaoyan? Indeed. Zhang Dong rose from his position, smiling at Lin Yi. Come, I now confer upon you the title of county magistrate. You shall adjudicate this case. Thank you, my lord. Lin Yi understood that Zhang Dong harbored some reservations. However, he remained undeterred. Lin Yi was acutely aware from the Daoist legal code of the emperor's disdain for certain behaviors exhibited by scholars. He sought justice, free from personal motives. Having traversed through time, even if it led to his demise, he would do so with fervor, seeking justice for Zhang Xiaoyan. Should he survive, he would continue to forge ahead. Though I may face 1,000 deaths, I shall proceed. Lin Yi took his seat as the county magistrate, an undeniable aura emanating from him. Those present in the courthouse regarded him with profound astonishment. It was as though he were born to occupy such a position. Advocating for the people, Zhang Dong momentarily lost his focus. Even Qian Qingshu furrowed his brow, for the first time sensing an inscrutable presence in Lin Yi. Bang! Lin Yi struck the judge's block, casting a warrant at Qian Qingshu's feet, proclaiming, Scholar Qian Qingshu of Qingping Academy has forcibly entered the courthouse. Violating the Daoist legal code, according to the law, he shall receive 30 strikes. A wave of shock swept through the entire courthouse. The clerk, Song Fugue, weakened at the knees, his pen clattering to the ground. A spark ignited in the eyes of County Lieutenant Li. Upon returning to the hall after relaying the message, Li Wenba was momentarily stunned by Lin Yi's declaration. Ha! Qian Qingshu, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly, hands clasped behind his back, gazing defiantly at Lin Yi. Let us see who dares to lay a hand on me. Lin Yi turned his gaze toward the bailiffs wielding fire rods, who instinctively shrank back. I shall. Li Wenba exclaimed excitedly, lunging forward to snatch a fire rod from one of the bailiffs. Sir, may we act? He looked to Lin Yi, his expression brimming with enthusiasm. While others might be unaware of Lin Yi's background and status, he was acutely aware. Should Qian Qingshu indeed commit an act that enraged the populace, Lin Yi's elimination of him would pose little issue. This was precisely why Lin Yi intervened in the case. He not only refrained from dissuading others, but also harbored a desire to witness the unfolding drama. Lin Yi chuckled, excellent. 30 strikes, not one less. And I shall join in. At this moment, County Lieutenant Li also stepped forward, seizing a fire rod from a bailiff with a fierce gaze. This warrior's spirit evoked a chuckle within Lin Yi. It appeared that the seeds he had planted in the lieutenant's heart were beginning to sprout. And I, shouted several warriors from the Demon Suppression Hall, stepping forth, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Each brandished a fire rod, surrounding Qian Qingshu. Lin Yi's heart raced with excitement. As these individuals dared to advance, he could not allow them to suffer harm from Qian Qingshu, lest they lose their fighting spirit. Thus, he struck the judge's block once more, pointing at the plaque overhead. fixing his gaze on Qian Qingshu. Behold these four characters. Those who defy the law will see their literary spirit extinguished. Officials will see their authority extinguished. Qian Qingshu paused, his cold sweat pouring forth as he shouted, "Brother, do not defy the law." Chapter 103. Extinguishing the Literary Spirit. Qian Qingshu furrowed his brow and reproached, "You coward. No wonder you were captured and brought to the county office. What of the plaque's brilliance? What can a mere seventh-rank official's aura do against such literary treasures?" He displayed a look of disdain. The plaque within the courthouse bore words inscribed by a great scholar of the Hanlin Academy, heavy with significance, serving as a formidable weapon for the magistrate. It could extinguish the literary spirit of scholars and the authority of officials. Yet, under normal circumstances, such a plaque would never be employed, as no scholar or official had ever been judged before. Moreover, to harness the plaque's ink treasures required an exceptionally pure literary spirit. In Qian Qingshu's eyes, Lin Yi, a mere ninth-rank talent, despite temporarily acquiring the aura of a seventh-rank official, would inevitably fail to wield the plaque's power. Lin Yi smirked and issued a direct order. "Seize him." Li Wenba and County Lieutenant Li advanced first, directing their fire rods toward Qian Qingshu's legs, attempting to compel him to kneel. "Get lost." Qian Qingshu's powerful physique surged with sixth-rank energy, repelling Li Wenba and County Lieutenant Li. The lieutenant stumbled, landing on the ground with a curse. "Damn it." Li Wenba felt a searing pain in his hands and angrily retorted, "Do you dare defy the law?" He turned to Lin Yi, seated in authority. "Sir, this man is utterly rebellious. Extinguish his literary spirit." Bang! Lin Yi struck the judge's block once more. Gazing down at Qian Qingshu with a solemn expression, "I have already warned you. Since you chose to disregard my words, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Today, Scholar Qian Qingshu has forcibly entered the courthouse, defied the law, and shall have his literary spirit extinguished according to the law." Zheng de Guangming. Lin Yi had recently acquired considerable knowledge and understood that the most potent weapon within the courthouse was this plaque, crafted by a great scholar. Upon uttering the words, Lin Yi's brow sparkled with golden light, which directly merged into the plaque. In an instant, the four characters glowed brilliantly, radiating golden light, and a heavy aura filled the entire courthouse. "Are you serious? You dare?" Qian Qingshu's expression finally shifted. He never anticipated Lin Yi would truly dare to proceed thus. "You are but a ninth-rank talent, possessing merely the aura of a seventh-rank official. How could you possibly command the treasures of the plaque?" Qian Qingshu could not yield or retreat, still wagering that Lin Yi could not wield the plaque's power. This was his pride. "Dare I not?" Lin Yi replied with a cold smile. This man truly did not weep until he saw the coffin. With a thought, the vast righteous energy from the literary palace surged forth, directly merging into the characters of Zheng de Guangming. A heavy, righteous aura instantly enveloped the entire courthouse. Righteous energy. Zhang Dong abruptly stood from his chair, his eyes alight with wonder. Clerk Song Fugui fell to the ground in terror, utterly aghast. "I warned you not to defy the law. How could he not wield this treasure of ink?" Qian Qingshu's face turned pale, muttering, "If it were not for the righteous energy, how could I have been captured?" "Righteous energy, it is you." Qian Qingshu finally grasped the many perplexing details, which suddenly became clear. If it were not for the righteous energy, how could a ninth-rank scholar confine Qian Qingshu? If it were not for the righteous energy, how could Lin Yi possess the courage to interrogate a scholar? If it were not for the righteous energy, how could he dare threaten him with the characters of Zheng de Guangming, even declaring his intent to play a dangerous game? "I cannot extinguish my literary spirit. I am a sixth-rank scholar, soon to be inducted into the Holy Academy." For the first time, fear flickered in Qian Qingshu's eyes. He foresaw the consequences of having his literary spirit stripped away. All glory and accolades would drift far from him. "I do not defy the law. I do not defy the law. I am willing to accept 30 strikes. The once proud Qian Qingshu, at this critical moment, chose to grit his teeth and endure humiliation. Seeking mere survival, what of 30 strikes? As long as his literary spirit remained intact, everything could begin anew. Too late. However, Lin Yi granted him no opportunity. The righteous energy commanded the Zheng de Guangming ink treasure, transforming into a colossal golden character for extinguish, which struck directly at Qian Qingshu's chest. "Ah no!" Bang! Qian Qingshu's body convulsed as if struck by lightning. He cried out, and the literary palace within him shattered. His body became like a funnel, countless energies pouring from him, returning to the heavens and the earth. The onlookers in the courthouse were rendered speechless, particularly Li Si and the bailiffs from the Demon Suppression Hall, their eyes reflecting profound shock. A man of modest scholarly rank met an unprecedented demise at the hands of Lin Yi, merely for his audacious intrusion into the court and blatant disregard for the law. Zhang Dong's eyes sparkled with disbelief. He could not fathom that Lin Yi would resort to such a lethal tactic. Yet, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart for Lin Yi's fate. For having extinguished Qian Qingshu's aspirations, he had made powerful enemies, including the head of Qingping Academy, Qian Dekan, and the esteemed Hanlin Academy scholar, Qin Yutai. Qian Qingwen was paralyzed with fear, drenched in cold sweat. The thought that once the vile Qian Qingshu identified him, his demise would be inevitable sent shivers down his spine. No, I do not wish to die. Panic seized Qian Qingwen, his face drained of color, his former arrogance evaporating as he trembled uncontrollably. With a thud, Qian Qingshu crumpled to the ground, disheveled and stripped of his scholarly demeanor. The Palace of Literature? Where is your talent and ambition? He cried. I am the direct disciple of the head of Qingping Academy. How dare you extinguish my aspirations? His eyes burned with rage as he glared at Lin Yi, exclaiming, How dare you? I shall kill you. He lunged towards Lin Yi. Seize him. Lin Yi commanded resolutely. In an instant, Li Wenbo and Li Xianwei advanced, striking Qian Qingshu's leg with their staffs. The latter fell to his knees, collapsing in the court. As he knelt there, devoid of vitality, only a sea of resentment and fury remained. His dreams, once vibrant, now lay shattered. It was Lin Yi. He vowed to eliminate Lin Yi. Lin Yi declared, Qian Qingshu, in defiance of the law, creating chaos in the court, injuring officials, and showing contempt for the law, you are hereby charged with the extinguishment of your aspirations. Without sparing a glance at Qian Qingshu, he turned his attention to Qian Qingwen. Qian Qingwen, are you aware of your crimes? He demanded, striking the bench with authority. Today, he would pass judgment on Qian Qingwen, declaring that anyone who dared to obstruct justice would meet the same fate as Qian Qingshu. A shiver ran through Qian Qingwen's body. His gaze flickered uncertainly before he suddenly exclaimed, Unjust! I am wronged. Scholar Lin, I admit my arrogance, but I have never committed murder. I am a good person. All of this is a misunderstanding. He understood the gravity of his situation. To confess would mean certain death. Fear consumed him. Execute him immediately. Lin Yi commanded. You claim to be a good person? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi could not suppress a laugh, then slammed his hand on the table. Do not tarnish the very notion of goodness. Bring Zhang Xiaoyan in, Lin Yi ordered. As he spoke, a court officer entered, escorting Zhang Xiaoyan into the courtroom. Panic overtook Qian Qingwen. His legs felt weak. How is she still alive? Did the officers not fulfill their duty? Qian Qingshu, upon seeing Zhang Xiaoyan's beauty, shut his eyes in despair. Fool! He cursed Qian Qingwen internally. Those who cannot control their desires only invite calamity. He regretted bringing her here. Are you injured? Lin Yi's expression darkened as he noticed the marks around Zhang Xiaoyan's neck, signs of strangulation that had not been there before. This indicated she had suffered in custody. Zhang Dong's demeanor turned ominously serious. There were spies within the county office. Zhang Xiaoyan nodded, recounting, I was taken by several impostors posing as officials, who intended to kill me and dismember my body. It was Lord Zhao who saved me. This woman has afforded me some dignity, Zhang Dong mused. Impostors? They were clearly officers of the court. Zhang Xiaoyan, wise as she is, chose to spare them some embarrassment. These traitors are deserving of death. Please take your seat. Once your case is resolved, the court will extend its apologies for the previous negligence, Lin Yi remarked. Understanding that this was not the time to investigate the officers, but rather to establish Qian Qingwen's guilt. Yes, Zhang Xiaoyan replied, taking a seat beside Zhang Dong. She glanced at Qian Qingshu and Qian Qingwen, but both were in such disarray that their faces were obscured. Qian Qingwen, lift your head, Lin Yi admonished. Qian Qingwen trembled slightly before raising his head, his features twisted in fear. It's him. Zhang Xiaoyan suddenly sprang from her seat, tears streaming down her face, her body shaking uncontrollably. It's him. Even if he turns to ash, I would recognize him. With blood seeping from her bitten lip and her eyes reddened with rage, she looked as if she wished to devour Qian Qingwen. You vile creature, how dare you deny it? I do not know you. Qian Qingwen vehemently denied, his eyes filled with threats. You killed my husband, my child, and you dare to deny it? Zhang Xiaoyan fell to her knees in the courtroom, prostrating before Lin Yi. My lord, please seek justice for me. He is the murderer. From her bosom, she produced a button, holding it in her palm as she stammered. He has a scar on his chest that I will never forget. Wenbo. Lin Yi called to Li Wenbo, who promptly assisted Zhang Xiaoyan, presenting the button to Lin Yi. Inspect Qian Qingwen's chest for a scar. Lin Yi commanded. Yes. Li Wenbo rushed to Qian Qingwen, who lay on the ground, refusing to cooperate. Qian Qingwen, stop resisting. It is futile. With a swift motion, Li Wenbo lifted Qian Qingwen and tore open his clothing, revealing a scar. Sir, there is indeed a scar, Li Wenbo exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Qian Qingwen's body slackened. Qian Qingshu shook his head, having lost all hope. Zhang Dong, fists clenched, glared at Qian Qingwen, who had dared to argue his innocence moments ago. Very well. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. Qian Qingwen, observe the missing button from your scholar's robe. Is this not the one? With both witness and evidence present, what else do you have to say? Lin Yi's piercing gaze bore down on Qian Qingwen, striking the bench with authority, leaving him speechless. Nothing to say, is there? I do not require your confession, Lin Yi declared. According to the laws of Daoist, the penalty for intentional murder is death. As a scholar, your crimes are even more severe. The weight of Lin Yi's words thundered in Qian Qingwen's mind, causing him to weep in terror. He hastily knelt and pleaded, Scholar Lin, we are both learned men. Do not proceed thus. I am willing to compensate. I will make amends. Silence. Lin Yi interrupted, his voice steady. How dare you claim to be a scholar? A true scholar would never commit such heinous acts. Your so-called wisdom has been squandered. Compensation? You seek merely to save your own skin. Your words ring hollow. Lin Yi rose, addressing the scribe, Song Fugui, at a distance. Document the judgment against Qian Qingwen. Song Fugui, filled with admiration, replied, Scholar, please proceed with your judgment. I shall record it verbatim. Excellent. Lin Yi nodded, and after consulting with County Magistrate Zhang Dong, he solemnly declared, Today, Qian Qingwen, a disciple of Qingping Academy and a citizen of Nanshang Prefecture, is found guilty of murder, with particularly heinous methods. According to the laws of Daoist, you are sentenced to death. For crimes of lewdness, you are sentenced to death. For violating the law as a scholar, you shall face the death penalty, with all academic titles revoked. His direct relatives spanning 3 generations are prohibited from holding government positions and from pursuing scholarly studies. Lin Yi retrieved a decree from the sign tube and tossed it directly before Qian Qingwen, declaring, Immediately escort him to the Kaishiku in the southern city for public execution. Execute at once. The sound of the decree hitting the ground left Qian Qingwen in a state of utter bewilderment. The phrase public execution echoed relentlessly in his mind, causing his heart to shatter. In a frenzied state, he exclaimed, No, I demand to see my father, my cousin, Master Pu, and the dean. I am a scholar. The court cannot declare me guilty. I refuse to accept this. Lin Yi coldly retorted, Had you foreseen this day, you would not have acted as you did. Other courts may hesitate to judge you, but I shall. Others may fear to execute you, but I shall not. In any case, your heinous actions which invoke the wrath of both heaven and humanity cannot go unpunished. If you are allowed to live, it would defy both heavenly and legal principles. Today, I shall demonstrate to the citizens of Lingdong County that a scholar's crime is not only equal to that of commoners, but is indeed more severely punished. Take him away. I will supervise the execution myself. Lin Yi descended from his official position, signaling Li Wenbi to escort Qian Qingwen, and he led the way out of the court. He then turned to Deputy County Constable Li, stating, Imprison Qian Qingshu for 15 days for forcibly entering the county office and obstructing judicial proceedings. Understood. Deputy County Constable Li, filled with fervor, swiftly extinguished Wenxin's fire and dragged Qian Qingshu to the prison. At that moment, the officials, constables, and clerks in the courthouse finally regained their senses. They had been wholly absorbed by Lin Yi's verdict, their minds greatly shaken, their scalps tingling. Zhang Xiaoyan, observing Lin Yi and Li Wenbo escorting Qian Qingwen away, suddenly cried out, I, the common woman Zhang Xiaoyan, thank the great Lord of Heaven. She knelt in the court, performing 3 kneels and 9 prostrations, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 105. A city abandoned by its people. Lin Yi led a procession escorting Qian Qingwen away from the county office. A considerable number of commoners gathered outside, speculating about the situation within. We have never heard of the government prosecuting a scholar. Ignorance prevails. I've only heard storytellers and tea houses mention that the government once captured a scholar. What happened then? What was the outcome? The government office was razed to the ground by the Scholars' Academy. The townsfolk outside the county office, upon hearing this, were left in stunned silence. What is there to expect now? Why should we even watch? If the academy sends someone, the county office might face destruction once more. It's best we endure whatever the scholars decide. Let us disperse. When will this end? What good is beating the drum? Traveling to the capital? We might just be caught halfway. Many of the townsfolk surrounding the county office shook their heads in disappointment and turned to leave. They had hoped that the county office's detainment of the scholar would yield encouraging news, but upon inquiry, They felt that the Lingdong County office was courting disaster. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the crowd. They are coming out. Instinctively, the crowd turned to witness an astonishing scene. A young scholar clad in a Confucian robe and shackled, being led out of the courthouse. Following him were the county magistrate in official attire and a throng of officials. I knew it. Once a scholar is captured, it won't be long before they come to rescue him. The two scholars walking ahead seemed to have reprimanded the county magistrate within the courthouse, after which the county magistrate, along with all the officials, went to apologize to the academy's representatives. Indeed, it is as you said, the townsfolk sighed, deeply disappointed in the courthouse. What use is a court that cannot protect its citizens? A laborer, gripping a carrying pole, spat on the ground and grumbled. What an utter disgrace. Once I earn enough money, I will surely move elsewhere. Cowards. Upon exiting the courthouse, Lin Yi overheard numerous murmurs filled with disappointment towards the government. He furrowed his brow slightly and summoned an officer from the demon suppression hall, instructing, sound the gong and inform the citizens that Qian Qingwen, a scholar from Qingping Academy, has committed a grave offense and has been sentenced to death by the court. He is to be taken to Kaishiku in the southern city for public execution. Yes. The officer hurried back to the courthouse and, shortly after, began to sound the gong. The sudden clang of the gong captured the attention of the townsfolk. As they wondered about the purpose of the noise, the officer proclaimed loudly, Qian Qingwen, a scholar from Qingping Academy, has committed a heinous crime and has been sentenced to death by the court. He is to be taken to Kaishiku in the southern city for public execution. The crowd erupted into chaos, disbelief washing over them. Some citizens, their legs giving way, collapsed to the ground, slapping their own cheeks in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. How could a scholar be executed? He is a man of noble status, possessing great knowledge. How could the court dare to take his life? It must be false. I refuse to believe it. I must see for myself. Let us go. The onlookers were unwilling to accept the news as truth, rallying their spirits to follow the procession to the marketplace. Thus, a throng of over 100 individuals surged toward Kaishiku in the southern city. Along the way, citizens inquired about the situation, and upon learning that the government was prosecuting a scholar, they quickly abandoned their tasks to join the ranks. 200, 500, 1,000. At this moment, the path from the courthouse to Kaishiku in the southern city was deserted, as thousands followed the government as procession, resembling a colossal dragon in pursuit of a luminous pearl. Master, this is bad. A great calamity is upon us. In a tavern in the southern city, a teacher, drenched in sweat, rushed upstairs, bursting into a room. A woman's startled voice could be heard from within. Scoundrel. In the room, Pu Guchang, entangled with a female scholar, was instantly enraged. With a surge of energy, he sent the scholar flying. Pu Guchang quickly donned his Confucian robe, casting a cold gaze upon the intruder and stating, Do you not understand decorum? Is my room a place you can intrude upon? Return to the academy and transcribe a repentance essay 300 times. This shall be your punishment. The repentance essay is a method of punishment for scholars at the academy. When a scholar transcribes a repentance essay, their abilities are significantly weakened. The more times they transcribe, the greater the reduction in their capabilities. Completing 300 transcriptions would require reciting the classics thousands of times to recover, consuming vast amounts of time and effort. This punishment is already quite severe. Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. The scholar knelt in supplication, coughing blood as he pleaded. I have urgent matters to report. I implore you to overlook my transgressions. The academy's teachers hold the authority to reward or punish the scholars, leaving no room for insubordination. Humph. Pu Guchang grunted disdainfully, sitting at the window and glaring down at the kneeling scholar. What is it? The trembling scholar stammered. Qing Shu Shi Xiao, Wenxin, has been extinguished and imprisoned by the court. The loss of Wenxin, a top talent from Qingping Academy, meant one less brilliant mind in their ranks, resulting in an unspoken disadvantage against Junji Academy. This weighed heavily on the academy's educators, leaving them feeling diminished and unable to hold their heads high. What did you say? With a loud crash, Pu Guchang erupted in fury, springing to his feet and smashing the table before him. His expression darkened ominously as he coldly declared, Zhang Dong must be courting death to dare oppose Qingping Academy. Despicable. Zhang Dong truly deserves his fate. Qian Qingshu was entrusted to me when he descended the mountain. The destruction of his literary heart bears a significant weight of responsibility upon me. His father once implored me to care for him, hoping that one day he could be recommended to the Shengyuan through Qin Yutai, thus securing a position for me. Pu Guochang trembled with suppressed rage, his eyes wide with fury, resembling a deity of death, devoid of any of the dignified demeanor expected of a sage. I shall proceed to the county office of Taping to rescue Qin Qingshu. Only through this act can I alleviate some of Qin Dekun's anguish. Pu Guochang was filled with unprecedented wrath. Zhang Dong's actions were akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's mouth, a path to self-destruction. Master. The disciple knelt upon the ground, his face ashen, his voice quivering. Not just Brother Qingshu, but also Brother Qingwen has been captured. What? Pu Guochang's fury surged, his eyes nearly bulging. A wave of formidable energy erupted from him, shattering the furniture within the room. The two precious sons of the Qin family. Their literary hearts extinguished by Zhang Dong, who granted him such audacity. He must die? Zhang Dong must perish. Chapter 106. Lin Yi's Execution, Part 1. The force of his talent swept through the room, leaving chaos in its wake. The female scholar in the bed shielded herself with her energy. Meanwhile, the kneeling disciple was swept into a corner, coughing up blood, his body trembling uncontrollably. Gather the disciples of the academy in the city. Let us proceed to the county office and compel Zhang Dong to kneel and confess. Pu Guochang could no longer contain his fury, wishing to storm the county office. The mountains are high and the emperor distant. He felt no fear of the imperial court. The Nanxiang prefecture is governed by our academy. Master. The disciple, previously interrupted, continued. Brother Qingwen's literary heart has not been extinguished. Oh. Pu Guochang furrowed his brow, yet before he could finish, the disciple swallowed hard and added, but he is currently being escorted to the southern city's market for execution. Boom. Pu Guochang staggered back 2 steps, on the verge of collapse, his anger reaching a boiling point, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could no longer restrain the fire within him, harboring thoughts of slaughter. Execution? Scholars hold esteemed positions, true dragons among men, deserving of reverence in the realm of literature. They walk the path of heaven's mandate, controlling the world, while the common folk are mere fish and ants. What right does a mere county office have to execute a scholar? Who grants them such audacity? Regardless of Qin Qingwen's alleged transgressions. Even if he had killed 10 or 100, it pales in comparison to the value of his life. Scholars are the disciples of sages, slayers of demons, protectors of the innocent. Even without merit, their toil is commendable. What right does a small county office have to detain a scholar? This is a denial of the contributions of scholars, a provocation against them. Kneeling and admitting fault is insufficient to quell my fury, Zhang Dong. You shall pay with your life. In a fit of rage, Pu Guochang leaped out the window, soaring into the air, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. Quickly gather the scholars of the academy. Let us see if Zhang Dong dares to execute anyone. Yes. The disciple, trembling in fear, rose unsteadily. Glancing at the graceful female scholar on the bed, swallowing hard, he steeled himself and rushed out of the inn, retrieving a bamboo tube from his sleeve to channel his energy within. Whoosh! A stream of clear energy shot into the sky, exploding into the emblem of Qingping Academy, visible to all in the county. Simultaneously, this aura could be sensed by all scholars of Qingping Academy across the entire Jinju territory. This is an emergency summons. Let us head to the southern city. Master Pu is gathering us for a significant matter. Do not pursue Chen Zhaozhong just yet. We must go. What has transpired that warrants such a summons? In the county, scholars from Qingping Academy, who were tracking the demon practitioner Chen Zhaozhong, dashed to the inn at the sight of the summons. In a courtyard somewhere in the southern city, Zhao Zhongqing reclined in his armchair, glancing at the academy's summons in the sky. A slight frown crossed his face. Are they going to rescue someone from the county office? Have they decided not to pursue me anymore? Zhao Zhongqing looked towards the county office and calmly remarked, Lin Yi, I can no longer assist you. I can only share the burden from here. In a flash, his eyes turned crimson, demonic patterns appearing on his face as he unleashed his demonic energy. Simultaneously, several scholars from the academy nearby sensed this surge of energy and halted in their tracks, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Chen Zhaozhong's demonic aura. Finally, he has lost control of his demonic nature and exposed his location. One scholar exclaimed, kill him. It will be a tremendous achievement. What a ridiculous notion of a grand achievement. Pu Guo and the two from Pingzhou Academy were disemboweled. If we are careless, we shall be next. Another scholar, his expression dark, replied, as long as Chen Zhaozhong lives, I shall find no rest. Forget the summons. Let us join forces to slay him. This Chen Zhaozhong, regardless of whether we kill him or not, is doomed to die. For a mere woman, he dares to challenge the academy, thinking he can take revenge through cultivation? What a farce. The scholars' faces hardened with murderous intent as they surged towards the source of the demonic energy. Director He, I suppose we must part ways here. In Anyang County, He Wujuan and He Wanjing prepared to bid farewell after walking together for a while. After reporting to Zhong Zijing that Lin Yi had departed from Pingzhou Academy, they too left the academy. Throughout their journey, their discussions revolved solely around Lin Yi. He Wanjing sensed a hint of favoritism from He Wujuan towards Lin Yi, which struck him as quite peculiar. Despite Lin Yi's creation of the poem for the monument and the plaque, and even possessing a righteous spirit, He Wujuan had no need to lower himself so. Yet every time he inquired, He Wujuan would simply shake his head, saying, "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. When Lin Yi comes to the capital for the provincial examination, we shall meet again. Remember my words. If you wish to advance in the realm of literature, Lin Yi is crucial." After uttering this, He Wujuan slightly cupped his hands. He then pronounced, "At this moment, I am 100 miles away." Whoosh! He Wujuan vanished from sight. This old man keeps his secrets tightly sealed, but even the holy sun Zhongshi came especially for Lin Yi. Perhaps he harbors astonishing secrets. He Wanjing mused, wary of underestimating the situation. Buzz! Just then, a familiar wave surged from the direction of Lin County in Jinju. An academy summons? He Wanjing raised an eyebrow. Typically, such summons should not be invoked lightly. When they are called, it signifies a monumental event. Any scholar receiving this order must assemble, as it could indicate a demon threat or a dire crisis for the academy. This is a test of unity for the scholars. Lin County is adjacent to my Yinzhou. I must investigate. He Wanjing decided to pass by Lin County on his way back to Qingping Academy and set forth. His mind stirred. He declared, "At this moment, I am 100 miles away." Whoosh! He Wanjing's figure also vanished. Duan. The demon suppression hall constable beat a copper gong, drenched in sweat and fatigued. Yet upon turning to see the throngs of people, he felt a renewed vigor within him, propelling him to persevere. At this moment, they arrived at the southern city market. The officers had already cleared the market in advance, and a number of townsfolk awaited. They had learned from the officers that the government planned to execute a scholar in this market today. Initially, they thought it was a joke, but now, witnessing a scholar shackled and dragged like a dog, they realized the grim truth. The truth is, they were frightened to the core. Is this for real? Lord Lin. An officer who had come early to clear the area approached Lin Yi and clasped his hands, stating, "The execution platform is ready. Please take your seat, Lord Lin." Very well. Lin Yi nodded and walked directly to the execution platform, his gaze resolute as iron. At this juncture, there was no retreat. The execution platform resembled a podium from a previous life, with tables and chairs already set up. There was also a sign tube inscribed with the character for execution, crafted with ink that required official authority to activate. This character would also manifest talent, enhancing the executioner's blade. Scholars would not escape the decree. Chapter 107. Lin Yi oversees the execution, too. This fellow appears more like a county magistrate than I do, Zhang Dong mused silently, then smiled wryly. If he were to handle this case, he would undoubtedly be hesitant and would not act with Lin Yi's decisiveness and speed. It had only been a short while, and Qian Qingwen had already been brought to the marketplace. Even Qian Qingshu, the esteemed disciple of Qingping Academy, had been imprisoned after the downfall of Wenxin. Zhang County Magistrate was indeed a master of shirking responsibility. Lin Yi glanced at Zhang Dong and noticed that he, along with the clerk Song Fugue and others, stood with the onlooking commoners, entirely detached from the situation. However, Lin Yi understood that this was the best approach to deal with scholars who disrupt the law with their writings, to refrain from interference and inquiry, granting them the utmost freedom to act. At the marketplace, tens of thousands congregated, a dark crowd murmuring and debating, pointing towards the execution site of Qian Qingwen. Each pair of eyes was filled with astonishment, disbelief, and a hint of trepidation. How could a scholar be executed? To them, these individuals held esteemed status, akin to demigods in the language of books. How dare the county office execute a deity? There were too few scholars to serve as a deterrent. Lin Yi raised his gaze to the sky, waiting for the scholars to arrive. The execution of Qian Qingwen was not the ultimate goal. The true aim was to awaken those scholars. It was unacceptable to disrupt the law with literature. Dedicating oneself to study and using the power of literature to protect the living was the righteous path in the world. "Sir, when will the execution take place?" Li Wenba asked Lin Yi, his eyes filled with determination as he held Qian Qingwen captive. Following Lin Yi, he feared nothing. This was the best opportunity to earn Lin Yi's trust. At noon, Lin Yi declared, "According to the customs of Dayan, an execution at this hour yields the best results, as it is when the soul is most potent. At this moment, those executed often could not even harbor resentment. Even those who had cultivated their spirit would find their souls scattered. No, The despondent Qian Qingwen suddenly raised his head and screamed hysterically, "You wish for my soul to scatter? I refuse. I demand to see the master, the academy head. My father and my cousin." He struggled violently, but was bound by shackles glowing with talent, rendering his strength futile against his cries and struggles. People pointed, and some audacious individuals scoffed, uttering that scholars were nothing remarkable. More and more began to voice their frustrations, recounting grievances they had suffered at the hands of scholars, some even crying out loud. The crowd was stirred up, each shouting, "The great Lord of Justice has arrived." Qian Qingwen, the target of public scorn, turned pale, collapsing to the ground in despair. "I did not act alone. Why must I bear the blame? Who dares to execute a scholar? They must be at odds with all scholars." With a thunderous voice, a figure appeared above the marketplace. It was the master of Qingping Academy, Pu Guochang. He stood suspended in the air, his black scholar's robe billowing in the wind, his hair and beard flowing, exuding an indescribable aura of ethereal detachment. He stood there as if a deity from above. Thud! Many were so frightened they knelt on the ground, their faces filled with terror. This person could fly. Was this not the divine method described in books? Suddenly, Lin Yi stood up, his eyes fixed on Pu Guochang, his right hand gripping the tip of the Qinglang brush hidden in his sleeve. He was also ready to unfold the Shijing poem Guanju at any moment. Fifth-rank virtue. This was an existence he could not contend with. To face a fifth-rank figure without fear, he must reveal all his cards. A big fish has arrived. Splendid. Lin Yi had anticipated Master Pu Guochang's arrival and had prepared accordingly. "It is you." Pu Guochang recognized Lin Yi at once. He was the ninth-rank scholar he had seen in the county office. However, he did not expect Lin Yi to be seated at the execution platform. And Li Wenbo from Pingzhou Academy was holding Qian Qingshu captive. "Where is Zhang Dong?" Pu Guochang scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Zhang Dong and the county office clerks among the onlookers. "It is I." Lin Yi met Pu Guochang's gaze directly and declared, "Master Pu, according to the laws of Daoist, within 100 meters of the execution platform, scholars are prohibited from ascending. Do you intend to disrespect the laws of Daoist?" Wow. As soon as Lin Yi spoke, the townsfolk were left dumbfounded. Even County Magistrate Zhang Dong could not help but twitch, murmuring, "No wonder he can harness the righteous energy. He truly has no taboos. If he could reach the 8th rank, then enter the court, he would become a nightmare for those who disrupt the law with literature." Zhang Dong believed that if he were in Lin Yi's position, he would dare to speak, but he would not be so audacious. After all, this was a 5th-rank virtue master. Should he become enraged and raze the county office to the ground, he would have no recourse. If the academy twisted the facts and took the matter to the holy court, and the emperor were to catch wind of it, oh no, that would echo the past when the emperor praised the academy. With righteous energy, it illuminates the heavens and earth, a blessing for Daoist. Disrespect the laws of Daoist? Can you represent the laws of Daoist? Pu Guochang glared down at Lin Yi, his voice cold. "You believe that by embodying Zhang Dong's official aura, you truly represent the court as a 7th-rank official? Ridiculous. Scholars who err are judged by their academy and the holy court. How dare you act on your own? I advise you to release my academy as scholar immediately and then commit seppuku to apologize. Otherwise, I will take action personally and ensure your utter destruction." Pu Guochang did not act immediately. However furious he was, he adhered to the scholar's principle of first courtesy, then force. Scholars who err indeed must be judged by their academy and the holy court. Lin Yi nodded, fully acknowledging this point. After all, he had experienced the request for divine judgment in Daxing Town and understood that scholars who commit crimes must also be judged by the holy court. Humph. Pu Guochang flicked his sleeves, his anger somewhat abated, yet his face remained frosty. There was evident disdain for Lin Yi in his expression. Lin Yi had frightened Zhang Dong, who thought this was troubling. The officers and clerks of the county office turned pale. If Lin Yi wavered, they would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. "Sir?" Li Wenbo recalled Lin Yi's behavior at Pingzhou Academy. He knew his character well and understood he was not one to cower. However, Lin Yi's words made him feel uneasy. Just then, Lin Yi spoke again, his voice even louder than before. "The holy court intervenes in disputes between scholars. The crimes committed by Qian Qingwen are grievances between scholars and commoners. He has committed offenses against the law, deliberate murder, and defilement. The academy and the holy court have no jurisdiction over these matters. Only the official government has the authority to decide. Master Pu, today I carry the official aura of Lord Zhang and have obtained the emperor's approval to sentence Qian Qingwen to death by beheading. The evidence is irrefutable. Even if the head of Qingping Academy were to come personally, I would still execute without mercy." The 4 characters Li Zhan Biyu, she emanated from Lin Yi. infused with a touch of righteous spirit. His proclamation reverberated throughout the bustling market square, invigorating the spirits of those present. Zhang Dong and his companions beamed with renewed hope. In Chapter 108, a display of audacity unfolded. Pu Guchang fixed a cold gaze upon Lin Yi, challenging him. Let us see who dares to execute. He directed his attention towards a bare-chested executioner, demanding, do you possess the courage? The martial man averted his gaze, unable to meet the challenge. Pu Guchang then turned to the local constables, his voice resonating with authority. Do you dare? The officers remained silent, their faces flushed with indignation. They longed to shout their defiance, but felt the weight of their positions. Pu Guchang was a scholar of high standing, and even without drawing his sword, his mere presence could wield lethal force. With families to support, they dared not oppose him. A booming laughter erupted from Pu Guchang, his satisfaction palpable as he looked down at Lin Yi. You are young and naive, believing that fervor alone can alter the course of destiny, oblivious to the formidable forces you must confront. Bow down. His command rang out like thunder, sending thousands of citizens to their knees, trembling in fear, sweat pouring down their brows. Each person felt as though they had committed a grave offense against the esteemed scholar and dared not lift their heads. Simultaneously, numerous scholars from Qingping Academy approached from another street, paying their respects to the figure in the sky. Some carried books, others bore boxes, and a few fanned themselves with folding fans, engaged in light-hearted banter, their scholarly robes billowing as they laughed and debated, a rich scent of literature filling the air. They radiated an otherworldly elegance, embodying the essence of noble youth, leaving the common folk feeling utterly inferior. Zhang Dong and his companions grew increasingly disheartened, regretting that they had not dealt with Qian Qingwen more decisively in the county office. Zhang Dong mused that Lin Yi's fervor might lead to disappointment, as Qian Qingwen was hardly in a position to challenge anyone. Lin Yi feigned surprise, addressing Pu Guchang. Why are there so many scholars from Qingping Academy here? Are you afraid? Pu Guchang scoffed, welcoming the numbers, knowing that the law would not punish the many and planning to control the chaos while ensuring Qian Qingwen's protection. Huh. Do not worry, Pu Guchang chuckled. I shall ensure that this matter remains inconsequential. As he envisioned the outcome, he could not suppress his laughter. Fear? No, no, no. Lin Yi shook his head. I merely find it astonishing that someone as infamous as Qian Qingwen would have such loyal friends to see him off. Zhang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Yi's audacity. The executioner, Li Wenbo, felt a surge of excitement, thinking, let them come to the execution site. I shall capture them all. In response to Lin Yi's remarks, the scholars' expressions shifted dramatically, their dignity evaporating as they glared at him with hostility. How dare you insult us scholars? Release our brother Qian. A mere county office dares to judge us. Who gave you the audacity? Esteemed teacher, the county's actions are unlawful. We must report this to the court. Those who spoke were closely allied with Qian Qingwen, seething at the perceived slight. Lin Yi took his seat, observing Pu Guchang and the approaching scholars with a cold smile. Where is the executioner? He called out. Here, responded a bare-chested man wielding a large blade. Pu Guchang's smile faded as he sensed the tension in the air. Lin Yi wasted no time, seizing the execution order and tossing it before the now agitated Qian Qingwen. The time has come. Execute. A sense of dread enveloped Qian Qingwen as he begged, Teacher, save me. I cannot die. I am the hope of the Qian family. The executioner hesitated, intimidated by the presence of Pu Guchang and the assembled scholars. Why not proceed? Lin Yi urged. Shall we allow such a villain to continue his misdeeds? Yes. The executioner, spurred by Lin Yi's words, found his resolve and drew the order, embedding it into the blade. As he approached Qian Qingwen, Li Wenbo restrained him, exposing his neck. No, spare me. I will atone for my sins. Qian Qingwen's pleas fell on deaf ears, his dignity crumbling. Pu Guchang, losing patience, declared, You seek death. Refusing to heed the warnings, he lunged towards Lin Yi, proclaiming, We shall rescue the execution site. I shall bear the consequences. Though storming the execution site was a violation of the law, Pu Guchang felt compelled to take such drastic measures for the sake of the literary world's future. Onward, the scholars surged towards the market square, intent on saving their comrade. Lin Yi, witnessing this, exclaimed in delight, Excellent. As Pu Guchang approached, he unleashed the poetry from the Shijing, which soared into the air. Boom. Pu Guchang's hand met the scroll, sending shockwaves through his arm as he gasped in astonishment. As the scroll unfurled, golden light burst forth, a pillar of literary brilliance shooting towards the heavens. The skies above Nanxiang City erupted in a storm of golden clouds, a manifestation of talent that had never before graced the world. As the voice of literary authority resonated, Lin Yi sensed a shift within himself, a sign that he was on the verge of achieving a new rank. Meanwhile, Pu Guochang, overwhelmed by the power of the scroll, trembled uncontrollably, his expression one of sheer terror. The scholars, poised to storm the execution site, found their legs weighed down as if by lead. This was a treasure of monumental significance, a level of literary brilliance that could elevate any scholar to the ranks of the esteemed. A scholar cried out, his eyes wide with disbelief. Later, in chapter 109, a common man's innocence, a jewel's burden, He Wansheng emerged from the void, nearly stumbling as he regained his balance. The resonance of literary authority had compelled him to materialize. He had intended to teleport directly into the county, but, sensing the call of the literary voice, had rushed out, nearly falling. Given that Ling County was close to Yunzhou, perhaps summoning a great scholar to the academy could yield significant rewards. He Wansheng wasted no time and entered the county, eager to uncover the unfolding events. Pudong. Having just departed from Jinzhou, He Weijun sensed an overwhelming surge of talent emanating from behind, abruptly interrupting his concentration and causing him to plummet from the sky, crashing into a thicket. The extraordinary poetic prowess of Guanfu undoubtedly belonged to Lin Yi. He Weijun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Lin Sheng has brought forth an abundance of poetry into the mortal realm. I wonder how many more he possesses." Forming a benevolent connection with him can only yield positive outcomes. At this moment, I find myself in Lindong County town. With a swift motion, He Weijun, being a fourth-grade Junzi, could clearly discern the origin of the talent emanating from Guanfu. At this very moment, hundreds of miles away, Zhongji Zheng, in search of the possessor of the Haoran Jingqi, suddenly lifted his gaze towards the talent radiating from Nanxiang Fu. His eyes glimmered with brilliance. This poetry from Guanfu. Who could it be? Is there anyone in Jinzhou with such poetic talent? I, Zhongji Zheng, have always cherished forming connections with such gifted scholars. Lin Yi, you have been scorned by me. What is the talent from Mingzhou matter compared to this? Zhongji Zheng scoffed, sensing the direction clearly, and stepped into the void. What of the possessor of Haoran Jingqi? What of Lin Yi? Is a scholar capable of crafting such poetry from Guanfu not of greater significance? After all, Pu Guochang was momentarily shaken after his confrontation with the masterpiece from Guanfu. In his long life, he had never encountered poetry of such caliber, nor had he even heard of it before. Yet he had just faced it head-on and lost without a doubt, leaving him in a daze. When Bo's words rang true, there is not only poetry from Mingzhou, but also poetry from Guanfu. Zhang Dong struggled to articulate his thoughts. He finally comprehended why Li Wenbo had spoken of Lin Yi as both a living man and a ghost of the deceased. With such poetic talent, who in Nanxiang Fu could compare? The commotion had escalated too much. If nothing went awry, it was likely that He Wansheng and He Weijun would soon arrive. That elder would probably come as well. Lin Yi had not anticipated that the poem Guanzhu would reach the level of Guanfu. The earlier phenomenon would certainly attract the attention of several acquaintances. However, he had no choice. Without presenting this masterpiece, Pu Guochang would have swiftly dealt with him. In the fifth-grade deeds realm, a scholar who had cultivated their Yuan Shan could inflict harm, even capable of severely wounding the Wengong. At this very moment, the thousands of citizens in the marketplace gazed upon the Xian paper in Lin Yi's hands, astonished at the extraordinary phenomenon it had caused. Each one was left speechless. "My lord, you truly are a remarkable man." Li Wenbo trembled with excitement, feeling honored as Lin Yi's attendant. He forcefully straightened Qian Qingwen's neck and shouted at the executioner. "What are you standing there for? The Lord commands you to execute." "Huh. Oh right." The executioner regained his senses, his heart ablaze. Initially, he had thought Lin Yi would be struck down by the academy's master, yet it was the master who had been forced back. He did not understand the meaning of the talent from Guanfu. He only knew that Lin Yi surpassed all the scholars present. With both hands gripping the blade, the executioner raised it high above his head, as thousands of gazes fell upon him in unison. Qian Qingwen had already been terrified to the point of losing control. His mind blank, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. Execute. With a swift motion, the executioner brought the blade down, and Qian Qingwen's head fell instantly. The head, wide-eyed in shock, rolled to Pu Guochang's feet. Trembling, Pu Guochang had killed before, but had never taken another's head, especially not while facing the lifeless gaze of Qian Qingwen. It sent shivers down his spine. He had not expected Lin Yi to truly dare. He is dead. This scholar Qian has been executed by the Lord. This young noble has quite the audacity. Indeed, it seems scholars can be executed for their crimes. Finally, citizens rose, applauding and cheering. Amidst the cheers, some even ignited firecrackers. They had become emboldened, realizing that even with so many scholars present, including the Academy's master, they could not obstruct the authority of the government. This indicated that these scholars were not invulnerable, they too had fears. Lin Yi observed the citizens' reactions, sensing a renewal. It was worth it, Lin Yi thought to himself. From the moment Zhang Xiaoyan had drummed for justice, accusing Qian Qingwen of his misdeeds, he had realized that there was no justice left in the world. Ordinary lives were as insignificant as grass in the eyes of scholars. He refused to accept this. Why should it be so? Furthermore, the Daoist had long established laws prohibiting scholars from disrupting the law with their writings. Otherwise, their crimes would be unforgivable. He bore the Haoranjingqi. If he could merely choose to remain an observer in such matters, what face would he have left to carry this righteous spirit? Thus, he aimed to ensure both scholars and citizens understood that crimes committed by scholars would incur even greater punishments. However, Lin Yi was acutely aware that in such a vast Daoist, many similar occurrences must exist. Human power is ultimately limited. If it were not for the poem Guanjiu, he might have been killed by Pu Guochang. Afterward, as the Academy's master, Pu Guochang would likely face no severe repercussions. If Director He were to discover such masters and disciples within the Academy, would he shelter them or despise them? Lin Yi suddenly pondered this. He knew that He Wanqing would undoubtedly come to Lindong County, and now he found himself vaguely anticipating it. At this moment, Pu Guochang's expression darkened ominously. Lin Yi's act of executing Qian Qingwen could be said to have shattered the heavens. Once this matter spread, Lin Yi's path in the literary realm would become fraught with obstacles, and countless scholars would be constantly plotting his demise. Lin Yi, you have committed an enormous error, offending scholars across the realm. Pu Guochang shook his head repeatedly, stating, do you realize that by killing Qian Qingwen, you have not only slain him, but have also struck against all scholars of Daoist? No academy will harbor you. Scholars will avoid you like the plague, and you will become isolated amongst your peers. Besides, having extinguished Qian Qingwen's literary spirit, the Qian family will not let you go, and the head of Qingping Academy will certainly not spare you. Pu Guochang saw no need to act further. Qian Qingwen was already dead, and Qian Dichuan would surely direct his wrath towards him. Rather than waste further effort in executing Lin Yi, it would be better to first acquire the poetry from Guanfu. Lin Yi, only I can save you now. If you wish to survive, hand over that masterpiece to me, and I will speak on your behalf before the director. Pu Guochang's face remained impassive, his eyes filled with avarice. Moreover, possessing that masterpiece will only bring you endless troubles. The saying, a common man bears the burden of possessing something precious is one you, as a scholar, should understand. Upon hearing this, not only were the scholars from Qingping Academy taken aback, but even Zhang Dong and other officials were left dumbfounded. Even Lin Yi himself was momentarily stunned. Was Pu Guochang living in a dream? Chapter 110. A fine example of decapitation followed by decree. You wish for me to hand over the masterpiece? Lin Yi scoffed. Master Pu, you truly have a grand dream. But do not rush into your fantasies. You lead a group of scholars to besiege the execution ground, openly defying the government in an attempt to assassinate officials of the court, disregarding the law and disrupting order with your writings. Lin Yi fixed his expression on Pu Guochang and stated earnestly, according to the law, extinguishing a literary spirit warrants a life sentence. The moment these words left his mouth, the thousands in the marketplace erupted in an uproar. This young noble is quite ferocious. Is this a celestial being capable of standing in the void? Can he truly enforce this? The dozens of scholars from Qingping Academy nearly had their eyes pop out. A mere 7th grade scholar dares to declare the annihilation of a 5th grade master like Pu Guochang's literary spirit and demands his lifelong imprisonment? Madman, this fellow is utterly insane. The audacity is utterly boundless. One is bound to suffer grave consequences sooner or later. Ha, ha, ha. Park Guochang, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly, wiping away the angry tears that had escaped the corners of his eyes. Well, that was truly well said. Your refusal to be a mere lapdog for the court is undoubtedly a loss for them. I, a 5th-rank scholar and a teacher enrolled in the Sacred Academy. Even if I were to transgress the great Yin laws, what of it? Park Guochang fixed a frigid gaze upon Lin Yi, sneering, you, a mere temporary 7th-rank official. What authority do you possess to judge me? Only the Sacred Academy holds the power to adjudicate. You have but one path today. Either surrender the treasured calligraphy, and I shall speak on your behalf, or I shall accuse you of murdering a scholar, execute you on the spot, and submit a report to the Sacred Academy, exercising the right of cutting first and reporting later. A palpable intent to kill brewed within Park Guochang. His desire was insatiable. He believed that if he could thoroughly study this exceptional piece of calligraphy, he would have a significant chance of ascending to the 4th rank of gentleman, thus qualifying to establish an academy. With this masterpiece, he could compose poems for memorial tablets, and it would not be beyond his reach to establish the 3rd academy of Nanxiang Prefecture. If unable to obtain it, he would resort to robbery. Kill first, then seize. Park Guchang, do you dare? Zhang Dong suddenly stepped forward, glaring fiercely at Park Guchang. This case has drawn the emperor's attention. His Majesty is already aware of who has offended this 7th rank official. Should you harm Lin Yi, there will be no haven for you in the Great Yin. We, the scholars, have cultivated both literary and martial arts, contributing to the imperial family. Whether from the Sacred Academy or the disciples of the Academy, we are all subjects of the Great Yin and citizens of His Majesty. Today, Lin Yi acts on behalf of the people, executing those who violate the law. He fulfills His Majesty's aspiration to eradicate the malignancy among scholars. Your lack of support for the court, instead aiding the wicked, makes you a criminal for the ages. How are you any different from demons? Zhang Dong's eyes burned with rage. He understood Park Guochang's history of transgressions, yet he was a teacher of the academy. The county magistrate's office was powerless against him, and the people would not accuse scholars, leaving the magistrate to merely watch. As the saying goes, if the people do not raise a complaint, the officials will not investigate. This was Zhang Dong's greatest dilemma in Lingdong County, armed with ambition yet lacking a venue to realize it. The Sacred Academy's influence had grown, and with the crown prince of the Great Yin yet to be established, few scholars were willing to serve the court, taking pride instead in being affiliated with the Sacred Academy. Signs of instability in the national foundation were becoming evident. To serve as an official in the court has become exceedingly difficult. Demons? Park Guochang looked down at Zhang Dong, his voice icy. I, a scholar of the academy, have been diligently pursuing leads on demonic paths, while your magistrate's office has executed my fellow scholars, severely obstructing the investigation. You dare to speak of demons? In my view, it is the magistrate's office that condones the demons, and you, Zhang Dong, are the true criminal for the ages. Zhang Dong was so enraged that he nearly spat blood. His face flushed crimson as he glared at Park Guochang. What a silver-tongued teacher you are. At that moment, Lin Yi also spoke up. Who would have thought that within President He's academy, there existed a figure like Teacher Park, so adept at eloquence? Lin Yi cast a glance at the ethereal Park Guochang, suddenly bowing towards a certain spot in the crowd. President He, your academy truly breeds exceptional talents. Today, I am enlightened. As his words fell, the bustling marketplace fell silent. All eyes turned toward the direction Lin Yi had bowed, where an elderly man in a Confucian robe, his hair and beard white as snow, stared coldly at the intangible Park Guochang, pointing with a finger. No levitating here. Come down. With a thud, Park Guochang, like a startled bird, plummeted to the ground, utterly disheveled. However, he dared not tarry and quickly scrambled to his feet, bowing deeply to He Wansheng. Park Guochang pays his respects to the president. At the same time, those scholars who had rushed to the execution platform, ready to rescue the accused, hastily knelt, exclaiming in unison, disciples pay their respects to the president. He Wansheng's aged face dripped with an ominous demeanor. He had heard every word and action of Park Guochang, and an unnameable fury surged within him. Simultaneously, he was even more astonished, increasingly convinced that Lin Yi was shrouded in secrets. The humility of a gentleman is not without reason. Lin Yi had departed from Pingzhou Academy merely days ago, and already he had produced such an exceptional piece of poetry. This talent is extraordinary. Years later, he might yet compose a poem that resonates through the nation, achieving a status akin to that of a sage. No wonder that old curmudgeon from Pingzhou Academy was willing to bestow such a prestigious treasure upon Lin Yi. To bestow a fine blade upon a hero is indeed a grand investment. He intended to provide timely assistance, helping Lin Yi achieve renown among scholars. Waiting until later to embellish the glory would hold no significance. Yet, he was unprepared for Park Guochang's ruthless intent to commit murder for the sake of this poem. What would this do to his standing in Lin Yi's eyes? He Wansheng fixed his gaze upon Park Guochang, a glint of cold light appearing in his eyes. As he coldly remarked, what a case of cutting first and reporting later. With a jolt, Park Guochang's heart quivered. He hastily replied, I only thought to bring this treasured work back to the academy, all for the sake of the academy. Nonsense. He Wansheng's face paled. What do you mean for the academy? Do not involve me in your schemes, you wretched Teacher Park. He Wansheng glared at Park Guochang, addressing the scholars still kneeling on the ground. The founding intent of my Qingping Academy is not only to educate you in literature and martial arts, but also to teach you to be loyal to the emperor, to love the nation, to cherish the people, and to show compassion. You must not betray humanity, fear not the heavens, seek propriety, discern right from wrong, good from evil. Yet you, emboldened by a modicum of skill, have committed acts that violate the great Yin laws, engaging in such murderous and thieving behavior. Who gave you the audacity? As his words fell, the kneeling scholars trembled, hastily responding in unison, disciples acknowledge our wrongs. Park Guchang, drenched in cold sweat, also bowed, upon returning to the academy. I shall rectify my mistakes. I voluntarily accept the punishment of copying the repentance text 300 times, and will require all present scholars to copy it 100 times. This price was negligible. Moreover, he understood that the president's leniency was motivated by the precious work in Lin Yi's hands. After all, as the head of the academy, how could he wish to escalate such a disgraceful affair? Chapter 111. Executing him is the path of justice. He Wanqing's expression softened slightly. To recognize one's mistakes and correct them is a virtue beyond compare. He gazed at Lin Yi, who bore the demeanor of a seventh-rank official, and suddenly noticed the severed head atop the platform. His entire being trembled. Who is this? In the crowd. He had only focused on the treasured work in Lin Yi's hands and had not noticed the head. This had looked somewhat familiar. Qian Qingwen, the younger brother of his direct disciple Qian Qingshu, a scion of one of the four prominent families of Nanxiang Prefecture. He Wanqing's eyelids twitched violently, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He turned to Lin Yi, intending to inquire, but before he could utter a word, Park Guchang, believing the president was enraged, quickly explained, President, the magistrate's office has interfered with the academy's affairs, executing Qian Qingwen publicly. Your direct disciple Qian Qingshu's literary heart has been extinguished and has been imprisoned in the county jail. I convened the academy scholars to rescue him. Yet this person, relying on the treasured calligraphy, obstructed our rescue and even accused us of disturbing the law with literature, claiming we opposed the court and sought to extinguish our literary aspirations. This child is exceedingly malicious. I acknowledge that my previous words were indeed inappropriate, but it was a desperate measure. Regrettably, I could not save Qian Qingwen and Qian Qingshu. I am filled with guilt towards the academy, the scholars, the president, and the literary sages. As Park Guchang finished speaking, he could not help but choke up, his expression one of profound sorrow. This old man is truly deserving of the title of Best Actor of the Year. Lin Yi could hardly contain his urge to award Park Guchang the annual Best Actor prize. The inversion of black and white was strikingly vivid. What? Buzz. He Wanqing's mind was thrown into chaos, his thoughts blank. His direct disciple Qian Qingshu, Wenxin, has been obliterated by the authorities? In this moment, he beheld Pu Guchang as a devoted sage who had dedicated himself to the academy, willing to exhaust his life for it. No, Lin Yi, who could compose a poem epitomizing the essence of purity in this world, would never engage in foolish acts. Just as He Wanqing was about to question him, he instinctively recalled the poems Lin Yi had created. Instantly, he regained clarity. How could Lin Yi, imbued with righteous spirit, commit acts devoid of moral boundaries? Yet, with his disciple Wenxin extinguished and his other disciple Qian Qingwen publicly executed, if he did not stand up for them, the scholars of Qingping Academy would undoubtedly feel disheartened. The prestige of the academy would plummet among the people. When the next holy assembly convened, how could he lift his head again? He would surely become a source of shame among the many academy heads. Lin Yi, He Wanqing gazed at Lin Yi, only to find him radiating righteousness. His demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. He was momentarily at a loss for words. He Wanqing. Lin Yi sighed and spoke. Qingping Academy is also a sacred place for scholars. Let us not allow petty individuals to dominate, for if the roots decay, everything will perish. Upon hearing this, Pu Guochang's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Lin Yi, exclaiming, "You insolent child, the head of the academy is present. Do you think you have the right to speak here? How audacious!" He Wanqing interjected with a fierce rebuke. Believing that He Wanqing was reprimanding Lin Yi, Pu Guochang sneered. "Hand over the treasured writings. Pu Guochang, I command you to silence." He Wanqing interrupted him, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Pu Guochang furrowed his brow, only to see He Wanqing, with a calm demeanor, addressing Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, I am unclear about the specifics of what transpired. Please elaborate for me. If my academy's roots are decaying, I would rather suffer injury and restore the academy properly. If this matter involves the authorities meddling in scholarly affairs, I will seek justice for my disciples." Pu Guochang was left dumbfounded. What was happening? What was this attitude from the head of the academy? Who was Lin Yi, that He Wanqing would regard him in such a manner? How could he remain calm when his direct disciple Wenxin was annihilated? Pu Guochang's mind was flooded with countless doubts. Fearing exposure, he hastily exclaimed, "Headmaster, do not listen to this insolent child. He is sharp-tongued and eloquent. The scholars kneeling on the ground also began to voice their concerns. Headmaster, this person, He Wancheng, with an indifferent expression, pointed at Pu Guchang and the group of scholars, declaring, "Scholars, remain silent." Immediately, Pu Guchang and the multitude of scholars found themselves rendered mute, unable to utter a word. This authoritative decree, devoid of malice, imposed significant restraint upon them. They fell silent. He Wancheng was a person of discernment, Lin Yi thought, feeling his own expression soften considerably. He then spoke, "Headmaster, this matter is lengthy. I shall be succinct and focus on the key points." Pu Guchang was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his eyes ablaze with urgency. "Good." He Wancheng inhaled deeply and nodded. "Please, go on." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. The events unfolded the night before, when your Qingping Academy scholar Qian Qingwen, under the pretext of investigating sorcery, forcefully invaded a private residence, violated a woman, and brutally murdered her husband and 3-year-old child. His methods were exceedingly cruel. Upon being apprehended, he brazenly declared the common folk to be mere ants, refused to confess, spoke insolently, and threatened the officials of the court. Subsequently, his brother Qian Qingshu arrived, causing a commotion at the courthouse, disrespecting the law, injuring officials, and scornfully disregarding legal statutes. Acting under the commission of County Magistrate Zhang, with the emperor's consent, I, as a 7th-rank official, took full responsibility for this case, sentencing Qian Qingwen to death and imprisoning Qian Qingshu for 15 days. By the time Lin Yi reached this point in his narrative, He Wancheng's complexion had turned ashen, his eyes reddening, teeth clenched tightly. He was on the verge of erupting with rage. Violation? Murder? This was no longer a matter of the authorities intruding into scholarly affairs. It was a true scandal of scholars abusing their literary privileges. What an audacious Qian Qingwen, parading under the guise of a scholar while committing such egregious acts. Completely oblivious to the consequences. All matters, large and small, were determined by the Academy's sages, and only the most significant issues would be brought to his attention. It was rotten. The roots were entirely decayed. Headmaster, Qian Qingwen committed acts deserving of universal outrage. My execution of him was a matter of justice. Lin Yi continued. And thus you witnessed this scene, Pu Guochang rallying the scholars of Qingping Academy to seize the execution site, even attempting to kill me to alleviate his own grievances. Were it not for my poetic masterpiece, I would have surely become a spirit beneath Pu Guochang's foot. The county seat would likely have been trampled, with the criminal Qian Qingshu whisked away. If matters had escalated to such an extent, He Wancheng would surely understand the consequences. Lin Yi refrained from detailing every aspect. Yet in a few brief sentences, he elucidated the entire sequence of events. He Wancheng, having grasped everything, felt a profound shock, retreating a step, his eyes reflecting pain. His Qingping Academy had decayed to this extent. Clenching his fists beneath his sleeves, a fierce murderous intent flickered in his crimson gaze. Lin Yi's execution of the Academy scholar had prevented the situation from deteriorating further. In effect, Lin Yi had indirectly salvaged Qingping Academy. Chapter 112. You listen to my defense. Pu Guochang. He Wancheng abruptly turned to face Pu Guochang, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, akin to a blade. Thud. Pu Guochang's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. He was at a loss for words, caught between panic and shaking his head, as if to say, "You listen to my defense, no. You listen to my explanation." Just then, from the crowd, a figure emerged, clapping their hands. It was He Weijun, the head of Junji Academy, who had also arrived, having remained hidden among the throng until now. His intention was twofold: to test He Wancheng's resolve to befriend Lin Yi and to ascertain the specifics of the situation. Having just left Pingzhou Academy, Lin Yi had unexpectedly become a temporary 7th-rank official at the county magistrate's office. Now he finally understood. The poem Guanju could wait. Observing how Lin Yi would handle Pu Guochang and the others was the real focal point. He had never heard of a scholar being publicly executed by the authorities before. This was a first. Truly, Lin Sheng's actions defied all conventions. He Weijun mused with a quiet chuckle. He then regarded Lin Yi with a serious expression, saying, "Lin Yi, you truly embody the righteous spirit of a scholar. Your judgment is commendable. Scholars who break the law are to be punished equally with commoners. And those who knowingly transgress the law face even harsher penalties. There is nothing amiss with this verdict. I wholeheartedly support it. If this were merely a matter of scholars, I would petition for a divine decree on your behalf. But now, with scholars disrupting the law, this is a matter of Diyan law, and we must act in accordance with it. This is the principle of justice." He Weijun's presence at the market square caused quite a stir. The townspeople could hardly believe their eyes. Both heads of the two great academies of Nanxiang Prefecture had arrived. Lin Yi's influence was indeed substantial, explaining his audacity in executing law-breaking scholars. Wenba, oh Wenba, now I completely understand you. Your determination was not misplaced, Zhang Dong thought, filled with admiration for Li Wenba. This young scholar was destined for immense opportunities in the future. Lin Yi smiled bitterly within. He knew that as long as he unveiled Guanzhou, the heads of these two academies would certainly attend, albeit belatedly. As for why Zheng Zhiqiu did not come, it likely related to his injuries. He headmaster. Lin Yi stood on the execution platform, bowing respectfully to He Weijun. Lindaren, you are too courteous. He Weijun reciprocated the gesture with a bow, a smile gracing his face. This scene left Zhang Dong utterly astonished, his eyes bulging in disbelief. What on earth was happening? As for Pu Guchang, he trembled uncontrollably, realizing he had truly kicked a hornet's nest. The scholars kneeling on the ground were utterly bewildered, filled with regret. Li Wenba observed the two deans with a smile and remarked, Dean He, why do you all stand up? Our esteemed official is currently a 7th-rank official of Lingdong County, presiding over the trial of scholars who have disrupted the law with their writings. If you have matters to discuss, please do so at the Yamen later. Lin Yi cast an approving glance at Li Wenba. Indeed, He Weijun nodded in agreement. Turning to Lin Yi and saying, It seems I have acted rashly. I shall withdraw now. He immediately took his leave. Buzz. Pu Guichang's head buzzed, and he knelt on the ground, prostrating himself before Lin Yi, exclaiming, Woo! I have realized my mistakes. He Wanqing nearly wished to strike Pu Guichang dead on the spot. The prestige and reputation of Qingping Academy were utterly tarnished by Pu Guichang and the scholars he brought with him, including Qian Qingshu and Qian Qingwen. Lin Yi acknowledged. This indeed stems from the scholars of our academy disrupting the law, resulting in grave errors. He Wanqing accepted this reality, bowing his hands and stating, Whatever the Yamen decides, I have no words to contest. After this matter is concluded, I shall return to the academy and ensure a thorough reform, preventing any scholar from daring to disrupt the law again. Should there be any, I will personally cleanse the academy and deliver their heads to the Yamen to prevent the officials from being stained by filthy blood. He Wanqing spoke with great solemnity, almost as if making a formal promise to Lin Yi. Lin Yi fell silent, then clasped his hands in salute to He Wanqing, saying, On behalf of the people of Yunzhou, I thank Dean He for your righteousness. Lin Yi was uncertain why Dean He held such an attitude towards him. However, from He Wanqing's words, he could see that his initial concern regarding the execution of Qian Qingwen not serving as a deterrent had been laid to rest. It was now assured that Qingping Academy could eradicate such tendencies at their roots, a blessing for the common folk. Thus, everything he had done today was indeed worthwhile. He had not failed Zhang Xiaoyan's request, nor let down County Magistrate Zhang Dong's trust. He had upheld the integrity of righteousness and remained true to his sense of justice. Swish. After uttering these words, Lin Yi resumed his seat on the execution platform, turning to the kneeling Pu Guichang and calling out loudly, Where's Pu Guichang? Woo! I am here. Pu Guichang hurriedly crawled to the base of the execution platform, banging his head on the ground. Hoping that Lin Yi would spare his life due to his sincere demeanor, Lin Yi frowned and addressed He Wanqing, saying, Dean He, please allow him to speak, so he may confess his crimes. Indeed, He Wanqing pointed at Pu Guichang and commanded, Speak. Scholar Lin, I have had a sudden epiphany. Pu Guichang knew that Lin Yi intended to interrogate him about his attempted robbery at the execution site, and quickly declared, From now on, I shall dedicate myself to nurturing more excellent scholars for Dayan, serving the country and the people, giving my all until death. Silence. Lin Yi scolded directly. I do not believe a single word that escapes your lips. You say so much, yet had you known this day would come, why act as you did? Clap. Lin Yi slammed the gavel and declared, Pu Guichang, listen to the verdict. Today, Pu Guichang, the master of Qingping Academy, led a group to rob the execution site, openly defying the Yamen, attempting to murder an official of the court, showing utter disregard for the law, disrupting the order with your writings. According to the law, your literary heart shall be extinguished, and you are sentenced to life imprisonment. Do you plead guilty? As the words fell, thud, Pu Guichang collapsed to the ground, trembling. Yet Lin Yi was not finished. His gaze shifted to the group of kneeling scholars, and he spoke in a deep voice. You, as scholars of the academy, did not save the people from peril, but instead plunged them into chaos, even today openly causing a ruckus at the execution site, attempting to rescue a criminal. According to the law, your literary hearts shall be extinguished, and you are sentenced to 10 years of imprisonment. Lin Yi was all too familiar with the character of this group of scholars, who were undoubtedly cut from the same cloth as Qian Qingwen. Wu, Dean, no. The scholars cried out in anguish, their faces filled with terror. They were accustomed to their lofty identities as scholars and were unwilling to have their literary hearts extinguished. Reverting to ordinary folk, they crawled to Huan Cheng's side, pleading for him to intercede with Lin Yi on their behalf, begging not to have their literary hearts extinguished. Speak. Huan Cheng did not even glance at them, but merely lifted the seal from their mouths, stating, You and I have shared a fate. Do you have anything to say about your actions? Chapter 113, Lord Lin. Dean, we recognize our mistakes. Please, Lord Lin, do not pass judgment upon us. I am willing to compensate those who are impoverished and those who provide us with our sustenance. One scholar blurted out in a moment of panic, quickly retracting their statement, their face paling in fear. You are simply incorrigible. From this moment on, you are no longer scholars of Qingping Academy. Huan Cheng immediately grew furious, pushing them back and turning to leave. Initially, he had felt a twinge of compassion, but now he wished he could personally administer their punishment. You useless fool. Can't you speak properly? You have doomed me. I will kill you. Scoundrel. Go to hell. Other scholars angrily lunged at the one who had misspoken, immediately resorting to punches and kicks. Wait. They are all credentialed scholars, recognized disciples of the Holy Academy. Imprisonment is acceptable, but whether their literary hearts are extinguished depends on the Holy Academy's verdict. At that moment, Zhong Zijing, dressed in ordinary scholar's garb, appeared on the scene. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Yi on the execution platform, a hint of a smile dancing in his eyes. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself that he had not managed to escape the grasp of this elder. He Wei Jun and Huan Cheng were similarly stunned. Indeed, Pu Guchong, who had been like a lump of clay, suddenly revived upon hearing Zhong Zijing's words. He clutched at this lifeline, nodding repeatedly. I am a person of literary merit. If I am to be judged, it must first depend on whether the Holy Academy agrees. I also possess credentials. The Yamen may sentence me to imprisonment, but only the Holy Academy can decide the fate of my literary heart. I thank this elder for the reminder. According to Daoist law, my literary heart may be extinguished. But the sages have said that the literary heart is a gift from the heavens, and only the Holy Academy can determine its existence or demise. The scholars, who had previously been in despair, felt a surge of hope upon hearing Zhong Zijing's words, each one revitalized, as if infused with new life. Lin Yi sat on the execution platform, his brow furrowed slightly. This elder was clearly applying pressure on him, undoubtedly displeased with his secret departure from Pingzhou Academy. The literary heart of scholars could indeed only be adjudicated by the Holy Academy, but the sovereign of Daoist also granted the Yamen this authority, enabling them to extinguish literary hearts with the proper decree. Lin Yi pondered, understanding that Zhong Zijing had exploited a loophole in the law. Both the Holy Academy and the Yamen held such rights. However, if the Holy Academy requested them to make the judgment, then the Yamen had no authority to intervene. Cases that did not reach the capital typically underwent a single trial, without the possibility of the Yamen reinitiating prosecution after the Holy Academy had declared the scholars innocent. This was one of the distinctions between Daoist's legal system and those of previous eras. That said, they had violated Daoist's laws, which had no bearing on the Holy Academy. Lin Yi understood that Zhong Zijing's identity was likely quite significant. However, if he were to retreat due to this, he would be unworthy of standing on the execution platform, unworthy of bearing the dignity of a seventh-rank official, and even less deserving of judging these transgressing scholars from a standpoint of justice. They were scholars of my Holy Academy. Zhong Zijing chuckled lightly, while Lin Yi replied earnestly, they are also subjects of Daoist. You rascal. Zhong Zijing pointed at Lin Yi, exclaiming with exasperation. No wonder you sneaked away. Your temperament hardly resembles that of a scholar. Allow me to ask you, why do you hold such strong opinions about the Holy Academy? Zhong Zijing seemed unwilling to conceal his thoughts any longer. Lin Yi truly showed no regard for face, concealing his identity, which left little hope of swaying this young man. This seat? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What did it mean? He Heijun exchanged glances with Huan Shen, then revealed a bittersweet smile. Meanwhile, Pu Guochang's eyes brightened, as he vaguely deduced something, his body trembling with excitement. The scholars kneeling on the ground were equally perplexed. Li Wenbo turned to Zhong Zijing and inquired, Uncle, why do you refer to yourself as this seat, a guest lecturer of a certain academy? The guest lecturer is a distinguished scholar invited by the academy to impart knowledge to its scholars, akin to a sage, but of a higher status. Most are of the 4th grade Junzi realm, their cultivation on par with the academy's president. Ha ha. Zhong Zijing stroked his beard and chuckled, shaking his head. This seat is not merely a guest lecturer. He smiled at He Wanqin, beckoning him to unveil the truth. He Wanqin sighed in resignation, quickly lifting the hem of his scholar's robe and kneeling before Zhong Zijing. I am He Wanqin, president of Qingping Academy, paying my respects to the Holy Sun, Master Zhong. In a solemn tone, He Heijuan followed suit, kneeling and declaring, I am He Heijuan, president of Junji Academy, paying my respects to the Holy Sun, Master Zhong. Buzz, buzz. Zhang Dong and others, along with Pu Guchang and the scholars, felt as though they had been struck by a hammer, their minds buzzing. The Holy Sun? The Holy Academy's Holy Sun. How could this be? The direct disciple of a sage, the Holy Sun. He is the Holy Sun. Thud, thud. A group of scholars hastily turned to Zhong Zijing, prostrating in reverence. Excellent, truly excellent. The Holy Sun has come to save me. Pu Guchang rejoiced within, bowing fervently and exclaiming, I am Pu Guchang, paying my respects to the Holy Sun. Zhong Zijing did not even cast a glance at Pu Guchang. His earlier words were merely to present Lin Yi with a conundrum, to observe how he would resolve it. Rescue these individuals? A group of scholars who had committed offenses. That would be a disgrace to the Holy Academy. How could the esteemed Holy Sun stand up for such individuals? Sir? Li Wenbo turned to Lin Yi, his expression one of disbelief. Lin Yi was equally taken aback. He understood that Zhong Zijing's identity was exceptional, otherwise he would not have uttered such words about him entering the Holy Academy. Yet, he had not anticipated that this uncle would be the direct disciple of the current Holy Academy. Zhong Zijing regarded Lin Yi with a smile and declared, Did you hear? This seat is the fifth Holy Son of the Holy Academy, Zhong Zijing. Ah, Lin Yi nodded, offering a respectful bow. I am Lin Yi, paying my respects to the Holy Sun, Master Zhong. Zhong Zijing frowned. Why do you not kneel? Lin Yi replied calmly, I currently bear the aura of a 7th grade official, representing the Daoist court. I beg your pardon, but I cannot perform such a grand gesture. Zhong Zijing was momentarily taken aback, secretly admiring Lin Yi's cleverness. He waved his hand dismissively. Very well, but now I represent the Holy Academy and must intervene in the matters of scholars. You have no objections, do you? Furthermore, you have yet to inform me why you harbor such resentment towards the Holy Academy. Do you perhaps believe that the scholars of the Holy Academy are of questionable character? He fixed his gaze on Lin Yi. Lin Yi shook his head, stating, I bear no ill will towards the Holy Academy. Rather, I resent those who, relying on their scholarly status, oppress the common folk and commit heinous acts. I would rather eliminate them entirely. Moreover, Pu Guchang leading the scholars to seize the execution grounds and attack court officials, defying the laws of Daoist, is a matter that must be addressed by the government. As a Holy Son, Zhong Zijing should prioritize the interests of the common people, without the sustenance of the populace. How can scholars devote themselves solely to the study of sages? If scholars were to engage in agriculture, trade, and support their families, entangled in trivial matters, where would they find the time to study? Scholars emerge from the populace and should return to it, understanding the hardships of the people, alleviating their woes, and providing protection, rather than allowing the commoners to endure further suffering. Standing on the execution platform, Lin Yi's impassioned words resonated powerfully, stirring the hearts of countless scholars. A wave of shame washed over them. Zhang Dong's eyes glistened with tears as he, representing the townspeople, bowed deeply to Lin Yi. Sir Lin, a townsman suddenly cried out, then knelt, tears streaming down his face. Soon, more and more began to kneel, a sea of black. As tens of thousands expressed their gratitude to Lin Yi for speaking on behalf of the people, weeping in unison, chanting, Sir Lin, the sound reverberated, each wave louder than the last. Chapter 114. Who stole the sage's ruler? Please rise. Lin Yi hastily called out, his spirit profoundly shaken. At that moment, he felt his literary heart tremble, as if a current surged from it deep into his consciousness. It seemed as though something was being nurtured within him. He Heijuan and He Wanqin stared at this scene, feeling a twinge of envy. As presidents of their respective academies, they had never received such grand honors. Feeling as though their titles were in vain, Zhong Zijing's gaze was also somewhat dazed as he turned to the townsfolk kneeling in gratitude. The repeated calls of Sir Lin deeply moved him. Scholars should indeed embody this spirit. Yet, why, for countless years, have scholars and the common people grown increasingly distant? Everyone, rise. Lin Yi, seeing that the townsfolk showed no signs of standing, spoke earnestly. What merit do I possess to receive such great reverence? I have merely done something inconsequential. Compared to you, I am but a junior. Some among you have walked paths longer than the meals I've consumed. Villagers, please rise. Lin Yi implored. If you do not stand, then I, too, must return the gesture. As he spoke, Lin Yi began to lift the hem of his robe. Sir, no. The townsfolk paled in fear, hastily rising. They genuinely feared that Lin Yi would perform such a grand gesture, which would be their undoing. Now that is how it should be. Lin Yi finally lowered the hem of his robe, a smile gracing his face. Zhong Zijing nodded in approval. Initially somewhat annoyed by Lin Yi's abrupt departure, he now found himself increasingly admiring Lin Yi's character. He was indeed a talent worth cultivating, and his poetic abilities were remarkable. However, he still did not know who authored the poem that resonated throughout the city. The essence was unmistakably present. Zhong Zijing then recalled the pressing matters at hand. Suddenly, he regretted intervening in Lin Yi's dealings with the scholars. How could he extricate himself now? Pu Guchang, eyeing Lin Yi's retreating figure, scoffed inwardly. Foolish. What benefit could a group of commoners bring you? Standing up for them would only offend us scholars. Only a fool would act in such a manner. Does he think of himself as a sage? Ridiculous. Even a sage would not tolerate such a heretic. Regaining his composure, Pu Guochang crawled to Zhong Zijing's feet, exclaiming, Holy Master, I am wronged. Lin Yi seeks personal vengeance, executing scholars with prospects. My intention was to save lives. Thus, I caused a commotion at the execution grounds. My heart still aligned with the Holy Academy and the scholars. Holy Master, I implore your divine judgment. Let the sages determine Lin Yi's guilt. He is undoubtedly unworthy of their grace. Crying and kneeling, Pu Guochang's head struck the ground with a resounding thud, beseeching the heavens for mercy. Upon hearing Pu Guochang's antics, Lin Yi's heart surged with murderous intent. He glared at Pu Guochang, reprimanding, Pu Guochang, you condone the crimes of scholars, seizing the execution grounds, attacking court officials, and believing you have reason? Who was it that knelt and pleaded for mercy? Who was it that repeatedly acknowledged their faults, claiming to write a letter of repentance? A person like you is unworthy to be a teacher. You are nothing more than a disgrace to the sages, a malignancy among scholars. Lin Yi was indeed furious. Pu Guchang, despite his age, was cunning, and whenever he sensed a glimmer of hope, he resorted to all kinds of tricks. Did he truly believe that the sages would advocate for such a scoundrel? Absurd. Lin Yi yearned to eliminate him on the spot. Turning to Zhong Zijing and clasping his fists, saying, Master Zhong, I respectfully request your divine judgment. Buzz, Zhang Dong, hearing Lin Yi's words, was immediately bewildered and hastily interjected. Lin Yi do not. Requesting divine judgment? Foolish. How could Shengxian Kenyan stand up for the court? He is a scholar. And how could he be unaware of Shengxian Kenyan? Between scholars and the court, he would undoubtedly protect his fellow scholars. Thus, the court possesses the ability to eradicate scholars, as evidenced by the appearance of the plaque Mo Bao Zhengde Guangming. They wish to bypass the Shengyuan and directly seek divine judgment from the 4th grade Junzi realm. If it concerns the scholars, let the scholars handle it themselves. Where lies the majesty of the Daoist court? Yet, the court must acknowledge the immense power of the Shengyuan. Even the establishment of the Hanlin Academy has not altered the situation. Scholars still regard the Shengyuan as their sacred ground. Pu Guochang stood tall and declared solemnly, Let us seek divine judgment, so that our revered sage may see how I, Pu Guochang, have devoted myself to the scholars, only to nearly face disaster. Pu Guochang felt confident. Beside him, He Wanqing looked at He Weijun with concern and said, Director He, Lin Yi's decision is unwise. I know Pu Guochang has indeed violated the laws of Daoist, but seeking divine judgment does not guarantee a guilty verdict. Huh. He Weijun lightly stroked his beard, smiling. Rest assured, everything is under Lin Yi's control. What? He Wanqing was truly astonished. Who is Lin Yi? He is even in control of seeking divine judgment? Excellent. Zhong Zijing slightly nodded, not refusing, as he was troubled by the lack of an excuse to withdraw. Taking advantage of the divine judgment, he hastily sought to resolve this matter, so he could pursue the poem of the Guanfu. Let us, the scholars, seek divine judgment. Those kneeling scholars echoed in unison, all filled with immense joy. Lin Yi's aspiration to change the status of scholars in society. What a dream. A swarm of ants. Zhong Zijing glanced at Lin Yi and cupped his hands toward the Shengyuan, declaring loudly, Let us seek divine judgment. As the words fell, the skies over Lingdong County began to surge with talent, forming clouds of intellect. Soon, purple qi descended. Golden light shone down from the clouds, and a colossal golden phantom appeared above the clouds. It wore a holy crown, cradled books in its left hand, and did not hold the ruler in its right hand, emanating a magnificent divine presence. Then it slightly lowered its head, gazing down upon the world, and proclaimed in a heavenly voice, Speak. With a clamor, the citizens of Lingdong County bowed in mass. He Weijun and He Wanqing performed the disciple salute. Zhong Zijing, with a solemn expression, addressed the divine phantom above the clouds, saying, "Today, there is Lin Yi, a scholar of Dian, who, bearing the official qi, seeks to judge the scholars. I humbly request the sage to adjudicate and inform us whether this matter can be handed over to the court for judgment." He did not favor anyone. It was merely a straightforward presentation of facts. However, he then raised his gaze slightly and suddenly froze, for the ruler in the sage's right hand was missing. What is going on? Who stole the sage's ruler? As the words fell, Pu Guochang seized the opportunity and quickly bowed, saying, "O sage, I am wronged. Lin Yi, wielding official qi, indiscriminately slaughters scholars, inciting the wrath of gods and men. I request the sage to declare Lin Yi guilty and extinguish his literary aspirations." The other kneeling scholars echoed, "Let the sage declare Lin Yi guilty and extinguish his literary aspirations. Let the sage declare Lin Yi guilty and extinguish his literary aspirations." The voices of dozens of scholars drowned out the earlier cries of countless citizens. However, Lin Yi remained remarkably calm, for he had realized that the ruler in the sage's hand was absent, and that ruler seemed to be with him. What a coincidence! Chapter 115, The Power of Divine Judgment. Who shall have their literary aspirations extinguished? Zhong Zijing's expression turned particularly grim upon hearing Pu Guochang and the other scholars' words. Lin Yi was the individual he had set his sights on. Even seeking divine judgment was for Lin Yi's sake. If the divine judgment declared that Lin Yi could judge Pu Guochang, then Lin Yi would owe him a favor. If the divine judgment said otherwise, he would act on behalf of the Xingyuan to judge Pu Guochang and extinguish his literary aspirations. Thus Lin Yi would still owe him a favor. Lin Yi raised his head to meet the sage's phantom with exceptional tranquility. He walked with righteousness and sat upright. One who stands straight fears not the shadow. He risked his life to confront the scholars who scorned the law, advocating for the people. If divine judgment declared him guilty, then the scholars were unworthy. The entire populace watched Lin Yi, each with clenched fists, silently praying, "Mother, brother is doing this for us. May the divine grandfather not punish him for offending these scholars." In the stillness of the crowd, a little girl piped up innocently. The woman beside her gently stroked her head, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Lin Yi on the execution platform, softly saying, "It will not happen. The divine grandfather will not punish your brother." The little girl nodded earnestly, silently praying, "Divine grandfather, please do not harm my brother. He is a good person. Those scholars are the bad ones." Above the clouds of intellect, the purple qi swirled. The sage's phantom casually flipped through the book in its left hand, and within moments, it closed the book. Pu Guochang and the other scholars were momentarily stunned. Was their entire lives so brief? A mere glance was sufficient? I understand now. The sage is protecting me. There is no need for a detailed examination. I am directly declared innocent. Upon this realization, Pu Guochang's heart turned cold with a sneer. "Lin Yi, you little brat, are doomed. As a scholar, yet betraying your own kind, the sage cannot possibly spare you." Humph. Pu Guochang scoffed internally. Just then, the sage's phantom gazed down upon the world, fixing its gaze on Pu Guochang, and said, "Pu Guochang, guilty of numerous crimes, extinguish his literary aspirations." All scholars involved in this case extinguished their literary aspirations. As the sage's words fell, cheers erupted. "Excellent. The sage himself has declared them guilty. They deserve death." Countless citizens rejoiced, celebrating and spreading the news. Buzz, buzz. Pu Guochang's mind went blank, collapsing onto the ground, murmuring, "How could this be? No. How can this happen? We are scholars. How could the sage protect the court?" The scholars were utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had shouted for the sage to declare Lin Yi guilty. Yet the next moment, the result of the divine judgment extinguished their literary aspirations. They crumpled to the ground. The verdict of divine judgment was final, and the Xingyuan had no authority to overturn it. Lin Yi bowed to the sage's phantom above the clouds, saying, "I, Lin Yi, thank the sage for the judgment." Good. The sage's phantom looked at Lin Yi and suddenly uttered a phrase that left everyone trembling with fear. "I grant you the power of divine judgment." With a gesture, a beam of purple qi shot from the sage's fingertip, striking Lin Yi's brow. Lin Yi felt warmth at his brow, and simultaneously, some information appeared in his mind, as if spoken by the sage. But for now, he did not seek to understand. He was entirely in shock. The power of divine judgment? What does this mean? The authority to deal with scholars? Lin Yi was genuinely astonished. Does the sage not worry that he might align with the court and seek retribution against scholars who have committed offenses? He Wanqing was immensely shaken. Lin Yi indeed had everything under his control, as He Weijun had remarked. He Weijun said, "Rest assured and proceed with the judgment. From this moment onwards, no one dares to obstruct you." With a gentle smile, he returned to the crowd, standing beside the county magistrate, Zhang Dong, who quietly exclaimed, "Director." He Weijun turned to Zhang Dong and said, "You are quite impressive, though you may have failed the imperial examination. Your admission to the court has unexpectedly bestowed upon you a great opportunity." Zhang Dong responded, puzzled. Yet, He Weijun offered no clarification, merely stroking his beard with a knowing smile. He Wanqing also withdrew from the scene. Lin Yi, mindful of time that had already been excessively delayed, resolved to act decisively. "Bring forth the shackles," he commanded, striking the wooden block, prompting someone to approach and prepare to restrain the dazed Pu Guochang. At that moment, the voice of Zhong Zijing resonated. "Why complicate matters? The divine judgment I have summoned will deal with Pu Guochang." Stepping forward, Zhong Zijing directly declared Pu Guochang guilty, alongside the scholars from the academy, stating, "Eradicate the literary heart." A surge of literary power swept over Pu Guochang and the scholars, unleashing their innate talents like a flood from the Wengong, dissipating into the cosmos. As their dean, He Wanqing felt no compassion, but rather a sense of relief, fearing that these individuals would not face due consequences. "It is over." Lin Yi observed this scene, his heart finally at ease. At that moment, he felt a wave of weariness. A single case had involved so many scholars, even including Confucians of the 5th rank. He pondered how many such matters plagued the entire Dian. Undoubtedly, these issues had festered for far too long, not something that could be resolved overnight. "The road is long and arduous. I shall seek diligently," Lin Yi mused internally. Each individual lives in the world, inevitably holding on to their own convictions. As a person who has always emerged from the lower rungs of society, he had been unable to effect change in his past life. In this life, embracing the righteous spirit, he was bound to uphold certain principles. His conviction was justice. "Bring the offenders to the prison." Lin Yi then waved his hand, drawing a perfect conclusion to the Zhang Xiaoyan case. The common folk erupted in cheers. This was a victory for the commoners. At that moment, light radiated across the land, illuminating Lin Yi, who shone brilliantly, leaving countless people in awe. This day in Lin County town was indeed memorable. Lin Yi then noticed Zhong Zijing nodding slightly to the two deans of the academies before walking over to Zhang Dong. "Master Zhang, the aura of authority," Lin Yi said with a smile. "Good," Zhang Dong responded, smiling back and gently patting Lin Yi's shoulder, saying, "You have accomplished a great deed. I will report this matter to His Majesty, and the court will surely commend you, ensuring your name is immortalized in history. It is merely a case of an ordinary scholar disrupting the law." Lin Yi replied with a bitter smile. "What is there to immortalize?" Subsequently, Zhang Dong retracted the aura of authority surrounding Lin Yi. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly trembled, his expression shifting, and he thought in shock, "The aura of authority has dissipated. I have achieved the 8th rank of destiny." "Sir, what is wrong?" Li Wenbo was the first to notice Lin Yi's unusual state, expressing concern. Zhang Dong and the others, upon hearing this, each exhibited a change in expression and hurried to Lin Yi's side. Zhang Dong asked with concern, "What has happened? Are you unwell? Has the burden of authority left you with after effects?" He Weijun scrutinized Lin Yi anxiously, fearing that if Lin Sheng fell into the mortal realm and compromised his health, his achievements would be severely limited. This was pivotal for their future. He produced several medicinal pills from his bosom, hoping to medicate Lin Yi according to his symptoms. He Wanqing, on the other hand, was utterly astonished. "Director He, is this really necessary?" The officials and townsfolk were observing. And the esteemed first dean of Nanxiang Prefecture should not be in such a state. "Let me assist," He Wanqing thought, knowing Qingping Academy had disappointed Lin Yi. This was his chance to redeem his image. Holding a pill the size of a cow's eye, he hurriedly extended it to Lin Yi, ready to speak. However, Zhong Zijing calmly interjected. "What do you intend to do? This lad has just broken through to the 9th rank and is about to achieve the 8th rank of destiny. What use is your nourishing pill?" "What? 8th rank?" He Wanqing's eyes widened in shock. His expression dramatically altered. Even He Weijun's face changed, a hint of panic emerging. This sudden ascent to the 8th rank was crucial. It signified the establishment of destiny. If it were an ordinary scholar, there would be little cause for concern. The critical point was that Lin Yi bore the righteous spirit. He was not a prince, so how could he establish his destiny? What aspiration could possibly be worthy of the righteous spirit? This was dire news. "Director He, are you prepared for this?" He Wanqing inquired. He Weijun's expression grew grave. replying, "What preparations can there be? I have not yet returned to the academy, nor have I perused the relevant texts." Zhang Dong and Li Wenbo were equally anxious. Akin to ants on a hot pan, they understood that Lin Yi bore the righteous spirit. The aspiration established during this moment must be commensurate with the righteous spirit, otherwise, failure would mean a lifetime devoid of literary aspirations. It would be as if Lin Yi's ship in the turbulent sea had capsized. The 8th rank of destiny was a significant threshold. It required a scholar to aspire to study for the sake of the people. To read to vanquish demons, such aspirations would surely not suffice. Lin Yi dared not hastily break through. He contemplated what aspiration would resonate with the righteous spirit. This was the pivotal moment in his literary journey. Any misstep could lead to the loss of all his previous efforts. Meanwhile, what was happening with these individuals? Zhong Zijing, perplexed, furrowed his brow and looked at Yuan Cheng. What is the matter? Is it not merely the 8th rank of destiny? What difficulty could there be? This lad must be around 17 or 18 years old, which is late for establishing destiny. He spoke with a tone of reproach, as if admonishing them for their alarm. Yuan Cheng wore a bitter expression and began to explain. "You do not understand, Master Zhong. Lin Yi possesses the righteous spirit. His 8th rank of destiny is a formidable challenge." With each word, Yuan Cheng shook his head, recounting Lin Yi's situation. Yet, Zhong Zijing, aside from hearing the mention of the righteous spirit, absorbed little else. At that moment, even as a 3rd-rank scholar, Zhong Zijing's mind was engulfed in a fog. His spirit was profoundly shaken. It was him. The poetry that resonated across the provinces was his. The talent that echoed throughout the land was his. It was also him who bore the righteous spirit. The individual he had been searching for, the one he sought, was none other than Lin Yi. He was struck with shock. What kind of talent could produce such a prodigy? He had underestimated Lin Yi and failed to recognize his greatness. Lin Yi was undoubtedly the most extraordinary individual he had encountered in his lifetime. No wonder he would advocate for the people, intervening in matters of governance and scholarship. He embodied the mission of the righteous spirit. Now, the situation was indeed dire. The one who bore the righteous spirit had an 8th rank of destiny that was anything but simple. Zhong Zijing realized the gravity of the matter. He did not wish for the Holy Academy to lose such a talent, nor for the literary world to lose this rising star. Lin Yi, I shall temporarily seal your literary heart, severing its connection with your consciousness, and take you to the Holy Academy, where my teacher will devise a solution. Zhong Zijing quickly declared, his expression fraught with urgency, as he approached Lin Yi. At that moment, the scholars of the academy, imprisoned by the officials, were utterly taken aback upon hearing the words of Zhong Zijing, their eyes wide with fear. To directly confront the current Yin Yisheng? He had already harmed the scholars, and now even the Holy Master was compelled to assist him? What manner of person is this? There is no need to trouble Master Zhong. I know what I must do. Lin Yi raised his hand to halt Zhong Zijing. His literary spirit raced, resonating with the temporary literary palace that had just existed in his sea of consciousness. It felt as though two forces were rushing towards each other, unstoppable. Moreover, the profound righteousness within him surged uncontrollably, as if searching for a place to reside. This indicated that he must establish his destiny today, or else his body would suffer backlash and severe injury from the inability to contain the overwhelming righteousness. Establish destiny. Establish destiny. A sense of urgency gripped Lin Yi. This was a threshold he had to cross, yet time was slipping away, and he remained at a loss. Lord Lin, what is happening to you? The citizens prayed fervently. Heaven bless us, Lord Lin. Have mercy on us common folk. Your grace is a boon bestowed upon us. We implore you, do not come to harm. Lin Yi's heart stirred at the sound of their prayers. In that moment, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, recalling his experiences during his journey through time. The crisis at the academy, the case involving Zhang Xiaoyan, and the incident with Park Guochang and others at the execution ground. All of these reflected a singular phenomenon. The long-standing issue of scholars in the Daoist dynasty had become deeply entrenched. Some scholars, relying on their status, espoused the teachings of sages, professing loyalty to the emperor and love for the nation, while claiming to protect the common people and vanquish demons. Yet, what he had witnessed was a stark contrast. These scholars deceived the world, bullied the populace, and regarded the commoners as insignificant insects. Many had never cast a sympathetic glance towards those at the bottom. He thought of Zhu Liren, Chun Haoren, Qian Qingwen, Qian Qingshu, and Park Guochang. These individuals wielded extraordinary powers, traversing heaven and earth, exercising life and death over the common folk without a shred of concern. Meanwhile, the commoners faced oppression, lacking even the courage to resist or report their grievances. He possessed profound righteousness, transcending the talents of these scholars, and he should take action. I have realized what I must uphold and defend. My grand aspiration is. Lin Yi abruptly opened his eyes. Chapter 117. The 4 verses of Henku. I have realized what I must uphold and defend. My grand aspiration is. Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide. His left eye shone with purple aura, while his right emanated golden radiance of righteousness, causing his Confucian robe to flutter without wind. He entirely severed the connection between his literary spirit and sea of consciousness. The profound righteousness transformed into a column of energy, shooting straight up to the heavens. As if connecting with the ethereal pathways of the universe, he inhaled deeply, witnessing the brilliance spreading across the realm, and proclaimed, I, student Lin Yi, today break through from the 9th rank to the 8th rank, hereby declaring my grand aspiration, to establish a heart for heaven and earth. Boom. Upon uttering these words, Zhong Zijing, He Weijun, and He Wansheng were instantly shaken to their cores, feeling an overwhelming aura descending upon them, their hearts gripped by terror. The talent of heaven and earth surged. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, this young man truly dares to speak such words. Zhong Zijing was horrified. Lin Yi's ambition, claiming to establish a heart for heaven and earth, was utterly audacious. Yet, it was undeniable that Lin Yi's declaration was rightly chosen, far exceeding the weight of mere righteousness, and was recognized by the literary path. To establish destiny for the common people, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, to usher in peace for all ages. Once Lin Yi completed his grand ambition, he felt a refreshing clarity, releasing the pent-up energy within him, an indescribable sensation of relief. As a student, I hereby establish this grand ambition in the name of scholars. Let this oath be witnessed by the sun and moon, and the heavens and earth. Lin Yi bowed his head in reverence. In the next moment, there seemed to be an echo in the heavens and earth. As auspicious clouds gathered, radiant light showered down, and countless strands of auspicious energy descended. Lin Yi was enveloped in this celestial glow. The literary palace within his sea of consciousness continued to expand. Zhong Zijing trembled, murmuring, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish destiny for the common people, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, to usher in peace for all ages. He Weijun and He Wansheng, too, were visibly shaken, murmuring in response. Thunder rumbled. In their minds, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck, leaving them in a state of euphoria, as if the shackles of their souls had been shattered. The world became illuminated. The literary palace exhibited signs of growth and expansion, and their realms began to shift. Their hearts surged with joy as they turned to Lin Yi. In a daze, they seemed to see a saintly ruler's staff above Lin Yi, along with mysterious totems. The two stood there dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Li Wenba and Zhang Dong were equally entranced, as if their souls had transcended, utterly motionless. Park Guochang and the other scholars, already frightened by Zhong Zijing's words, were now utterly terrified upon witnessing the terrifying celestial phenomena brought forth by Lin Yi's ambition, causing many to faint. The citizens, who had yet to disperse, were deeply moved by Lin Yi's declaration. Throughout history, no scholar had ever made such a grand ambition, to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish destiny for the common people. How broad-minded and ambitious. Simultaneously, at the Zhen Guosheng Yuan, on the stargazing platform, the white-robed, white-haired leader gazed up at the sky, where he beheld the vast starry river. Suddenly, amidst the celestial expanse, he saw a stream of purple aura descending from the heavens, falling upon the southern realm. The purple aura birthed stars, a sign of a sage descending upon the world. From the south, who could it be? The elder in white calculated, but found that a mysterious hand seemed to erase all, rendering his calculations futile. The secrets of heaven were inscrutable. The scholars of the world shall all enter my domain. What is there to fear? The white-robed elder's expression remained calm. In the imperial palace, after the court session, the Daoist emperor abruptly paused in his tracks, clutching his chest, his brow furrowed. Your Majesty, are you all right? Several eunuchs by Lin Yinhong's side inquired anxiously. I am fine. Lin Yinhong waved his hand dismissively. He turned his gaze towards the south, a glimmer of joy appearing in his eyes. That was the aura of his bloodline rapidly surging. This meant that the one who should have been the legitimate prince had successfully established his 8th-ranked destiny in the south and embarked on the path of literary cultivation. Summon the Hanlin Academy scholar Lu Yangming to the palace and expedite the delivery of Zhang Dong's information. Lin Yunhong's demeanor returned to normal as he waved his hand. Proceeding back to the imperial study. Yes. One eunuch halted, turned, and quickly departed the palace. In Lin County of Nanxiang Prefecture, Lin Yi felt invigorated and elated, as if the meridians of his body had been unblocked. In his sea of consciousness, he sensed the presence of the literary palace, filled with profound righteousness. It circulated throughout his body, as if an inexhaustible source of power were bestowing its strength upon him. 8th rank destiny. Lin Yi realized he had broken through to the 8th rank. From this moment onward, he would establish the literary palace, engaging in study and cultivation, truly achieving a correlation between the amount of knowledge he acquired and the talents he developed, without fear of overflowing abilities. He never anticipated that his mindset would perfectly align with Zhang Zai's 4 verses of Henku, everything falling into place. The 4 verses of Henku have enabled my 8th rank destiny. This grand ambition I must also fulfill with my life. Lin Yi mused inwardly. As his thoughts returned, he glanced at Zhong Zijing, He Weijun, and He Wansheng, noticing their dazed expressions. Is it truly that overwhelming? Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback and called out to them. Instantly, they snapped back to reality, their expressions a mix of wonder. After a brief moment of astonishment, they began to extend their congratulations. Lin Yi, congratulations on embodying the noble spirit and achieving success in life. I am genuinely impressed. He Weijun, with a light chuckle, took out a jade pendant from his sleeve and said, This is my personal token. With it, should you encounter any troubles in Nanxiang Prefecture, you need not worry too much. Seeing this token is akin to seeing me, the dean. In critical moments, you can use this item to contact me. He Weijun was aware that Lin Yi had slain the second son of the prominent Qian family, and the eldest son had met his demise as well. It can be said that he had stirred a colossal storm. This token from the dean could protect Lin Yi in crucial situations, and upon his return, he would intervene as much as possible to dissuade the Qian family from seeking revenge. Although the hope was slim, the Qian family would certainly have to give him some face. He Dean, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly declined. This was effectively a badge of the dean, granting him a status akin to a temporary head of the academy. At that moment, Lin Yi realized a perplexing issue. Why had He Weijun's demeanor towards him transformed so drastically since the events in Daxing Town? It seemed he was eager to open his heart to him. This was quite absurd. What is so precious about it? I particularly admire individuals like yourself. Consider it a gift from an elder to a junior. He Weijun stated with earnestness. You are not still harboring jealousy towards me over the matter of Zhu Liren, are you? Lin Yi chuckled wryly. I assure you, my heart is not so narrow. Is that so? Then it is settled. He Weijun grasped Lin Yi's hand and forcibly placed the jade pendant into his palm. He then retreated to Zhang Dong's side and said, Zhang Dong, you hail from Junji Academy and can be considered a disciple of mine. Lead me to your office. With that, he insisted on having Zhang Dong take the lead. Fearing that Lin Yi might return the pendant, offering timely assistance is far more valuable than mere embellishments in the future. This he understood well. Chapter 118. Do your best. Leave the rest to fate. Zhang Dong stared blankly at He Weijun. He wished to say a few words to Lin Yi, but was swiftly escorted away by He Weijun from the marketplace. Lin Yi, congratulations. Remember to come to the county office with Wenba. Zhang Dong's voice dwindled. Did He Dean truly fear that I would return this jade pendant to him? Lin Yi caressed the pendant, feeling its smoothness akin to jade. He understood that He Weijun's intention in gifting the pendant was primarily due to the matters concerning Qian Qingwen and Qian Qingshu. Their family was a prominent lineage in Nanxiang Prefecture, with connections in the court and Hanlin Academy, having beheaded Qian Qingwen and extinguished Qian Qingshu's aspirations. The Qian family would undoubtedly seek vengeance. However, this jade pendant from He Weijun might instill some trepidation in the Qian family. Thank you. Lin Yi gazed at He Weijun's departing figure, feeling no pretense of emotion. After all, he was merely a scholar of the 8th rank, one who could easily fade into the crowd of learned men. Yet, He Weijun seemed to hold a particular fondness for him. This is troubling. This old man's regard for Lin Yi had begun to surpass even his own. The swiftness of He Weijun's action suggested that now that Lin Yi had crossed this significant hurdle, he would almost willingly offer the academy to him, which was quite a gamble. He Wansheng was also contemplating what to present as a gift. Should he bestow the dean's token? That would be utterly meaningless and would hardly carry weight in Lin Yi's eyes. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Lin Yi, you are no longer a child. It is the perfect time for a young man to marry. What do you think? He Wansheng intended to facilitate a match for Lin Yi, as his daughter was exceptional, beautiful and virtuous, of a suitable age, making them a perfect pair. However, before he could finish his thought, Zhong Zijing abruptly seized his shoulder and tossed him aside. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he was no longer in the marketplace of Lingdong County. The surroundings were imbued with an ancient charm, the fragrance of books permeating the air. He had unexpectedly returned to his Qingping Academy. Teacher Zhong, you have thwarted my future. He Wanchen lamented in indignation. His current realm was beginning to waver, just as he Weijun had mentioned. It truly was a tremendous opportunity. Yet now, he had missed it outright. Soon, however, he Wanchen found some solace. Returning was not entirely unfavorable, as it allowed his daughter to encounter Lin Yi within the academy. He exited his room and headed straight to his daughter, He Yorong's courtyard. Rongrong, father has found you an ideal young man during this trip. He directly conveyed his intentions. Moments later, several characters erupted from the room, accompanied by a formidable aura, prompting He Wanchen to quickly exclaim, "This place forbids literary arts." The literary aura vanished in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, and several pillows flew out of the room, striking He Wanchen squarely on the head. Rongrong, this son-in-law is truly remarkable. At the marketplace of Lingdong County, where is Dean He? Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing He Wanchen being sent away by Zhong Zijing. He has returned to the academy. Zhong Zijing replied. So soon? Lin Yi was taken aback. However, considering that Zhong Zijing was the saint child of the Holy Academy, with at least a third-rank cultivation, such abilities were entirely normal. He quickly felt reassured. It was for the best that He Wanchen had departed. Otherwise, he would have to accept some gift, which he was not inclined to do. He believed in the principle of not receiving unearned rewards, especially since his current focus was on the scholars of Qingping Academy, making it somewhat uncomfortable to face He Wanchen. Lin Yi, your ambitions are excessively grand, almost unattainable. Zhong Zijing regarded Lin Yi earnestly, stating, you must understand that the great aspirations of an 8th-rank individual relate to your potential entry into the ranks of the 3rd-rank scholars. Great scholars must be those who successfully fulfill their grand aspirations. Your ambitions are too lofty. If you fail to achieve them, you may forever remain at the 4th-rank Junzi level. Zhong Zijing felt a conflict within. On one hand, he was profoundly impressed and admired Lin Yi's grand aspirations, which perfectly encapsulated the responsibilities of a scholar. On the other hand, he felt a deep sense of regret, for achieving such heights would likely require Lin Yi to ascend to the rank of a true 1st-rank sage. But if he couldn't even reach the 3rd rank, how could he aspire to become a sage? It was an insurmountable dilemma. Lin Yi looked at Zhong Zijing and said, do your best and leave the rest to fate. He would pursue this goal, and for the remainder, he would leave it to destiny. He did not necessarily need to become a sage. As long as his actions could influence some scholars, that would be sufficient. A spark can ignite a prairie fire. No one had dared to pursue this before. Now, he was willing to take that step. Your aspirations have already resonated with the heavens and the literary path. Further words from me would be futile. Zhong Zijing observed Lin Yi and remarked, I had previously admired your poetic talent, but now I appreciate your character even more. It is unfortunate that with such grand aspirations, I cannot easily take you to the Holy Academy. Zhong Zijing shook his head, smiling ruefully, feeling a tinge of melancholy. He genuinely liked this young man. Yet the more he liked him, the more he wished to shield him from ruin. After a moment's thought, Zhong Zijing removed a jade ring from his thumb and said, you and I share a bond. I will gift you this jade ring. It is not of great value, but it may prove useful to you. Upon finishing his words, Zhong Zijing seemed ready to depart. He then smiled at Lin Yi and said, I have also discovered another poet of exceptional talent here in Lingdong County. One who surpasses you slightly and has composed the Guanfushi. I must go seek him out. Guanfushi? Lin Yi was taken aback. Apart from his own Guanju, was there anyone else in Lingdong County who had composed a Guanfushi? Teacher Zhong, Lin Yi called out. But before he could articulate his thoughts, Zhong Zijing had vanished without a trace. He had arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Lin Yi gazed at the jade ring in his palm, feeling a surge of emotions. He could see that Zhong Zijing was a lover of poetry. In both Pingzhou Academy and this place, Zhong Zijing held a particular fondness for him, devoid of any airs one might expect from a holy son. He was well aware that Zhong Zijing was on a quest for the Guanfuzi poetry, and through inquiry, he would undoubtedly discover that it was he who possessed it. After all, so many townsfolk had witnessed it. In light of this, it would be better to be forthright. Lin Yi understood that calling out would not bring Zhong Zijing back, so he unfurled the scroll containing the poem from his sleeve. The unique resonance of the Guanfuzi poetry immediately spread forth. In the next moment, Zhong Zijing, who had just departed from Kaishiku, noticed a particularly intense red light on the map of ink treasures sprawled across his left hand. Could it be from the very spot he had just left? It was indeed the Guanfuzi poetry. Zhong Zijing was overcome with excitement. He stepped forward and vanished from his original position, reappearing with a smile on his face. Following the guidance of the red light to Kaishiku, Zhongshi, Lin Yi called out, holding the Guanju poem, watching as Zhong Zijing, engrossed in examining the ink treasure map, looked up. Zhong Zijing paused, furrowing his brow as he addressed Lin Yi. What are you still doing here? The townsfolk have already dispersed. Lin Yi shook the scroll in his hand, saying, I await your return. For what purpose? I have already conveyed everything that needed to be said. Zhong Zijing's thoughts were consumed by the poem of extraordinary talent and grace. He did not ponder further, for in his mind, a work of such caliber could only originate from a gentleman or a great scholar. Lin Yi's accidental creation of 3 fine poems could not possibly be supported by any further talent. Hence, he did not consider Lin Yi's involvement. I have something to convey to you, Zhongshi. Lin Yi smiled at Zhong Zijing, unfurling the scroll in his hand. Is this the Guanfuzi poetry you seek? Zhong Zijing's form jolted as he stared at the poem in Lin Yi's hand, his eyes nearly bulging. What is this? Chapter 119. Bestow me a peach, and I shall return you a plum. Zhong Zijing focused intently on the scroll of Guanju. In an instant, he appeared before Lin Yi, having grasped the ink treasure. With great eagerness, he opened it, his gaze fixated on the poem inscribed within. The cries of the mandarin ducks on the river islet. A graceful and virtuous lady. The gentleman's perfect match. The uneven water plants, flowing to the sides. A graceful and virtuous lady, sought in wakefulness and dreams. Zhong Zijing softly recited. The ink treasure radiated with an aura of righteous spirit, which he absorbed into his being, transforming into an exceptionally rich, ordinary talent. It was akin to comprehending the true works of sages within the sacred academy. Indeed, this was poetry of extraordinary talent and grace, the effect of which on his cultivation rivaled that of the sage's true artifacts. Zhong Zijing was profoundly astonished. The sacred academy possessed only a few such poems of extraordinary talent, accessible solely to the few holy sons and scholars who had made significant contributions to the academy. They were exceedingly precious, for comprehending such ink treasures equated to years of diligent study, much like delving into the teachings of the sages. This ink treasure held a weight comparable to a piece of earth-tier literary treasure, albeit with certain limitations on usage. A graceful and virtuous lady, the gentleman's perfect match. Zhong Zijing's expression grew contemplative, seemingly reflecting on past events, evoking a sense of nostalgia. I heard you were once wronged, and it was Fang Qingxue who saved you? Zhong Zijing inquired curiously. Indeed. Lin Yi nodded, recalling the icy beauty Fang Qingxue, saying, I shall always remember this kindness, and when I see her again, I will surely repay it handsomely. Zhong Zijing smiled. No wonder you could compose such a poem. I have met Fang Qingxue during last year's Sacred Academy meeting, and she is indeed a rare beauty. Zhong Zijing carefully stored the ink treasure, glancing down with reluctance as he returned it to Lin Yi. This poem is not. Lin Yi was about to explain that the poem was not meant for Fang Qingxue, but Zhong Zijing interjected, my purpose here has been fulfilled. Yet I did not anticipate that this journey to Nanxiang Prefecture would revolve around you. He chuckled wryly, shaking his head before turning to leave. Zhongshi, wait a moment. Lin Yi hastily called out to Zhong Zijing. What is it? Zhong Zijing looked back in confusion. Lin Yi performed a respectful bow, gazing at Zhong Zijing. In gratitude for your kindness, I have no means to repay you, so I wish to bestow this poem upon you. This decision was made after careful contemplation. As a holy son of the Sacred Academy, Zhong Zijing's jade ring bore immense weight, essentially serving as a talisman for his life. He understood that having slain a scholar would render him a target of resentment among scholars everywhere. Yet, Zhong Zijing quietly invested in him, and his actions revealed a deep affection. Regardless of past lives, he had always been one to remember and repay kindness. Bestow me a peach, and I shall return you a plum. Since Zhong Zijing appreciated poetry, mere ordinary verses would not suffice to catch his eye. This particular poem was indeed worthy of Zhong Zijing's status as a great scholar. You wish to gift this to me? Zhong Zijing was taken aback, his heart stirred. He gazed at the Guanfuzi poem Lin Yi offered him and suddenly smiled. Very well, I shall accept it. Zhong Zijing was genuinely fond of this poem. That Lin Yi would gift him such a precious work signified an immense sentiment. Zhong Shu awaits you in the capital's Sacred Academy. Do come and share a drink with me. Zhong Zijing laughed as he gently patted Lin Yi's shoulder. In that fleeting moment, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. This was the first time someone had bestowed a gift upon him, the Holy Sun. With his back to Lin Yi, Zhong Zijing waved gently, his figure vanishing from Kaishiku. When he reappeared, He was already several hundred miles away. He paused, looking at the Guanju ink treasure in his hand, and chuckled. Zhong Shu is no woman. I shall pass this poem along to Fang Qingxue for you. After Zhong Zijing departed, Lin Yi withdrew his gaze, glancing at Li Wenbo, who wore a pained expression, and said, "Return to the county yamen. Sir, that is the Guan Fuzi poetry, an invaluable treasure that can elevate the talents of a fourth-rank gentleman." Li Wenbo felt as if his heart had shattered. If he could thoroughly comprehend a piece of Guan Fuzi poetry, it would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation by several realms. If inspiration strikes, I shall compose a poem for you. Lin Yi chuckled. Throughout this time, Li Wenbo had served as his scribe, and Lin Yi had taken note of his efforts. For both public and private reasons, he felt Li Wenbo deserved some reward. After all, one cannot expect a horse to run without feeding it, lest he become a capitalist. Sir, Li Wenbo exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Let us go. Lin Yi strolled along the path back to the county yamen. Li Wenbo, eyes red, hurriedly followed behind. Along the way, townsfolk presented him with chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, offering their gifts. Initially, Lin Yi found it difficult to decline and had Li Wenbo assist him in carrying the items. Yet as the offerings multiplied, he was soon overwhelmed and hurriedly led Li Wenbo away from the southern city. Upon their return to the county yamen, the officers inside were taken aback at the sight of the bundles and bags filled with eggs, meat, and cloth that Lin Yi and Li Wenbo carried. Do not just stand there. These are gifts from the common folk, representing their goodwill. Help us carry them inside. Li Wenbo quickly urged the officers to assist. Only then did Lin Yi and Li Wenbo finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although the items from the townsfolk were not rare delicacies, to Lin Yi, they surpassed any gastronomic delight. In the courtyard of the county yamen, He Weijun and Zhang Dong were engaged in conversation, the latter displaying a certain degree of restraint. As this was once his dean and now a high-ranking official in Nanxiang Prefecture, holding a position equal to that of the governor. Sir, Lord Lin has returned. County Officer Li Si rushed in. He Weijun and Zhang Dong both stood to welcome him. As Lin Yi and Li Wenbo entered the courtyard, they met the approaching figures of He Weijun and Zhang Dong. Dean He, Lord Zhang. Lin Yi greeted them with a respectful gesture. He Weijun glanced at Lin Yi behind him and asked with confusion, has Zhongshe left? Yes. Lin Yi nodded. He Weijun sighed deeply, relieved from his previous anxiety, and continued, Lin Yi, quickly let this old man see your Guanfu poem. He took out a well-prepared rubbing copy along with a gold ticket, his expression filled with excitement as he looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback and then replied, the Guanfu poem has already been gifted to Zhongshe by the younger generation. Ah! He Weijun was completely stunned, the rubbing copy falling to the ground as he trembled. That is the Guanfu poem. If I could comprehend it, there is hope for me to reach the third rank. He was indeed bewildered. The only reason he hadn't left and had come to the county office to chat with Zhang Dong was to catch a glimpse of Lin Yi's Guanfu poem, hoping to gain something from it. Now it was simply gone. But before he could finish his words, he noticed a striking jade ring on Lin Yi's thumb, which seemed to bear the emblem of the Sacred Academy. Buzz. He Weijun was instantly flabbergasted, stammering, the token of the Holy Sun? To see the token is akin to seeing the Holy Sun. At that moment, he fully understood why Lin Yi had gifted the Guanfu poem to Zhongshe. This jade ring's value far surpassed that of the poem. The Holy Sun truly held genuine affection for Lin Yi. Chapter 120. The whereabouts of Zhao Zhongcheng, the token of the Holy Sun? Lin Yi was taken aback when Zhongshe had presented the jade ring to him. He had mentioned it was not a valuable item. Little did he expect it to be the token of the Holy Sun. This gift was too precious, making Lin Yi feel somewhat overwhelmed. He quickly stowed it away. Zhang Dong and Li Wenbo exchanged astonished glances, their breaths quickening. If this jade ring was akin to seeing the Holy Sun, did that not imply Lin Yi had a protective talisman from the Sacred Academy? Originally, after Lin Yi had slain Qianqing One, word of this would inevitably spread, making his path exceedingly difficult. As soon as others recognized him as Lin Yi, he would surely face all manner of opposition, even covert attacks. However, with the token of the Holy Sun, those scholars would have to think twice. My lord, this token can be kept hidden, but it must be utilized at a critical moment. Li Wenbo cautioned earnestly. Yes, but I hope it won't come to that. Lin Yi nodded slightly. He Weijun, feeling a void in his heart at the loss of Lin Yi's poem, also realized that Lin Yi and Zhang Dong had many matters to attend to, so it would be inappropriate to linger any longer. He turned to Lin Yi and said, I suddenly remembered I have another matter to attend to, so I won't delay any further. Lin Yi, when you arrive at the capital, be sure to visit my academy. He Weijun was eager for Lin Yi to go, if fortune smiled upon them. and he left behind a few Mingzhou poems. It would indeed be a tremendous blessing. All right, I will certainly go. Lin Yi promised with a nod. He too wished to see what the Junji Academy was like. Good. He Wei Jun stroked his beard and chuckled before departing from the county office. We bid farewell to the dean. We bid farewell to Dean He, Zhang Dong, Lin Yi, and the others bowed respectfully as they watched He Wei Jun leave. He has finally gone. Zhang Dong, seated in his chair, sighed in relief. He had felt like he was sitting on pins and needles being dragged into awkward conversations with the old dean. Thankfully, the old dean had finally departed. Zhang Dong poured tea for Lin Yi and Li Wenbo, turning to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, this case has been handled exceptionally well, thanks to you. To be honest, I did not expect that a mere Qianqing would involve the scholar Pu Guochang from Qingping Academy. Without you, this case would not have progressed smoothly. The resistance was too great. Zhang Dong could not help but express his sentiments. He harbored great ambitions, but had never truly acted upon them. This time, Lin Yi had set an example for him, simultaneously revealing that judging scholars was not as simple as he had imagined. It was exceedingly complex, with convoluted relationships that could give him a headache for days. Thus, there was much work to be done. Lin Yi took a sip of tea and looked at Zhang Dong, saying, Sir Zhang, as the esteemed magistrate of a county, I hope you will not shy away from action due to the resistance you face, no matter the obstacles ahead. As long as you remember that you are advocating for the common people, supported by countless citizens behind you, no resistance will be insurmountable. Justice resides in the hearts of the people. Lin Yi's words plunged Zhang Dong into deep contemplation. After a moment, he nodded earnestly. You are right. No matter how great the resistance, it cannot outweigh the concept of justice, even if a precipice lies ahead. As long as I remember that I wear the imperial cap bestowed by His Majesty, what is there to fear? If I were to perish, the court would seek vengeance on my behalf. Zhang Dong's eyes gleamed with determination. His resolve had solidified. Subsequently, Zhang Dong stood up, saying, Lin Yi, previously when I petitioned His Majesty for a transfer of official authority, His Majesty requested that I report this case to him, so I must prepare accordingly. You and Wenbo can stay in the county office. If anything arises, feel free to instruct County Constable Li and Master Song. The case concerning Zhang Xiaoyan had been entirely resolved. He now needed to compile it into a written document to present to the great Yin Emperor for review. My lord, please. Lin Yi gestured for Zhang Dong to proceed with his duties. Li Wenbo, feeling a headache coming on, remarked, the case of Zhang Xiaoyan has been resolved, but there is still no lead on the scholar's path to cultivation. Originally, I was still investigating the scholars from Qingping Academy, but now they are all silenced, and I must investigate alone. The incident involving the two scholars from Pingzhou Academy also remains unresolved. Li Wenbo felt that his worries were turning his hair white. Zhao Zhongcheng. Upon hearing Li Wenbo's words, Lin Yi immediately envisioned Zhao Zhongcheng's figure. He recalled that ever since Zhao Zhongcheng had informed him that Qianqing was responsible for the murder of Zhang Xiaoyan's family, he had not seen him again. In fact, from that moment on, he had realized that the person who had brutally killed the scholars from Pingzhou Academy and Qingping Academy was Zhao Zhongcheng. Firstly, the deaths of those four scholars were evidently acts of vengeance. Secondly, after Zhao Zhongcheng left Qingping Academy, he changed his name and assumed the identity of a disciple from Pingzhou Academy, working in the county office. This provided him with the advantage of being able to monitor the movements of the academy's scholars at any time. If he sought revenge, it would be exceedingly simple. More importantly, Lin Yi discovered that Pu Guochang and the others seemed to know who the demonic cultivator was, Chen Zhongzhao. And when Chen Zhongzhao's name is reversed, it becomes Zhao Zhongcheng. Wenbo, wait for me here. I have matters to attend to at the Zhanmo Hall. Lin Yi stated before heading directly to the Zhanmo Hall. However, on his way there, someone had been waiting for him for a long time. It was Zhang Xiaoyan. Lord Lin. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Zhang Xiaoyan immediately knelt on the ground, crying and stammering. I thank Lord Lin for seeking justice on my behalf, so that my husband and children may rest in peace in the afterlife. Quickly, please rise. Lin Yi helped Zhang Xiaoyan up, saying, this is the duty of the official office. When the people have grievances, the office cannot turn a blind eye. Zhang Xiaoyan sobbed. She stood up and then looked at Lin Yi, saying, Lord Lin, I was almost harmed by a traitor within the office. It was Lord Zhao who saved me. Zhao Zhongcheng. Lin Yi instantly recognized who Zhang Xiaoyan was referring to. Lord Zhao instructed me to convey a message to you, Lord Lin. Zhang Xiaoyan looked at Lin Yi. Speak. Lin Yi's brow furrowed. Sensing that the situation was becoming dire, Zhang Xiaoyan said, Lord Zhao said he cannot agree to that matter anymore. Zhang Xiaoyan was unaware of what that matter was, so she could only relay the exact words. What? Buzz. Lin Yi's body trembled. He certainly knew what that matter was. It was his request for Zhao Zhongcheng to cease his actions. Yet, in the end, Zhao Zhongcheng had not complied. Did Lord Zhao mention where he has gone? Lin Yi gazed at Zhang Xiaoyan, his heart racing. If Zhao Zhongcheng were to commit further murders, there would truly be no turning back. Zhang Xiaoyan shook her head. Lord Zhao said he was going to kill 3 people first. He once remarked that his wife was nearly the same age as a common woman, loving him as a common woman loves her husband. He also said that after the common woman's grievances were resolved, she should live well, for there are still many beauties in the world, which will surely come rushing towards her. Lord Zhao stated that he had taken a wrong turn. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was struck with an inexplicable pain in his heart. Why must Zhao Zhongqing be so foolish? Why must he fulfill others while neglecting his own needs? What a fool. Lin Yi's eyes brimmed with tears as he abruptly turned and headed towards the county jail. He needed to interrogate the scholars from Qingping Academy regarding the 3 individuals Zhao Zhongqing intended to kill. Who were they, and where were they? He hoped it was not too late. Chapter 121. The Demonic Incident. The Truth Revealed. The county jail was located within the Demon Suppression Hall. Lin Yi, feeling anxious, arrived at the hall to find County Lieutenant Li assigning the imprisoned scholars from the academy who had eliminated Wenxin. You, with your delicate skin. How can your heart be so dark? Go to cell B. You, your heart is quite dark as well. Go to County Lieutenant Li had little regard for these scholars. And with so many of them imprisoned at once, he felt quite satisfied. Li Durin. Lin Yi approached and clasped his fists in greeting. Upon noticing Lin Yi, Li's expression changed, and he quickly adopted a solemn demeanor, jogging over. Scholar Lin, what brings you to the jail? Is there something troubling you? Please, feel free to let me know. In the county office, aside from obeying Zhang Dong, he had never respected anyone else. However, now he found himself admiring Lin Yi, who had taken the top spot in his esteem. Let us not proceed with the imprisonment just yet. I have some questions for them. Lin Yi pointed to the scholars who had fallen from grace. Very well. Lieutenant Li was more than willing to accompany Lin Yi, simultaneously cracking his whip. Crack. He glared at the scholars, their faces flushed, and bellowed, "Stand straight." The scholars were furious, their eyes ablaze with anger. However, without Wenxin, they were no different from ordinary commoners, forced to endure humiliation and stand obediently. Their hearts were filled with sorrow. Once, they had looked down upon the common people, but now they had fallen from grace. They hated Lin Yi. Scholar Lin, please ask away, just stand straight. Lieutenant Li donned a smiling face, addressing Lin Yi. It was then that Lin Yi fully observed the group of scholars who had lost Wenxin. Lin Yi, it's you, the disgrace among scholars. May you meet a wretched end. Crack. A scholar insulted him, prompting Lieutenant Li to stride forward and lash out with his whip, causing the scholars to cry out in pain. Who dares to insult Scholar Lin again? I will make him pay dearly. Lieutenant Li shouted angrily. The scholars fell silent. They lacked the talent to defend themselves against the blows of a warrior. Lin Yi had no time to waste on idle chatter. He directly inquired, "Is there any connection between the death of Chun Zhongzhao's wife and you?" At once, the faces of the scholars changed, and none dared to speak. They were already marked by guilt. If they were to be accused further, death would be imminent. No connection, is it? Lin Yi nodded slightly, and continued. Now I offer you a chance to redeem yourselves. Aside from the 4 deceased scholars, who are the 3 individuals linked to the death of Chun Zhongzhao's wife? If any of you are among them, come forward. If not, tell me who they are and where they can be found. The government will consider your cooperation when determining your sentences. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he glanced at Lieutenant Li. Indeed, Scholar Lin is correct. For those of you wishing for a more comfortable life in jail, this is a golden opportunity. Lieutenant Li chimed in. The scholars exchanged glances, beginning to stir. Finally, one scholar, eager for redemption, spoke up. There are Shun Huanxin, Peng Yajun, and Su Benwei. They were responsible for patrolling He Ni Alley in the South City. After receiving a summons, they did not convene. They too are guilty. They had connections with the adopted son of Master Pu, Pu Gua, and 2 scholars from Pingzhou Academy, who were in Lindong County searching for the remnants of Dao Zong, Qiu Yunji. They fortuitously learned that Chen Zhongzhao's wife, Zhao Jing, resided in the city. They approached the house and took turns violating her. Afterwards, they boasted before us, saying, "Isn't Chen Zhongzhao so arrogant? He couldn't even protect his wife." This led Chen Zhongzhao to turn to the dark side, and after killing Elder Pu's adopted son, he fled the academy. Several scholars began recounting the events in detail. At that moment, Lin Yi felt his heart tremble violently, his nails digging into his flesh without his awareness. He gritted his teeth, an inferno of rage surging within him, and he could not suppress the urge to draw his sword and kill. How could a human commit such acts? No wonder he refused to relent. Anyone would find it intolerable to allow such people to live. Lin Yi could not hide his murderous intent. In that instant, he understood Zhao Zhongqing, also comprehending his words to Zhang Xiaoyan. Even though Zhao Zhongqing had succumbed to darkness, his heart remained bright, filled with hope for the future, encouraging Zhang Xiaoyan. Zhao Zhongqing, I cannot allow you to sink further. Lin Yi took note of the address mentioned by the scholar moments ago. The three beasts involved in the incident concerning Zhao Zhongqing's wife were indeed in He Ni alley of the South City. Lieutenant Li, I must take my leave. Lin Yi did not linger. He was uncertain of Zhao Zhongqing's current condition, but he hoped he would not encounter misfortune. If Zhao Zhongqing could master his inner demons, there was still hope for him. Lin Yi thought to himself. Previously, Chen Haoran had succumbed to darkness and nearly lost his rationality. However, after Zhao Zhongqing had turned to evil and killed 4 individuals, he was still able to recover. This resilience might grant him a sliver of hope. As Lin Yi emerged from the demon suppression hall, he unexpectedly encountered Li Wenbo, who had come looking for him. Sir, what has transpired? Li Wenbo inquired, puzzled. He noticed Lin Yi's hurried departure earlier and now saw his furrowed brow, exuding an aura of menace. This was no trivial matter. Do you know where He Ni alley in the South City is? Lin Yi asked directly, seeking a guide. I do. Li Wenbo nodded. As the largest city in Jinzhou, he was well acquainted with Pingzhou Academy. Perfect, lead the way. Lin Yi urged, pulling Li Wenbo along, who was taken aback and almost dragged along. He was astonished. After all, he was a 7th rank official while Lin Yi was only an 8th rank. Why was he so easily overpowered? Sir, what has happened? Why are we heading to He Ni alley? Li Wenbo questioned, utterly bewildered. No time to explain. You'll know once we get there. But this matter must remain between us. Lin Yi instructed. Understood. Li Wenbo nodded, although he was still unaware of Lin Yi's intentions. Nonetheless, he took Lin Yi's words to heart, for he was now one of Lin Yi's own. Sir, seeing you in such a hurry, walking will take too long. Let us ride. Li Wenbo observed Lin Yi's urgency and promptly led him to the county stable to mount horses, saving considerable time. Subsequently, the two rode forth, heading directly towards He Ni alley in the South City. Chapter 122, Dao Techniques, 6th rank. Meanwhile, in the study of the county office's rear courtyard, Zhang Dong carefully took out specially crafted imperial court paper to report on the case of Zhang Xiaoyan beating the drum to seek justice. Sir, just then, a constable from the demon suppression hall shouted from outside. What is it? Zhang Dong furrowed his brow and said with displeasure, did I not make it clear? It is of no great significance. Do not disturb me. The constable outside reported. The county magistrate has instructed me to inform you that Scholar Lin has interrogated those scholars in the prison regarding matters related to Zhao Zhongqing, and has then hastened to He Ni Xiang alongside Li Wenbo. Zhang Dong's body jolted as he recalled the sorcerer Chen Zhongzhao mentioned by the scholar from Kaishiku Academy. Reading it backward, it was none other than Zhao Zhongqing. Damn it, a practitioner of the Dao is actually within the county office. Zhang Dong swiftly tossed aside his brush and donned a loose long robe, preparing to rush to He Ni Xiang. He felt that Lin Yi was indeed his lucky star. Not only had he resolved the case of Zhang Xiaoyan, but the case involving the sorcerer was also being swiftly unraveled. He felt like a mere ornament as the county magistrate. Prepare the horse, we head to He Ni Xiang. At that very moment, in a small courtyard within He Ni Xiang, an immense clash of talent and spiritual power erupted. Zhao Zhongqing, transformed into a demon, was locked in fierce combat with 3 scholars clad in Confucian robes. Chen Zhongzhao remarked, you have defeated them one by one, but now that we are 3, do you still see a path to survival? Scholar Shun Huanxin sneered, better to surrender now. We shall leave you with a complete corpse. Beside him, Pang Yajun and Su Benwei each wielded literary treasures, coldly fixated on Zhao Zhongqing. They believed they had him cornered in this courtyard, fully in control of the situation. Surrender? Haha. Zhao Zhongqing laughed heartily, his hair disheveled, his face covered in demonic markings, and the eerie red light flickering in his crimson eyes. He coldly gazed at Su Benwei and the others, saying, do you think you have trapped me? Take a good look. With that, Zhao Zhongqing unleashed a terrifying aura, and the surrounding courtyard was enveloped in a brilliant array of light. What? The formation's ink treasure. This is bad. We have been deceived. This fellow intentionally revealed his aura to lure us here, aiming to ensnare us. The expressions of the 3 shifted dramatically. They had believed they had Zhao Zhongqing on the ropes, but unbeknownst to them, he had already set a trap. I have waited for this day for a long time. Zhao Zhongqing's demonic energy surged, his aura escalating rapidly, and in an instant, He transitioned from the 7th grade of the Rinzhi realm to the 6th grade of the Rusheng realm. No, to be precise, it should be the 6th grade of the Dao technique, Yinshen realm. This was his level of Dao mastery. The faces of the three turned ashen, fear evident in their expressions. The 6th grade of Dao technique, the Yinshen emerges, killing without a trace. It was no wonder he had set up the formation with ink treasures. The purpose was to obscure the sun, allowing the Yinshen to emerge even in daylight. Pang Yajun and Su Benwei, their faces pale with terror, lost all semblance of scholarly grace. Chenshiti, you may kill us, but you will not survive either. My adoptive father, Master Pu, is in the city. You are doomed. Shen Huanqing glared at Zhao Zhongqing, then suddenly, with a glint in his eye, said, Chen Zhongzhao, I forgot to tell you, your wife's condition is die. Die. Zhao Zhongqing roared in rage, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. In a flash, he charged toward Shen Huanqing, leaving behind a specter. Pu. Zhao Zhongqing's claw-like fingers swiftly pierced Shen Huanqing's chest. The latter's eyes widened in shock as his body fell lifelessly to the ground. Zhao Zhongqing held in his hand a still-beating heart, dripping with blood, and coldly remarked, what a filthy and ugly heart. He crushed the heart in his grip. His gaze then fell upon Su Benwei and Pang Yajun, both trembling in fear. Thud, thud. The two, terrified for their lives, knelt and begged for mercy. Pang Yajun stammered, Chenshiti, let us talk it over. I deeply regret my actions against your sister-in-law. Pu. Zhao Zhongqing transformed into a blur, and when he reappeared, he had already extracted Pang Yajun's heart. Slap. The heart was crushed to pieces. Ah, Chenshiti, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please, grant me another chance. Su Benwei, utterly terrified, began to kowtow repeatedly, consumed by dread. Did you ever give her a chance? Zhao Zhongqing's eyes, sharp as blades, coldly fixed on the kneeling and begging Su Benwei, blood tears trailing down his face. His heart ached as though it were being sliced. If the deaths of these individuals could restore his wife's life, how wonderful that would be. Why did they study the teachings of the sages only to commit such despicable acts? Their literary hearts were filthy and ugly, devoid of any essence. How could such people be considered scholars? The path of literature is unjust. The way of heaven is unjust. He felt hatred for the fleeting nature of time. For he no longer had the opportunity to unearth the hearts of certain individuals from Qingping Academy to see clearly. Pu Guchang, Qian Qingshu, Qian Qingwen. Regrettably, he could not learn of their ultimate fates, nor watch them fall one by one. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous sound erupted. The courtyard door was blown open, shattering the formation. Zhao Zhongqing's expression changed as he turned sharply toward the entrance, only to be taken aback. Scholar Lin Yi, wielding the Earth-grade literary treasure. The Qingling brush stood with his chest heaving. In his haste to reach He Ni Xiong, he had not paused, and upon sensing the anomaly within the courtyard, he had utilized his righteous aura to break the ink treasure formation, nearly exhausting himself in the process. But it was too late. Lin Yi's heart tightened as he beheld the two corpses lying on the ground, their insides exposed. He felt no sympathy for the corpses, but lamented his failure to prevent Zhao Zhongqing's murderous rampage. Now that Zhao Zhongqing had claimed 2 lives, he was undeniably drawing closer to madness. Lin Yi did not wish for Zhao Zhongqing to destroy himself. He should have been able to return to the right path. Li Wenba, Su Benwei cried out upon seeing Li Wenba behind Lin Yi. Save me. This demon wants to kill me. Li Wenba remained still, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi. He vaguely sensed a familiarity in Zhao Zhongqing's appearance. You should not have come here. Zhao Zhongqing realized he could no longer suppress his demonic nature. With Lin Yi's cultivation level, if he were to enter now, the moment he completely succumbed to madness, Lin Yi would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Lin Yi did not respond to Zhao Zhongqing. Instead, he turned to Su Benwei. Are you Shen Huanqing, Pang Yajun, or Su Benwei? I am Su Benwei, junior brother. Your literary treasure is of considerable rank. Let us join forces with Li Wenba to subdue this demon, and we shall share the credit. Su Benwei recognized the Qingling brush's extraordinary nature and regained his confidence. Very well. A cold glimmer flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he declared, as a scholar, how can you be allowed to live after committing such heinous acts that enrage both gods and men? An overwhelming intent to kill suddenly erupted from Lin Yi. What does this mean? Su Benwei's smile vanished, and he stared blankly at Lin Yi, then suddenly shouted, are you intending to side with the demon? Kill. Lin Yi spoke solemnly. Leave this to me. Li Wenba, observing Lin Yi's emotions, understood that Su Benwei had committed an egregious sin. Lin Yi now possessed the authority of divine judgment. This meant that should a scholar commit a crime, Lin Yi could act as the representative of the sage to adjudicate. and he was willing to be Lin Yi's instrument of judgment. Before Lin Yi could strike, Zhao Zhongqing's voice boomed. "This is between him and me. None of you shall interfere." With a whoosh, Zhao Zhongqing unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, lunging towards Su Benwei. Pooh! Su Benwei's eyes widened in horror as he looked down to see his own heart being ripped from his chest by Zhao Zhongqing. "That is mine." Before Su Benwei could finish his words, his body fell lifelessly to the ground. Lin Yi and Li Wenbo hurried over, but ultimately arrived a moment too late. Lin Yi stood frozen in place, gazing at Zhao Zhongqing, who had his back turned to him, the demonic aura around him growing increasingly potent. Countless words of admonition coalesced into a single sigh. "Zhao Zhongqing," Lin Yi began, "I have told you before that if you cease your actions, you may begin anew. I understand that those 7 deserve their fate. They are shameful scholars, and even more so, disgraceful humans. You may choose vengeance, provided it does not involve innocent civilians. The Holy Academy and the court support scholars in matters of gratitude and revenge, yet why do you choose the most inappropriate path?" Lin Yi sighed deeply. Zhao Zhongqing had quietly worked within the county office, providing crucial information in the case of Zhang Xiaoyan, ultimately saving her life. This led to Qian Qingwen being brought to justice. Indeed, the path of cultivation is not tolerated by the world of scholarship, yet within Lin Yi's moral framework, Zhao Zhongqing was somewhat justified. He sought revenge for his wife and had never harmed the innocent. Compared to the actions of Qian Qingwen, Pu Guochang, and Shen Huanqin, Zhao Zhongqing was, in fact, a scholar of commendable integrity. It was those like Shen Huanqin and Pu Guochang who should be considered the true villains. But to me, this is the only suitable path, Zhao Zhongqing replied, his back still turned to Lin Yi. Some individuals, the Academy cannot rectify, nor will they attempt to. They only wish to conceal their misdeeds. How could they possibly tolerate the exposure of their scandals? If I had not pursued cultivation, I would have long since perished. If I had not pursued cultivation, how could I witness the darkness within their hearts? If I had not pursued cultivation, how could I avenge Jinger? Zhao Zhongqing trembled slightly, teetering on the brink of losing control, desperately suppressing the demonic nature within. Lin Yi remained silent, aware that Zhao Zhongqing spoke the truth. The scholars led by Pu Guochang possessed dark hearts. Otherwise, they would not commit acts that undermine the law. The incident involving Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhao Zhongqing might merely be a microcosm of the larger issues within the major academies. On the surface, the world of scholarship thrives. But only by peeling back the layers can one truly comprehend its nature. "Scholar Lin," Zhao Zhongqing suddenly spoke. "What do you say?" Lin Yi recognized that Zhao Zhongqing had much to express at this moment. "What has become of Qian Qingwen?" Zhao Zhongqing lamented. "It is a pity I could not witness you behead that vile creature at Kaishiko." Lin Yi replied earnestly. "Qian Qingwen has already lost his head." He pondered briefly. Perhaps he could inform Zhao Zhongqing of the fates awaiting Pu Guochang and the others, to let him know that justice still exists in this world. Heaven does not completely sever one's path. Furthermore, Qian Qingwen's unauthorized intrusion into the county office and assault on a court official, according to the laws of Daoist, has resulted in the extinguishing of his literary heart and a 15-day detention. Pu Guochang's assault on the execution site, his contempt for the laws of Daoist, and his attack on a court official have led to the extinguishing of his literary heart and a life sentence. The numerous scholars assembled by Pu Guochang, who stormed the execution site, have also had their literary hearts extinguished and are sentenced to 10 years in prison. Lin Yi looked at Zhao Zhongqing's increasingly trembling form and asked, "Is this outcome what you desired?" "Well done." Zhao Zhongqing suddenly turned around, blood tears streaming down his face, a peculiar blend of joy and sorrow in his expression. "What a relief. Now, I have no regrets." "Lin Yi, you made the judgment. It must have been you, am I right?" Zhao Zhongqing fixed his gaze on Lin Yi. Lin Yi remained silent. In an instant, Zhao Zhongqing understood. "I knew it was you," for Zhang Dong lacked the resolve. "How did you withstand the pressure from Qingping Academy? They issued a call to arms. Even the dean might come in person. Moreover, Pu Guochang is a 5th-grade master. No one in Lingdong County can contend with him. How did you accomplish this?" Excited yet struggling to suppress his demonic nature, Zhao Zhongqing sought to understand how Lin Yi achieved all this. "The poem of Guanfang." Li Wenbo replied earnestly. It was Lin Yi's poem that forced Pu Guochang into an action, followed by the arrival of Dean He Wancheng and the Dean of Junji Academy. He Wei also attended, the most formidable scholar in Nanxiang Prefecture. A flicker of clarity returned to Zhao Zhongqing's eyes as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Scholar Lin, you composed the poem of Guanfang?" "Indeed." Lin Yi nodded. Li Wenbo continued, filled with excitement. "Not only them, but even the Holy Son of the Holy Academy has arrived." "What?" Zhao Zhongqing was utterly astonished. Ultimately, it was the Holy Sun who petitioned for divine judgment, condemning that old wretch Pu Guchang and those scholars to have their literary hearts extinguished. Li Wenbo animatedly recounted the events that transpired at Kaishikou. They even sought divine judgment. Zhao Zhongqing felt an intense tremor in his spirit, his clarity sharpening further. He remarked in disbelief, "The divine judgment did not favor the scholars?" Li Wenbo scoffed. "What do they count as scholars? If the sage were to protect them, we would sever our own path and scholarship." In the end, the sage bestowed upon Lin Yi the authority of divine judgment, granting him the power to judge scholars. At this point, Li Wenbo's eyes brimmed with pride. "Excellent, excellent." Zhao Zhongqing laughed, turning to Lin Yi. "I could tell before that you were different from other scholars, but I never expected you to be different to this extent. Lin Yi, thank you for this magnificent gift." Zhao Zhongqing grinned widely. At this moment, he felt no lingering regrets. The news brought by Li Wenbo was everything he had longed to see realized. Those individuals had finally been dealt with, and he had avenged his great grievance. What else in life could evoke regret? Was this outcome not precisely what he desired? Zhao Zhongqing laughed, gesturing with his right hand. Clang! A sword soared through the air and landed in his grasp, which he immediately tossed to Lin Yi, saying, "Lin Yi, I have entered the path and am on the verge of becoming a demon. I do not wish to harm the citizens, nor create further slaughter. This sword, forged from Mo Bao, is the nemesis of my cultivated techniques. I originally intended to slay these 3 vile creatures, and, while still in possession of my sanity, offer my life in atonement for my hatred towards the sage and my predecessors. But now that I am on the verge of demonic transformation, I cannot unleash its power. So I hope you can assist me. Lin Yi, I wish to die by your hand. It would be the most fitting conclusion for me." Chapter 124. Willing to be a pair of mandarin ducks, envying not the immortals. Lin Yi gazed at Zhao Zhongqing, feeling the sword in his hand unusually warm. He was not one to show weakness. On the contrary, his approach was characterized by swiftness, precision, and decisiveness. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as thunderous in action. Yet, the thought of killing Zhao Zhongqing filled him with an internal conflict. Even though Zhao Zhongqing practiced the path of cultivation, you can suppress the demonic nature. You are not like other cultivators. Lin Yi believed there was still hope for Zhao Zhongqing. Zhao Zhongqing shook his head, stating, "You have not practiced the path of cultivation. You cannot comprehend the inescapable nature of this predicament. Cultivation draws upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, chaotic and violent, unlike talent, which is gentle and resilient. This spiritual energy invades the mind, compelling one to uncontrollably commit acts of slaughter. Lin Yi, throughout history, countless cultivators have existed. Yet none have claimed that cultivation can be pursued without succumbing to demonic transformation. Aware that there was no turning back, Zhao Zhongqing looked at Lin Yi and said, "My wish is fulfilled, and you have received the sage's blessing. Perhaps in the future, you will restore the world to a state of clarity. Unfortunately, I shall not witness that day. Proceed." Zhao Zhongqing closed his eyes, awaiting Lin Yi's action. He once yearned to be a scholar with a sense of justice like Lin Yi. Yet, he was destined to be unable to achieve that. Lin Yi's actions in Lingdong County represented the realization of his own ideals. He had entered the path and transformed into a demon. Now, there was only one path left for him, death. If Lin Yi were to spare him, the consequences for Lingdong County would surely be catastrophic, with suffering and bloodshed abound. At this moment, Zhao Zhongqing's body trembled slightly, the demonic markings on his face deepening, and the demonic aura surrounding him thickening. "My wife, I shall join you soon. Do not fear the cold, do not fear solitude." Blood tears streamed from the corners of Zhao Zhongqing's eyes, his lips murmuring as if calling out his wife's name. "Master, Brother Zhao has no path of return." Perhaps Li Wenbo contemplated stepping in for Lin Yi. Zhao Zhongqing's assertions were not unfounded. Having cultivated the art of Daoism, he had irrevocably severed his ties to the realm of literature. It was certain that he would one day become a formidable force, wreaking havoc and despair upon the world. Yet, he had not completed his thoughts when the county magistrate, Zhang Dong, entered the courtyard, his expression a complex tapestry as he gazed upon Lin Yi, Li Wenbo, and Zhao Zhongqing. "Lin Yi, grant Zhao Zhongqing his wish," he implored. He had witnessed everything unfold, but refrained from intervening. Even he felt that Zhao Zhongqing did not deserve death. Upon entering the county office, Zhao Zhongqing had introduced himself as a scholar from Pingzhou Academy, claiming that he had abandoned his studies following the death of his wife. Zhang Dong had tested Zhao Zhongqing, appreciating his scholarly demeanor, and permitted him to work within the demon suppression hall. Prior to this, upon learning of Zhao Zhongqing's Daoist pursuits, he had only wished to hasten to eradicate demons. fearing that Lin Yi and Li Wenbo would not be able to contain him. However, upon arrival, he found himself frozen, caught between the law and personal desire. Regardless of his reluctance, Zhao Zhongqing, having practiced Taoism, would undoubtedly bring forth calamity if not dealt with now. The man before him would no longer be the Zhao Zhongqing they knew. Master Zhang, Zhao Zhongqing exclaimed in surprise, yet he greeted him nonetheless. Alas, Zhang Dong sighed deeply. Why must it come to this? Scholar Zhao, you need not pursue the Tao by immersing yourself in the county office. You could justly bring your wife's murderer to justice through lawful means. Zhao Zhongqing responded with a bitter smile. Had Lin Yi arrived a month earlier, perhaps things would have been different. Such is fate. Zhang Dong fell into silence, questioning his own courage. Without Lin Yi, would he truly have dared to stand up for Zhao Zhongqing? Zhao Zhongqing turned to Lin Yi, saying, Lin Yi, I ask of you one favor. Speak. Lin Yi nodded, not refusing. After my demise, please ensure that my remains are buried alongside my wife, Zhao Jing. This foolish woman always feared the cold while sleeping, clutching me tightly as if afraid I might leave her. I left her alone at home for too long in pursuit of my studies. And now that I have forsaken them, I wish to be with her forever. As Zhao Zhongqing spoke, tears streamed down his face. Zhang Dong turned his head away, discreetly wiping his eyes. Lin Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhao Zhongqing's words pierced his heart like a needle. Oh, the tragic fate of these two. They could have been blissful, yet their lives were shattered by a pack of beasts. Zhao Zhongqing regarded Lin Yi and asked, How do you find this masterpiece? I created it with my own hands. Please examine it closely. Lin Yi was puzzled by Zhao Zhongqing's sudden mention of this, but lifted the long sword, intending to scrutinize the artwork. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Zhongqing seized the opportunity as Lin Yi raised the sword, transforming into a flash of lightning that struck forth. The sword pierced Zhao Zhongqing's body directly. Zhao Zhongqing, you scoundrel! Lin Yi exclaimed in shock, his grip on the hilt trembling uncontrollably. He was consumed with rage, unable to fathom that Zhao Zhongqing would choose such a manner to conclude his life. I am sorry, Lin Yi, I deceived you. Zhao Zhongqing wore a look of relief, gazing at Lin Yi as he spoke. I am not deserving of your sympathy, nor do I wish for it, for I am no weakling. I simply miss her too dearly. Each moment of my existence is fraught with torment. Only through relentless toil can I find a fleeting respite. Please ensure that I am laid to rest beside her. On the table in my lodgings, you will find the address I left behind. As the sword, transformed from the masterpiece, pierced Zhao Zhongqing, it radiated a crimson glow like a branding iron. All of Zhao Zhongqing's essence flowed into the sword, and the demonic markings upon his body faded, returning to its former state. Yet, he closed his eyes peacefully. Zhao Ruoqing. Lin Yi supported Zhao Ruoqing's body, calling out. But the latter had already lost all signs of life. The sword had become a scroll of inked artistry, lying quietly beside him. Fate is indeed capricious. Zhang Dong sighed deeply, shaking his head. Lin Yi remained silent for a moment before rising and declaring, It is not fate that is cruel, but humanity that devours one another. Zhang Dong paused, taken aback. Wenbo. Lin Yi turned to Li Wenbo. I shall go to the county office's lodgings. You fetch a coffin from the city. After giving his instructions, Lin Yi swiftly departed the courtyard, riding back to the county office to retrieve the address left by Zhao Zhongqing for his burial. He could not do much for Zhao Zhongqing, but he could fulfill his last wish. Li Wenbo, in turn, went directly to the paper shop, purchasing the most expensive coffin along with a substantial sum of joss paper. Together with Zhang Dong, they prepared Zhao Zhongqing for his funeral. Lin Yi also discovered Zhao Zhongqing's final words in the lodgings of the Demon Suppression Hall. The content expressed his remorse towards his esteemed teacher for not becoming an exemplary scholar, alongside a profound yearning for his deceased wife. The reverse side contained the burial location of his beloved, to become a pair of mandarin ducks in death, wishing not to envy the immortals. Lin Yi sighed deeply before turning to leave the lodgings, summoning County Lieutenant Li Si and 7 constables to carry the coffin to Hemi Alley. Outside the city of Lingdong, in a corner of Baiyashan, 2 newly mounded graves stood close together, surrounded by fluttering paper money carried by the wind. Lin Yi, Zhang Dong, and Li Wenbo stood in silence before the new graves, their hearts heavy. How did Zhao Zhongqing, a man of sound mind, come to such an end? Lieutenant Li Si pondered, feeling a sense of loss. The other constables silently shook their heads. Zhao Zhongqing had been reliable in the Demon Suppression Hall, devoid of the arrogance often displayed by scholars, tirelessly fulfilling his duties. Now, with his sudden departure, it was impossible for them not to feel sorrow. Lin Yi gazed at the new graves, contemplating for a long while before speaking. Zhao Zhongqing, we have fulfilled your last wish, laying you to rest alongside your wife. May you find peace beneath the 9 springs. Wenbo. Lin Yi called to Li Wenbo, the gravestone. Understood. Li Wenbo descended the mountain to retrieve the uninscribed gravestone. Positioning it before the 2 new graves, Lin Yi, holding the Qinglang pen, knelt before the gravestone, channeling his righteous energy to inscribe the grave of Chen Gong, known as Zhong Zhao, and his wife, Chen Shi, Zhao Jing. The pen tip penetrated the stone, the righteous energy infusing the gravestone with a faint luminescence. Zhang Dong and Li Wenbo's expressions shifted, their hearts stirred by the sight. The art of inscription was indeed extraordinary. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary scholar to engrave upon a gravestone. The talent and finesse required to inscribe so deeply could only be achieved if the writer's skill was exceptional, their characters imbued with brilliance. Capable of reaching such a level of artistry, Lin Yi, with his ability to wield the pen like a sword, inscribed the epitaph. Not only due to the sharpness of his righteous energy, but also because his writing had reached the pinnacle of exquisite artistry. Zhao Zhongqing left no record of his life. I would not fabricate tales. Erecting this stone serves to prove that they once existed in this world. Lin Yi set down the pen. Rising to gaze at the gravestone before him, Zhang Dong clasped his hands in respect and remarked, Lin Yi, Zhao Zhongqing will surely remember your kindness in the afterlife. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, thinking it best not to dwell on him, lest he truly become a ghost and be scattered by Lin Yi's righteous energy. Let us depart. Lin Yi could do no more for Zhao Zhongqing. As he prepared to leave, Li Wenbo suddenly shouted, Master, look. What is it, Wenbo? Zhang Dong turned to scold Li Wenbo, only to be astonished as 2 glowing butterflies emerged from the newly mounded graves. He stood there in shock. 2 butterflies, flying side by side, entwined in a tender embrace. Is this a rendition of Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai? Lin Yi stood in a daze, lost in thought. Soon, 2 radiant butterflies alighted upon his shoulders, gently fluttering their wings. Mandarin ducks dwell together, butterflies soar in pairs, Lin Yi murmured softly, watching the butterflies with a smile. Perhaps for you, this is the ultimate reunion. Go forth. The butterflies seemed to comprehend Lin Yi's words, after lingering for a moment. They flapped their wings and soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Does this not count as a beautiful tale? I have only read about such legends in wild records. I never imagined they truly existed. Li Wenbo exclaimed, eyes fixed on the departing butterflies, excitement coursing through him. This is indeed a timeless story, Zhang Dong speculated. In this vast world, wonders abound. Zhao Zhongqing has cultivated Daoist arts. Perhaps his transformation into a butterfly is linked to his mastery of those arts. What you say holds merit. Lin Yi, having perused the true essence of literature and Dao, found Zhang Dong's hypothesis rather convincing. A scholar nurtures the literary palace. Thus the existence of the soul. At the 6th rank of Confucianism, one can cultivate the primordial spirit, capable of nocturnal wanderings. At the 5th rank of virtue, the primordial spirit transmutes into a Confucian spirit. All of this relates to the soul. Hence, Zhao Zhongqing and his wife, transforming into butterflies, may indeed be connected to Daoist arts. Let us return, Zhang Dong announced as he descended the mountain. Lin Yi and Li Wenbo chose not to linger, casting a final glance at the solitary grave atop the desolate hill before turning to descend back to the city. The following morning, Lin Yi packed his belongings and summoned Li Wenbo to bid farewell to Zhang Dong. The matter concerning the scholars had been resolved. Their continued presence at the county office served no purpose. Moreover, for a considerable time, the citizens of Lingdong County need not worry about scholars disrupting the law with their writings. After all, Qian Qingwen's head still hung outside the city gates, serving as a constant reminder to the scholars. Are you leaving? In such haste? Isn't the provincial examination still far off? Zhang Dong, engrossed in drafting a memorial for the emperor in his study, was taken aback upon hearing Lin Yi and Li Wenbo's intent to depart and earnestly urged them to stay. I fear you may mock me, but I have never left Jinju in my life. Since time is ample, I wish to see more. Lin Yi replied with a respectful bow. As the saying goes, one should read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. It is essential to venture out. The knowledge within books is lifeless. Only by stepping outside can one truly grasp the world and draw closer to the Tao of literature. Well said, Zhang Dong praised. Lin Yi, I hold great expectations for your future. Since you have expressed your wishes so clearly, to detain you further would be to hinder your progress. Go forth. When you return to Pingzhou Academy, do remember to visit me. Zhang Dong realized Lin Yi's resolve was firm. Further persuasion would be inappropriate. Lin Yi chuckled. By then, I fear you may have been promoted, and I may not find you. Alas, Zhang Dong sighed. It is indeed difficult. Let us see. My abilities are still quite inadequate. It would be beneficial for me to gain experience at the Lingdong County office. He had no aspirations for promotion at present. The issues among scholars in this small Lingdong County were already severe. If he went to a larger provincial office, he feared he would be even more powerless. You are too modest, sir. You are an official of the court, upholding the laws of Diyan. Who would dare to obstruct you? Lin Yi remarked. Zhang Dong's lips twitched slightly as he thought. You are quite steadfast, possessing the token of the Holy Sun and the favor of the two esteemed heads of Nanxiang Prefecture. How could I possibly compete with you? Scholar Lin speaks wisely. Zhang Dong replied with a smile, then turned to Li Wenbo with sincerity. Wenbo, when will your father give you a younger brother? You should encourage your parents to prepare for a second child. You scoundrel, Li Wenbo retorted, his face flushed with anger. Ha ha ha, be gone. Zhang Dong waved off Li Wenbo and personally escorted Lin Yi and Li Wenbo out of the county office. Outside the office, 2 horses were held by the clerks. As Lin Yi bid farewell to Zhang Dong, he produced 2 gold notes from his robe. 20,000 taels of silver, he said, handing them to Zhang Dong. Please exchange these gold notes for silver, allocating a few thousand taels for Zhang Xiaoyan. It is not easy for a woman like her. If Xiao Zhongqing has any surviving relatives, please leave some for them as well. The remainder should be used to aid the citizens of the county. While the sum is not large, it is a token of my goodwill. I appreciate your trouble, sir. Consider it a humble request. Lin Yi had long since lost any concept of money. The mere act of making a few rubbings could yield such a fortune, illustrating how easily scholars could earn a living. It was the common folk who truly suffered. Thus, this silver was to be taken from the people and returned to the people. Li Wenbo was taken aback by this scene. Zhang Dong, holding the gold notes, looked at Lin Yi and clasped his hands, solemnly stating, on behalf of Zhang Xiaoyan and the citizens of the city, I once again thank Scholar Lin for your magnanimity. Chapter 126. Reporting the case, Sir Zhang. May we meet again. Lin Yi mounted his horse, clasping his hands in farewell, and rode off with Li Wenbo, leaving the county office behind. A young hero, a great fortune for the people, Zhang Dong reflected, watching Lin Yi's departing figure, firmly believing that if Lin Yi could grow and remain true to his original aspirations, it would undoubtedly be a blessing for the populace. Upon returning to the county office, Zhang Dong summoned Zhang Xiaoyan to the hall and inquired, Zhang Xiaoyan, the wicked villain who harmed you has been executed publicly. What are your plans moving forward? Zhang Xiaoyan knelt on the ground, replying, I intend to bring my parents-in-law to the county city, to care for them in place of my husband for the remainder of their days. Such filial piety. Zhang Dong nodded in approval, then produced a gold note from his robe, handing it to Zhang Xiaoyan. Zhang Xiaoyan, I am deeply sympathetic to your plight. Take this 10,000 taels and live well. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may come to the office at any time. Sir, no, I cannot accept, Zhang Xiaoyan exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head. 10,000 taels is a sum I could never exhaust in my lifetime. The government has already avenged me by bringing that beast to justice. How could I possibly accept money from the office? Zhang Dong smiled bitterly. This silver is not from me. It is a gift from Scholar Lin, who entrusted me to pass it on to you before he departed. If you refuse it, you may as well return it yourself. Zhang Dong forced the gold note into Zhang Xiaoyan's hands. Sir, where is Lord Lin now? Zhang Xiaoyan clutched the gold note tightly, her voice choked with emotion. What fortune do I possess in this life to have such concern from Scholar Lin? In my next life, I would gladly serve as a beast, unable to repay this kindness. Scholar Lin has just left the county office. You must accept it. Zhang Dong began to urge Zhang Xiaoyan to accept the gift, but he noticed her running out of the hall, her eyes red. Hey, Zhang Xiaoyan, where are you going? You won't catch up. What are we doing? Should we proceed directly to the capital, or take the journey slowly? At the city gate, Li Wenbo led his horse out and looked at Lin Yi beside him. Let us head directly to the capital for the provincial examination. Lin Yi aspired to study peacefully in the capital, aiming to excel in the provincial examination. As for the issues concerning scholars, he believed that following the events surrounding Pu Guochang and Qian Qingwen, the head of Qingping Academy would undertake significant reforms. He also trusted that those scholars from common backgrounds would surely learn to restrain themselves. He saw no need to wade through murky waters or expend his energy personally intervening, for the road ahead would be arduous. One could only imagine that Qian Qingwen's father, Qian Dekun, might seek vengeance, confronting him fiercely. Once he achieved a distinguished academic title and held a prominent position, he would then realize his ambitions and grand aspirations, wishing for the well-being of all citizens. Sir, you look so dashing when you speak on behalf of the people. Won't you visit other county offices? Li Wenbo, caught up in the moment, wished to continue witnessing Lin Yi's adeptness at resolving cases, delivering justice to those scholars. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at Li Wenbo, saying, "Do not fixate solely on the shadows. If there truly are grievances elsewhere, it is not our place to intervene. Focus on studying for the examination and attaining an official position at the Hanlin Academy. Then we can consider these matters. Now let us go." Lin Yi mounted his horse. "Very well, what the master says is absolute." Li Wenbo chuckled, then mounted his horse to lead the way. Just as the two were about to gallop down the official road, they suddenly heard a faint voice behind them. Lin Daren, Lu. Li Wenbo, being a scholar of the 7th rank, had sharper senses than Lin Yi and quickly turned to look in the direction of the city gate. "Master, why is Zhang Xiaoyan here?" Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoyan running towards them, Li Wenbo turned to Lin Yi. "She must be here to ask for a refund." Lin Yi shook his head and said, "There is no need to wait for her. Let us depart." With that, Lin Yi urged his horse forward. Clearly having no intention of waiting for Zhang Xiaoyan to catch up, he understood well what she was after. Li Wenbo was deeply impressed by Lin Yi. Realizing what a gentleman truly is, Lin Yi exemplified that ideal. "Lin Daren, how can this humble woman repay you?" Thud. Zhang Xiaoyan, knowing that Lin Yi would not stop, knelt down in front of the city gate, under the gaze of hundreds. Her frail body trembled uncontrollably, her eyes reddened, and tears blurred her vision. She prostrated herself and looked up, seemingly catching sight of Lin Yi, who had halted, seated regally on his horse, gesturing for her to return. She bowed again, choked with emotion. Her heart was brimming with gratitude, wishing to serve Lin Yi as a beast of burden in her next life to repay his kindness. After Zhang Xiaoyan knelt, Lin Yi indeed stopped. However, he did not turn back. "I merely did what any person with a sense of justice would do." Lin Yi murmured softly, "There is truly nothing remarkable about it." He then called out loudly, "Zhang Xiaoyan, return home. The road ahead is still long. Live well." After uttering these words, Lin Yi pulled on the reins, urging his horse on without looking back. This time, he did not linger, for as he stated, the future path lay long ahead. It might be fraught with thorns, but he would never retreat. Just as he aspired to achieve the grand ambition of the 8th rank, something he would strive for throughout his life. After Lin Yi and Li Wenbo departed from the city of Lingdong, the magistrate Zhang Dong completed his memorial. He took out the official seal from his sleeve and pressed it onto the memorial filled with text, channeling his energy into the seal. "This humble official Zhang Dong reports to His Majesty, may the heavens bless Dayan." Upon finishing this statement, the official seal glowed, and the words on the memorial instantly dissipated like light smoke, transforming into threads of energy absorbed entirely by the seal. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in the imperial palace of the capital, Lu Yongming held Zhang Dong's official jade, quietly leaning against a pillar in the grand hall. He awaited the report from Zhang Dong regarding the transfer of the 7th rank official's authority. This was the first case in Dayan, and His Majesty placed particular importance on it. Typically, such situations arose when the government faced issues it could not confront directly, thus allowing others to wield the power of officials. This undoubtedly pertained to the misuses of literature by scholars. Yet, throughout the years, no official had ever acted in such a manner. Was the cultivation of Dayan's scholars truly so refined? Had no scholar ever abused their extraordinary powers to oppress the common folk? Buzz. At that moment, the official jade in Lu Yongming's arms suddenly radiated light. Whoosh. Lu Yongming sprang to his feet, excitedly shouting, "It's here, it's here. Your Majesty, Zhang Dong's memorial has arrived." Creak. The eunuch Mei Zhuren hastily exited the study, cupping his hands. "Scholar Lu, His Majesty summons you inside." "Excellent." Lu Yongming, filled with excitement, hurriedly embraced the official jade and entered the imperial study. The palace doors closed behind him. Chapter 127. I demand all information on Lin Yi. Inside the imperial study, the Dayan Emperor Lin Yunhong had set aside all affairs at hand, his gaze fixed upon Lu Yongming, who bowed as he entered. "Your Majesty, the official jade of Zhang Dong, magistrate of Lingdong County, has been presented, requesting Your Majesty's perusal." Lu Yongming knelt, raising Zhang Dong's official jade above his head. The eunuch Mei Zhuren took the jade and placed it on the emperor's desk. Imperial paper. As Lin Di began to speak, a young eunuch presented imperial paper, carefully handing it to Mei Zhuren. The imperial paper was a refined extension of Xian paper, crafted specifically for the royal family using materials from mythical beasts, with numerous unique properties. Indeed, the Xian paper utilized by Dayan scholars primarily originated from Xian Prefecture, the birthplace of Xian paper. As the imperial paper lay flat on the desk, Lin Di grasped Zhang Dong's official jade and pressed it onto the bottom left corner of the paper. Bang! A subtle sound echoed, and streams of energy wafted from the official jade, merging seamlessly with the imperial paper. Subsequently, clear characters emerged on the paper, corresponding to the details of the case written by Zhang Dong. This humble official Zhang Dong reports, Lingdong County is situated in Jin Prefecture, bordering Yin Prefecture, and is home to the two esteemed academies, Pingzhou and Qingping. Recently, a common woman, Zhang Xiaoyan, has beaten the drum to plead her case, accusing the scholar Qian Qingwen of Qingping Academy of abusing literature to disrupt the law, resulting in the murder of her husband and young child. I promptly initiated a case. Yet the issues between the government and the academy have persisted for long. I am well aware that if I were to act personally, I would encounter considerable obstacles. There is a scholar from Pingzhou Academy, Lin Yi, who is loyal to the emperor and loves the people, detesting evil. Lin Yi adjudicated the case with remarkable clarity, detaining the suspect Qian Qingwen, with both witnesses and evidence present. According to Daoist's laws, he was sentenced for intentional homicide, sexual assault, and abusing literature to disrupt the law, facing multiple penalties, including death and the forfeiture of his scholarly titles, to be publicly executed. How commendable, to impose multiple penalties. This young man possesses extraordinary courage and will surely be of great service in the future. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. The abuse of literature by scholars was not uncommon, but the deception from the bottom to the top was rampant. The common people did not speak, and officials did not investigate. Over time, scholars wielding their superior status acted arrogantly, oppressing the local populace. Such occurrences were far too frequent, yet once a scholar was detained by the authorities, the academy or the holy institution would intervene, claiming that the government should not interfere with scholars. Thus, he had specifically established the system of transferring official authority, allowing scholars to bear official weight while also granting the government the power of judgment. This system allowed for the rights of scholars and the authority of governmental adjudication. However, for many years, no official had ever petitioned for the transfer of official authority until Zhang Dong's emergence. As Lin Yi continued to read the memorial, a hint of astonishment appeared on his face. Lin Yi, a native of Jin Prefecture, merely 18 years of age, was an ordinary person a month ago, awakening the heart of literature with his poem that resonated throughout the province. He was taken as a disciple by the head of Pingzhou Academy, subsequently composing one poem for Guangzhou, 2 poems for Mingzhou, and 1 for Guanfang. His pure heart, loyalty to the emperor, and love for the people led him to single-handedly extinguish the ambitions of the Qingping Academy's master Pu Guochang, who sought to lead a rebellion, detaining 53 scholars for abusing literature to disrupt the law. Upon reading this, Lin Yi's eyes filled with incredulity. The memorial was not yet finished. He continued to read. Later, the holy son of the holy institution, Zhong Zijing, arrived, attempting to intervene in the scholars' affairs, yet upon meeting Lin Yi, he chose to withdraw. Lin Yi requested the holy son to seek divine judgment, receiving the holy decree that pronounced the scholars guilty. Lin Yi's actions set a precedent, and the Holy One specifically granted him the authority to seek divine judgment on behalf of the people. This case has been thoroughly detailed by this humble official. Although I am determined to eradicate those who abuse literature, I am filled with concerns and fear that I have failed to meet your Majesty's expectations. I humbly beseech your Majesty for divine judgment. 7th rank Magistrate Zhang Dong. After Lin Yi finished reading the memorial, a smile resembling laughter appeared on his face. Never did I expect such a remarkable individual to exist in this world. Awakening the heart of literature in just a month, composing 3 poems for Guangzhou, 2 for Mingzhou, and 1 for Guanfang. Lu Yangming, you should take a look. Majorin held up the imperial paper and presented it to Lu Yangming, who, upon reading it, was momentarily struck dumb. How could there exist such a talented individual? The literary pursuits of the Nengxiangfu are far from prosperous, amounting merely to a few thousand scholars. Lu Yangming's eyes reflected astonishment, his expression one of bewilderment. Yet, this youth truly possesses a heart of purity. Lu Yangming held a certain admiration for Lin Yi's decisive actions against scholars. Lin Yi bore a faint smile, his interest piqued by Lin Yi, a figure whom even the sages bestowed the sacred right of judgment. Lin, what audacity to share a surname with the emperor. At that moment, the official jade from Zhang Dong on the imperial table once again radiated a brilliant light. Does Zhang Dong have another matter to present? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, gesturing for the imperial paper. In an instant, the attending eunuch presented the imperial paper, laying it upon the table. The official jade served as a weight, and the gathered talents coalesced into written words upon the paper. What matter could Zhang Dong not report in one go? It is a waste of my imperial paper. I shall deduct from his salary later. Though Lin Yi spoke thus, he remained curious about Zhang Dong's forthcoming report. Zhang Dong resumed. Scholar Lin Yi of Pingzhou Academy embodies the essence of Haoran. Upon seeing these 4 characters, Lin Yi abruptly rose, his eyes gleaming like swords, exuding an imperial might that compelled all present in the study to prostrate themselves. Zhang Dong, you dare to provoke the emperor's wrath. I shall strip him of his official position. Lu Yongming nearly lost his composure. Zhang Dong's appointment to the Hanlin Academy was arranged by him. If he angered the emperor, he would bear the blame of employing the unworthy, which had nothing to do with Zhang Dong. Lin Yi, realizing his loss of composure, calmed his inner turmoil and continued to read. He was genuinely astonished that there was someone among the populace capable of embodying the essence of Haoran. The sage at the Zhenghua Shengyuan star observation platform clearly knew this, yet had failed to report it to him. Moreover, to embody the essence of Haoran and ascend from the 9th to 8th rank was nearly impossible. Truly, heaven is envious of talent. Summon Kong Zhongzi of Zhenghua Shengyuan. Lin Yi commanded. A eunuch departed quietly to relay the message. Having embodied the essence of Haoran, after dissipating the official's aura, he broke through to the 8th rank at the execution platform. Lin Yi's brow furrowed upon reading this. 8th rank. How could Lin Yi, not a sovereign, have achieved such a rank? What grand aspirations did he vow to fulfill? He pledged to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to inherit the lost teachings of the ancient sages, and to usher in peace for all generations. Lin Yi gazed at the 4 lines of poetry, feeling an invisible resonance within him as if the essence of Haoran was being drawn forth. His expression turned dazed. What monumental aspirations! If any of his sons among the princes had pledged such grand aspirations upon reaching the 8th rank, he would not have delayed in establishing a crown prince. I demand all information regarding Lin Yi. The emperor recalled the stirring sensation he had felt earlier, a sign of the growth of his own bloodline's essence. In the southern region, in the Nangxiangfu, Lin Yi's hands, concealed within his sleeves, clenched imperceptibly. Chapter 128. The storm approaches. I demand all information regarding Lin Yi. The emperor's voice echoed, and a shadow vanished from the imperial study. Lu Yongming felt a tremor in his heart. He was eager to uncover the content of Zhang Dong's report that had prompted the emperor to dispatch the dragon guards for investigation. A moment later, having secured the imperial paper, Lin Yi turned to Lu Yongming of the Hanlin Academy and inquired, "What is your opinion of Zhang Dong?" Lu Yongming, perspiring profusely, hesitated. He was uncertain why the emperor had reacted so intensely. Could it be related to Zhang Dong's second memorial? I believe Zhang Dong possesses a certain boldness in pioneering new paths, and his discernment in recognizing talent is commendable. He understands the need to protect the common folk from unscrupulous scholars and deserves recognition. Ultimately, Lu Yongming voiced his thoughts, regardless of the emperor's potential anger. Zhang Dong had indeed performed an act that brought delight to the emperor. You speak true. He ought to be rewarded. Lin Yi nodded. However, this Zhang Dong lacks discretion. Wasting an imperial paper with frivolous reports, he deserves punishment. In light of his merits and faults, let him remain in Lin County for now to observe his future performance. Lin Yi proclaimed. Yet, in his heart, he felt considerable satisfaction with Zhang Dong's conduct, appreciating that he was able to report 2 matters distinctly. He was a prudent official. However, he thought it unwise to promote Zhang Dong solely based on this incident. You may leave. Yes. Lu Yongming bowed and exited, taking with him Zhang Dong's official jade. The essence of Haoran, the Lin surname, the southern region ascending to the 8th rank. What a coincidence this is. Within the imperial study, Lin Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. A nostalgic glimmer appeared in his eyes as he recalled the infant he once cradled, who had been his eldest son. Yet later, Your Majesty. At that moment, the voice of Mei Zhiren interrupted Lin Yi's reverie. Kong Shengzhu has arrived. Announce him. Lin Yi composed himself, rising to approach the chessboard within the study. Subsequently, an elderly man clad in white robes, with white eyebrows and beard, exuding an air of elegance, entered the room. It was none other than Kong Zhongzi, the head of the Zhenghua Shengyuan. Master. Lin Yi's face brightened with a smile as he waved to Kong Zhongzi, saying, It has been a long time since I last played chess with you. Recently, my skills have improved, while Mei Zhiren's are rather lacking, making it quite dull. Hence, I invited you to engage in a couple of matches with me. I hope I did not disturb your studies. Your Majesty summoned me. How could I dare to delay? Even matters of great importance must be set aside. Kong Zhongzi replied. Since your Majesty has such a refined interest, I shall gladly play 2 games with you. Kong Zhongzi took a seat opposite Lin Yi, and the two began their fierce battle on the chessboard. Lin Yi launched a vigorous attack, encircling his opponent, while Kong Zhongzi responded with composure, exuding an air of tranquility as if he controlled the situation untouched by the smoke of conflict. As the game progressed, Lin Yi casually remarked after placing a piece, "There is a scholar who has embodied the essence of Howren. What is your perspective on this matter, master?" Kong Zhongzi hesitated momentarily before placing his piece in a less than optimal position. Haha, in a gentleman's game of chess, one must not spoil the board. Lin Yi appeared unconcerned, laughing heartily, as if he had finally spotted a chance to turn the tide after a long losing streak. "In this match, I have lost." Kong Zhongzi seemed to imply something, as he chose to retreat against Lin Yi's assaults. As Lin Yi collected his pieces, he spoke. "Your gaze has never lingered on the mortal realm, yet it now turns towards it due to a scholar. Even I hold him in high regard." Kong Zhongzi nodded. "If he has gained your majesty's admiration, it is indeed his fortune. The Sane Academy will no longer intervene." He ultimately concealed this matter. To associate with a sovereign is akin to befriending a tiger. Should one err, they must sacrifice flesh to feed the tiger, with no other choice. "I wish to know how he managed to evade your inquiries," Lin Yi asked. "Not at all." Kong Zhongzi shook his head, resuming his moves while explaining. "This youth, through a poem, bypassed my inquiries and forcefully embraced the essence of Howren." Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly. "Another poem? This lad's poetic talent is exceedingly formidable. What is his understanding of the essence?" Lin Yi inquired. "There is righteous energy in heaven and earth, manifesting in myriad forms. Below, it becomes rivers and mountains. Above, it transforms into sun and stars. In humans, it is called Howren, vast and engulfing the firmament. The imperial path should be clear and pure, exuding clarity in the court. In times of hardship, the true essence is revealed, painting the world with vibrant hues." Kong Zhongzi recited. He had long memorized these lines, having repeated them countless times. Marveling at the young man's talent, Lin Yi's hand, poised in midair, hesitated before finally descending, chuckling, "Stronger than I was at the outset." Kong Zhongzi regarded Lin Yi. His spirit slightly stirred. In the capital of Nengxiangfu, at Junji Academy, Jun convened the 27 scholars of the academy upon his return, to report on the incident of scholars in Lin County disrupting the law with their writings. When the topic of scholars being executed by the government arose, the esteemed Confucians were all astir, their voices raised in indignation. "How brazen of the authorities to dare execute us, the learned. We scholars strive for the enlightenment of the common people, vanquishing demons and maintaining national stability. Is it our fault if in our pride we may have caused the death of a few? In times of our own sacrifice, where was the government to be seen? Surely, it must be that the woman possessed a bewitching visage, luring scholars, and upon being discovered by her husband, the blame fell upon the scholars. Unable to endure the humiliation, one scholar retaliated. Bang! Upon hearing these words, He Wei-jun was taken aback, striking the table with fervor and admonishing, "You, as esteemed scholars of the 5th rank, how can you speak so recklessly? Even sages have decreed that scholars are not above reproach. Who are you to prattle on? I advise you to keep your disciples in check, lest they cause a ruckus. Furthermore, the academy will commence renovations tomorrow, recruiting skilled craftsmen from the capital. And a grand edifice shall be erected on Dichuan Mountain, with swift progress." He Wei-jun turned to the 27 scholars present and inquired, "Who shall undertake this task?" "I shall, esteemed director." A middle-aged scholar rose, proclaiming, "I have overseen renovations in the past." "Very well, Scholar Zhong, this task is entrusted to you. Do not fail me." He Wei-jun nodded slightly. Scholar Zhong's father was an official in the Ministry of Works, well-versed in construction. Entrusting it to him was a matter of confidence. As night fell, within the esteemed Qian family of Nanxiang Prefecture, a commotion shattered the tranquility. "Master, a grave matter has arisen." An elderly steward, red-eyed, rushed into the courtyard of the family head, Qin Dekhan. Meanwhile, Qin Dekhan, tirelessly toiling and shaking the bed, was startled by the steward's exclamation, nearly losing his composure. He flung aside the curtain, exclaiming angrily, "What is that old Jew shouting about at this hour? Has his son passed away? Master, master, please come out." The steward, old Jew, frantically knocked at the door. "Out with it." A still agitated Qian Dekhan donned his robe and opened the door, glaring at the steward. "You old cur. What nonsense are you shouting about at this time of night?" Thud. The steward fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Old Jew, do not tell me your son has perished?" Qian Dekhan felt pity stir within him. Old Jew had dedicated his life to the Qian family, only to marry and have a son late in life. That precious son had shown great promise, studying at Junji Academy and recognizing him as his godfather. How could such a fate befall him? "No, it is not that." Old Jew shook his head, choking on his words. "It is your son, master, who has perished." My son. Qian Dekhan momentarily stunned, his complexion drained of color. He grasped old Zhu's shoulders fiercely. Speak. Clarify. Woo-woo. Old Zhu wiped his tears. Young Master Qingshu, Wenxin, has been executed and is imprisoned in the county jail of Lingdong. Old Zhu wept as if he had lost his own child. Wenxin executed? Displayed for all to see? Qian Dekhan, unable to grasp this reality, staggered back, his eyes wild with fury, as if blood tears were about to flow. Who dares to slay my son? A mere 7th rank official. Has he the audacity? Who grants the government the right to execute my son, a scholar? Kill. Qian Dechuan's gaze turned crimson. He was the patriarch of a noble family, forged in the fires of combat, his very essence imbued with aggression. He glared at old Zhu, trembling with rage. Who delivered this news? Bring him to me. It was a scholar from Qingshu Academy. He claims to be young Master Qingshu's attendant and is currently in the front courtyard. Old Zhu hastily replied. Go. Qian Dekhan disregarded his dignity. The heavens felt as if they were collapsing upon him. His eldest son, Wenxin, had been extinguished, rendered worthless. His second son, executed before the masses, was as good as dead. He longed to march to Lingdong County and drag forth that 7th rank official who had killed his son, to slaughter him without mercy. In the front courtyard of the Qian residence, in the reception hall, Qian Dekhan entered, his voice urgent. Where is my son's attendant? He soon spotted a disheveled scholar, wringing his hands, clearly anxious. Upon hearing Qian Dekhan's voice, the scholar quickly stood and knelt before him, weeping. Master Qian. Young Master Qingshu, Wenxin, has been executed and imprisoned in the county jail. Please save him. Moreover, young Master Qingshu merely slept with a woman and killed 2 vile men. How could the government execute him? They even declared that the Qian family shall not hold office or study for 3 generations. Qian Dechuan's fury erupted, shattering the table in front of him with a single strike, his eyes bulging. What? For killing 2 vile men and a woman, they dare slay my son? To extinguish my son Wenxin? A mere 7th rank official dares to judge the Qian family? Who the hell does he think he is? Who is the county magistrate of Lingdong County? I shall take his life. To slay my son, I shall not rest until his entire family is annihilated. Qian Dechuan's rage surged, emanating a fierce energy. He was a martial man, formidable in strength, while not a match for a 6th rank scholar against those below 7th rank. His literary skills were of no concern. The Qian family had many formidable guardians, all skilled scholars. What could a county magistrate do? His cousin, Qin Yutai, held a position in the Hamlin Academy, a 4th rank official, wielding immense power. Protecting the Qian family was a trivial matter. Qian Dekhan turned to the scholar. Very well, you. The attendant, possessed loyalty and righteousness. Master Qian, the one who executed young Master Qingshu, is not the county magistrate of Lingdong, but a scholar named Lin Yi. The scholar revealed the truth. A scholar? Qian Dekhan paused, then clenched his fists, a murderous intent spreading in his eyes. This Lin Yi was a 9th rank scholar, but had assumed the aura of a 7th rank official under the county magistrate's influence, condemning young Master Qingshu and Master Qian. Master Qian, this Lin Yi is a scholar from Pingzhou Academy. By his appearance, he is likely to come to the capital for the upcoming provincial examination, the scholar explained. Coming to the capital for the provincial examination? 9th rank. A torrent of fury surged within Qian Dekhan, his glare fierce. A mere 9th rank scholar dares to wield official authority against my son Qian Dekhan? Where does he find such audacity? Lin Yi, is it? If he dares to step foot into the capital, I shall ensure his body is torn asunder, his skull smashed, to be used as a chamber pot. As he spoke, Qian Dekhan turned to old Zhu, coldly commanding, take several guardians to Lingdong County Jail and rescue Qingshu. Anyone who obstructs you, slay. Yes. Old Zhu, eyes reddened, solemnly responded, Master, I shall also write to Zhixiang, urging him to incite the scholars to create a disturbance at the county office, applying pressure, claiming that Lingdong County has unjustly executed a scholar. Let us see if he dares to hold the county magistrate accountable. After uttering this, Qian Dekhan slumped into a chair, clutching his chest, as if driven to madness. I have lost a son and ruined another. Ah? The scholar beside him trembled in fear, already foreseeing the dire fate that awaited Lin Yi. In the shadows of Nanxiang Prefecture, currents of unrest surged. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Lin Yi and Li Wenbo hastened towards Nanxiang Prefecture, relentless in their pursuit, without pausing in any city, only resting at relay stations to tend to their horses. Their journey was smooth, without encountering significant trouble, and they hardly encountered any scholars along the way. At this moment, on the official road leading to Nanxiang Prefecture, Lin Yi and Li Wenbo rode forth. Suddenly, A troop of riders galloped towards them. At the forefront stood a warrior wielding twin hammers, his fierce gaze reminiscent of a fierce deity, accompanied by 7 robust comrades, each radiating vitality. Upon noticing the appearances of Lin Yi and Li Wenba, the 8 warriors slowed their approach. As they drew nearer, several mounted warriors encircled Lin Yi and Li Wenba. "Scholars?" the leading warrior inquired, his eyes fixed ominously on Lin Yi and Li Wenba. The disdain between warriors and scholars mirrored that between scholars and cultivators, creating a hierarchy of contempt. Warriors regarded scholars as ineffectual, believing they relied solely on literary skills, utterly incapable of physical combat. Conversely, scholars deemed warriors as brutish, lacking intellect, and viewed cultivators as nefarious. Cultivators, in turn, held disdain for all, wishing to label everyone present as worthless. "Stay back." Li Wenba shielded Lin Yi, while the elegant writing brush concealed within his sleeve prepared for potential use. The warriors, exuding a formidable presence, were clearly not to be trifled with, their vigor rivaling that of a 7th-grade scholar. Lin Yi maintained an impassive demeanor, fully prepared for any eventuality. "From where do you come? What brings you to the capital?" the leading warrior demanded, signaling to one of his companions. Suddenly, the latter produced a scroll from his bosom and placed it before Lin Yi and Li Wenba for comparison. "Brother, it resembles him," the warrior exclaimed as he advanced on horseback, unfurling the image before the leader. "Not just resembling, it is identical," the leader exclaimed angrily, shoving the scroll aside and raising his large copper hammer, pointing it menacingly at Lin Yi. "So you are Lin Yi?" With the leader's words, the remaining 7 warriors swiftly drew their weapons, their expressions grim as they focused hungrily on Lin Yi. These were the assassins trained by the Qian family, dispatched under the orders of their master, Qian Dekun, to interrogate scholars on their way to the capital. To their fortune, they had quickly located the one responsible for the demise of the Qian family's young master. "Do we have any grievances?" Lin Yi queried, observing the leading warrior with calm detachment. While warriors excelled in strength and combat skills, they faltered against scholars capable of flight and wielding ink as a weapon. In simpler terms, those who wield blades could never best those who wielded firearms. Li Wenba stood alert, yet remained untroubled, dismissing them as mere clowns. "There is a significant conflict. You have only one path ahead, and that is to accompany us," the copper hammer warrior asserted. The Qian family could not possibly smash a 9th-grade scholar into pulp. Li Wenba scoffed. "You lot have quite the nerve, targeting a scholar of repute. Are you seeking to violate the law?" "Ha ha, and what of it? A mere bookworm, how laughable." The warriors erupted in laughter. They were accustomed to scholars who bowed low before the Qian family, viewing Lin Yi and Li Wenba as nothing more than frail intellectuals. According to the laws of the Dian, a warrior violating the law could face exile or even death. Lin Yi coldly regarded the 8 warriors, stating, "Scholars possess the right to execute first and report later against those who violate the law." The warriors' laughter faded, and they exchanged glances. The copper hammer warrior, his expression darkening, replied, "It seems you are unwilling to accompany us. I advise you to comply. It would spare you some suffering. Otherwise, when blades are drawn, it could end badly for both scholars." Lin Yi replied, "I cannot accompany you without understanding who commands you." "Master." Li Wenba glanced at Lin Yi, a hint of urgency in his voice. "What is there to fear from these buffoons?" "The Qian family," the copper hammer warrior sneered. "I trust you are aware of the situation? Do not deny your involvement." "Ah, I see." Lin Yi comprehended immediately. Previously, Qian Qingwen and Qian Qingshu had boasted of their family's prominence as a prestigious clan in Nanxiang. Such illustrious families were formidable entities, deeply rooted in their territories. With substantial resources, they maintained numerous scholars and warriors under their protection to ensure the safety of their household. Qian Qingwen and Qian Qingshu deserve their fate. They are disgraceful scholars. "Are you seeking personal vengeance?" Li Wenba asked sternly. "One could say so," the copper hammer warrior nodded. "Our master has awaited Lin Yi for some time. If you are wise, accompany us and suffer less." Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, the copper hammer warrior lowered his head, discovering a sharp object had pierced through his chest. "What happened?" he stammered, tumbling from his horse, lifeless. The remaining warriors, witnessing their leader's inexplicable demise, were paralyzed with fear. Their horses reared in panic. Simultaneously, Li Wenba revealed the brush he had concealed, sneering, "You foolish warriors, how laughable. You dare to confront a 7th-grade scholar? Do you have a death wish?" A 7th-grade scholar could unleash literary techniques in an instant. As the 4th prodigy of the Pingzhou Academy, Lin Yi would not need to exert himself to eliminate a few warriors. That would be beneath him. Lin Yi remained silent, Although he had recently traversed to this realm, he was acutely aware of the disparity in power between scholars and warriors. It was Li Wenba's presence as a 7th-grade scholar that afforded him such calmness. Brothers, charge. The warriors, fully aware of their mission's dire stakes, drew their swords, steadying their horses as they rushed toward Li Wenba. Master? Li Wenba turned to Lin Yi. Eliminate them all. Lin Yi commanded coldly. Haha, excellent. Li Wenba laughed. Grasping the brush, channeling his energy as literary techniques enveloped the warriors in an onslaught. The energy transformed into arrows, embodying the martial arts of the literary realm, converting supple energy into razor-sharp weapons. Not just a few, but hundreds of arrows birthed from the literary energy rained down upon the warriors and their horses, turning them into a hive of chaos. Is this truly a 7th-grade scholar? How does he differ from the feeble scholars we know? The warriors marveled in disbelief. Before tumbling from their steeds, lifeless, their physical prowess may have sufficed against 8th or 9th-grade scholars, but they were no match for a 7th-grade scholar. Li Wenba clapped his hands and turned to Lin Yi, saying, Master, I was worried you might hesitate. Hesitate? Lin Yi paused, then chuckled wryly. What made you think I would falter? Your actions for Zhang Xiaoyan and Zhao Zhongqing. Li Wenba was taken aback. To act so decisively for them indicated Lin Yi's benevolence. Surely, a good person must possess compassion. Lin Yi, speechless, contemplated before addressing Li Wenba. Wenba, we scholars ought to be those who gather strength for the common folk. Zhang Xiaoyan suffered at the hands of scholars, and no one came to her aid. I cannot remain indifferent. Even if I stand against towering giants for her sake, I shall not waver. Those who gather strength for the people may perish in the snowstorm. Yet the flame of hope persists. Wenba, I carry the righteous spirit. With my 8th-grade standing, I vow to face many adversaries. Should I fall on this path, I hope you will shine a light, however small, even if it is merely the glow of a firefly, for you are the sole beacon in the dark. The issues surrounding scholars have persisted for far too long, causing suffering among the common folk who have toiled under their influence. Lin Yi cast a glance at the dazed Li Wenba, offering a bitter smile as he urged his horse onward, ignoring the lifeless body of the warrior on the ground. For those who stoke the flames of hope for the people, even if they perish in the biting cold and snow, the fire of their aspirations continues to burn. Boom. Li Wenba felt a jolt throughout his body, as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind, shattering the shackles of his soul within his chaotic consciousness. Master, you are on the path to sanctification. Li Wenba nearly fell from his horse, astonished that Lin Yi had revealed such profound truths to him. If he were to embark on this path as well, gasp. Li Wenba inhaled sharply, daunted by the thought, yet his eyes now shone with an incandescent brilliance. Chapter 131. Confronting the Qian family. I have offended the Qian family by slaying Qian Qingwen and extinguishing Qian Qingshu's literary spirit. Lin Yi, seated upon his horse, felt little turbulence within his heart. However, the Qian family now dared to send warriors to obstruct him, undoubtedly calculating to ambush him without any repercussions. This indicated that the situation in Nanxiang Prefecture was not much better than that of Lingdong County. The Qian family, you say? A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Yi's eyes. Through the insights gained from the literary path, he had come to grasp the intricacies of this world. Moreover, his advanced education endowed him with a courage and audacity that surpassed that of the scholars in this realm. If the Qian family sought to ensnare him, he would not hesitate to engage with this formidable adversary. Do not wrong me, and I shall not wrong you. Should you provoke me, I will eradicate you entirely. Master. Li Wenba caught up, his face flushed as he gazed at Lin Yi. From now on, my life belongs to you. Lin Yi regarded him, saying, the path you tread shall be defended with our lives. Li Wenba spoke sincerely. In the realm of literary cultivation, the destination remains unknown to all. Yet Lin Yi's earlier words had illuminated the path before him. While he could not aspire to Lin Yi's grand ambitions, he could indeed strive to stoke the flames of hope for the people. The road may be fraught with challenges, but possessing such determination is commendable. Lin Yi smiled at Li Wenba, pleasantly surprised to see the seed he had planted take root so swiftly within Li Wenba's heart. It could only be said that Li Wenba was fertile ground. Master. Li Wenba's expression turned grave. Now that the Qian family is aware of your existence, and we have killed their warriors, this grudge may be irreconcilable. Lin Yi nodded. Thus, we shall first proceed to the magistrate's office to report our grievances. He wished to ascertain the situation of the local government in Nanxiang Prefecture and whether it had been tainted by corruption, as reporting to the authorities would serve as the most effective test. Li Wenba was momentarily taken aback before understanding, and he chuckled. Master, this strategy is brilliant. If the magistrate is willing to stand up for us scholars, It indicates he is a good man. However, if he brushes us off or even aids the Qian family against us, then I shall employ the token of the Holy Sun, as seeing the token is akin to seeing the Holy Sun himself. Even a mere fourth-rank magistrate would have to weigh his actions carefully. Lin Yi paused, then chuckled ruefully. You think too much. My intention is simply to report to the authorities, nothing more. Huh. Li Wenbo was momentarily stunned. Under the nightfall, at the Zhenghua Shengyuan, atop the stargazing platform, the fifth Holy Sun Zhong Zijing appeared. He bowed to the Holy Master Kong Zhongzi, who stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the starry sky, and said, Teacher, I have returned. Kong Zhongzi turned to Zhong Zijing and inquired, Have you encountered the Long Wei in Nanxiang Prefecture? Not yet. Teacher, why do you ask? Zhong Zijing responded, puzzled. The Emperor is already aware that someone embodies the righteous aura, and the Shengyuan can only choose to abandon this matter. Kong Zhongzi frowned and continued, Where's your jade ring? Zhong Zijing replied, I gifted it to a poetic friend. You, Kong Zhongzi, infuriated, puffed his cheeks and waved his sleeve. That is a token of the Holy Sun. What kind of poetic friend is worthy of such a gift? He is the very one you seek, the bearer of the righteous aura. Zhong Zijing asserted. Indeed, he possesses remarkable poetic talent. Kong Zhongzi's expression softened. Then he asked, Did you not bring him to the academy? He refused to enter the Shengyuan. Zhong Zijing replied sincerely, speculating. The Emperor's knowledge of his existence likely stems from the official's report regarding the case, which must have mentioned him, unrelated to the Long Wei. Oh, a flicker of curiosity glinted in Kong Zhongzi's eyes. Bearing the official's aura? This may be the first occurrence in Diyan. Thereupon, Zhong Zijing recounted the events that had transpired in Lingdong County in meticulous detail. It is he. The southern region emanates purple energy. Is the descent of a sage related to him? Kong Zhongzi's heart, which had remained still for many years, began to tremble. He calculated with his fingers and confirmed the concealment of heavenly secrets. Why did he refuse to enter the Shengyuan? Was it due to scholars disrupting the law with literature? Kong Zhongzi fixed his gaze upon Zhong Zijing. He had originally promised the Emperor to relinquish the bearer of the righteous aura, yet now he found it difficult to let go of such a promising seedling. The potential for sanctity was comparable to his own brilliance in years past. I am unaware, Zhong Zijing stated, though he declined entry into the Shengyuan. He possesses the Holy Sun's ring, which grants him the mark of the Shengyuan. Thus, there is no difference between his entry and non-entry. Haha. Kong Zhongzi stroked his beard and chuckled. You have not disappointed me in this regard. Inexplicably, Kong Zhongzi's spirits lifted, and he waved his hand. You may go now. Yes. Zhong Zijing withdrew. Kong Zhongzi gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes deep and contemplative, murmuring, In that case, I shall engage the Emperor in this game with full diligence. In the capital of Diyan, preparations were underway for the palace examination presided over by the Emperor himself, as scholars from various regions gathered in the city. At this moment, a distinguished guest, Zhong Zijing, arrived at the South Xiang Tavern, the lodging place for candidates preparing for the examinations. Are you the scholar from Nanxiang Prefecture attending the examination? As soon as Zhong Zijing entered the tavern, he was intercepted by a waiter who inquired about his identity. During examination periods, taverns in every prefecture do not accept outsiders, only accommodating local scholars taking the examinations. As these establishments are funded by the local academies, dedicated entirely to serving scholars during this time. I am not a candidate from Nanxiang Prefecture. I require a private tea room to convey a message to the scholar Fang Qingxue, stating that the fifth holy son of the Shengyuan has business with her. Zhong Zijing intended to present his jade ring, but found nothing in his possession, so he had to take out a token from the Shengyuan instead. Thud. Upon seeing the Shengyuan token, the waiter felt a buzz in his head, suddenly dropping to his knees in excitement. I pay my respects, Shil. Zhong Zijing gestured for the waiter to keep quiet. The latter understood immediately and promptly closed his mouth. He then led Zhong Zijing inside, trembling with anticipation. At that moment, a commotion arose from a corner of the tavern, where a woman clad in a white skirt was surrounded by several female scholars. This woman was none other than the renowned Fang Qingxue, who had achieved first place in last year's Shengqian examination. Are you not the first-place scholar from last year's examination, Fang Qingxue? One female scholar gazed down at Fang Qingxue with envy. It's one thing to be beautiful, but your academic prowess is equally outstanding. Indeed, Fang Qingxue furrowed her brows slightly, her demeanor as cold as ice. I kindly request that you esteemed sisters refrain from interrupting my studies. Smack. One female scholar snatched her book and hurled it to the ground, declaring, What are you reading? I heard that you were the top scholar last year, basking in glory. My senior brother is infatuated with you. unable to eat or sleep because of it. You are quite the capable one. Chapter 132. A nest of vipers. The female scholar's eyes glimmered with resentment, accompanied by a fierce light. Gazing at Fang Qingshue's exquisitely beautiful face, she could not help but be tempted to destroy it. Her senior brother had become utterly enamored with Fang Qingxue after a mere few exchanges. Had it not been for the confinement imposed by the master, I would have likely pursued Fang Qingxue all the way to the capital. Yet, her senior brother, originally her man. It is all the fault of that vixen, Fang Qingxue. First, I do not know who your senior brother is. Second, pick up the book, apologize, and I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. Fang Qingxue sat on the stool, her icy gaze fixated on the female scholar. How bold of you to confront me. Do you know who I am? I am Qian Yushu, the daughter of the esteemed Qian family of Nanxiang Prefecture. You, a mere disciple of a college not even recognized by the Holy Academy, dare to argue with me? Qian Yushu, accustomed to her haughty demeanor, was no different from her two brothers. Just as she finished speaking, several female scholars beside her lunged forward, seizing Fang Qingshue's arms and shoulders. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? A killing intent flashed through Fang Qingshue's eyes, her innate power threatening to surge uncontrollably. She cared not for who Qian Yushu was. Those who offend her shall face her wrath. At that moment, an exclamation erupted from the crowd. Heavens, it is the Holy Son, Zhong Zijing. I had the fortune of glimpsing him from afar during the previous imperial examination. Within the bustling tavern, a scholar's voice pierced the air. He has come to our tavern in Nanxiang Prefecture to visit us candidates? A wave of astonishment swept through the establishment, as every scholar became electrified, bowing in respect. They gazed at Zhong Zijing, yet dared not approach him. Even Qian Yushu found herself stirred with excitement, hurriedly adjusting her long skirt. Her eyes wide with anticipation as she looked at Zhong Zijing. Zhong Zijing, who had initially intended to meet Fang Qingxue discreetly, sighed inwardly, clasped his hands behind his back, and surveyed the gathered scholars before inquiring, "Where is Fang Qingxue of Pingzhou Academy?" Fang Qingxue? In an instant, Qian Yushu's expression shifted dramatically, her face revealing utter shock. The identity of the Holy Son, so revered, why would he seek out Fang Qingxue? Moreover, he had personally come to the tavern in Nanxiang Prefecture. This indicated that the Holy Son had been attentive to her all along, waiting for her arrival to the palace examination for their meeting. No, it cannot be. How could she deserve such attention? A fierce jealousy ignited within Qian Yushu. In a corner of the tavern, Fang Qingxue, forcibly restrained by a few female scholars, felt a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes. They are looking for her? Initially inclined to retaliate, she now found herself indifferent to the actions of these individuals, deciding to let the Holy Son, Zhong Zijing, witness their behavior. I am Fang Qingxue, greetings to the Holy Son, Zhong Zijing. Though her back was turned to him, he still caught sight of her at first glance. However, his expression quickly darkened inexplicably upon noticing that several female scholars were tightly restraining Fang Qingxue. In that instant, an aura of subtle pressure enveloped the tavern, not overly forceful, yet causing hearts to tremble with fear. The Holy Son was enraged. Qian Yushu felt an overwhelming sense of panic, instinctively attempting to distance herself from the female scholars. Release her. At Zhong Zijing's command, Qian Yushu felt as if a mountain had fallen upon her. Thud. Unable to withstand the pressure, she nearly collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the female scholars who had attacked Fang Qingxue found themselves pinned to the floor by the oppressive force. Holy Son, we are innocent. We were coerced by Qian Yushu. She forced us. She is the daughter of the esteemed Qian family of Nanxiang Prefecture. We are merely ordinary individuals. The female scholars, already terrified, quickly distanced themselves from Qian Yushu. Yet their words rang true. Who would dare resist the commands of a young lady from an illustrious family? Qian Yushu? An illustrious family? Zhong Zijing recalled the beheaded Qian Qingwen. From what he understood, Qian Qingwen belonged to the esteemed Qian family of Nanxiang Prefecture. Yes. Qian Yushu, initially filled with fear, was simultaneously infuriated by the betrayal of the female scholars. However, upon witnessing the Holy Son's apparent surprise at her identity, she felt an unexpected thrill, declaring, Holy Son, Qian Dekhan, the head of the esteemed Qian family of Nanxiang Prefecture, is my father. Qin Yutai, the fourth-grade scholar of the Hanlin Academy, is my uncle. The female scholars who had exposed Qian Yushu's actions, witnessing this scene, were once again rendered speechless with fear, hastily admitting their faults. Sister Qian, I was wrong. Qian Yushu lifted her proud head, her lips curling into a slight smile. You shall pay for this later. The female scholars immediately turned pale. Zhong Zijing furrowed his brow, his expression devoid of emotion. Qian Qingwen and Qian Qingshu are your brothers? The Holy Sun knows my brothers? Qian Yushu's heart surged with excitement. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Zhong Zijing coldly remarked, "Birds of a feather, no wonder Qian Qingwen dared to defy the law with his writings, leading to his execution by the authorities. Your qualification for the palace examination is hereby revoked." The impact of Zhong Zijing's words left Qian Yushu stunned, her body collapsing to the ground, her eyes vacant. My brother is dead? I have been disqualified from the palace examination? Qian Yushu, in disbelief, hysterically questioned Zhong Zijing. Why? What have I done wrong? Zhong Zijing outright ignored her. When had he ever needed to explain himself to others? He beckoned to Fang Qingxue, saying, "Fang Huiyuan, come with me." He turned and ascended the stairs. Deservedly so. Fang Qingxue cast a dispassionate glance at Qian Yushu and the female scholars. And amidst the envious gazes of numerous scholars in Nanxiang Prefecture, she followed the Holy Sun into the tea room upstairs. Whispers erupted in the tavern, where discussions revolved not only around Fang Qingxue's extraordinary fortune, but also the death of the esteemed scion, Qian Qingwen. The shocking news of his execution by the authorities was indeed a rarity. My brother is dead. I must inform my uncle that the corrupt officials beneath him executed my brother. A distraught Qian Yushu, disregarding the female scholars, hurriedly dashed out of the tavern. In the tea room of the tavern, Fang Qingxue sat upright, her head slightly bowed, avoiding direct eye contact with Zhong Zijing. "Lift your head." Zhong Zijing gazed at her with a smile that was neither fully earnest nor entirely mocking. Fang Qingxue felt a flutter of anxiety, uncertain of the purpose behind Zhong Zijing's visit, yet she eventually raised her head, her gaze neither servile nor defiant, tempered with a respectful regard for the Holy Son of the Holy Academy. "Ah, no wonder," Zhong Zijing mused in admiration, his eyes sparkling as he spoke to Fang Qingxue. "No wonder Lin Yi composed such magnificent poetry for you. Truly, a graceful lady is a worthy match for a gentleman." Laughing heartily, Zhong Zijing stroked his short beard, nodding in acknowledgement. "At last, I comprehend the essence of this poem. Lin Yi composed such poetry for me?" Fang Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the smiling Zhong Zijing in disbelief. What, indeed, had transpired? Chapter 133, Scholar Qin Yutai, see for yourself. Zhong Zijing retrieved the ink masterpiece of Guanju from his sleeve and pushed it toward Fang Qingxue. He lifted his teacup, taking a small sip, his eyes fixed on her with a playful smile. Fang Qingxue hesitantly unfolded the Xian paper, instantly feeling a weighty sensation in her hands, as though she were holding an object weighing 60 to 70 pounds. "Only 7 dan," she thought, secretly astonished, before laying the paper flat on the tea table and focusing intently. "Guanguanju Jiao, on the islet in the river." Fang Qingxue initially paused, her cheeks flushing as she inwardly scolded. "He appears so earnest. Yet he is a rogue. Graceful lady, a gentleman is fond of you. Graceful lady, the drums and music celebrate you." Having read through the poem, her delicate face turned a deep crimson. Over the years, she had encountered countless young talents seeking her favor, employing various means, literature, poetry, music, and art, yet she had never looked twice. However, the poem before her evoked an indescribable sensation within. On the surface, the language was extraordinarily beautiful, vividly expressive, and particularly evocative. The content is quite straightforward, depicting a gentleman's pursuit of a refined lady, infused with a fervent desire to unite with her in matrimony. She closes her eyes, seemingly transported into the realm of poetry. In that moment, she embodies the essence of the lady. Lin Yi stands as the gentleman pursuing her, and the intricate beauty of their connection stirs within her a sense of longing. No. Fang Qingxue abruptly opens her eyes, her gaze regaining clarity, her expression turning cold and distant. She closes the treasured manuscript and inquires of Zhong Zijing. "Master Zhong, what is the meaning of this manuscript?" "This is a poem composed by Lin Yi for you, entrusted to me for delivery." Zhong Zijing smiles at Lin Yi. Fang Qingxue is an exceptionally rare talent, her beauty truly unparalleled. Since the teacher has relinquished his claim to Lin Yi, would not bringing Fang Qingxue into the Sacred Academy indirectly include Lin Yi as well? A twofold benefit. How delightful. Fang Qingxue shakes her head, stating, "I have only met him once, he knows nothing of me," and as she speaks, she pauses, turning her curiosity towards Zhong Zijing. "How do you know Lin Yi?" This was the source of her astonishment. When she departed from the county office in Anyang, Lin Yi was still in disgrace, and later, Master Chen intervened in his affairs. The specific outcome remains unclear to her. Yet, such a brief span of time has passed, and Lin Yi has already intersected with the Holy Son of the Sacred Academy. It is truly beyond belief. This is a long story, and you will come to understand it in due time. I have come today merely to return this manuscript to its rightful owner. Zhong Zijing did not elaborate further. With a smile, he rose to leave. Master Zhong, this manuscript. Fang Qingxue hurriedly stood, wishing to return the manuscript to Zhong Zijing. It is your manuscript. Zhong Zijing turned back with a smile. In the next moment, he passed through the door. As he traversed the lobby of the tavern, the scholars hastily knelt in unison. And after Zhong Zijing had completely exited, a commotion ensued. A throng of literati from Ningxiangfu rushed towards the tea room. Lady Fang, that Qian Yushuan is truly vile. Had it not been for the Holy Sun's arrival, I would have taught her a lesson. Indeed, in the capital, at the Qin residence. Bang! Cousin. Qian Yushuan knocked on the courtyard door, calling out loudly. She gasped, her expression a mixture of sorrow and resentment. Who is it? A middle-aged steward appeared at the door. Surveying Qian Yushuan. Who are you, miss? This is a significant place in the capital, and Qin Yutai is a prominent official of the Hanlin Academy. Not just anyone can meet him. Moreover, as the gatekeeper, he needed to ascertain the visitor's identity and purpose. Is my cousin at home? I am Qian Yushuan, his cousin. And I have crucial news to share. Qian Yushuan declared her identity. The master's cousin? Please, come inside. I will inform him. The steward welcomed Qian Yushuan inside, while notifying Qin Yutai. Upon learning that his cousin from Ningxiangfu had arrived, Qin Yutai felt a surge of joy. Yushuan has come? Excellent. To him, Qian Yushuan and her brother were akin to his own children. Yushuan. As Qin Yutai stepped into the reception room, he found Qian Yushuan seated within. Her face pale as though she had suffered a tremendous shock. Cousin. Upon seeing Qin Yutai, Qian Yushuan immediately burst into tears, utterly distraught. A buzzing sensation enveloped Qin Yutai's mind as he realized something was amiss. Yushuan, do not cry. Tell me what has happened. Have you been wronged? Speak, and I shall stand for you. His face was filled with concern, gazing at Qian Yushuan as if she were his own daughter. As Qian Yushuan wept more fervently, she exclaimed, Cousin, my brother, Qingwen, has been executed by the government. What? Qin Yutai's body went rigid, trembling uncontrollably, before he slammed his hand on the table. Which government office did this? Qingwen is a scholar of the academy. What authority does the government have to intervene? I will go to the Hanlin Academy and have his position revoked, ensuring he pays for his crimes. Master. Just then, the steward rushed in, extending a letter. You have received a letter from Ningxiangfu. With a tearing sound, Qin Yutai opened the envelope, his expression darkening as emotions surged within him. What audacity! A mere ninth-grade scholar, taking on the airs of an official, dares to execute Qingwen and extinguish Qin Shuan's hopes? Who gives him the right? What value do their lives hold compared to Qingwen's? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Qin Yutai's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Prepare the carriage. We are going to the Hanlin Academy. He could hardly contain his desire to defend the Qian family. Addressing Qian Yushuan. Yushuan, you have come to the capital for the palace examination, correct? Rest assured and focus on your studies. I will handle this matter. Yes, yes. Qian Yushuan nodded fervently, touched. She did not mention that she had been disqualified from the examination by the Holy Sun. At the Hanlin Academy in the capital, a carriage came to a halt, and the fourth-grade scholar Qin Yutai dismounted, heading straight for the official residence. Old Qin, did you not have duties tonight? What brings you here at this hour? A scholar, perusing the performance records of various officials, looked up in surprise at Qin Yutai's unexpected presence. Is Lu Yongming on duty? Qin Yutai was aware that the appointment and dismissal of officials from Ningxiangfu fell under the purview of Hanlin scholar Lu Yongming. Lu Yongming must provide him an explanation, or he would take the matter to the emperor. He could not allow the government to meddle in scholarly affairs, risking a return to the turmoil of the past. The relationship between scholars and the court had only recently begun to mend. He could not let it deteriorate once more. Chapter 134. A disturbance at the prefect's office. Scholar Lu was engrossed in reviewing the case files from his jurisdiction, having been busy with frequent palace visits. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent, the Hanlin scholar remarked. He had a good relationship with Qin Yutai and, knowing Lu Yongming was currently favored by the emperor, offered a kind warning. Reviewing case files? With such a muddled Hanlin scholar, what a farce. Qin Yutai could not restrain himself from exclaiming, flinging his sleeve and barging in. The Hanlin scholar's hair bristled, and he could only sigh in resignation. Lu Yongming was in his chamber reviewing case files, which detailed the case of Zhang Xiaoyan from Lingdong County, accompanied by her testimonies, including the harrowing details of her husband and child's victimization. Qian Qingwen was a disgrace among scholars, deserving his fate. Lu Yongming's eyes reddened as he tightened his fists, wishing he could personally behead Qian Qingwen for his heinous actions. Simultaneously, He held a deep admiration for Lin Yi, the ninth-grade scholar who dared to stand up for the people. Lu Yongming. At that moment, Qin Yutai entered with a grim expression. Bang! He slammed his hand on the table before Lu Yongming, glaring at him as he coldly inquired, "Is Zhang Dong the official you are responsible for dismissing?" "It is I." "What brings you here, Lord Qin?" Lu Yongming looked at Qin Yutai in confusion. How could a scholar responsible for appointing officials in the capital be aware of a mere county magistrate in Nengxiangfu? Seeing Qin Yutai's demeanor, it seemed he intended to hold Zhang Dong accountable. This was becoming interesting, considering Zhang Dong was personally appointed by the emperor and was under special scrutiny. Not just anything. Qin Yutai's expression darkened. Zhang Dong, as a government official, has disregarded human life, inciting conflict between scholars and the court, and has abused his power. His crimes are grievous. And as the recommending Hanlin scholar, you cannot escape culpability. You now have but one choice. Immediately dismiss him, or I shall petition the emperor to hold you accountable. Qin Yutai glared at Qin Yutai, clearly displeased that Lu Yongming did not heed his wishes. He seemed poised to report to his majesty. Lu Yongming, with a gentle stroke of his beard, smiled at Qin Yutai and inquired, "What do you mean?" Although Zhang Dong's abilities may not be particularly remarkable, his loyalty to the sovereign and love for the people are unparalleled. How could he be accused of indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent? How could he incite discord between the court and the scholars? Unless, Lu Yongming's gaze bore into Qin Yutai, unless there are scholars who disrupt the law with their writings. With Zhang Dong's temperament, he would certainly not stand idly by. Qin Yutai, eyes reddened with anger, narrowed them and retorted, "Are you protecting Zhang Dong? What crime has he committed?" Lu Yongming met Qin Yutai's gaze squarely. "Very well." Qin Yutai inhaled deeply, his cold stare fixed on Lu Yongming, proclaiming, "You shall await tomorrow's court session and witness how I impeach you before His Majesty." He turned and strode away. Lu Yongming called after him, "Scholar Qin, I urge you to reconsider this reckless endeavor, lest you find yourself mired in mud." "Are you afraid?" Qin Yutai sneered. "The court currently requires the voices of scholars. Yet your officials perpetrate harm against them, wounding the hearts of scholars throughout the realm." With a disdainful huff, Qin Yutai exited through the door. "Why put yourself through this?" Lu Yongming sighed softly, resuming his examination of the documents. Was he afraid? Indeed, he was. He feared that during the court session, the emperor might become enraged and directly strip Qin Yutai of his Hanlin position. Should that occur, Qin Yutai would plummet from the esteemed rank of a fourth-rank gentleman back to the seventh-rank benevolent, the same status he held upon entering the court. How tragic. At that moment, under a starry night, Lin Yi and Li Wenbo finally arrived at the capital of Nanxiang Prefecture, managing to enter the city just before the gates closed. On their way to the governor's office, Li Wenbo led the horse while carrying a box, looking at Lin Yi and asking, "Sir, are we truly going to report this to the authorities? What if the governor protects the Qian family and imprisons us both? Perhaps we should first visit Junji Academy." With the support of the dean, the governor would surely recognize the weight of the matter. Li Wenbo was concerned for Lin Yi's safety. Although Lin Yi was indeed treading a righteous path, he had to confront such challenges, yet devising a foolproof plan would undoubtedly be preferable. The governor's office could not be so corrupt. Deep down, Lin Yi still held faith in the governor's office. However, Li Wenbo's apprehension was quite reasonable. A governor who seeks to govern well must rely on these influential families and academies. Sometimes, entangled relationships could leave one powerless. Regrettably, Lin Yi lacked connections with the Hanlin Academy. Otherwise, his path would have been much smoother. Now, he could only rely on examinations to gradually enter the Hanlin Academy and fulfill his grand aspirations. Li Wenbo sighed. Why overthink it? As long as we continue down this path, there will undoubtedly come a day when we reach the other shore. Lin Yi chose not to pursue the topic further and said, "Let us proceed to the governor's office." Meanwhile, outside the governor's office, 30 to 40 scholars clad in the robes of Junji Academy were gathered, loudly denouncing the magistrate of Lingdong County. "Lingdong County Magistrate, you treat human life as trifling. Lingdong County Magistrate, you harm scholars. This is an affront to heaven." The scholars shouted, and numerous citizens gathered to point and murmur. Inside the governor's office, with a loud bang, Governor Song Zhili sat in his grand chair, trembling with rage. How audacious these scholars were, believing they could cause a commotion in the governor's office. Governor Song had already heard their slogans and solemnly declared, "Spread the word. Anyone who does not withdraw will be dealt with according to the Great Yin Law for disturbing the peace." Yes, the governor's deputy, the Tongji, promptly left the hall to address the unruly scholars. At that very moment, outside the governor's office, the scholars continued their uproar. The Junji Academy scholars were truly lawless. The Tongji frowned, realizing they needed to identify the instigator behind the scenes and report back to the dean of Junji Academy. He signaled, and the guards at the governor's door immediately opened it. Zhu Zhixiang, witnessing the door swing open and the Tongji stepping out, shouted with all his might, "Lingdong County Magistrate, you treat human life as trifling. How can the governor's office stand idly by?" The other scholars echoed his cries. Silence. The Tongji surveyed the scholars present, quickly spotting the familiar face of Zhu Zhixiang, the son of the Qian family's steward and the adopted son of Qian Dekhan. He was well aware of the case involving Lingdong County and knew that it was the scholars who had disrupted the law and committed numerous offenses. Moreover, the young official who handled that case did so impeccably. News had already reached from the Hanlin Academy's Lu Yongming that the emperor had issued an edict to ensure the safety of Zhang Dong and the young man. Zhu Zhixiang and his companions were essentially opposing the imperial court. Such audacity! Zhu Zhixiang, take your fellow scholars and leave at once. The consequences of disturbing the law are exemplified by your Qian family, Qian Qingwen and Qian Qingshu. Do not force the governor to extinguish your scholarly aspirations. The Tongji spoke with great authority. At that moment, several scholars felt their legs weaken. Chapter 135. Lin Yi's stratagem. Listen well, my esteemed seniors. Zhu Zhixiang lamented. This is the nature of the government office. We merely raise our voices for the scholars, yet we are accused by the Tongji of disturbing the law. To fabricate charges is a common tactic. As he spoke, the previously hesitant scholars rallied once again. Scholars have suffered at the hands of the government. Yet the governor refuses to act. This is truly disheartening. Foolishness. The Tongji inwardly cursed the scholars being used as pawns. They did not comprehend the truth of the situation and were swayed by others' words. He truly wondered what these scholars were studying. Esteemed Tongji, the scholars are causing a ruckus at the office, obstructing the administration of justice. What should be done according to the law? Just then, Lin Yi's voice rang out as he and Li Wenbo approached the governor's office, leading their horse. The Tongji glanced at Lin Yi and Li Wenbo, feeling somewhat suspicious. They were clearly scholars as well. However, since one of them was willing to intervene, he was not averse to offering a way out and stated, according to the law, extinguish their scholarly aspirations. Lin Yi nodded and replied, then this Zhu scholar should be regarded as the mastermind among these scholars. Detaining him would suffice. In an instant, Zhu Zhixiang's expression darkened, glaring at Lin Yi and demanding, which academy do you belong to? What concern is this of yours? If you have any sense, leave at once. We are speaking up for the scholars, performing a righteous act, while you, a disgrace among scholars, conspire with the government. Do you wish to be scorned by all? Zhu Zhixiang began his tirade, hurling accusations at Lin Yi. Lin Yi chuckled softly and responded, from afar, I heard your chant regarding the Lingdong County Magistrate treating human life as trifling. Coincidentally, I have just come from Lingdong County and am aware of the incident that transpired there. The scholar Qian Qingwen committed murder in cold blood, accumulating numerous offenses. Should we not eliminate such a scholar, allowing him to continue wreaking havoc upon the world? As he spoke, the expressions of the scholars gathered by Zhu Zhixiang shifted dramatically. Zhu Zhixiang had not disclosed this information to them, and now they appeared hesitant. In recent years, the Great Yin Court had enacted many new laws, which the Holy Court had disseminated to the major academies. However, most scholars had dismissed these changes. Yet, that did not mean the court would not act decisively, compelling the government to take action. Zhu Zhixiang's eyes darted, fixating intently on Lin Yi. After a brief pause, Lin Yi addressed the scholars gathered before him. You have been deceived, congregating at the magistrate's office, unaware that you are merely pawns in another's scheme. If you possess even a modicum of conscience, you should recognize that a person like Qian Qingwen deserves death. Therefore, I urge you to withdraw. As Lin Yi's words resonated, the scholars exchanged glances. One of them stepped forward, clasped his hands in gratitude, and said, Thank you, brother. We nearly caused a grave disaster, and we are truly thankful. Zhu Zhixiang, in disdain, spat, which prompted the scholars to glare at him with contempt before they bowed in apology to the magistrate and departed. The magistrate cast an approving glance at Lin Yi. Lin Yi then addressed the magistrate, Esteemed sir, we must arrest Zhu Zhixiang, who obstructs the court's proceedings. The magistrate hesitated momentarily. After all, Zhu Zhixiang was a scholar from Junji Academy and the son of the old steward of the Qian family. Such matters, unless they resulted in significant consequences, typically warranted little more than a reprimand from the authorities. Arresting him could very well provoke the ire of the prominent Qian family and even summon the teachers from Junji Academy to the magistrate's office in protest. Zhu Zhixiang, taken aback, sneered, I merely voiced justice here with the scholars. On what grounds do you arrest me? Your obstruction of the court's proceedings is sufficient reason, Lin Yi replied. Zhu Zhixiang laughed derisively. What case is being handled at this late hour? The magistrate appeared slightly perplexed. Lin Yi turned to Li Wenbo and commanded, beat the drum to declare our grievance. Yes. Li Wenbo's eyes lit up as he rushed to the front of the magistrate's office and struck the hall drum. Boom, boom. The magistrate, witnessing this scene, broke into a cold sweat and shouted, what are you doing? The hall drum is not to be struck without cause. Doing so is a grave offense that could condemn entire families. Meanwhile, inside the magistrate's office, Magistrate Song Zhili sprang to his feet at the sound of the drum. What is happening? Who dares to beat the drum for a grievance? Song Zhili was bewildered. The hall drum had only recently been struck in Lin County, and now it echoed from his own magistrate's office just days later. He was perplexed. The scholars had been causing a disturbance moments ago, and now, after the deputy had stepped outside, the drum was sounded. Could it be that old Sun had truly taken action? Song Zhili feared the worst. The scholars could be intimidated. But if a confrontation ensued, they would certainly clash with the magistrate's authority. No matter the circumstances, protocols must be followed. Someone, go outside and protect the person beating the drum. Reluctantly, Song Zhili donned his official robes and magistrate's hat and exited the hall. What are you doing? Zhu Zhixiang's expression fluctuated, completely at a loss regarding Lin Yi and Li Wenbo's intentions. How had it escalated to beating the drum? Was it merely because he had spoken out moments before? If there were truly a severe grievance, the magistrate's drum would have been battered long ago. Lin Yi turned to Zhu Zhixiang and stated, I have a grievance to report, but you obstructed my attempt to report it to the court. Does that not constitute interference with the court's proceedings? As he spoke, Lin Yi glanced at the magistrate and said, Sir, should we not proceed with the arrest? Zhu Zhixiang was momentarily stunned, his face reddening with anger. He had not anticipated that Lin Yi would resort to such tactics, and it appeared he was truly at risk of being imprisoned. Just then, as the drum continued to sound, the constables within the magistrate's office emerged and swiftly surrounded Lin Yi, Li Wenbo, and Zhu Zhixiang. Magistrate Song Zhili soon followed. Who has a grievance? If there is a legitimate matter, I shall see to it. But if this is merely a baseless accusation over trivial matters, I will show no mercy. As Song Zhili entered, his gaze fell directly upon Lin Yi and Li Wenbo standing before the drum. Zhu Zhixiang looked at them, panic rising in his chest. Sir. Lin Yi bowed respectfully and declared, I am Lin Yi, a scholar from Pingzhou Academy. I was wronged by those who conspired against me, leading to the unjust execution of a scholar who disrupted the law. I narrowly escaped their clutches and intended to report to the court, only to find that these lawless individuals are falsely accusing me of murder. They even shouted for the magistrate to punish me. As Lin Yi recounted his grievances, a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. The expressions of the magistrate and the deputy shifted dramatically as they stared at Lin Yi, exclaiming in unison, You are Lin Yi? Zhu Zhixiang was taken aback. What? The scholar from Lin County executed a scholar? Zhu Zhixiang's eyes widened, his heart sinking. He had heard from his father that this Lin Yi, a man of considerable ruthlessness, had beheaded his brother Qian Qingwen and extinguished the spirit of his brother Qian Qingshu. Now, he had turned his attention toward him. Zhu Zhixiang's complexion drained of color, and he hastily shook his head. No, sir, you are mistaken. I did not accuse him. I accused. No, I did not accuse anyone. I am the wrong party. Fear gripped Zhu Zhixiang to his core as he knelt before the magistrate. Lin Yi had even dared to extinguish the life of the head disciple of Qingping Academy. What hope did he have? Lin Yi regarded the kneeling Zhu Zhixiang in silence. The magistrate, however, was fully aware of the implications and quickly commanded, Seize this troublemaker, Zhu Zhixiang. Yes, the constables rushed forward. Zhu Zhixiang instinctively summoned his energy, attempting to resist the law with words, but at that moment, Song Zhili glared at him fiercely. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to test the sharpness of my executioner's blade? With that, Zhu Zhixiang shrank back, his head hanging low, and stammered, I dare not. The constables clamped shackles around Zhu Zhixiang's neck and led him into the magistrate's office. Song Zhili turned to Lin Yi with a bitter expression. Zhu Zhixiang's misfortune is that he encountered you while causing trouble. However, once the drum is sounded, I must follow the procedures. Lin Yi, please proceed to the hall. Very well. Lin Yi nodded, handing over his horse to the constables before entering the magistrate's office under the escort of the guards. Meanwhile, in the corner of the street outside the magistrate's office, a shadow vanished. Within the magistrate's hall, Magistrate Song Zhili sat high upon his dais. Beneath an illustrious plaque adorned with elegant calligraphy, possessing the power to extinguish the spirit of scholars, and wielding numerous other capabilities. Lin Yi and Li Wenba stood at the center of the hall, while Deputy Sun Darren prepared ink to meticulously record the case. Lin Yi, what grievance do you have? Speak truthfully, and upon verifying the facts, I shall ensure you receive justice. Magistrate Song Zhili inquired. Lin Yi cupped his fists and replied, I wish to file a complaint against the Qian family. Gasp. Song Zhili instinctively inhaled sharply, and Deputy Sun Darren's hand trembled, causing his brush to slip from his grasp. What is happening? You have beheaded their son and extinguished his spirit, and now you wish to file a complaint against his father? Are you intending to eradicate the entire family to prevent future retaliations? Song Zhili frowned. Is this true? Do you think I would jest with the magistrate? Lin Yi insisted earnestly. You truly dare, Song Zhili thought to himself, his expression growing grave. The Qian family, one of the 4 prestigious families of Nengxiangfu, possessed immense influence. And the legal papers against the Qian family numbered in the hundreds over the years. The Qian family has long established connections that reach the imperial court and the academies, making it imperative for the local magistrate to handle matters with utmost caution. Merely consider the individuals who have lodged complaints against the Qian estate. They submit their grievances one day and retract them the next, preferring to endure severe punishment rather than pursue action against the Qian family. Hence, Lin Yi's decision to file a lawsuit against the Qian estate is undoubtedly a futile endeavor, and the magistrate's office will face immense pressure as a result. Why pursue a lawsuit against the Qian family? Asked Song Zhili. Lin Yi retrieved a pre-prepared document from his sleeve and presented it to Song Zhili, stating, This is my complaint, esteemed magistrate, please peruse it. Song Zhili's brow furrowed. Are you serious? Knowing Lin Yi's temperament, he dared not treat this lightly and began to read the document carefully. His eyebrows lifted in surprise. The contents detailed how the Qian family had dispatched their hired thugs to ambush him and Li Wenba on the official road. However, they were outmatched and had been slain by Lin Yi and Li Wenba. Song Zhili's lips twitched. You have killed them, yet you wish to file a complaint against them? This is unprecedented. Of course, scholars do possess the right to retaliate when faced with attempted murder. Lin Yi's complaint serves not only as a lawsuit against the Qian family, but also as a formal report to the magistrate regarding their murderous actions. Rubbing his temple, Song Zhili looked at Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, your complaint places me in a difficult position. Firstly, you lack physical evidence, and secondly, there are no witnesses. If the Qian family denies the allegations, the magistrate's office will be powerless. Lin Yi nodded, acknowledging the magistrate's concerns. I understand, esteemed magistrate, but I would like to inquire whether I can file the complaint first and then gather evidence. Song Zhili was momentarily taken aback. What sort of operation is this? The deputy magistrate, Sun, appeared puzzled but diligently recorded Lin Yi's words. Li Wenba whispered, Sir, isn't it customary in Diyin to present evidence before filing a complaint? Our goal has essentially been achieved. The magistrate's office poses no issue. Lin Yi replied, Now that this perspective has been introduced, I ask you, did I not execute Qian Qingwen in the Lin County Magistrate's office? Did the Qian family not send someone to ambush us afterward? Indeed. Thus, it follows that the Qian family is guilty, yet the evidence is insufficient for the magistrate to take action. Correct. Do you believe that once the Qian family learns we are still alive and have approached the magistrate's office to sue them, they will not retaliate in a fit of rage? Certainly. If they move against us, will we not then possess the evidence? Yes. Li Wenba's eyes began to shine with realization, his mind reeling. Lin Yi's strategy was simply brilliant. Filing a complaint at the magistrate's office was merely a pretext to entice the Qian family into further criminality. Once they acted, evidence would inevitably flood into the magistrate's office like snowflakes. Ingenious. Utterly splendid. Lin Yi and Li Wenba exchanged hushed whispers, nearly communicating through lip movements. Song Zhili and Deputy Sun leaned in, eager to eavesdrop. Lin Yi then turned to Magistrate Song Zhili, expressing regret. If this is not permissible, I shall have no choice but to withdraw my complaint. With a sigh of relief, Song Zhili relaxed his furrowed brow and replied, Lin Yi, you currently possess no substantial evidence to prove that it was the Qian family who attempted to murder you. Thus, I am genuinely unable to assist you. I am aware of the incident at the Lin County Magistrate's office, and I hold you in high regard for your scholarly integrity and loyalty to the people, making you a paragon for all scholars. Furthermore, I firmly believe that the Qian family would not dare to trouble you in Nanxiang Prefecture. Should anyone harass you, you may always come to the magistrate's office to report it, and I shall stand in your defense. Recognizing Lin Yi's understanding, Song Zhili promptly assured him that once evidence surfaced, he would act decisively. I thank you, esteemed magistrate. Lin Yi bowed in gratitude and then inquired, however, regarding Zhu Zhixiang's unruly behavior at the magistrate's office and his slander against me. Deputy Sun witnessed it firsthand. The magistrate's office will not simply let this go, correct? I shall handle it according to the laws of Diyan, and I shall not show leniency. Song Zhili declared sternly. Your wisdom is commendable. Lin Yi exhaled in relief and then bowed to take his leave, saying, we shall take our leave now. Someone, escort scholars Lin and Li. After Lin Yi and Li Wenbo departed from the magistrate's office, Song Zhili could finally put his mind at ease. He turned to Deputy Sun and remarked, Zhu Zhixiang has truly fallen into misfortune. Relay to the Qian family that if they wish to avoid removal from the records, they should exercise restraint. Indeed. Deputy Sun nodded gravely and then added, esteemed magistrate, Lin Yi is certainly an unconventional scholar, yet his disposition may lead him to great misfortune in the future. With a sigh, Deputy Sun bowed and exited. In the grand hall of the Qian estate, Qian Dekhan glared at the weeping steward, old Zhu. As he smashed his teacup in fury, his face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. Song Zhili, who has benefited from my family's generosity during festivals, now dares to stab us in the back at a critical moment. Qian Dekhan was nearly beside himself with rage. Old master, I have only this one son. And considering that Zhixiang is also your adopted son, please save him. Old Zhu pleaded, having just received word that Zhu Zhixiang had been apprehended by the magistrate, leaving him in a state of utter shock. Fear not, old Zhu. He is akin to my own son. I will find a way to rescue him. Qian Dekhan declared. Have the house staff prepare another letter to be sent to the capital, asking Yushu to appeal to her maternal uncle. Only pressure from the Hanlin Academy can convince Song Zhili to release him. Very well. Old Zhu promptly rose to prepare for this task. Wait. Qian Dekhan called after him. What of the hired thugs we dispatched? Why have we not received any word from them? Truly a useless bunch. They can be quite brazen in the village. Yet when it comes to serious matters, they are utterly incompetent. Qian Dechuan's mood soured further. Unable to avenge his younger son by killing Lin Yi and Zhang Dong, he found it impossible to find peace of mind. Old master. Just then, a house servant hurried in, exclaiming, an official from the magistrate's office has arrived, claiming to bring a message from the magistrate. Quickly, Qian Dekhan rose, his demeanor suddenly serious. Invite him in. Soon, a plainclothes officer entered the hall and saluted. Old Master Qian, please be seated. Qian Dekhan gestured for him to take a seat, while old Zhu personally served tea and ordered refreshments to be prepared. After a sip of tea, the officer looked at Qian Dekhan and said, Old Master Qian, my superior wishes to kindly remind you that if you wish to avoid removal from the records, it would be prudent to exercise restraint during this period. What? Qian Dekhan was about to erupt in anger, but considering the magistrate's authority, he managed to suppress his rage. As a prominent family, even with deep roots, opposing the court would lead to certain doom. May I inquire why? Qian Dekhan forced himself to remain calm and inquired, casting a glance at old Zhu. The steward quickly slipped a silver ingot to the officer. The officer, well versed in such dealings, feigned surprise and sighed as he accepted the silver, saying, Lin Yi has arrived. Lin Yi? What? Initially confused, Qian Dekhan suddenly grasped the situation, his face betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. He cursed the hired thugs inwardly for their incompetence. The man had already entered the city. The officer, aware of the value of the silver ingot, continued, Lin Yi recently struck the magistrate's drum, accusing your Qian family of sending men to ambush him. He has also accused Zhu Zhixiang of inciting a riot outside the magistrate's office and falsely accusing him of being a murderer. My esteemed family had no choice but to detain Zhu Zhixiang in accordance with the law. However, Lin Yi lacked substantial evidence, and my family chose not to pursue the matter further, yet still sent a subordinate to deliver a message to Master Qian to maintain a low profile. The constable divulged the information he possessed, which was worth at least a silver ingot, equivalent to 30 taels, his salary for several months. Thus, Master Qian finally comprehended the situation. Nodding in acknowledgement and expressing gratitude to the official, the constable, having secured the silver, departed from the Qian residence under the escort of the household servants. Lin Yi. Oh Lin Yi, you killed my son and now dare to countersue me. Master Qian coldly remarked, since you have entered the city, you are like a turtle in a jar. This time, I shall surely flay your skin. Years of tributes sent were not in vain. Song Zhili was reminding me to act covertly, lest I be caught with evidence against me. A smirk curled at the corner of Master Qian's lips as he commanded, send someone to track down Lin Yi's whereabouts, and let a few 7th-rank officials capture him alive. Also, inform Master Zhong about the arrest of young Zhu. so he may assist in securing his release from the magistrate's office and apply pressure on the provincial government through Junji Academy. When the Hanlin Academy and Junji Academy exert their influence, Song Jili will surely be unable to withstand the pressure and will know how to handle the matters concerning young Zhu and Zhang Dong. As for Lin Yi, I wish to make him a living corpse, shatter his skull, and urinate on him daily. Master Qian's expression was ferocious. Though he was enraged, he was far from foolish. The noble families had their own methods of operation. He meticulously planned, confident that Lin Yi and Zhang Dong would pay the price they deserved. Their demise was inevitable. Under the cloak of night, numerous individuals from the Qian residence emerged through various entrances to address the situation. The machinery of the noble family began to operate swiftly, showcasing its efficacy. Those targeted, regardless of their capabilities, would find it impossible to evade capture unless they possessed resources that surpassed the noble family. At Junji Academy, a newly designated area, Master Zhong was supervising the workers, urging them to expedite their efforts. Hurry up. If the project is delayed, do not expect any payment. Just then, a scholar in a Confucian robe hurried over to whisper in Master Zhong's ear. What? Zhu Zhixiang has been arrested by the magistrate's office? He spoke out for the scholars. What crime is that? Master Zhong's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed. The county office of Lingdong dares to kill scholars, yet there are no consequences. Now, when a scholar speaks for justice, he is to be arrested and silenced. This is an affront to our dignity. I shall send a letter to the county office. I wish to see whether the magistrate will respect Junji Academy. However, Master Zhong still had his duties to fulfill. Personally going to the magistrate's office to secure Zhu Zhixiang's release was beyond his disciple's qualifications, for while Zhu was his student, he was not particularly outstanding. Subsequently, Master Zhong dispatched a letter directly to the magistrate's office. At the same time, he urged the local craftsmen to hasten their work, proclaiming, "You are fortunate to be able to work for my academy. This is a blessing earned over several lifetimes, so expedite your efforts." The next morning, in the imperial palace of the capital, the court assembly convened in the Fengtian Hall, where officials gathered to discuss state affairs. Alongside representatives from the Sacred Academy observing the proceedings, Emperor Lin Yunhong sat majestically upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura befitting a sovereign. His gaze scrutinizing the officials as he inquired about the welfare of the common people, his demeanor both stern and dignified. Beside him stood the chief eunuch Majoran, bowing his head in deference. "Your Majesty, the demon threats in the northern border have become increasingly frequent, with numerous reports of cannibalism causing unrest among the populace. Although the Northern Expeditionary Army is pursuing the demons, they are exceedingly cunning, evading capture and wreaking havoc across the northern territories. I propose that instead of passively searching for these demons, we should take the initiative and deploy our forces." A military official stepped forward, his eyes glinting with ambition, suggesting that the emperor appoint him as the general to eradicate the demons. However, before he could finish, Emperor Lin interjected, "The northern lands are treacherous. Launching a military campaign will only lead to greater casualties among our soldiers, and the demons' movements are unpredictable, making success unlikely. Yet, as they prey upon my subjects, it is akin to draining my very lifeblood. I have already instructed the king of the north to prioritize this matter." The emperor had already reviewed the memorials regarding the northern border and had a plan in mind. The demon threat was a persistent issue. The northern territories were merely a small piece of land, inhabited by half-human, half-demon creatures, uncivilized beasts that could withstand the cold. What would be the benefit of conquering such a place? Expanding our territory by a grain of rice at the expense of countless soldiers? It would be unwise. Better to send a few skilled military officers to keep the demons at bay, and if they encounter them, eliminate them. Your Majesty is wise. After a brief silence, the emperor grew weary and declared, "If there are matters to be presented, speak now. If not, you may disperse. I have a memorial to present." Just then, an elderly official stepped forward, stating, "I believe the matter of the heir concerns the stability of the Daoist dynasty." Upon hearing this, several young nobles seated in the front row of the hall brightened with interest. However, before the old official could finish his thought, the emperor's countenance darkened, and he interrupted, "The issue of the heir is one I have already decided upon. I have grown weary of hearing it at every court session. Do not bring it up again." As soon as the emperor's words were spoken, the old official's face turned crimson, yet he silently retreated. Some matters do not require immediate resolution. As long as the emperor is aware, that is sufficient. The young nobles, clad in princely attire, fell silent, their expressions dimmed. "Your Majesty." As the emperor simmered with anger, the officials were eager to conclude the assembly, yet one official, undeterred, stepped forward. the fourth-rank scholar from the Hanlin Academy. Qin Yutai bowed and said, "I have a memorial to present." This declaration immediately stirred the court into a flurry of whispers. The Hanlin Academy was the institution responsible for recommending officials to the Daoist dynasty, where scholars sought to gain merit and serve in the court. One could never bypass the Hanlin Academy. At this moment, the scholars of the Hanlin Academy looked on, with Liu Yongming initially taken aback, then sighing in resignation. Why seek one's own demise? President. The emperor turned his gaze toward Qin Yutai, his expression softening considerably. With the imperial examinations approaching, the Hanlin Academy's workload was immense as they competed with the Sacred Academy for scholars. This was no simple task. So the emperor displayed ample patience toward the Hanlin scholar who sought to recommend talents. "I wish to impeach Hanlin scholar Liu Yongming," Qin Yutai declared earnestly. The court erupted in chaos at this proclamation. Even the esteemed Daoist emperor was momentarily taken aback. To not recommend officials, yet to impeach a peer from the Hanlin Academy? Moreover, this was the Hanlin scholar currently favored by him. The emperor's expression darkened inexplicably as he inquired, "You claim you wish to impeach Liu Yongming? What has he done?" Qin Yutai, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Your Majesty. Liu Yongming has appointed Zhang Dong, an official of the court, who has abused his authority, disregarding human life, and instigated discord between scholars and the court. His crimes are heinous. As the recommending Hanlin scholar, he not only fails to repent, but stubbornly persists in his actions." Upon hearing this, the court erupted in murmurs, their faces betraying shock. An official had misused his power, disregarded lives, and incited conflict between scholars and the court? What audacity! It was likely that the emperor, in his fury, would demand heads to roll. Scholars, who now revered the academy more than the court, had someone daring to provoke discord. Was this not a direct affront to the emperor's authority? Lin Yi spoke in a deep voice. "Where is Liu Yongming?" "I am here." Liu Yongming stepped forward, kneeling. Qin Yutai smirked internally, his gaze coldly fixed on Liu Yongming, as if mocking him. "You have offended me. What good outcome can you expect?" Lin Yi rose, his voice grave. "What connection does Qin Yutai have with the case of the Lin County government?" Qin Yutai was momentarily stunned, confused. Liu Yongming asserted, "Your Majesty. Qin Yutai's cousin is Qian Qingwen, who is the cousin of Qian Dekhan, the head of the prominent Qian family of Nanxiang Prefecture." Bang! Lin Yi was enraged, striking the dragon table with his palm. "Qin Yutai, do you still have the face to impeach Liu Yongming? Are you aware of the heinous deeds your cousin has committed? Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The court officials fell to their knees, trembling with fear. They glared at Qin Yutai, wishing to kick him for his reckless accusations. "Your Majesty." Qin Yutai, terrified by the emperor's reaction, collapsed to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. "Since you, Qin Yutai, have the audacity to impeach a colleague, I shall reveal to all the ministers how you intend to absolve a murderer, and how scholars prey upon my flesh and blood." As Lin Yi's words lingered, he turned to Liu Yongming, saying, "Liu Yongming, recount the case of Qian Qingwen for Qin Yutai and all present. If it were not for the loyalty and benevolence of the officials recommended by Liu Yongming, I fear I would remain in the dark for much longer." Chapter 139. To see the token is to see the Holy Sun. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The ministers bowed once more, already having cursed Qin Yutai's ancestors 100 times in their hearts. Liu Yongming had initially intended to recount the case of Qian Qingwen while kneeling, but Lin Yi unexpectedly commanded, "Liu Yongming, stand and speak." The court officials gasped in shock, and Qin Yutai's mind went blank. Thus, Liu Yongming stood, articulating the crimes of Qian Qingwen in Lin County to the court officials, word by word. The hall echoed with his voice, and the officials dared not breathe. They were horrified, for while they were aware that some scholars had disrupted the law with their writings, they never imagined it could reach such extremes. This was treating the common folk as if they were nothing. The power of life and death was being wielded recklessly. This was utterly intolerable. An elderly official with a grizzled beard voiced his outrage. "This is disgraceful. To have studied the teachings of the sages only to become a scourge. They deserve death." More and more officials joined in, their eyes reddening. They may have had their own selfish interests, but in matters of righteousness, they were not yet senile. Qin Yutai felt a chill run through him. The representatives of the academy fell silent. Qian Qingwen was a scholar of distinction, having been a half-disciple of the academy before joining the court. His disgrace reflected poorly on the academy. Liu Yongming turned to Qin Yutai, asserting, "Zhang Dong is loyal and benevolent, with discerning vision. The youth he chose to represent is a paragon for scholars. Pray tell, Lord Qin, where lies my fault? For your own selfish desires, you dare to impeach me before the ministers. What is your true intention?" Ask yourself, do you live up to the sages of old and the emperor, or to the common people? Buzz. Qin Yotai's mind was a blank slate. Humph. Lin Yi rose from his dragon throne, gazing down at Qin Yotai. Such ignorance and incompetence. How can you remain in the Hanlin Academy? With a wave of his hand, the aura of authority from Qin Yotai dissipated, coalescing in Lin Yi's palm. It was then absorbed into the imperial seal on the dragon table. Today, I strip you of your title and demote you to commoner status, forbidding you and your descendants for 3 generations from holding office or studying. Upon delivering this decree, the emperor turned and exited through the side hall, the eunuch Meijuran hastily following. Dismissed. With a thud, Qin Yotai, pale and distraught, prostrated himself, weeping, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Lu Yongming approached Qin Yotai, stating, You failed to perceive the situation and recklessly impeached me. This is your self-inflicted doom. Remember, your current plight is inextricably linked to the Qin family. You had a promising future, but it has all been ruined by them. You regarded them as kin, yet they exploited you, eager to drain your value. This is nothing short of a heart-wrenching betrayal. Lu Yongming turned to leave the hall. As the ministers passed by Qin Yotai, ignoring him entirely, Qian Dekun has deceived me, Qin Yotai shouted, before collapsing in a fit of rage. In the west wing of the palace, the Yangxin Hall, Lin Yi appeared somewhat fatigued. He had not anticipated that a mere scholar from the academy would be entangled with court officials. Should Qin Yotai continue as a Hanlin scholar, gathering talent and bringing individuals like Qian Qingwen into the court, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Summon Yin Shuangwu, commander of the Dragon Guard. Lin Yi commanded. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a flying fish robe approached the Yangxin Hall, declaring, I, Yin Shuangwu, pay my respects to your majesty. Enter. Yin Shuangwu entered the hall. Kneeling before the emperor clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, I bow before your majesty. You, talented as you are, rise. Lin Yi playfully chided. You are the commander of my Dragon Guard, and we have grown up together. Why this formality? I dare not. Yin Shuangwu was moved, but maintained a stern demeanor. Enough of this. Speak of business. I summoned you to investigate the backgrounds of all scholars in the Hanlin Academy, including the officials they recommended, to ascertain whether they are appointing based on merit or favoritism. Furthermore, any official from the Hanlin Academy must have their direct descendants scrutinized for 3 generations. Any family with a blemish shall never be employed. Understood. Yin Shuangwu responded with a fist salute. Additionally, there is another matter. Lin Yi glanced at the eunuch Meijuran, who immediately bowed and exited. Yin Shuangwu's expression grew solemn. The emperor dismissing the eunuch was clearly a significant matter. Regarding the case in Lin County, you must be well aware. I wish for you to personally travel to Nanxiang Prefecture to protect someone. Lin Yi's gaze focused intently on Yin Shuangwu. Lin Yi. A flicker of emotion crossed Yin Shuangwu's otherwise impassive face. Indeed, I hold great admiration for this young man, but you are aware that today, in court, that Hanlin scholar Qin Yotai, while far away in the capital, can still speak for a prominent family. I believe the Qian family has already targeted Lin Yi. I require you to go to Nanxiang Prefecture personally to protect him secretly and report his every move back to me. Lin Yi's gaze remained fixed on Yin Shuangwu. Understood. Yin Shuangwu nodded affirmatively, yet he seemed to have something more to say but hesitated. Lin Yi urged, Speak. Yin Shuangwu produced a slip of paper from his bosom and presented it to the emperor. This contains all the information about Lin Yi gathered by the Dragon Guard. Oh. Lin Yi was taken aback, surprised at the swift acquisition of Lin Yi's information. I take my leave. Yin Shuangwu then exited. Why the haste to leave, you rogue? Lin Yi chided with a laugh. Subsequently, he opened the note and his expression shifted dramatically, his hand trembling slightly as he held it. In a certain tavern of Nanxiang Prefecture, Lin Yi and Li Wenbo, having indulged in a hearty meal, found themselves amidst the noon hour. Sir, with some time left before the provincial examination, why not visit Junji Academy? Li Wenbo expressed a keen interest in the foremost academy of Nanxiang Prefecture. Very well. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, stating, I had promised Director He that I would visit Junji Academy if I ever came to the capital. Just as Lin Yi was about to elaborate, a group of middle-aged men clad in black scholar robes entered the tavern. Their gazes swept across the hall, and upon comparing it with the image they held, a smirk appeared at the corners of their mouths. They approached Lin Yi with clear intent. Sir. Li Wenbo also sensed something amiss. It was evident these men were approaching them. It seems Qian Dekun can hardly wait to confront me. Lin Yi remarked. Confront? Li Wenbo was momentarily taken aback, the term unfamiliar. It means to engage in a contest. Lin Yi clarified. Understood. Li Wenbo quickly grasped the meaning. However, he remained unperturbed. in broad daylight within Nanxiang Prefecture. Did these scholars dare to cause a ruckus? The four scholars reached Lin Yi and Li Wenba's table and inquired, "Lin Yi?" "It is I," Lin Yi acknowledged, gazing at the four men. "What brings you here, gentlemen?" "Someone wishes to invite you to his residence for a gathering," one of the middle-aged men replied in a grave tone. The other three scholars formed a circle around Lin Yi and Li Wenba. "Who is it?" Lin Yi feigned ignorance, maintaining a calm demeanor. At the same time, he withdrew his hands from his sleeves and began to idly twirl the jade ring on his thumb. He gazed at the four scholars with a knowing smile, not intending to waste words, but rather unleashing a powerful revelation. Li Wenba was taken aback, his heart racing. He has directly revealed the Sacred Sun's jade ring? This move left their adversaries with no means of resistance. The four middle-aged scholars suddenly froze, their expressions shifting as they trembled uncontrollably. As scholars with the rank of 7th grade, they inherently sensed the significance of the Sacred Academy's token. It was akin to how courtiers regard the Dian state seal with reverence, for the authority of officials derives from this token, representing the rightful order of the realm. The jade ring in Lin Yi's hand was the token of the Sacred Academy's Sacred Sun. Upon witnessing it, the scholars found it difficult to maintain their composure. To behold the token is to behold the Sacred Sun. "You are the Sacred Sun of the Sacred Academy," the middle-aged scholars exclaimed, realization dawning upon them. "No wonder you dared to slay Qian Qingwen. It turns out you are the Sacred Sun." Their eyes were filled with respect and humility as they regarded Lin Yi. The title of Sacred Sun, akin to that of a prince, compelled scholars to address him as student. Otherwise, it would be deemed disrespectful to the Sacred Academy. Student Qian Fu's attendant, Lu Xiangnan, has met the Sacred Sun, Lin Shiz, they proclaimed, hastily introducing themselves and bowing in reverence. They were scholars of the 7th grade, having become attendants of the Qian family due to their failures in the palace examination. Realizing that the benefits offered by the Hanlin Academy were inferior to those of a prominent family. Thus, they sought to enhance their literary prowess through the Qian family's resources. Although lacking official literary titles, their potential within the literary realm extended beyond the 7th grade, promising great prospects for future advancement, albeit at a slower pace than those admitted to the Sacred Academy. With Lin Yi now recognized as the Sacred Sun, they dared not show any disrespect, and their demeanor softened, hoping to alleviate the Sacred Sun's concerns, believing that this might pave the way for them to enter the Sacred Academy. "With just the two of us, Li Wenba and I, confronting the Qian family is far too daunting. We must leverage our position," Lin Yi contemplated. Failing to do so would mean a dead end, while employing this strategy could yield a remarkable turnaround. The four 7th grade attendants of the Qian family were effectively subdued. There is no need for formalities. Lin Yi gestured gently, and the attendants sighed in relief. Lu Xiangnan, leading the group, clasped his hands and said, "Lin Shiz, I may have acted presumptuously earlier. I hope you can forgive me." "We seek your forgiveness, Lin Shiz," echoed the others in unison. "Ignorance is no sin." Lin Yi replied with a gentle smile, before asking, "But I have one question. What does Qian Dekun wish to discuss by summoning me to the Qian residence?" The attendants exchanged glances. Without hesitation, Lu Xiangnan responded, "The head of the Qian family wishes us to capture you. As it has been said, he intends to turn you into a human pig. Now that I think of it, Qian Dekun is truly malevolent. I have come to my senses and am willing to atone for my sins." Another 7th grade attendant, observing Lu Xiangnan's swift defection, quickly followed suit. "I too wish to atone." The remaining two attendants expressed their intentions to redeem themselves as well. "This move of yours is brilliant," Li Wenba silently admired, feeling a renewed sense of admiration. However, he was acutely aware that the Sacred Sun had left this token precisely to aid Lin Yi in navigating this predicament. With Qian Dechuan's impending demise, how audacious of him to wish to turn Lin Yi into a human pig. He must be seeking his own demise. Li Wenba seethed. Lu Xiangnan and the others were increasingly impressed. Lin Yi, at merely the 8th grade life establishment stage, was already commanding respect from scholars who were 7th grade Renren. "Do you truly wish to redeem yourselves?" Lin Yi's expression darkened as he scrutinized the four 7th grade attendants. "Indeed," they affirmed earnestly. "As the head of a prominent family, Qian Dekun has undoubtedly committed numerous crimes. Now, sending you to capture me, intending to turn me into a human pig, is utterly inhumane and lawless." Lin Yi's voice carried a chill as he turned to the attendants, stating, "You shall go to the magistrate's office and voluntarily confess, detailing Qian Dechuan's crimes one by one. Of course, by doing so, you will find yourselves imprisoned, but this act of atonement will be viewed favorably, and the magistrate's office will assuredly show leniency." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, The attendants hesitated, not wishing to languish in prison, which would tarnish their scholarly image. Lin Yi perceived their reluctance and said, "This is your sole path to redemption. Qian Dekhan has sent men to assassinate me. Surely, you can foresee the consequences. Are you still thinking of serving him? How many heads do you possess?" As Lin Yi spoke, an air of dignity emanated from him. The 4 seventh-grade attendants shuddered, feeling a chill run down their spines. Lu Xiangnan exchanged glances with the others, and with a determined heart, declared, "I shall take care of this." He understood the consequences of Qian Dichuan's actions. Daring to assassinate the sacred son was tantamount to a death sentence. If they chose to stand against the sacred academy for the sake of Qian Dekhan, only a fool would do so. Lin Shiz, I will join. And I. We have already committed a grievous offense by offending the sacred son. It is a tremendous honor for the sacred son to allow us to redeem ourselves. Qian Dichuan's attempt on the sacred son's life is against the natural order and will surely incur the wrath of all scholars. The 3 seventh-grade attendants ultimately resolved to abandon the darkness for the light. There was no choice. Lin Yi's status was too transcendent, far beyond their reach. They would rather oppose Qian Dekhan than offend the sacred son. Excellent. Lin Yi's eyes brightened. I assure you, once you redeem yourselves, the magistrate's office will certainly impose a lighter punishment. We thank you, Lin Shiz. We thank you, Lin Shiz. For 7th-grade scholars, now they could finally rest easy. With Lin Yi's assurance, what more could they possibly fear? Subsequently, the 4 7th-grade scholars took their leave, their expressions solemn as if they were marching to their doom, departing with a sense of valor and determination. Master, we are utterly convinced. After the scholars had left, Li Wenbo could no longer contain himself. With just a few words from you and the token of the Holy Sun, you have directly persuaded the 4 scholars of the Qian family. We now fully comprehend what you meant at the magistrate's office. First, report to the authorities, then gather evidence. The evidence is already on its way to the office. Li Wenbo was practically bowing down in admiration. Lin Yi had indeed danced on the edge of a knife this time, yet it must be said that he did so with remarkable success. Of course, this required Lin Yi to have a keen grasp of human nature. Should he misjudge, there was a high probability that the 4 scholars would take them away, with dire consequences. Lin Yi turned to Li Wenbo and said earnestly, "They are all learned individuals. No scholar would dare show disrespect to the Holy Academy. In their eyes, everything they possess is bestowed by the Holy Academy. They have neither entered the Holy Academy nor the court, but have chosen to become scholars, which indicates a deep-seated desire to be part of the Holy Academy. The token of the Holy Sun is akin to the emperor or a prince visiting them in person. They would not dare to disobey." Although Lin Yi had spent little time in cultivation lately, he had thoroughly understood the rules of this world through his readings. Scholars revere the Holy Academy. Officials respect the court. As long as one masters these rules and utilizes every advantage, there is always an opportunity to turn the tide. Li Wenbo exclaimed, "Your demeanor is no different from that of the true Holy Sun. You truly deserve the recognition of a scholar of the earth grade." He was filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 141. We have come to surrender. Master, shall we head to Junji Academy or to the magistrate's office to watch a show? Li Wenbo felt restless, wishing he could split himself into 2 to visit both the academy and the office. Let us go to Junji Academy. Lin Yi smiled at Li Wenbo and said, Qian Dekhan has sent 7th-grade scholars directly to the tavern. It is evident that the magistrate has informed the Qian family. Watching a show there might just be a facade. What a scoundrel. Li Wenbo raised an eyebrow, unable to restrain his vitriol. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. This is no surprise, after all. The Qian family is a prominent clan in Nanxiang Prefecture, and they have connections to the court's Hanlin Academy. The magistrate, out of both reason and sentiment, should indeed have notified the Qian family. However, he must have only cautioned them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent scholars over. Overall, the magistrate does not want the Qian family to target me, nor do I wish to confront them, so he can enjoy his peace. But the Qian family's attempt to eliminate us in vengeance for their deceased son ensures that our conflict will be relentless. Let us allow these 4 scholars to give the magistrate something to do while we wait for news at Junji Academy. Lin Yi had long since devised a plan. He was not a significant figure. Confronting the Qian family head-on would undoubtedly lead to his demise. He could only gradually undermine the Qian family through strategic maneuvering while simultaneously applying pressure. Taking on a prominent clan with just one person's strength was unprecedented. Li Wenbo nodded. The magistrate wishes to offend neither side. By sending these 4 scholars, your intent is to compel the magistrate to make a choice. The outcome will either be an impartial ruling or collusion with the influential clan. You wish to take this opportunity to gauge the magistrate's integrity before the upcoming provincial examination. aiming to orchestrate a sensational case. Something far greater than the case involving the scholars executed for literary offenses in Lingdong County. Li Wenbo spoke faster, his body trembling with excitement. Lin Yi was pursuing his path, fulfilling his grand aspirations. Lin Yi fell silent. Deep down, he harbored such thoughts. But he believed he had concealed them well. He did not expect Li Wenbo to deduce it. He smiled wryly and shook his head. You truly know a lot. Hee. If I didn't know much, how could I serve as your attendant? The two departed the tavern, rented a carriage, and set off towards Junji Academy. Meanwhile, within the magistrate's office of Nanxiang Prefecture, a constable rushed in, nearly tumbling over himself, and breathlessly addressed the magistrate and his assistant, who were engaged in a game of chess. My lord, there is a significant case. The two men were taken aback, abruptly setting down their pieces and looking at the constable. What significant case? They worried that Qian Dekun might have disregarded their advice and executed Lin Yi. After catching his breath, the constable replied, there are 4 scholars outside the office claiming they have come to surrender. The magistrate and his assistant both exhaled in relief. Yet they were also somewhat astonished. Scholars would come to surrender? Had they truly become so enlightened through their studies? Magistrate Song Zhili chuckled. It is indeed rare for scholars to surrender. Let us see what crimes they have committed. If they are confessing, it should be easy to handle. A light punishment will suffice, and we can report the case, perhaps even garnering praise from the emperor. Assistant Sun was also intrigued. My lord, your fortune is approaching. Ha! Song Zhili was in high spirits, stroking his beard, and waved his hand. Summon them. Soon, Lu Xiangnan and the other 4 7th-grade scholars, escorted by a group of constables, arrived directly at the courtroom. As scholars, they had the privilege of not bowing to officials. However, since the magistrate was a 5th-grade official, they were obliged to observe the necessary etiquette. With a resounding clap on the table, Song Zhili, seated in the courtroom, fixed his gaze on Lu Xiangnan and the others. Who are you, and what crime have you committed? I am Lu Xiangnan, a scholar and servant of the Qian family. 7th grade. I am Su Sidua, a scholar and servant of the Qian family, 7th grade. The 4 scholars introduced themselves. Immediately, the magistrate Song Zhili and assistant Sun were taken aback. Their expressions changed slightly as they trembled imperceptibly. The Qian family's own scholars had come to surrender? Song Zhili's heart sank. This was not good. He stared at Lu Xiangnan and the others. What crime have you committed that necessitates your surrender? Assistant Sun held his breath. Lu Xiangnan replied solemnly. Although I have come to surrender, I am also here to report a crime. Indeed, we first report a crime, then surrender. The other 3 scholars echoed, displaying a fearless demeanor. Please elaborate. Song Zhili said sternly, pondering whether they had killed Lin Yi and Li Wenbo, and now felt guilty, leading them to come forward. However, the notion of reporting a crime left him perplexed. Without further ado, Lu Xiangnan stated, I am a servant of the prominent Qian family, working undercover. Over the years, I have committed many misdeeds for the Qian family, and now I can find no peace, unable to sleep at night, constantly tormented by the moral condemnation of the sages. Thus, I have come to accuse Qian Dekun, the head of the Qian family, of indiscriminate killings and oppression of the common people. As Lu Xiangnan finished speaking, Song Zhili and the assistant nearly jumped from their seats, utterly stunned. The scholars nurtured by the Qian family had turned around to report them. Subsequently, the other 3 7th-grade scholars recounted Qian Duchuan's crimes in detail. Song Zhili and the assistant exchanged glances, feeling as if they had stumbled upon a hot potato. Are your claims true? Song Zhili demanded sternly. If this is slander or conspiracy, I will not concern myself with whether you are scholars or not. The mirror of justice above my head is sufficient to extinguish your literary aspirations. Lu Xiangnan solemnly declared, every word I utter is the absolute truth, devoid of any falsehood. Furthermore, I possess records of my previous assistance to the Qian residents, along with the subsequent rewards. He retrieved a ledger from his sleeve and handed it to Song Zhili, asserting, I am acutely aware of the gravity of my sins, yet I am a man of conscience, unwilling to continue in complicity with tyranny. I seek to atone for my wrongdoings. I implore you, esteemed governor, to swiftly apprehend Qian Dekun and bring him to justice. He must not be allowed to roam free. The other several 7th-rank officials resolutely corroborated the accusations against Qian Dekun. Song Zhili and the deputy governor were utterly taken aback. What had transpired? Why had these officials, nurtured by the Qian family, suddenly turned against their own master, even presenting evidence against him? Could these scholars genuinely have had a change of heart? Most of the officials had failed to gain recognition at the Sacred Institute and looked down upon the meager salaries offered by the court, choosing instead to serve as retainers for wealthy families. Would they betray their master merely for a better patron? Chapter 142. I confess everything. If you can truly turn back from your misguided path, it would justify the vast amount of wisdom you have gleaned from the sages. Song Zhili acknowledged their actions. Striking the wooden bench with a resounding thud, bring forth these scholars and let them remain in custody for a while, until I have thoroughly investigated the matter and can render a judgment. The deputy governor nodded slightly. This was the only course of action available, as it involved the noble Qin family. According to the laws of Daoist, the evidence presented by these scholars was more than sufficient to condemn Qin Dekhan, deserving of severe punishment. A few constables stepped forward, shackles in hand. However, upon a fierce glare from the four seventh-rank officials, the constables felt their bodies tense with apprehension. Song Zhili waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for shackles." The expressions of Lu Xiangnan and the others softened. Nevertheless, as they were taken away, Lu Xiangnan did not forget to emphasize to the governor, "Esteemed governor, I implore you to promptly apprehend Qin Dekhan. I will follow the proper procedures. Anyone who violates the laws of Daoist shall certainly face consequences." Song Zhili replied sternly, exuding righteous authority. Lu Xiangnan nodded slightly, subtly indicating to Song Zhili a path for survival. Should he protect Qin Dekhan, his own good fortune would surely come to an end. Rest assured, the governor will handle this matter impartially, Deputy Sun added. The group was then escorted out and settled in the governor's prison. My lord, there is something amiss with Lu Xiangnan and the others. They have unexpectedly betrayed Qin Dekhan. Deputy Sun looked puzzled as he addressed Governor Song Zhili. After a moment of contemplation, Song Zhili mused, could this be the doing of Lin Yi? Although Zhang Dong did not mention Lin Yi's talents, my understanding is that Lin Yi possesses remarkable poetic abilities. The recent unique phenomena observed in the government are also related to him. Standing up, Song Zhili began to pace the room, hands clasped behind his back. While Lu Xiangnan and the others are not scholars of the Sacred Institute, they are still men of letters with a certain reputation. Their betrayal of Qin Dekhan, spurred by the allure of Lin Yi's poetic genius, is not beyond reason. Deputy Sun nodded in agreement. Your analysis is sound, my lord. What should we do about this situation now? As the governor's deputy, he felt hesitant to offer suggestions at this moment. Song Zhili lifted a cup of tea, blowing gently on the steam, and calmly stated, locate Lin Yi and inquire about his intentions. The implications of this matter are extensive, and now is not the time to act against the Qin family, especially since Qin Yutai is an ally. Song Zhili refrained from elaborating further, but Deputy Sun already grasped the situation, saying, I will send someone to find Lin Yi. As for the Qin family, let us send word to Lu Xiangnan and the others to clarify the situation and also advise Qin Dekhan to avoid contacting Lord Qin, lest Lin Yi and Zhang Dong encounter trouble that entangles him as well. Song Zhili nodded, affirming, you are correct. After all, Qin Yutai is a Hanlin scholar. Should Qin Dekhan distort the truth and approach Qin Yutai with false accusations, if he were to present this matter to His Majesty in court, it would spell disaster for Lord Qin. Deputy Sun hastily replied, I will attend to this immediately. With that, he exited. Song Zhili murmured to himself, Qin Dekhan, I have shown you ample mercy. Do not continue to trouble me, or you shall bear the consequences. My lord, just as Deputy Sun was making arrangements, a constable rushed into the hall. What is it? Song Zhili inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. A letter from Master Zhong of Junji Academy. The constable handed over the missive before bowing and retreating. I almost forgot about Zhu Zhixiang languishing in prison, Song Zhili lamented, feeling overwhelmed. It seemed since Lin Yi's arrival, his troubles had multiplied, each more intricate than the last, be it matters of the academy or the court. The involvement of the Sacred Institute was merely a matter of time. As he opened the letter, his expression grew increasingly grim. Master Zhong's tone was audacious, outright demanding that he release the prisoners, claiming that failure to do so would be a slight against him and Junji Academy. Song Zhili snorted derisively. I am already seething with anger. Since you have dared to confront me, I shall not grant you or Junji Academy any favors. He waved his hand, summoning several constables. Conduct a thorough interrogation of Zhu Zhixiang, provide him with some refreshments, and ascertain whether he has engaged in any unsavory activities. Song Zhili commanded. Understood. The constables promptly exited. Not long after, a cacophony of cries echoed from the governor's prison, as Zhu Zhixiang bellowed, I confess everything. Outside the capital, at Junji Academy, Master Zhong surveyed the newly completed courtyard from a height, stroking his black beard with satisfaction. Under his supervision and prodding, the construction had progressed remarkably quickly. In a mere 8 or 9 days, over 50 skilled artisans had erected a brand new courtyard. Cough, cough. Ever since becoming the master of Junji Academy, I have grown accustomed to calling myself old man, despite being only 50. He chuckled at himself, then gestured for a scholar to approach. Send those laborers down the mountain, and inform them that we will settle their wages by year-end. Yes, master. The scholar withdrew. Master Zhong scoffed. A bunch of lowly peasants daring to demand wages from the academy. The knowledge they have absorbed during their brief stay here is worth far more than their pay. He turned and made his way to the headmaster's quarters. Lin Yi's recent poems are truly remarkable, each time I ponder them. Even the printed versions provide me with fresh insights. Master Zhong had been sequestered in his study, deeply engrossed in Lin Yi's poetry, reaping immense benefits. Yet, he also felt a twinge of regret for not having witnessed Lin Yi's government poetry. Nonetheless, he firmly believed that opportunities would arise in the future. Headmaster. At that moment, Master Zhong's voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Wei Jun's spirit stirred, realizing, if Lin Yi has not lingered elsewhere, he should be entering the city soon. Inquire about the situation at Lin Yi's residence. Wei Jun secured the printed copies and called out, "Come in." The courtyard door opened, and Master Zhong entered, finding Wei Jun already waiting in the main hall. Headmaster. Master Zhong bowed respectfully. Master Zhong, your timing is impeccable. Please have a seat. I was just about to ask about the courtyard's progress. Wei Jun gestured for Master Zhong to take a seat, while a scholar served tea. Once seated, Master Zhong replied, in response to the headmaster, the courtyard has been completed, but there is the matter of the artisan's wages. Wei Jun furrowed his brow. Isn't payment settled daily? The academy's treasury has already allocated the funds to you. Master Zhong chuckled ruefully. That was settled long ago. But these artisans are working overtime and have expressed dissatisfaction with the low wages. They departed from their homes to labor at the academy, with pressing projects at hand. The remuneration could be adjusted accordingly, and later you may request the funds from the treasury. I shall provide my seal of approval. Wei Jun was moved by Lin Yi's compassion for the common folk, stirring a sense of empathy within him. The benevolence of the dean is indeed a blessing for these craftsmen. Master Zhong smiled, unable to conceal his admiration for Wei Jun. In chapter 143, Bold and Unruly Commoners, Wei Jun lightly stroked his beard and chuckled. Since the academy possesses the means, why not extend a helping hand to them? By reducing our waste of paper and ink, we could easily cover the annual expenses of a common family. Indeed, what you say is profoundly true. Master Zhong nodded in strong agreement. Wei Jun chuckled again, turning to Master Zhong and inquired, apart from the matter of the labor costs, is there anything else? Master Zhong shook his head. Everything at the academy is well. With you here, I find great peace of mind. Wei Jun poured a cup of tea for Master Zhong and said earnestly, additionally, please inform everyone that during this period, if 2 scholars come to visit the academy, you must promptly notify me and do not neglect their presence. What status do they hold? Master Zhong asked curiously. They are scholars from Pingzhou Academy. Wei Jun replied with a smile, revealing little else, thus appearing somewhat enigmatic. This only piqued Master Zhong's curiosity further. It was unusual for a scholar from a lesser academy to garner such attention from the dean. There must be something amiss. Yet Master Zhong refrained from probing further and respectfully withdrew. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the academy where guests were entertained, dozens of craftsmen gathered, their expressions filled with excitement as they gazed at several young scholars clad in scholarly robes. Esteemed scholars, we lack formal education and toil as laborers. This payment is essential for us to provide for our families. My child is ill, and without our wages, we cannot afford treatment. Please, have mercy upon us. We truly need this payment. Initially, your master promised daily settlements, and we were willing to accept a lower wage, but now, not only have we not received our daily wages, but we have also completed the construction of this residence, and the academy has inspected it. We cannot be denied our due payment. Indeed, as scholars, you should uphold integrity. The craftsmen's eyes brimmed with tears as they implored the young scholars. The scholars exchanged glances, sighing in resignation. At that moment, a tall, thin scholar stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Everyone, it is not that the academy is unwilling to pay you, but rather that we are facing difficulties as well. Our studies consume vast amounts of paper and ink, which require funding. We understand your hardships, yet we too are struggling. However, rest assured, your wages will be settled before the year's end. Our Junji Academy is known for its integrity. The eloquent scholar's words earned silent nods of agreement from the others, who sighed softly. They recognized the financial burden of their scholarly pursuits. Perhaps the academy truly lacked funds. Otherwise, they would not deny the craftsmen their dues. Everyone has their struggles. Let us show mutual understanding. Another scholar urged. Utter nonsense. Suddenly, one of the craftsmen became agitated, cursing vehemently. What do your studies have to do with us? Are you implying that our hard-earned wages should first support your studies? And only if there is surplus will you settle with us? What absolute nonsense! The craftsman, his eyes reddened with anger, continued. If our wages are insignificant to the academy, then why not settle them? What use is your lengthy discourse? Previously, you promised to pay upon completion, and we empathized with your scholarly pursuits, foregoing daily settlements. Now you claim it will be settled at year's end, but I fear that by then, you will say it will be settled next year. Even if it costs me my life, I must voice these concerns. The craftsman finished speaking, his face pale from the exertion. Other craftsmen joined in, voicing their grievances. The faces of several scholars turned pallid, bold and unruly commoners. The tall scholar's demeanor shifted dramatically as he glared at the outspoken craftsman and rushed forward, striking him with a slap that sent the craftsman reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed unconscious. The remaining craftsmen were taken aback, their expressions shifting in fear as they retreated several steps, assisting the bloodied craftsman. You disgrace the name of scholars. How cruel-hearted you are. We are merely seeking our wages. On what grounds do you strike us? We shall report to the authorities. We shall seek justice. The craftsmen, enraged, were filled with tears. Report to the authorities? At that moment, Master Zhong appeared, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the group of craftsmen. Master! Master! Several scholars hastily bowed in greeting. Master Zhong waved his hand dismissively and addressed the craftsman coldly. I believe I have stated that wages will be settled at year's end. Do you have any further grievances? Report to the authorities? You lowly commoners dare to threaten us with that? Ask the governor if he would dare stand up for you. If you had read, even a little, you would be familiar with the saying, an ant attempting to shake a tree knows not its own strength. You commoners dare to challenge the academy. Do you believe you can prevail? Keep arguing, and you shall forfeit your wages at year's end. Do you truly think that reporting to the authorities will intimidate us scholars? Do you believe we are easy to bully? Master Zhong released an aura of fifth-grade virtue, instantly leaving the craftsman breathless, trembling in fear. Expel them from the academy. Anyone who dares to cause further disturbance, hindering the studies of the academy's scholars, shall be executed. Master Zhong threatened. The craftsmen's faces paled as they recoiled, their anger transforming into terror. Death. They were but ordinary folk, with elderly parents and young children relying on them. If they were to perish, their families would be devastated. Observing their expressions, Master Zhong smirked inwardly and then asked, Now, who else wishes to cause trouble? Step forward. The craftsmen, frightened, retreated in unison, their anger stifled. To be able to work for the academy and absorb the scholarly atmosphere was a privilege. To demand wages from us would be an act of folly. Begone. Master Zhong commanded coldly. The craftsmen, suppressing their tears and indignation, hoisted the unconscious craftsman and began their descent down the mountain. They felt discontent, yet what could they do? The scholars wielded extraordinary power, rendering them akin to ants, unless they wished to court death. As Master Zhong had stated, could they truly contend with the academy? They could only resign themselves to their misfortune and seek other work to sustain their families. As long as they lived, there remained hope. This is Junji Academy? Li Wenbo remarked. To be honest, this is my first visit. The lights are bright, and the scent of books fills the air. It is impressively grand. Li Wenbo and Lin Yi arrived at the entrance of Junji Academy, immediately taking in the magnificence of the academy perched upon a hillside, adorned with pavilions and towers, reminiscent of majestic palaces. Indeed, it is remarkable. Lin Yi felt a sense of awe, recognizing that Junji Academy far surpassed Ping Zhou Academy. The difference was akin to that between a village school and a city university. Junji Academy had produced many disciples of the Holy Academy and high-ranking officials. Zhang Dong was also a scholar from this esteemed institution. Li Wenbo sighed. Studying in such an academy significantly increases the chances of entering the Holy Academy compared to our Ping Zhou Academy. There is no need for lamentation. The more humble the origins, the more valuable the achievements when reaching the pinnacle of scholarly pursuits. The tale of humble origins giving rise to great sons is a timeless narrative. Lin Yi replied. Come, let us pay our respects. Lin Yi and Li Wenbo ascended the mountain. Suddenly, they encountered a group of craftsmen, their bodies caked in mud, descending in tears, some injured, and being carried by others. What has transpired? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why a group of laborers would be present at Junji Academy. It appears that great grievances have been suffered. Chapter 144. Seeking the Great One's approval. Master, is the Junji Shuyuan undergoing expansion? So many craftsmen from the common folk. Li Wenbo glanced at the artisans with a hint of confusion. Subsequently, he stepped aside. Lin Yi, holding the reins of his horse, stood by. As the craftsmen passed by the two, their eyes reflected a strong animosity. Why do they look at me like that? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. He did not recognize these craftsmen, yet the hostility in their gazes was palpable. What nonsense are these scholars spouting? Bah! A bunch of ruthless scoundrels. One craftsman could not contain himself and spat towards Lin Yi and Li Wenba. His expression was filled with hatred. Don't speak. Do you want to get us killed? With Niu Go in such a state, do you want to implicate everyone else? We'll just consider the wages as dog food. A craftsman whispered in admonition. But upon realizing that his words insulted the scholars, he quickly fell silent. Lin Yi's frown deepened. Wages? Dog food. Lin Yi couldn't help but speculate whether these craftsmen were working for the Junji Shuyuan without receiving payment, which led to their current predicament. A sense of foreboding settled within him. Had he already encountered such troubles upon arriving at the Junji Shuyuan? Master. Li Wenba was about to urge Lin Yi to continue walking, but upon seeing Lin Yi's furrowed brow, he understood immediately. To establish a heart for the heavens and earth. To establish a destiny for the people. Stop! Li Wenba quickly turned and shouted at the craftsmen descending the mountain. Suddenly, the group of craftsmen trembled, and a few even muttered curses at the one who had spoken. They feared retribution from the scholars. Cold sweat poured down their faces, and their expressions turned pale. If a scholar were to unleash their anger, their lives could be forfeit. Master, I will inquire about the situation. Li Wenba greeted Lin Yi and then directly pursued the craftsman. Thud. However, as Li Wenba approached, the craftsman panicked and promptly knelt on the ground. Sir, we were wrong. We don't want any wages. Please spare us. We have elderly mothers at home and wives and children to care for. Let us go, and we will serve you like cattle and horses. We were foolish and disrespectful, clashing with the esteemed sir. Please forgive us. A group of craftsmen knelt, pleading for mercy, their voices trembling with fear and tears. Li Wenba stood frozen, deeply shaken, unsure of what to say, and looked helplessly towards Lin Yi, who was not far away. Lin Yi dropped the reins and quickly approached, saying, Get up, all of you. Sir, we really do not want any wages. We beg you to let us go. One craftsman cried sorrowfully, bowing deeply. Buzz. Lin Yi's mind went blank, his fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, and he turned to gaze at the distant Junji Shuyuan. Even the brightest lights cast shadows in the darkness. Get up. We are not scholars of the Junji Shuyuan. Why do you appear this way? What has happened? If convenient, could you share it with us? Lin Yi stepped forward to assist one of the craftsmen, his tone filled with concern. Yes, do not kneel. Have you encountered bullying by the scholars? Stand and speak with us. Li Wenba also helped the nearest craftsman to his feet, stating, Though we are not officials of the court, if you have suffered grievances, we can certainly advocate on your behalf. The craftsman hesitated but eventually stood up. However, one craftsman spoke up. We do have grievances, but we do not wish to cause trouble. Please, just let us go. We seek nothing more than to return home alive to see our elderly parents and wives and children. We beg for your mercy. The craftsman dared not say more. What if it was a trap? Scholars have too many means. How could they stand a chance? Lin Yi felt a heaviness in his heart. Why were they so terrified? What had the Junji Shuyuan done to these craftsmen? This is precisely why in the government offices, there are almost no commoners who dare to report grievances against scholars. Even if they endure grave injustices, they can only swallow their bitterness. Scholars have long tormented the common folk. Lin Yi yearned to do something for these craftsmen, but their silence left him feeling powerless. All right, you may descend the mountain. Lin Yi did not press further. They were already terrified enough. Pressing for answers would only backfire. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your mercy. The craftsmen, as if freed from a great burden, hurriedly expressed their gratitude and swiftly departed from the Junji Shuyuan. Once they had left, Li Wenba approached Lin Yi and said, Master, you feel troubled, do you not? Indeed. Lin Yi nodded. But there is nothing to be done. They are already fearful enough. Let us head to the Junji Shuyuan. We shall learn the specifics in due course. Lin Yi felt that possessing a righteous spirit, he ought to live up to the recognition of heaven and earth. This was almost his destiny. Who would have thought that his lofty ambition of achieving an 8th-rank mandate was so closely tied to the lives of the common people? Very well. These craftsmen are working at the Junji Shuyuan, and their household registrations must be recorded, so locating them later will not be difficult. Li Wenba nodded solemnly. Thus, Lin Yi and Li Wenba continued onwards, but both bore an unusual heaviness in their hearts. In front of the Junji Shuyuan archway, whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Yi and Li Wenba arrived, 4 figures descended from the sky. They were the scholars guarding the mountain gate of the Junji Shuyuan. Who goes there? This is the Junji Shuyuan. Are you two here to study? One of the scholars inquired. Lin Yi slightly bowed and replied, I am Lin Yi. And this is Li Wenba. We are scholars from the Pingzhou Shuyuan, invited by Director He to visit the Junji Shuyuan for study. You are Lin Yi. One scholar's expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward to bow, saying, We have been awaiting Scholar Lin at the behest of the Director for quite some time. The Director is currently in the Academy contemplating. Please follow me to the Academy, and I will report your arrival to him shortly. The scholar's demeanor was exceedingly courteous, causing Lin Yi's expression to soften slightly. Thank you. Lin Yi replied with a bow. Please. After entering the Junji Shuyuan, Lin Yi and Li Wenba were accommodated in the guest reception courtyard by the guiding scholar, who promptly went to relay the news. At this time, He Weijun, who was pondering in the study, heard the disciple's report from outside the courtyard. He was informed that Lin Yi had arrived at the Junji Shuyuan and was being settled in the guest reception courtyard. So soon for study? Excellent, excellent. He Weijun gently stroked his beard, his spirits lifted. He exited the study and instructed the disciple, send word down to have the newly built courtyard cleaned up promptly. Lin Yi and his attendant will be staying there shortly. Is that so? The disciple nodded in acknowledgement, but then froze in shock. The academy had expended such materials and silver to construct the new courtyard, and it was to be offered to Lin Yi and his attendant? The cost of that courtyard was significantly higher than that of the director's personal courtyard. Who exactly is Lin Yi that merits such treatment from the director? Even the courtyard was newly constructed, and certain areas of the entire academy were refurbished. This person is truly remarkable. Chapter 145, with Dian, the blessing of the people. Director, that newly built courtyard should be for your esteemed direct disciple, right? Is it appropriate to let a scholar from Pingzhou Shuyuan stay there before anyone else? The disciple inquired curiously. A perfectly good mansion, and the director's personal disciple had not yet occupied it, yet it was being offered to scholars from other academies. This seemed quite inappropriate. He Weijun chuckled lightly. His demeanor softened compared to before, and said, This courtyard was originally built for Lin Yi. What is inappropriate about it? Do not ask too many questions. Go arrange it. The scholar bowed and retreated. As he was about to depart, his eyes were filled with profound astonishment. Was this arrangement made for Lin Yi? How could a mere youth, seemingly at the 8th rank of the life establishment realm, garner such affection from the dean? In the courtyard designated for receiving guests, Lin Yi and Li Wenba had scarcely settled when the scholar who had been assigned to them hurried back. The scholar, with a markedly altered expression, hurried towards Lin Yi and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, Scholar Lin, the dean has prepared new accommodations for you. Please follow me. New accommodations? I find this place quite satisfactory. It is not a bother. Lin Yi genuinely appreciated the tranquility of the environment, which facilitated his studies. The scholar, forcing a smile, replied, This is the dean's arrangement. I hope Scholar Lin will not make things difficult for me. Reluctantly, Lin Yi nodded in assent. After gathering their belongings once more alongside Li Wenba, they followed the scholar to the newly constructed quarters. Upon arrival, Lin Yi was taken aback by the new dwelling, which was indeed impressively modern. It was evident that the building had recently been completed, boasting an ancient architectural style and an expansive courtyard. Features such as artificial hills and flowing ponds, along with pavilions and reading pavilions, adorned the premises. The ambience was vastly superior to that of the previous guest courtyard, surpassing it by several folds. The air was thick with the fragrance of books, evoking a sense of immersion in a sea of literature. Scholar Lin, the dean mentioned that this residence was crafted specifically for you. Please make yourself at home. The scholar attempted to foster camaraderie with Lin Yi, adding, I will arrange for someone to wait outside the courtyard. If you need anything, simply have them find me. By the way, my name is Chu Nan. Chu Nan. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. The name was distinctly unique. Indeed, Chu Nan. The scholar smiled slightly, and, not wishing to intrude further, prepared to take his leave. However, at that moment, Lin Yi recalled something and turned to Chu Nan, saying, Brother Chu, I have a question for you, if it would not be too much trouble. The manner in which he addressed the scholar indicated that he was open to discussing anything. Chu Nan responded earnestly, Of course. Lin Yi promptly voiced his curiosity. This courtyard must have been constructed by craftsmen summoned from the secular world, correct? Indeed. Chu Nan nodded, smiling lightly. Those craftsmen must have just received their wages and returned from the mountains not long ago. Just received their wages? Lin Yi's brow furrowed, and an inexplicable heaviness settled upon his expression. Even Li Wenba's countenance darkened considerably. Without further ado, Lin Yi turned to Li Wenba and stated, Let us leave. We cannot stay in this courtyard. Agreed. Li Wenba nodded solemnly, asserting, Even standing here for a moment fills me with a sense of guilt. Chu Nan, perplexed, looked at Lin Yi and Li Wenbo, inquiring, "What is wrong? Is there something amiss? Do you dislike this courtyard?" Lin Yi stood outside, gazing at the exquisite courtyard, his mind filled with thoughts of exploitation. The residence was indeed splendid, yet to him, it symbolized the consumption of the blood, sweat, and tears of those craftsmen. Is it not easy for scholars to earn a living? Why must they fixate on the hard-earned money of the common folk? Do you know who supervised the construction of this courtyard? Lin Yi did not answer Chu Nan's question, but posed one of his own. Just as Chu Nan was about to respond, He Weijun's voice rang out as he approached, covering the distance of just a few steps to stand before Lin Yi and Li Wenbo. He Weijun smiled at Lin Yi, saying, "So what do you think? Are you satisfied with this courtyard?" He Dean. Lin Yi and Li Wenbo bowed respectfully. Haha, no need for formality. Come, let us discuss matters within the courtyard. He Weijun waved his hand dismissively and stepped into the courtyard. However, Lin Yi and Li Wenbo remained still, their expressions grave. He Weijun frowned, puzzled, and asked, "Is there something you wish to discuss? Why do you not come in? Do you dislike this courtyard?" He Dean. "I have some words that I am unsure whether it is appropriate to speak," Lin Yi said, glancing at He Weijun and offering a slight bow. His expression bore a mix of disappointment and sadness. Upon seeing Lin Yi's demeanor, He Weijun's heart sank, sensing trouble ahead. It seemed that there were significant issues within Junji Academy. Nevertheless, he remained composed. He Weijun looked at Lin Yi earnestly, adopting a posture of attentive listening. This scene startled the nearby scholar, Chu Nan. It was unusual for the dean to exhibit such deference towards a student who had yet to ascend to the sacred academy. What could possibly have transpired? What secrets was he unaware of? I understand that this matter does not concern me, as it pertains to Junji Academy. However, I feel compelled to inquire. Lin Yi clasped his hands in a gesture of humility and began, "What was the total wage for the craftsmen who built this courtyard?" The treasury has verified it. There were 57 craftsmen, and after various allowances, the total wage amounted to 57,000 taels of silver, which has already been paid in full. He Weijun was certain that the craftsmen's wages had indeed been disbursed from the treasury. This was an undeniable fact. However, he was well aware of Lin Yi's stubborn nature and had a hunch about what had transpired. Someone had embezzled the craftsmen's wages, and Lin Yi had already caught on. He Dean, I have no further questions, but you must understand my sentiment. Lin Yi reflected, knowing he was neither an official nor a member of Junji Academy. Despite his anger, it was now up to He Weijun to address the issue. Previously, when he had assisted Zhang Dong, it was at Zhang's request, and he had adhered strictly to the law in dealing with the scholars. However, at this moment, he had no official standing, and intervening would be a challenge to Junji Academy's authority, also disrespecting He Weijun. I believe I understand your reluctance to reside in this courtyard. It contradicts your principles. He Weijun's expression grew serious as he turned to Chu Nan, stating, "Where's Master Zhong? Have him come to meet me." Chu Nan felt a chill run down his spine and stammered, "Yes." Without delay, he turned and left to find Master Zhong. His heart raced. It seemed that significant trouble was brewing within the academy. Lin Yi, during this time, I have been engrossed in your poetry and neglected this matter. He Weijun glanced at Lin Yi, his expression grave. As the dean of Junji Academy, I feel immense sorrow over such events and must thank you for your vigilance. Rest assured, I will handle this matter diligently. Should it be confirmed that someone within the academy has embezzled funds, I will ensure they pay a heavy price and restore justice to the craftsmen. After uttering these words, He Weijun solemnly bowed to Lin Yi, saying, "Your contributions to the Tao of literature are a blessing to the people." He Dean, you overstate my significance. Lin Yi was taken aback and hurried forward to assist He Weijun. He had merely informed the dean of the situation. He did not deserve such honor. His sole hope was that Junji Academy would locate the craftsmen and rectify the financial discrepancies, offering an apology. It was crucial not to erode the trust of the common folk in those scholars who genuinely serve the nation and its people. Chapter 146, Master Zhong Guarantees Sai. He Weijun, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed up at the full moon in the night sky, letting out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, his fists clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, filled with disdain for those within the academy who had embezzled the craftsmen's wages. If it were not for this individual, Lin Yi's experience at Junji Academy would have been wholly gratifying. Yet now, not only had it failed to provide a pleasant experience, but it had also turned distressing. This individual was truly detestable. I have meddled too much. I hold no official title. What right do I have to interfere in the affairs of the academy? Lin Yi glanced at the sighing He Weijun, feeling a sense of conflict within. Yet deep down, he did not regret his actions. Perhaps it was due to his past experiences. He could not bear to witness ordinary people being oppressed by scholars. Even if the matter does not concern him, he cannot help but feel the urge to intervene, whether it is meddling in others' affairs or seeking trouble where none exists. He yearns for a sense of peace and hopes to live up to the noble choice of righteousness. Dean. Before long, he instructed that Bachelor Chu Nan, a disciple of Master Zhong, be urgently summoned back. Chu Nan hurriedly returned and, after paying his respects, reported, Master Zhong has just descended the mountain. According to the junior disciples, it seems he has gone to the capital for some business. Going to the capital for business? What business could he possibly handle? He Wei Jun's face darkened. What matters of the academy require him to go to the capital? He is fully responsible for the construction of this academy and its repairs. And now that the craftsmen's wages have not been paid, he cannot escape responsibility. He Wei Jun's expression was grim, as the issue of unpaid wages for the craftsmen was undeniably linked to Master Zhong. Chu Nan lowered his head, not daring to speak. Lin Yi Li Wenba. You two shall temporarily reside in my personal courtyard until Master Zhong returns to the academy. I will summon him immediately to investigate this matter, and you shall serve as witnesses. He Wei Jun was eager to interrogate Master Zhong at once. He turned to Chu Nan and commanded seriously, you must personally descend the mountain to find Master Zhong and instruct him to return to the academy at once. Yes. Chu Nan nodded and respectfully withdrew. As a bachelor of Junji Academy, he could feel the distance between himself and Master Zhong, a connection forged by shared talents. Lin Yi and Li Wenba had little to say and accepted He Wei Jun's arrangements to stay in the academy's personal courtyard. Meanwhile, far away in the capital of Nanxiang, Master Zhong disembarked from his sedan chair at the entrance of the Qian residence. At that moment, the head of the Qian family, Qian Dekun, was already waiting at the door. Master Zhong, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Qian Dekun sighed with relief and promptly invited Master Zhong into the residence. I had intended to visit the magistrate's office in person after receiving your letter, but other matters delayed me until now. Master Zhong smiled at Qian Dekun and replied, however, I have already written a letter to Magistrate Song. If he is accommodating, Zhu Zhixiang will surely be released. To be able to study under Master Zhong is indeed a blessing from a past life. Qian Dekun expressed his deep sentiments and quickly added, I hope Master Zhong will join me for a discussion at my residence. Certainly. Master Zhong nodded with a smile. In the Qian family's reception hall, after taking a seat and sipping a small amount of tea, Steward Zhu entered carrying a tray covered with a red cloth. A glint of intrigue flashed in Master Zhong's eyes, though his expression remained one of curiosity. Master Qian, what is this? Hee. Qian Dekun chuckled and gestured for Steward Zhu to unveil the cloth. Under the light, a pile of golden notes shimmered with brilliance, lying quietly on the tray. Is that not 200,000 taels of silver? Master Zhong gasped in astonishment. This amount exceeded what he had earned overseeing construction by several folds. All for securing Zhu Zhixiang? Though Zhu Zhixiang was his disciple, he had not been particularly remarkable. Who would have thought his status in the Qian household was so elevated? Exactly 200,000 taels, a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it, Qian Dekun said with a glance, prompting Steward Zhu to place the tray beside Master Zhong. Master Qian, this is too much. Master Zhong shook his head, deeply sighing. He then spoke candidly. If there is something you need, please state it directly. I will not decline if I can be of assistance. 200,000 taels would enable him to confront Magistrate Song without hesitation. His father held a significant position in the Ministry of Works and had strong connections with several scholars from the Hanlin Academy. After all, many works produced by the ministry were provided to the Hanlin Academy before being distributed to various local government offices. So what was Magistrate Song to him? With those words from Master Zhong, I am utterly reassured, and this is merely a down payment. There is more to come upon completion. Qian Dekun looked at Master Zhong with a hint of testing, gauging if he would dare to accept. Just a down payment? Master Zhong was thoroughly astonished, and without hesitation, he declared, Master Qian, do not beat around the bush. If it is within my power to assist, I shall not refuse. Excellent. Qian Dekun was pleased to deal with someone like Master Zhong, straightforward and uncomplicated. He stated seriously, I need you to apply pressure at the magistrate's office to ensure that Magistrate Song releases Zhu Zhixiang. That is the first matter. The second is to leverage the name of Junji Academy to pressure Magistrate Song into executing the county magistrate, Zhang Dong, and to have the scholar Lin Yi apprehended and brought to my residence. Zhang Dong. Upon hearing this name, Master Zhong felt a sense of familiarity. Taking a moment to recall, is he not the one who beheaded a scholar? He is truly a disgrace among us scholars. A county magistrate, he is easy to deal with. Rest assured, Master Qian. What is the situation with Lin Yi? Master Zhong was particularly unfamiliar with Lin Yi, having only heard of Zhang Dong. He is the one who has endured the wrath of Zhang Dong, resulting in my youngest son's beheading while my eldest son was left without a voice. Qian Dekhan spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with rage. Now I understand. Master Zhong nodded in acknowledgement. Do you have a portrait of Lin Yi? That should not be a problem. I can resolve it within 3 days. Master Zhong rose, confident in his ability to handle the situation. Yes. Qian Dekhan had already prepared the portrait and handed it to Master Zhong. Master Zhong accepted both the portrait and the gold notes, stating seriously, within 3 days. Lin Yi will be bound and brought to your residence, while Zhu Zhixiang will be exonerated, and Magistrate Zhang Dong will be stripped of his official position. He made a gesture across his throat. Excellent. Qian Dekhan was overjoyed, his expression turning ferocious. Then I shall trouble Master Zhong with this. Not long ago, Magistrate Song had sent a message warning him against contacting Qin Yutai, or the consequences would be dire. In response, Qian Dekhan was eager to inquire just how severe those consequences could be. Now, he was willing to expend considerable resources to bring Master Zhong of Junji Academy to bear upon Magistrate Song, who would soon face the pressure of the scholars from the Hanlin Academy and the Academy's masters. Indeed, Master Zhong nodded and departed from the Qian residence's reception hall. He was known for his swift and decisive approach to tasks. Chapter 147. The arrival of the commander of the Southern Xiang Prefecture after Master Zhong left the Qian residence. Qian Dekhan felt entirely at ease. Master Zhong was a man who valued wealth, had connections to the imperial court, and was a scholar of considerable stature. With him and Qin Yutai applying pressure on Magistrate Song, Lin Yi was bound to face misfortune, and Zhang Dong would undoubtedly meet his demise. Though he had the means to hire an assassin, Zhang Dong was still an official of the court. Until Zhang Dong was stripped of his position, any harm that befell him would inevitably be traced back to Qian Dekhan. Thus, he had to wait, waiting for Zhang Dong to lose his office while Lin Yi was rendered powerless and became an ordinary person. Only then could he find solace for his youngest son, Qian Qingwen, in the afterlife. Master, is there hope for Zhu? Steward Zhu looked at Qian Dekhan with expectation. Yes. Master Zhong is quite extraordinary. It was my cousin who advised me to connect with him, as it would be beneficial for Qingwen and Qingshu. But now, with one dead and the other incapacitated, we can only leverage Master Zhong's influence to avenge them. Qian Dekhan squinted, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, within the magistrate's office of Nanxiang Prefecture, the magistrate and his deputy knelt respectfully on the ground. Seated in the magistrate's position was a middle-aged man with an expression as impassive as a corpse, Yin Shuangwu, the commander of the Dragon Guard. He was a figure who instilled fear in officials across the court, a trusted minister of the emperor. The Dragon Guard operated independently of the military, answering solely to the emperor, serving as his personal retainers, covertly monitoring the officials and gathering intelligence from across the realm. Song Zhili and Sun Tongji were profoundly shaken, utterly unaware that the head of the Longwei Du Zhihui, Lord Yin, would venture to such a remote place as Nanxiangfu. It was akin to the emperor's own eyes and ears having arrived at Nanxiangfu. What could be his purpose? Lord Yin. Song Zhili could not suppress his tremor and implored, "Might you speak? Whatever your command, I shall not hesitate to plunge into boiling water or tread through fire." Sun Tongji, too, pressed his forehead to the ground, his rear elevated high. Lord Yin Shuangwu regarded the two officials, rose, and declared, "Retrieve the records of the Qian family, a prominent clan in Nanxiangfu, and deliver them to the rear courtyard. I wish to investigate certain matters." Yes. Song Zhili nodded vigorously, yet his heart sank. He realized the Qian family was doomed. It was certain that Qian Dechuan had exposed the affair concerning Qian Qingwen to Lord Qin at the Hanlin Yuan. The protective Lord Qin must have reported this matter directly before the throne. Surely, the emperor would be incensed, especially given that scholar Liu Yangming had relayed word to him. The emperor had praised Zhang Dong and Lin Yi, while Lord Qin had acted contrarily, leading to an inevitable crisis. Hence the dispatch of the Longwei Du Zhihui to investigate the Qian family. However, why was it the head of Longwei? Was this not an excessive deployment of resources? Just as Song Zhili was lost in thought, a constable hurried in, displaying a look of panic. Upon seeing the governor and the deputy kneeling before a middle-aged man, the constable became even more flustered and followed suit, kneeling with a thud. "My lord," the constable stammered. Song Zhili felt his face flush. As the esteemed governor of Nanxiangfu, he was mortified to be witnessed kneeling before someone whose identity remained concealed. "What is the matter?" Outside the yamen, a man claiming to be a scholar from Junji Shiyuan wishes to see you, stating he represents the academy and has a few inquiries regarding the execution of a scholar in Lindong County. The constable reported. Song Zhili trembled but remained silent. Casting a glance at the Longwei Du Zhihui, Yin Shuangwu. A cold smile curled at the corners of Yin Shuangwu's mouth as he said indifferently, "Let him enter." With a swish, Yin Shuangwu seated himself in the Yaman's chair and turned to Song Zhili, instructing, "Allow this scholar from Junji Shiyuan to inquire thoroughly." "Yes." Song Zhili rose and stood alongside Sun Tongji in the Yaman, awaiting the scholar's arrival. Shortly after, the voice of the scholar, Zhong Fuzi, echoed through the courtyard before his figure appeared. "Governor Song, you wield considerable authority, daring to detain even the scholars of my Junji Shiyuan. What gives you such audacity?" Yin Shuangwu remained expressionless. Song Zhili's face flushed crimson as he watched Zhong Fuzi stride purposefully into the Yaman. "Ah, it is you, Zhong Fuzi." Collecting his thoughts, Song Zhili regarded Zhong Fuzi with a nonchalant demeanor and replied solemnly, "Your scholars have disrupted the law with their writings, violating the great Yin laws. It is the courage bestowed upon me by His Majesty." "Oh," Zhong Fuzi retorted with a cold smile, "it appears you hold the sacred academy in utter disregard. As one who emerged from the very halls of the academy, how could you forget your origins upon receiving an official title?" With a solemn expression, Song Zhili replied, "The sacred academy is the place of the sage's teachings. My own knowledge is limited, rendering me incapable of grasping the sage's doctrines. Now that I serve as a court official, I am naturally bound to serve His Majesty. If a scholar disrupts the law with his writings, I am compelled to enforce the great Yin laws." Yin Shuangwu observed Song Zhili, a faint glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes, seemingly taken aback by the latter's impressive performance. "Governor Song possesses splendid eloquence." Zhong Fuzi, seemingly unfazed, continued, "Yet, you assert that the scholars of my academy disrupted the law. Pray tell, what law was disrupted? Is there an accuser?" After a brief pause, Song Zhili stated with conviction, "Scholar Lin Yi from Pingzhou Shiyuan struck the drum to voice his grievances, accusing the Qian family of sending assassins after him, while Zhu Zhixiang rallied the academy's scholars to create a ruckus at the governor's yamen, severely obstructing the proceedings." With these words, a fierce glint flashed in Yin Shuangwu's eyes. Scholar Lin Yi had beaten the drum to seek justice? The Qian family displayed audacity indeed, daring to send assassins after Lin Yi. To drum for justice and accuse the Qian family? Lin Yi had killed Qian Dichuan's son and now turned around to accuse Qian Dichuan. Zhong Fuzi, surprised, pondered for a moment before asking, "Is that so? Yet, Governor Song, it appears you have not addressed this case. What is the meaning of this? Are you shielding the Qian family?" Song Zhili stood momentarily stunned, his complexion paling as he cast a furtive glance toward the seated Longwei Du Zhihui, cold sweat breaking out. Swallowing hard, he replied, "Upon my investigation, I found insufficient evidence regarding Lin Yi's claims to warrant a case." "Indeed." Zhong Fuzi nodded. "If you, Governor Song, have not initiated a case, how could there be any accusation of my academy's scholars obstructing the Yaman's proceedings?" At that moment, Song Zhili was rendered speechless. Just then, the Longwei Du Zhihui interjected, summoned Lin Yi and the head of the Qian family to re-examine the case regarding Lin Yi's accusations against the Qian family. A buzzing sensation enveloped Song Zhili's head, akin to the sound of thunder. The Longwei Du Zhihui's involvement in this matter implied that regardless of the Qian family's guilt or innocence, his prior inclination to shelter Qian Dichuan would now render him liable for negligence. "Lord Yin, without evidence, this may not be prudent." Song Zhili's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his heart racing. "Governor Song, you are well aware of the evidence." Yin Shuangwu's gaze pierced through Song Zhili like a blade. "In light of your earlier remarks, I advise you to deal with the matter with utmost integrity if you wish to extricate yourself from this predicament." Upon uttering this, Yin Shuangwu closed his eyes, ceasing further discourse. Song Zhili's heart trembled with trepidation. He promptly bowed deeply to Yin Shuangwu, expressing, "I am deeply grateful for your sage counsel, which I shall forever remember." He felt compelled to prostrate himself in gratitude. At that moment, Song Zhili comprehended entirely. As the Longwei Du Zhihui, Yin Shuangwu must have thoroughly investigated the Qian family's affairs before arriving at Nanxiangfu. His request for Song Zhili to gather the Qian family's entire dossier was a test of his loyalty. Should he choose to protect the Qian family, his fate would undoubtedly entail dismissal and imprisonment in the Longwei prison. Yin Shuangwu had now illuminated a path for him. "Come." Song Zhili commanded with a wave of his hand, summoning a constable to enter swiftly. "Dispatch someone to the Qian family to summon Qian Dichuan to the yamen. Also, summon Scholar Lin Yi from Pingzhou Shiyuan." With a grave expression, Song Zhili affirmed his resolution. There was no turning back. The only path forward lay in adhering to the Longwei Du Zhihui's directives, to bring down Qian Dichuan. "Yes." The constable responded with respect. Yet, he was unaware of which Lin Yi was being referenced and queried, "My lord, is this Lin Yi the scholar who recently beat the drum to voice his grievances?" There were many named Lin Yi in the capital of Nanxiangfu, but the only one that stood out in his memory was the one who had recently sought justice. Indeed, Song Zhili confirmed with a nod. "I shall attend to this matter immediately." The constable hastily departed, having beaten the drum for justice. Lin Yi was certainly a focal point of the governor's attention. His every movement was likely under the watchful eye of the yamen. Lin Yi had since gone to Junji Shiyuan. Thus, it sufficed to send someone to notify him. "What is the title of this Lord Yin?" Zhong Fuzi inquired curiously, scrutinizing Yin Xuanwu, a figure who commanded such respect from Song Zhili. Surely he must be a court official, perhaps an inspector? How else could he refer to himself as this official? Longwei Du Zhihui, Yin Xuanwu. Yin Xuanwu opened his eyes to glance at Zhong Fuzi. With a start, Zhong Fuzi trembled. Silver coins spilling from his sleeves, his countenance shifting dramatically. To think he stood before the Longwei Du Zhihui, a trusted servant of the emperor. What brings him to Nanxiangfu? Is he here to investigate the Qian residence? It seems that Master Zhong, as a scholar, harbors a certain fondness for wealth, remarked Yin Xuanwu with a hint of a smile. Master Zhong quickly performed a bow and replied, "I, Zhong, am merely an ordinary man." "The desire for wealth is something that everyone possesses, is it not?" Yin Xuanwu responded. "A scholar claims to be a gentleman, and if a gentleman loves wealth, he ought to acquire it through righteous means, should he not?" Master Zhong's eyelids fluttered, his heart racing, and a trace of forced laughter appeared on his face. He then fell silent, for he was a teacher at Junji Academy, while the Dragon Guard was merely a servant of the emperor, thus he had no cause for concern. "Lord Song, since you wish to reiterate the case of the Qian residence, I have nothing further to say." Master Zhong turned to Song Zhili and stated, "If our academy's scholar Zhu Zhixiang truly has transgressed with his writings, it is our academy's responsibility to address the matter, and I hope Lord Song is aware of this." With a decisive gesture, he turned and sat down in the court, waiting quietly. The court's communication was swift. A swift horse galloped towards Junji Academy. Meanwhile, within the academy, Chu Nin received news from the Nanxiangfu, delivered by a scholar tasked with sending special missives. This method of communication was typically facilitated by a flying sword imbued with literary talent, known as the Feijian Chuanchu among scholars. Upon opening the missive, Chu Nan's expression shifted slightly. He promptly made his way to the principal's quarters. "Principal." Chu Nin knocked on the door of the principal's residence. With a whoosh, as the door opened, He Wei-jun appeared amidst a gust of wind. "Has Master Zhong returned?" He Wei-jun inquired sternly. "I just visited the treasury and have confirmed that the wages for the laborers have already been disbursed by Master Zhong. Thus, he is the primary suspect in this matter." Chu Nin replied, "To answer your question, Master Zhong has not returned." And the academy scholar sent a flying sword missive stating that Master Zhong is at the governor's office and has not yet emerged. He Wei-jun examined the missive and remarked gravely, "What business does a mere academy teacher have at the governor's office?" Chu Nin suddenly recalled something and spoke up, "Principal, to my knowledge, Master Zhong's disciple Zhu Zhixiang has been detained for transgressing the law with his writings. Previously, he had sent a message to the governor's office, likely hoping to secure his release." "What?" Upon hearing this, He Wei-jun nearly erupted in anger, coldly stating, "Well done, Master Zhong. Your scholar has been detained for transgressing the law, yet you still consider storming the governor's office. There is no hope for you." He Wei-jun found this scene all too familiar, reminiscent of the time when Qian Xingwen and Qian Qingshu were detained by Lin Yi, and the academy's master Pu Guochang attempted to rescue them. The outcome was the destruction of literary aspirations and life imprisonment. "It seems I must personally visit the governor's office. If he has embezzled the laborers' wages, let him remain imprisoned there forever." With that, He Wei-jun vanished from sight, leaving Chu Nan in a state of shock. After regaining his composure, Chu Nan murmured, "What has come over the principal? Is he truly willing to ruin a fifth-grade virtuous teacher for the sake of a group of commoners? What has the principal experienced?" He resolved to gather some individuals to investigate the governor's office. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Lin Yi and Li Wenba were staying, Lin Yi was engrossed in reading the books sent by the scholars of Junji Academy, expanding his horizons. The texts contained many accounts absent from Pingzhou Academy, enriching his experience. For instance, he discovered that the institutions and systems of the Daoist dynasty bore significant resemblance to those of the Ming dynasty. The Dragon Guard, akin to the Jinyue, evoked a familiar sensation. Suddenly, Lin Yi heard a snoring sound and turned to find Li Wenba, who had been studying late into the night, deep in slumber. Once the issue of the laborers' wages was resolved, he planned to compose a poem for Li Wenba's cultivation and understanding. Just then, a figure in a black scholarly robe appeared out of thin air. It was He Weijun. Startled, Lin Yi responded with a wry smile, "Principal He, could you kindly announce your arrival next time? My heart cannot withstand such fright. Old man, I shall be more mindful next time." Li Wenbo, hearing the commotion, abruptly awoke. He Weijun wasted no time on pleasantries, stating directly, "Master Zhong will not return for the time being. His disciple has been detained for transgressing the law, and he has likely gone to pressure the governor for his release." Chapter 149, A Sleepless Night. Lin Yi, you shall accompany me to the governor's office. If he is oppressing the common people, we shall deal with him directly there, to serve as a warning to the other teachers of Junji Academy. He Weijun gazed earnestly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi fell silent, feeling that He Weijun's actions were perhaps intended for his benefit. Although this was fundamentally a matter of the academy, the principal's conduct seemed to reflect a personal satisfaction in rectifying an injustice. Perhaps it is due to my own commitment to uphold righteousness. As the text suggests, one must carry the aura of righteousness in their actions. If one remains silent in the face of injustice, it may lead to the corruption of their righteous spirit, ultimately causing it to dissipate into the world. Lin Yi could only speculate thus, though this was not recorded in official history, but rather conjectured by folk storytellers. After all, throughout history, righteousness has often emanated from the imperial family, who truly knows the secrets of righteousness. All right, Lin Yi nodded, recalling his grand ambition to establish a legacy for the common people. Li Wenbo, filled with fervor, exclaimed, "If it is indeed Master Zhong's doing, we should summon the laborers to confront him in the court, lest he deny his wrongdoing. Indeed, if it is truly Master Zhong's transgression, then before he faces punishment, the wages must be fully accounted for, and an apology is absolutely necessary." Lin Yi agreed with Li Wenbo's words, his gaze sharpening. "You speak wisely." He Weijun concurred with Li Wenbo's sentiment, stating, "I will arrange for this." Thus, He Weijun led Lin Yi and Li Wenbo to organize for the scholars to notify the laborers, and they set off from the academy. At the foot of the academy's mountain, a constable dressed in the uniform of the Jinma Hall arrived on horseback, coincidentally encountering He Weijun and his party as they descended. "Excuse me." The constable, seeing He Weijun clad in the principal's robe, quickly dismounted and clasped his hands in respect. "Might I inquire if you are the principal of Junji Academy?" He Weijun's heart sank as he nodded. "Yes." The constable, with a respectful demeanor, replied, "I am a constable from the Jinma Hall of the governor's office, sent by order of the governor to seek the scholar Lin Yi from Pingzhou Academy. May I trouble you to relay this message? I am Lin Yi. What business does the governor have with me?" Lin Yi thought that Master Zhong's disturbance at the governor's office should not concern him, though he had a vague sense of foreboding. It dawned on him that the 4 7th-grade officials of the Qian residence had provided evidence, and under pressure, Governor Song Zhili was compelled to address the case. As expected, the constable continued, "Scholar Lin, do you recall your previous appeal at the governor's office regarding the assassination attempt on you by agents of the Qian residence? Now, the governor's office has acquired new evidence and has decided to reopen this case, hence my visit to inform you." Lin Yi's eyes brightened. This new evidence likely pertained to those 4 7th-grade officials, and he had not anticipated that Governor Song Zhili would choose to reassess the case. This indicated that Song Zhili was not considering shielding the Qian residents. What excellent news. The noble Qian residents dared to send people to assassinate him. And with the involvement of the 4 7th-grade officials, further developments were inevitable. However, with the governor's office reopening the case, he could seize this opportunity to confront them directly. With a surge of determination, he resolved to bring Qian Dekhun to justice on the spot. "Of course, I remember. I am just about to visit the Jifu Yamen." Lin Yi nodded with great anticipation. Li Wenbo smiled at Lin Yi, giving him a thumbs up, and remarked, "Master, it appears that those 4 7th-rank officials have indeed sold Qian Dekhun out. You're truly remarkable." "You are the remarkable one," Lin Yi couldn't help but retort, feeling rather pleased. With Qian Dekhun taken care of, he could focus solely on preparing for the provincial examination, unlike now when he found it impossible to concentrate. After all, there were those ready to stab him in the back at any moment. Who could remain calm under such circumstances? "You say I'm remarkable? Then I must be remarkable," Li Wenbo declared earnestly. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback and remained silent. That joke was quite awkward. At this point, He Weijun inquired, "May I ask if a certain scholar from my academy has gone to the Jifu Yamen?" "Indeed," replied the attendant. "It seems a Mr. Zhong has gone there, reportedly to plead for the release of someone." "Thank you." He Weijun nodded slightly, and then pointed to the 3 horses behind him, stating, 3 horses, 24 legs. With that, accompanied by a surge of talent in the atmosphere, the 3 horses belonging to He Weijun, Lin Yi, and Li Wenba suddenly sprouted 12 additional legs, shimmering with brilliance. What the? The attendant's eyes widened in shock, completely taken aback. Let's go? He Weijun mounted one of the horses, swiftly darting away like an arrow. Master, let us also experience the divine power of a fourth-rank gentleman. Li Wenba exclaimed excitedly, quickly climbing onto a horse to follow. The boastful prowess of scholars is truly unparalleled. Lin Yi thought with a wry smile. He too mounted the 8-legged horse, squeezing its belly, and they sped away, the scenery around them blurring into vibrant streaks. This speed is akin to that of the Flash, isn't it? Scholars are indeed extraordinary. The attendant watched as his horse became restless, seemingly wishing for 8 legs as well. It suddenly kicked up its hooves, sending the attendant sprawling to the ground beneath the horse. Boom! The 8-legged horse is born. In less than a quarter of an hour. Outside the Jifu Yamen, a gust of wind swept through. Suddenly, 3 8-legged horses appeared. With a thud, as the horses arrived, the magical aura dissipated, and the 3 horses collapsed, rolling over with their eyes turned white and frothing at the mouth. Let us go. He Weijun strode towards the Yamen, turning back to the astonished Lin Yi and Li Wenba, saying, there's no need to be surprised. You will be able to do this too in the future. Meanwhile, inside the Yamen, Qian Dekhan, the head of the Qian family, and Steward Zhu had been waiting for some time. They stood in the hall. Their expressions neither servile nor arrogant, but a hint of confusion crossed their faces as they looked at Mr. Zhong. Wasn't the pressure supposed to be applied to the Jifu Yamen? Why did it seem to have reversed? At that moment, Qian Dekhan could no longer contain his impatience and addressed the sternly seated Song Zhili, saying, Jifu, why have you summoned me here at such a late hour? If it's to advocate for my son, I thank you in advance. If not, I must take my leave. As the head of a prominent family, he was a power in the southern Xiang prefecture. Being left waiting in the Jifu Yamen felt unacceptable. Bang! Song Zhili raised an eyebrow and struck the judge's wooden block, declaring, you dare? However, he had not finished speaking when the ever-meditative Dragon Guard commander, Yan Shuangwu, abruptly opened his eyes, his form subtly trembling, and declared, someone has arrived. Song Zhili immediately fell silent, fully alert. Sun Tongji swallowed hard, glancing at the night sky outside the hall, feeling an impending storm. The cool night breeze sent a shiver down his spine. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Chapter 150. To deal with Qian Dekhan? Who has arrived? Qian Dekhan was indifferent to who was arriving, but still glanced outside the hall. At that moment, He Weijun, the head of Junji Academy, was the first to step into the hall, closely followed by Lin Yi and Li Wenba. The academy head, upon seeing He Weijun, Mr. Zhong, seated, sprang to his feet in astonishment. He could not help but speculate about the purpose of the academy head's visit, considering it might be related to the scholar Zhu Zhixiang. His posture straightened in anticipation. Head He, Qian Dekhan, recognizing He Weijun, was filled with joy. He could not help but cast a look of praise towards Mr. Zhong, believing that He Weijun must have been invited by Mr. Zhong to apply pressure on Jifu Song Zhili. Excellent. Truly excellent. However, when Qian Dekhan noticed Lin Yi and Li Wenba behind He Weijun, his eyes nearly bulged out in shock. A surge of rage ignited within him, and he glared at Lin Yi, wishing nothing more than to devour him whole. Lin Yi, Qian Dekhan shouted at Lin Yi, return my son's life. Boom. The powerful aura of a martial artist erupted from Qian Dekhan as he could no longer contain his murderous intent and lunged toward Lin Yi. Unbridled, Dragon Guard commander Yan Shuangwu stomped his foot, unleashing an indescribable wave of energy towards Qian Dekhan. Bang! Crack! Qian Dechuan's body was struck as if by an invisible hammer, sending him flying across the room, crashing against the wall. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood. You! Qian Dekhan was horrified, his face turning pale as he stared at Yan Shuangwu. He had no idea who this person was, or why he was so formidable. With just a stomp, even a martial artist of his caliber, comparable to a 5th-rank scholar, had no strength to resist. 4th rank, 3rd rank. However, all this transpired in the blink of an eye, and it wasn't until Qian Dekhan was wounded and coughing up blood that Lin Yi and Li Wenba finally reacted. It was all too swift. Lin Yi was also particularly curious about the identity of this middle-aged man who had come to his aid. He searched his memories, but could not recognize him. He Weijun was astonished, but had a rough idea of Yan Shuangwu's identity. Surmising he must be a high-ranking official of the court, likely no lower than 3rd rank. After all, the power displayed with that stomp surpassed his 4th rank by a considerable margin. To injure someone so recklessly within the Jifu Yamen. Did he not regard court officials, or the emperor? Yan Shuangwu's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Qian Dekhan, his narrowed eyes sharp as blades. What is Lin Yi's identity? Once confirmed, if anything were to happen to him, my life would be insufficient to atone. Qian Dekhan felt a chill run down his spine and dared not speak further, yet his resentment towards Lin Yi only intensified. May I ask how to address you? Esteemed sir? Lin Yi bowed in gratitude to Yin Shuangwu, inquiring about his name. However, to the astonishment of Song Zhili, Sun Tongji, Mr. Zhong, and Head He, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. Yin Shuangwu, in a reflexive manner, stood upright in response to Lin Yi's bow and returned the gesture, saying, I am Dragon Guard Commander Yin Shuangwu, honored to meet you, Scholar Lin. Buzz, He Wei-jun, Song Zhili, and the others felt their minds go blank. Even Li Wenbo stood there, mouth agape, dazedly shifting his gaze between Lin Yi and Yin Shuangwu, utterly astonished. Dragon Guard Commander? This was a significant figure. A trusted aide of the Emperor, overseeing all officials and possessing the authority to act without prior approval. Yet, such a formidable individual was showing this level of deference to Lin Yi. What could it mean? Dragon Guard Commander? Lin Yi suddenly raised his head, looking into Yin Shuangwu's eyes, completely stunned. This was equivalent to the commander of the Jinyue, a third-rank official who directly answered to the reigning emperor. Moreover, the attitude of this commander sent shivers down his spine. The student has met Master Yin. Lin Yi dared not to be arrogant due to his talents. Instead, he maintained a humble and courteous demeanor. It was only then that Yin Shuangwu noticed the impropriety in his attitude. He regained his composure and gently nodded, saying, There is no need to be overly formal. I hold great respect for those who dare to speak on behalf of the people. This statement alleviated the tension from earlier. He Wei-jun, Li Wenbo, and Song Zhili gradually began to understand the situation. However, the resentment within Qian Dekhan intensified further. Speaking for the people? In exchange for a few worthless lives, they had the audacity to take his son's life. To hell with speaking for the people. Seeing the glint in Yin Shuangwu's eyes, which hinted at a desire to conduct a trial, Song Zhili struck the gavel. Qian Dekhan, where are Lin Yi and the others? Under the glaring light of justice, an overwhelming pressure accompanied the gavel's strike, intensifying the atmosphere. He Wei-jun, Zhong Fuzi, and Li Wenbo fell into silence. Observing the unfolding events, Qian Dekhan had no choice but to bow his head and step forward, proclaiming, I am but a commoner. He held no official title, nor was he an intellectual. He was merely an ordinary subject of Yin, and the term commoner was fitting. I am a student. Lin Yi also stepped forward. He was aware that Song Zhili was reopening the case in which he had sought justice, likely due to the pressure exerted by the Dragon Guard's commanding officer. As for why Yin Shuangwu was pressuring Song Zhili, Lin Yi was less certain. Perhaps it was due to Qian Dechuan's cousin, Qin Yutai, who had been impeaching Zhang Dong in court. The emperor, having particularly endorsed Zhang Dong's actions, was simultaneously punishing Qin Yutai while instructing the Dragon Guard to investigate the Qin household. This led to the current scenario. Song Zhili, with a solemn expression, seated himself in the official chair and addressed Lin Yi. Lin Yi, previously you had beaten the drum to seek redress, claiming that Qian Dekhan sent someone to kill you. Is this true? Indeed. Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. Qian Dekhan squinted, finally comprehending why he had been summoned. It was that little brat Lin Yi who had killed his son and then reported him. Well done, Qian Dekhan. The scholar Lin Yi accuses you of sending someone to kill him. What do you have to say in your defense? Song Zhili inquired, directing his gaze towards Qian Dekhan. Nothing. Qian Dekhan replied expressionlessly, shaking his head. I do not know this Lin Yi, nor did I send anyone to kill him. May I ask this young brother? Do you have evidence? Qian Dekhan fixed his gaze on Lin Yi, demanding proof. The evidence lies in the hands of the governor. Lin Yi responded confidently. The 4 7th-rank attendants, as long as they were not foolish, would surely comprehend the correct choice. In other words, you have no evidence at all. Qian Dekhan sneered, bowing to Song Zhili. Lord Song, I wish to accuse Lin Yi of slandering me and damaging my reputation. I ask you to seek justice for me and punish this man. With a resounding clap, Song Zhili struck the gavel and proclaimed, Bring forth witnesses and material evidence. Qian Dekhan trembled slightly. Witnesses and material evidence. What did this imply? Was Song Zhili intent on turning this into an ironclad case? For the sake of a mere scholar, he aimed to take down Qian Dekhan? Did he not know who Qin Yutai was? Did he not realize that Zhong Fuzi was present in the hall? Lin Yi remained composed, anticipating that the so-called witnesses and evidence would indeed be the 4 7th-rank attendants. As for the material evidence, it would naturally be the incriminating evidence they had collected against Qian Dekhan. Zhong Fuzi's expression fluctuated. He glanced at Yin Shuangwu, feeling a lack of control over the situation. After all, Qian Dekhan was not a scholar, and he had no means to intervene. If Qian Dekan had truly committed an offense, the governor would take action, and aside from Yin Shuangwu, no one could halt it. But what if Yin Shuangwu were also here to deal with Qian Dekan? Zheng Fuzi's heart stirred, and he chose to remain silent. Soon, the witnesses were brought forth. Just as Lin Yi had predicted, the 4 7th-rank attendants raised by the Qian household. A smile tugged at the corners of Lin Yi's lips. Li Wenba's eyes lit up, and his gaze towards Lin Yi shifted dramatically. Indeed, everything unfolded as Lin Yi had foreseen. Lu Xiangnan, Su Jitian, what do you mean by this? Qian Dichuan's expression darkened. His eyes nearly ablaze with fury as he glared at Lu Xiangnan and the others. No wonder they had not appeared in recent days. They had been detained in the governor's office. Had they been coerced into confessing his misdeeds? Steward Zhu frowned. Master Lin, we finally awaited your arrival. We have come to atone for our sins. Lu Xiangnan and the others bowed to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded, saying, the governor will handle this fairly. So there is no need to worry. The crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, you ungrateful wretches, you are nothing but a pack of ingrates. I have raised you in vain. Qian Dichuan's chest heaved violently as he could no longer contain his anger. Silence. Song Zhili admonished. Qian Dekan ceased speaking. Yet an ominous foreboding began to creep into his heart. Song Zhili turned towards Lu Xiangnan and the others and asked, did Qian Dekan send someone to kill Lin Yi? Indeed, Lu Xiangnan confirmed. As servants of the Qian household, we were present at the time. Qian Dekan sent out 8 warriors to capture Lin Yi. But under Lin Yi's guidance, we came to our senses and voluntarily turned ourselves in to atone for our sins. The evidence against Qian Dekan has already been presented to you, my lord. Qian Dechuan's body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with rage. Were it not for the overwhelming strength present in the courtroom, he would have certainly struck down these attendants. The material evidence is here. Song Zhili placed his hand on the evidence laid upon the table, fixing his gaze on Qian Dekan. Qian Dekan, what further excuses can you offer? To ambush a scholar is punishable by death according to the law. If you have nothing to say, with both witnesses and material evidence present, you, Qian Dekan, have violated De Yan's laws by sending people to kill a scholar. Such a heinous crime warrants the death penalty. Bring forth the tiger's head guillotine. Buzz, why such haste? Are they sentencing me to death immediately? Qian Dichuan's mind went blank as he abruptly raised his head to face Song Zhili, exclaiming, Lord Song, they are framing me. What is this evidence? It is merely their fabricated testimony. I, Qian Dekan, am from a reputable family, a good man of Nanxiang Prefecture. Qian Dekan refused to accept this. Is the extermination of the Li family in Nanxiang Prefecture related to you? Is the occupation of 300 acres of fertile land outside the city, the looting and destruction of Zhang's village, the doing of your Qian household? Song Zhili was resolute in his intent to hold Qian Dekan accountable. There was no choice. His future was in the hands of the commanding officer of the Dragon Guard. If he did not act, it would be him, Song Zhili, who would face punishment. To see Qian Dekan dead, or to see Song Zhili live, what was the issue with that? Damn it. Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly upon hearing Song Zhili enumerate Qian Dechuan's transgressions, a surging wave of fury swelling within him. The massacre of families, the plundering and seizing. Qian Dechuan's deeds in Nanxiang Prefecture were beyond measure, and he still had the audacity to call himself a good man. Who gave him the right? I did not do it. Qian Dekan was utterly panicked. He had long spent silver to settle these matters, silencing them completely. He had even found scapegoats. How could Song Zhili dig up old grievances? Meanwhile, the officials in the courtroom brought forth the tiger's head guillotine, placing it directly in the hall with a loud thud. Thud. Qian Dechuan's complexion turned ashen, his form swaying precariously. Steward Zhu, beside him, was so frightened that he fainted outright. Lord Song, my cousin Qin Yutai is a 4th-rank scholar in the Hanlin Academy. I am his only relative. Do you dare to execute me? Can you bear his wrath? Qian Dekan was now thoroughly panicked. Before the commanding officer of the Dragon Guard, he had the audacity to mention his cousin Qin Yutai. Foolish. Song Zhili silently cursed. Did he not realize that the commanding officer of the Dragon Guard was present in the courtroom? It seems one has lost their mind to utter such words. Boldly. What connection do you have with the Hanlin Academy scholars in your criminal acts? Do you presume they could offer you protection? Song Zhili waved his hand, and instantly, the constables approached, preparing to restrain Qian Dekan and send him to the guillotine. Get away. Qian Dekan, having committed a crime against the law, summoned his inner energy, directly repelling the constables who sought to subdue him. You are courting death. Song Zhili slammed his hand on the table, channeling his official authority. The brilliant inscription hanging above illuminating the room with a radiant glow. A formidable pressure descended, instantly pinning Qian Dekhan to the ground, rendering him immobile. With desperation for survival, Qian Dekhan turned his head with great difficulty, pleading to Yin Shuangwu. My lord, this humble citizen is wronged. I am a benefactor of Nanxiang Prefecture, beloved by the common folk. My cousin is also a scholar of the Hanlin Academy. Should I unjustly perish, my cousin will certainly plead for me in the court. If you do not save me, you too may find it difficult to absolve yourself of responsibility. Yin Shuangwu replied indifferently. Qian Dekhan, you are guilty of numerous crimes, having committed heinous acts. Even if Song Zhili does not execute you, I shall take matters into my own hands. As for your cousin, it must be Qin Yutai, correct? Allow me to inform you that he has been reprimanding court officials for exonerating the criminal Qian Qingwen, angering the emperor, and has been demoted to commoner status. Ah! Qian Dekhan shrieked, utterly stunned. His body trembled uncontrollably. Lin Yi nodded quietly, confirming his expectations. Indeed, His Majesty the Emperor is deserving of the title of wise ruler. Qian Dekhan had hoped for support from Master Zhong, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Master Zhong interrupted him, sternly declaring, Silence! I do not know you at all. Your adopted son, Zhu Zhixiang, though my disciple, has violated the laws of Daoist. My visit to the prefecture is to expel him from the academy. Therefore, do not presume that just because Zhu Zhixiang is my disciple, I shall speak on your behalf. You have committed unforgivable crimes. Master Zhong was terrified. Qian Dichuan's greatest support, Qin Yutai, had fallen, and the commanding officer of the Dragon Guard was present. The academy's president was also here. If he were to speak for Qian Dekhan, it would be akin to courting death. His only thought now was to sever all ties with the Qian family. Let Zhu Zhixiang be, cutting off relations is paramount. Only then can he escape unscathed. You, Qian Dekhan, in a fit of rage, felt disheartened, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and then cast a resentful glance at Lin Yi, saying, This is all your fault. Lin Yi coldly replied, You brought this upon yourself and cannot survive. Someone execute him. At Song Zhili's command, the constables dragged the subdued Qian Dekhan to the guillotine. With a flick of a sign, crack, Qian Dichuan's head fell. In the courtroom, Master Zhong let out a long sigh, wiping the sweat from his forehead, inwardly reflecting. That was close. I almost got dragged into this mess. At this point, he no longer remembered the promise he made to Qian Dekhan. Distancing himself was the only path forward. Moreover, he never anticipated that this scholar from Pingzhou Academy, Lin Yi, would manage to incite a rebellion against a 7th-rank scholar in the Qian family. Not only did he escape unscathed, but he also toppled the head of a prestigious family. All in all, it seemed that Lin Yi single-handedly annihilated the Qian family. This young man is not to be trifled with. Fortunately, I harbor no enmity towards him. Master Zhong mused to himself. Chapter 152, Lin Yi questions Master Zhong. Quick to act, this prefect is indeed a ruthless individual. Lin Yi was astonished. He glanced at Qian Dichuan's corpse, feeling little emotion. The Qian father and son had committed numerous atrocities and deserved their fate. They had no one to blame but themselves. In fact, had it not been for the emperor's attention to the case of Zhang Xiaoyan in Lingdong County, Qin Yutai might not have been dismissed, which led to a series of cascading effects. At that time, dealing with Qian Dekhan would not have been an easy task. Qian Dekhan got what he deserved. Prefect Song has done well. The commanding officer of the Dragon Guard, Yin Shuangwu, looked calmly at Song Zhili, nodding slightly in approval of his actions. Song Zhili sighed inwardly in relief and clasped his hands, stating, I have merely acted impartially. Qian Dekhan has committed numerous crimes, and his death is no great loss. I will also investigate and gather evidence regarding the illegal gains of the Qian family over the years and return them to the people. Excellent. Yin Shuangwu nodded. Lin Yi regarded Song Zhili with a changed impression. Regardless of his past actions, as long as he is now devoted to the welfare of the common people, he is indeed a good official. Gulp. Master Zhong glanced at Qian Dichuan's corpse, swallowed hard, and turned to Song Zhili, saying, My lord Song, today I wish to make it clear that from now on, Zhu Zhixiang is no longer a disciple of Junji Academy. His matters are unrelated to the academy and to me. He bowed respectfully, preparing to take his leave. He did not wish to wade into these muddy waters. One misstep could drag him down. Song Zhili glanced at the commanding officer Yin Shuangwu, noting that he seemed unconcerned about the matter. He felt slightly relieved. However, he was puzzled as to why the president of Junji Academy had also come to the county office. Was Lin Yi a guest at Junji Academy? Could it be that he was here to protect Lin Yi? The world has indeed changed. Lin Yi had slain a scholar in the past. The office would not have dared to intervene in matters concerning scholars. Otherwise, the office would have been toppled by those scholars. Song Zhili organized his thoughts and, with a resounding clap, struck the gavel, addressing Lin Yi. Lin Yi, are you satisfied with the outcome of Qian Dichuan's punishment? Lin Yi clasped his fists, replying, Your Excellency, your actions are commendable in ridding the people of harm. I am very satisfied. Good. Song Zhili nodded. Then this case is considered concluded. If there are no objections, we shall dismiss the court. Crack. With a clap of the gavel, Song Zhili announced the court's adjournment. At this moment, he felt utterly exhausted and stole a glance at Yin Shuangwu. Discovering that the commanding officer of the Dragon Guard had risen, his heart finally at ease. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Yi's voice resonated in the courtroom, causing Song Zhili to stagger, his official hat askew. He turned to Lin Yi, noticing a serious expression on his face. And his heart sank. This is not good. Huh. The commanding officer Yin Shuangwu, who was about to leave, halted upon hearing Lin Yi's words, naturally taking a seat again. Maintaining his calm demeanor, yet his gaze was fixed on Lin Yi, eager to learn what further grievances he had. The inevitable had arrived. Junji Academy was destined to bear the brunt of criticism. Master, he thought to himself. Lin Yi, what else do you wish to say? Song Zhili asked sternly. I have a matter I would like to inquire of Master Zhong. Lin Yi had the option to remain uninvolved. Master, he would have handled it. Yet he could not let it go. Those laborers had knelt and begged for mercy, willing to forego their wages. Their hard-earned money. Why should they be denied? They were even injured by the scholars of the academy. Those who led this charge were no different from bandits. What pained Lin Yi even more was that the house those laborers constructed was specifically built for him by the president. How could he stand idly by? Asked Master Zhong. Master Zhong was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Yi, confirming they were not familiar. He only knew that he had made a promise to Qian Dekhan that within 3 days, he would have Lin Yi bound to the Qian residence. Very well, ask away. Master Zhong nodded. Lin Yi wasted no time and got straight to the point. Is it true that you supervised the construction of the new building at Junji Academy? Oh. Master Zhong initially appeared puzzled, but upon recalling that Lin Yi had come with the president, he understood and nodded. Indeed, I oversaw the construction. Is there an issue? May I ask, Master Zhong, have the wages of those laborers been paid? Lin Yi inquired earnestly. In the mind of Zhong Fuji, a sudden buzz filled the air, leaving him momentarily blank and horrified. How did this young man know about the craftsmen's wages? Had the laborers and artisans reported him directly to the dean? No. Those lowly peasants wouldn't even know who the dean was. How could they possibly do that? As Zhong Fuji's thoughts raced, a cold smile crept onto his face as he said, You are a scholar from Pingzhou Academy, aren't you? Since when has Pingzhou Academy taken it upon itself to meddle in the affairs of Junji Academy? With that, he turned to Dean He Weijun and clasped his hands, inquiring, Dean, what is the meaning of this, Lin Yi? He Weijun replied indifferently, You should already know the answer. Zhong Fuji bitterly retorted, What could I possibly know? Of course, the wages have been settled. Am I to keep this silver to celebrate the new year? Long Wei's commanding officer scoffed, laced with mockery. Here was a distinguished academy's teacher, the son of a minister, greedy enough to embezzle even the wages of the artisans. How splendid! Although he was not well informed about the matter of the wages, he was aware of Zhong Fuji's repeated attempts to extort from the Qian family over the years. It was precisely because of Zhong Fuji's greed that Qian Dekhan became increasingly arrogant. Zhong Fuji glanced at Yin Shuangwu, feeling a tremor of fear. What was he laughing about? Did he know something? It was nothing at all. He was a court official and could not touch him. Even if the Sacred Academy discovered his misdeeds, he merely needed to pay the laborers their wages. He was a fifth-rank Confucianist. Comforting himself, he thought, since Zhong Fuji claimed the wages were settled. But from the mouths of those laborers, I learned that Junji Academy had not settled their wages and had even assaulted the craftsmen. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Zhong Fuji, asking, Is this true? Nonsense. Zhong Fuji's face flushed with anger. Which laborer said that? Young man, do not slander me. I conduct my affairs with integrity and have never engaged in such acts. Bring those laborers here for confrontation. Let us see if they dare. Zhong Fuji was infuriated. He had not anticipated that those laborers would have the audacity to stand against him, revealing this matter to Lin Yi. Ridiculous. Did they truly believe that a mere scholar from Pingzhou Academy could topple him? Who was his father? A minister in the Ministry of Works. Moreover, what qualifications did Lin Yi possess to question him? Did he think he was a son of the Sacred Academy? Chapter 153. Do you wish to slander me further? As Lin Yi and Zhong Fuji confronted each other in the magistrate's hall, outside the capital of Nanxiang Prefecture, within a dilapidated courtyard, the sound of weeping echoed, filled with profound sorrow, moving all who heard it to tears. Inside the room, a middle-aged man lay on a bed, his eyes tightly shut, his chest no longer rising and falling, having completely lost his vitality. If Lin Yi and Li Wenbo were present, they would surely recognize him as the craftsman who had been carried down the mountain by many laborers from Junji Academy. Yet, this man was merely a mortal. Having succumbed to Zhong Fuji's malice, his ability to endure until now was nothing short of miraculous. Dad, wake up. Dad, you promised Nyo you would take her to buy candied hawthorn tomorrow and watch the paper puppet show. My child, how could you leave your mother and Nyo behind? You heartless man, why must you let a white-haired person send off a black-haired one? A frail old woman, her hair as white as snow, clutched her chest, utterly devastated, as if her heart were being torn apart. Grandma, do not cry. Daddy has just been working hard these days and is merely sleeping. Let us not wake him, all right? When he wakes up, he can take Nyo to buy candied hawthorn. A little girl wiped her tears and gently tugged at the old woman's patched garment. Nyo. The old woman looked at the innocent child and, pulling her into her embrace, wept. From now on, it will just be you and Grandma relying on each other. The little girl stared blankly at her father on the bed, her expression dazed. It seemed she understood a little, as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Grandma. Nyo misses mother. The girl looked up at the old woman, whose face was ashen, and cried out, Is Daddy going to find mother? Nyo wants to be with Daddy and Mommy too. The old woman's emaciated body trembled, tightly holding the child in her arms. In her sunken eyes, a flicker of determination emerged as she nodded, saying, All right. Once Grandma finishes a task, we will go find your parents together. The old woman stood up, weeping as she arranged the bedding for her deceased son, murmuring, My son, what a cruel fate. Mother apologizes for not providing you with a better beginning, causing you to endure so much suffering. In your next life, do not return to this family. The old woman grasped the little girl's icy hand, wiping away her tears. Nyo, wait for Grandma to come back at home. Where is Grandma going? Nyo has no parents left. Do not leave me without Grandma. Nyo wants to go with Grandma. The girl clung tightly to the old woman's garment, refusing to let go, her eyes swollen from crying. The old woman, heartbroken, steeled herself and said, All right, Grandma will take you to the magistrate's office to bang the drum. Your father did not allow me to bang it. But now that we have nothing left, what does it matter? Nyo, do not blame Grandma. In the magistrate's hall of Nanxiang Prefecture, Zhong Fuji faced Lin Yi's inquiries with a hint of coldness in his gaze. So, you wish to confront me? Lin Yi nodded and turned to Dean He Weijun, clasping his hands. Dean He, when can the Academy's scholars bring those laborers here? Zhong Fuji's heart skipped a beat. The dean had dispatched scholars to find those laborers? Yet, he quickly regained his composure. He was confident that even if the Academy's scholars sought out those lowly peasants, none would dare to stand up. After all, these cowards were terrified of death. Otherwise, they would have raised a ruckus in the Academy long ago. What courage would they have to come to the magistrate's office? Very soon, He Weijun calculated the time briefly and then looked at Zhong Fuji, saying, Zhong Fuji, tell me, did you embezzle the craftsman's wages? Zhong Fuji, agitated, exclaimed, Dean, do you see me as such a person? For a mere few thousand taels of silver, would I engage in acts that harm the Academy's reputation? He Weijun slightly furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, There is no need for further discussion now. The truth will be revealed in due time. Although he did not fully trust Zhong Fuji's words, he acknowledged that it was indeed only a few thousand taels. Zhong Fuji had no reason to embezzle unless he was in dire need of it. Magistrate Song Zhili observed this scene in the hall, feeling conflicted, his expression complicated. He contemplated whether to present the evidence against Zhong Fuji that Zhu Zhixiang had provided. However, he was acutely aware that doing so would offend not only the scholars of the Academy, but also Zhong Fuji's father, a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Works. Since Lord Yin had refrained from intervening, why should he concern himself with this matter? As long as Zhong Fuji did not turn against him, he would hold on to the evidence, but felt no immediate need to reveal it. If Zhong Fuji maintained his previous attitude, pressuring him to hand over Zhu Zhixiang, he would certainly confront Zhong Fuji thoroughly. My lord. At that moment, a constable hurriedly entered the hall, addressing Song Zhili. There are several scholars outside the magistrate's office who wish to see their dean. Song Zhili raised an eyebrow and commanded, Bring them in. Zhong Fuji's eyelids twitched. He Weijun remained calm, yet an invisible pressure emanated from him. He hoped that some laborers would dare to step forward and accuse Zhong Fuji. Otherwise, he would be powerless to act. Lin Yi silently prayed, wishing to seek justice for those unfortunate souls, but if they themselves did not dare to come forward, what can one do? Soon after, the officers entered with several scholars from Junji Shiyuan. The students greeted the dean, the governor, and Master Zhong with deep bows. The scholars turned to He Weijun and reported that the students had sought out the laborers and craftsmen. But they claimed they had already received their wages and expressed gratitude to the academy for providing them with work. Lin Yi's body trembled at this revelation, and he inquired of the scholars whether those laborers had come to the governor's office. He wished to speak with them personally. Li Wenbo was equally taken aback. The laborers they encountered at the gates of Junji Shuan bore expressions of profound grievance and resentment, directed towards the academy and the scholars. There was no way Master Zhong could have settled their wages. It was evident that the laborers were simply afraid of retribution from Junji Shuan, afraid of this formidable institution. Lin Yi, enough. Do you still wish to slander me? Master Zhong interjected, his expression filled with indignation as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Yi. He abruptly turned to He Weijun and said, Dean, I have no desire to say more. I, Master Zhong, have devoted many years to Junji Shuyuan, enduring hardships if not achieving merits. Yet today, I am slandered by a scholar from a saintly academy, and you, Dean, actually believe the calumny of outsiders. My heart is filled with sorrow and indignation. However, I am merely a teacher, not the dean, and no matter how great the injustice, I must swallow it in silence. Master Zhong turned away, wiping the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, appearing particularly aggrieved. He Weijun, caught between words, found himself in a dilemma. Suddenly, a dull drumbeat resonated from outside the office, the sound not particularly loud, yet it thundered in the ears of everyone present. Lin Yi's entire being jolted. Chapter 154, Lawsuit against Junji Shuyuan. The moment the office drum sounded, the atmosphere within the hall shifted dramatically. All eyes turned simultaneously towards Governor Song Jilin. Unaccountably, Master Zhong felt a twitch in his eyelids. Someone was beating the drum to seek justice. Alarmed, Song Jilin quickly turned to Long Wei's commanding officer, Yin Shuangwu. At that instant, Yin Shuangwu rose abruptly and said in a deep voice, Lord Song, the drum has sounded. What are you still dawdling for? Yes, yes. Song Jilin, not daring to linger, hurried down from the dais and swiftly made his way outside. Sun Tongji, filled with dread, followed suit, having just executed a prominent clan leader. What great injustice awaited them now? As Long Wei's commanding officer prepared to leave, he seemed to recall something and turned to Lin Yi, saying, Scholar Lin. Regarding the matter of the commoner Zhang Xiaoyan seeking justice at the Lingdong County office, His Majesty spoke highly of you. Now that the governor's drum has sounded again, shall we not go see what transpires? Certainly. Lin Yi replied solemnly. I am but an ordinary scholar. To receive His Majesty's praise is a stroke of fortune. Please, lead the way. Lin Yi gestured for Yin Shuangwu to proceed, who nodded slightly and stepped out first. Lin Yi glanced at Li Wenbo before following. He Weijun and Master Zhong remained behind, for as members of the academy, they were not permitted to intervene in official affairs unless the matter involved their scholars. Outside the governor's office, under the night sky, an elderly woman struck the drum with all her might, her hands clutching the mallet tightly. Her gaunt face was etched with dried tears, and her frail body struggled to maintain such vigorous drumming. Yet the fierce determination in her heart, driven by the desire to seek justice for her deceased son, propelled her to strike the drum again and again. Behind her, a young girl clutched the tattered edge of the old woman's clothing with her left hand while wiping her tears with her right. Grandma, let Nunyo drum. If I beat this drum, will someone come to save my father? The young girl, unaware of the drum's significance, felt instinctively that it was being struck for her father's sake. My lord, the commoners have been wronged. The elderly woman cried out. The drum beats echoed through the night. Not far away, a group of middle-aged men hurried towards the office, their faces filled with worry and urgency. Upon reaching the governor's office, they quickly tried to dissuade her. Auntie, please do not despair. What good will drumming at the office do? The lives of us common folk are of no concern to them. After all, Junji Shuyuan is a behemoth we can never provoke. Auntie, we still have some silver at home. Let us gather enough to give our brother a proper burial. Auntie, although we may be struggling, you and the child can come stay with us, and we will manage to support you. We will all help. Our ancestors taught us not to contend with scholars or officials. These men were the laborers and craftsmen from Junji Shuyuan. Earlier, when scholars descended from the academy to inquire about their wages, they dared not admit they had not received them, fearing the scholars might be seeking grounds for retribution. After visiting the brother's home, they learned he had passed away and, upon seeing the aunt and the girl head towards the governor's office, they hastily summoned their fellow workers to dissuade her. Let go of me. Our son is dead. What is there left for us in this world? You toiled hard for the academy, yet in the end, you received no wages. Our son merely acted out of indignation, yet he paid with his life. Before I die, I must strike this drum to see if the heavens will help us commoners seek justice from the academy. The elderly woman's tears flowed freely. She looked at these men, who were about the same age as her son, and said, "Boys, I will remember your words. When I go to the other side and see my son, I will surely tell him he has friends like you. That is worth it." The little girl began to cry as well, repeatedly calling out, "Grandma." Just then, a group of officers rushed out from the governor's office, swiftly surrounding the area. The faces of the dozens of men turned pale with fear, trembling, and trepidation. Yet the elderly woman stood firm, her back straight, steadfastly facing the officers. Governor Song Jilin and Sun Tongji followed, emerging from the office. Lin Yi and Li Wenbo trailed behind Long Wei's commanding officer, standing outside the governor's office and observing the elderly woman and the little girl within the crowd. Simultaneously, they recognized a group of unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar faces. Lin Yi quickly grasped the situation. The elderly woman beating the drum was undoubtedly connected to the laborers. Observing the woman's attire, the dried tears on her face, and the girl's tear-streaked countenance, Lin Yi's heart ached deeply. Why must some people withhold wages that allow others to support their families? By what right? Simply because they wield resources? Because they are scholars? Because they believe that beneath the weight of literature, all are but ants? "Sir, those are the laborers from the academy," Li Wenbo whispered. "Indeed." Lin Yi clenched his fists. Nodding earnestly, "I shall become an official, one who can determine the fates of scholars." A powerful conviction surged within Lin Yi, unlike any he had felt before. The flourishing of literature brings suffering to the common people. The decline of literature brings suffering to the common people. Lin Yi no longer yearned for the power of literature. He only wished to exert himself fully to realize his grand aspiration. The power of literature is a support. It is certainly not the pursuit of his studies. Justice. Fairness. That is all. In the dead of night, you strike the drum. What grave injustice do you wish to report? If it is a trivial matter, and you dare to petition me in violation of protocol, I shall not be lenient. Governor Song Jilin's gaze fell upon the elderly woman, exuding an air of authority. The little girl cowered behind the elderly woman, trembling. The group of craftsmen attempting to dissuade the elderly woman were also surrounded by the constables, who deemed them allies of hers. In that moment, their faces turned pale with fear, pleading, "My lord, this is an injustice." The elderly woman was filled with trepidation. Ordinary folk had seldom encountered an official of such high rank as the governor. Yet, no matter how terrifying he might be, it could not compare to the anguish of losing a child. With a thud, she fell to her knees, her forehead striking the ground heavily. With reddened eyes, she spoke each word deliberately. "This humble woman wishes to bring charges against Junji Academy for withholding the artisans' wages and for causing the death of my son. I beseech you, my lord, to deliver justice for me." Thud. The elderly woman pressed her forehead firmly against the ground, and as she raised her gaze to Song Jili, blood trickled down her brow. "Grandma, you're bleeding. Nyo is scared. Let me blow on it," the frightened little girl cried, tiptoeing to gently blow on her grandmother's wound, using her sleeve to wipe the blood. "Don't be afraid. Grandma is here." The elderly woman grasped the child's hand tightly, tears blurring her vision. The child was indeed the pitiful one, having lost her mother at a young age, and now her father as well. Misfortune seemed to seek out those most afflicted. Chapter 155. Justice must be served. Bringing charges against Junji Academy? Withholding wages? Causing the death of a commoner? A buzzing sensation overwhelmed Song Jili's mind, as if something within him had exploded. He stood there, stunned. How could a commoner dare to accuse an academy? Yet, instinctively, he recalled Lin Yi's case in Lingdong County. And with Commander Long Wei, Yin Xuanwu, present, the drum sounded. He had no choice but to listen. Song Jili did not respond immediately. Instead, he surveyed the frail elderly woman and the dirty little girl with her pigtails. A sudden tremor coursed through him, and he felt a vague sense of disorientation. In that moment, deep within his heart, something stirred awake. Years ago, as an 8th grade official, he had made grand aspirations to study diligently in the academy, to bring peace to the nation, to fend off evil forces beyond the borders, and to benefit the people upon entering the court. Yet decades had passed, and those noble ambitions had faded from memory, replaced by the thought that he would never become a sage and should instead accumulate wealth for future generations. He had long since forgotten his original intentions. He had merely been riding on the authority of his position, oblivious to the youthful spirit that once aimed to benefit the people. At that moment, Commander Yin Xuanwu's gaze was fixed on Song Jili, as were Lin Yi's and Li Wenbo's. "My lord, this humble woman is wronged." The elderly woman, witnessing the change in Song Jili's expression, yet seeing him take no action, felt her heart twist in anguish. Thud. She bowed her head once more. The elderly woman weakened and collapsed, her blood blooming like a flower upon the tiles. Damn it! Lin Yi, seeing Song Zhili still hesitating, cursed inwardly, his eyes nearly bulging. You scoundrel! He shouted, wishing to kick Song Zhili aside, rushing to the elderly woman's side. He turned to Li Wenbo and demanded, do you have any life-saving elixirs? Quickly. Yes, yes. Li Wenbo finally reacted, hurriedly retrieving a porcelain vial and offering Lin Yi a pill. Lin Yi quickly administered it to the elderly woman. He tore a piece of his scholar's robe to fashion a bandage, applying it to stop the bleeding. Auntie! Auntie! The craftsmen's hearts ached as they anxiously stood by, too afraid to approach. Yet, deep down, they felt tears welling up at the sight of Lin Yi, a scholar, personally tending to the elderly woman. Someone was standing up for them. Grandma, please wake up. The little girl knelt beside her grandmother, gently shaking her frail body, her face filled with fear. Kneeling before Lin Yi, she tearfully implored, brother, please, save my grandma. Nyonya has no father or mother. She cannot lose her grandma too. Wah! Lin Yi squatted down, wiping away her tears, his own eyes reddening as he reassured her, your grandma will be fine, I promise. With that, he turned to Song Zhili and stated solemnly, my lord, I do not comprehend. Why, when this humble woman has a grievance and beats the drum, do you, as the governor, choose to turn a blind eye? I must ask, what are your true intentions? Song Zhili's face flushed crimson, and he caught the dark expression on Commander Yin Xuanwu from the corner of his eye. He quickly replied, what intentions could I possibly have? I am fully aware of this humble woman's grievances, yet I must consider their authenticity. Should I not question the truth of her words? Delaying is thus only reasonable. He looked toward Lin Yi and continued, in light of your concern for the people, I shall overlook your previous insults. Bring this humble woman into the court. I shall personally oversee her case. With a wave of his hand, he directed the constables to heed his command. He then clasped his hands in respect toward Commander Yin Xuanwu, stating, I will thoroughly examine this case and deliver justice for this humble woman. That will not be necessary, Yin Xuanwu replied coolly. What? Song Zhili was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Yin Xuanwu, perplexed. Yin Xuanwu produced a dragon-shaped jade pendant from his waist, placing it before Song Zhili, and declared, from this moment forth, this case will be handled by Lin Yi. Lin Yi, who was still holding the little girl's hand, was momentarily stunned. Him again? Yet, inexplicably, his heart surged with fervor. The elderly woman's grievance was undoubtedly linked to the wage disputes he had encountered at Junji Academy when he first arrived. It was the perfect opportunity for him to address it. Commander, I sincerely wish to serve the people. My grand aspirations were indeed to benefit the populace. Song Zhili's face turned pale with fear as he hurriedly sought a reprieve. I have not dismissed your position, nor do I possess the authority to do so. But I do have the authority to temporarily suspend your duties. Yin Xuanwu then turned to Lin Yi with solemnity and asked, Lin Yi, do you accept this charge? I accept. Lin Yi bowed deeply in affirmation. Excellent. All constables of the governor's office are at your disposal. Those who refuse shall face the consequences. Yin Xuanwu then entered the main hall of the court. The constables exchanged glances, falling into a heavy silence. Song Zhili slumped to the ground, bewildered. Could he truly rectify his path and diligently examine this case? Was hesitation also a fault? What should we do now? Li Wenbo was filled with excitement. For Lin Yi, being able to handle this matter held profound significance for the realization of his lofty aspirations. These efforts would serve as the foundation for his future achievements as a sage. The heavens were watching. Yet, far too many scholars, after establishing their grand aspirations, believed themselves to be beyond hope and completely forgot their original intentions. Lin Yi, holding the little girl with one hand, gently patted Li Wenbo's shoulder with the other. He then looked at the group of craftsmen and said, surely you all remember me? The craftsmen exchanged hesitant glances, but recalling how Lin Yi had helped the elderly woman, one spoke up. Yes, we saw you at the entrance of Junji Academy. Indeed. Though we have not read much, our memories are sharp. We remember you well, sir. They all chimed in. Good. Lin Yi nodded and addressed them earnestly. I know you have not received your wages for the repairs and construction at Junji Academy. Today, the elderly woman strikes the drum not only to seek justice for her deceased son, but also for you. Tell me, do you have the courage to stand up and testify against Junji Academy, revealing who has withheld your hard-earned wages? If you dare stand up, I shall ensure you receive justice. Lin Yi's gaze was piercing, fixed upon the group of craftsmen. We will. The esteemed Master Zhong of Junji Shuyuan proclaimed that if we dared to create a disturbance, our lives would be forfeit. Yet at this moment, I fear not death. I have resolved to act. It was Master Zhong's followers who injured Brother Niu. Master Zhong stated that should we report to the authorities, even the governor would not come to our aid. He further questioned whether we could contend with the academy. A few brave men, their expressions resolute, prepared to risk everything. Meanwhile, an elderly woman awakened slowly. Li Wenbo stepped forward to assist her. Despite her earlier confusion, she had heard Lin Yi's words and struggled to kneel before him, only to be restrained by Li Wenbo. Tears streamed down her face as she murmured repeatedly, "Heaven, open your eyes. Heaven, open your eyes." Subsequently, the remaining craftsmen knelt in unison before Lin Yi, pleading, "We implore you, great sir, to stand for us and for Brother Niu, who was slain by the academy's scholar. Rise quickly. Follow me into the court." Fortuitously, both the head of Junji Shuyuan and Master Zhong are present. Let us seize this opportunity to clarify this matter. Lin Yi grasped the hand of the little girl, pondering whether delayed justice could still be deemed justice. How could the death of this child's father ever be compensated? With determination, Lin Yi entered the court alongside the little girl. Justice may be tardy, but fairness must be restored. Chapter 156. Is your slander against me not enough? Very well. This esteemed scholar, we are willing to place our trust in you. Many craftsmen voiced their disillusionment with the scholars, having chosen to believe in their countless self-deceptions once more. Trust again, just one last time. Inside the court, He Weijun sat with a stern demeanor, fixating on Master Zhong, and inquired once more, "What connection do the craftsmen's wages have with you? Dean, do you still not believe me?" Master Zhong lamented. "What must I do for you to have faith in me rather than choose to trust a scholar without merit? Is it because he has received the emperor's praise? You, Dean, are a disciple of the Holy Academy." Master Zhong's eyes reddened, as if he bore a grave injustice. "Indeed, I would sooner trust Lin Yi than you," He Weijun thought to himself. However, outwardly, he merely snorted and replied, "What of being a disciple of the Holy Academy? They are still subjects of the Yin, the common folk of this realm. If I were to discover who has withheld the craftsmen's wages, I would personally rectify the situation." He Weijun slammed his hand against the armrest of his chair, his expression darkening. Having faced challenges due to Zhu Liren's matter, he had labored to restore his image in Lin Yi's eyes. He even hoped that by constructing a new courtyard, he could bridge the gap with Lin Sheng. Yet unexpectedly, this incident occurred. At that moment, Longwei's commandant Yin Shuangwu silently entered the court and took his place. Then, Lin Yi, holding the little girl's hand, entered the court in silence. Behind him followed Li Wenbo, the elderly woman, and several craftsmen, while Governor Song Zhili entered with a dejected demeanor. "What is happening?" Master Zhong was momentarily stunned by the sight. Those craftsmen, how did they come to the governor's court? Were they the ones who had sounded the drum of grievance? These lowly people, do they not value their lives enough to dare beat the drum for justice? Master Zhong felt a wave of unease wash over him. Yet recalling that the Academy's scholars had previously approached these individuals, who claimed to have received their wages, he found no reason for them to come to the governor's court to voice their grievances. Seated confidently, he dismissed the notion that a few commoners could outmaneuver him or Junji Shuyuan. He Weijun, unfamiliar with these craftsmen, noticed Lin Yi's solemn expression as he held the little girl's hand, and guessed the gravity of the situation. Beneath his black scholar's robe, his hands clenched tightly. At that moment, the atmosphere in the court was tense, and no one dared to speak. "Master Zhong." Lin Yi did not take a seat in the official chair, but directly addressed Master Zhong, pointing at the craftsmen and asking, "May I boldly inquire if you still recognize them?" Master Zhong paused, frowning as he replied, "Lin Yi, is your slander against me not sufficient? What is it that you desire? Silver? Calligraphy? Literary skills? I genuinely do not comprehend what offense I have committed that warrants such treatment from you." Master Zhong rose and turned to Governor Song Zhili, stating, "Governor, this Lin Yi is not one of your court's people, is he?" Governor Song Zhili, feeling bitter, nonetheless responded truthfully, "No." "Excellent." Master Zhong forcefully waved his sleeve and turned to glare at Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, this matter ends here. You are not of the official court, so do not create a ruckus in the court. It is quite bothersome. Any grievances may be addressed once Governor Song has rendered his judgment." With that, he resumed his seat, his countenance dark as night. What audacity these commoners have, daring to raise their voices before me, the master of the academy. Yet Lin Yi merely chuckled coldly, turning to the elderly woman who was supported by Li Wenbo, and said, "Elderly madam, to whom do you seek to appeal? You may now speak. Although I am not an official, Commandant Yin has permitted me to address your grievance. You may speak freely." Commandant Yin is a person close to the emperor, who cares for the common people, and with him present, you shall surely find justice. He Weijun's eyes widened. "What? Commandant Yin has overshadowed Governor Song Jili, allowing Lin Yi to handle this elderly woman's grievance? Suddenly, He Wei-jun comprehended that Lin Yi had acted in accordance with the court's authority, accomplishing something that would please the emperor. Thus, the emperor intended to elevate Lin Yi as the exemplar for scholars to advocate for the common folk. Governor Song Jili has been rendered powerless? What grievance could this elderly woman have that forbids intervention? Master Zhong felt a sense of trepidation. Thank you, sir. The elderly woman nearly fell to her knees before Lin Yi, but Li Wenbo, understanding Lin Yi's character, ensured she would not bow in such a manner. In the court, the elderly woman began to recount her tale of woe. From the recruitment of craftsmen by Junji Shuyuan to her son's selection as a laborer for the repairs of the academy's premises. A group of dozens had worked tirelessly at Junji Shuyuan, exhausting their bodies for the sake of labor. Yet in the end, they received not a single coin in wages. When they sought their pay from the academy, her son was grievously injured by the scholars. After being brought back by his fellow workers, he could not endure and passed away, leaving her alone with a young granddaughter. From that moment on, they were forsaken and destitute. She recounted every detail of their plight, exclaiming, "My son was an honest and unassuming man. He merely sought the wages earned through hard work. What wrong did he commit that warranted being beaten to death by the academy scholars? What sin did he commit?" The elderly woman was overcome with grief, her gaze sweeping across the officials, Governor Song Jili, and the entire court. Silence. The court fell into an oppressive stillness. All present felt a weight on their hearts. Unable to meet the elderly woman's gaze, Lin Yi's eyes blazed red as he gripped the little girl's hand, trembling with rage toward Master Zhong. The pain of the elderly woman's loss of her son and the little girl's loss of her father. Who could fathom the depths of their suffering? Who would dare to bear this heart-wrenching agony for them? A once happy family had been reduced to such despair over wages. It is a travesty. All scholars involved in this matter deserve condemnation. Master Zhong's face flushed, his heart racing. He Wei-jun trembled, his hands pressing tightly against the armrests of his chair, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, as a tide of murderous intent surged within him. Who had dared to kill a craftsman and withhold their wages? In the shadow of his watchful gaze, such heinous acts that tarnished the reputation of the academy were committed. At that moment, he abruptly rose to his feet and bowed deeply to the elderly woman, saying, "Esteemed elder, I am He Wei-jun, the president of Junji Academy. I am profoundly remorseful for what has transpired. This matter shall be addressed with utmost seriousness by Junji Academy, and we are willing to exert every effort to compensate you." He Wei-jun solemnly vowed, "I swear today that I will root out the lawless scholar responsible and rectify our ranks." Chapter 157. How should the master greet the Holy Son? Depart at once. The elderly woman shook her head vehemently, choking back tears. Is it of any use? After you cleanse your ranks, can my son return to life? As the Academy's president, why did you not keep your eyes open to the affairs of the Academy? Must you wait until calamity strikes to speak of remedies? Alas, it is too late. My son is dead. The elderly woman fell into despair once more, beating her chest in anguish. He Wei-jun, who stood above ordinary men, bowed his head in silence. Indeed, it is too late. Yet as the chief of the Academy, he must bear responsibility for this grave matter. Master Zhong. He Wei-jun turned to Zhong Fuzi, speaking with a heavy tone. You are the overseer. This matter, President He. Lin Yi interrupted. It would be best if you refrained from involving yourself in this affair. He Wei-jun was momentarily taken aback. He fell silent, comprehending Lin Yi's intent, which was to avoid any appearance of bias. After all, this was a transgression committed by Junji Academy, and as its president, his involvement could lead to suspicions of unfairness. Very well, very well. He Wei-jun shook his head bitterly, sighing, I bear a great responsibility in this matter. It is indeed inappropriate for me to intervene. He sat down, casting a deeply enraged glance at Zhong Fuzi. Lin Yi wasted no time. Turning to Li Wenbo, Wenbo, help the elderly lady to sit. Certainly. Li Wenbo assisted the elderly woman into a seat. Lin Yi knelt down, gently wiping the tears from the little girl's cheeks, speaking softly, go to your grandmother's side. Your brother will now seek out the villain who harmed your father, and see to it that he faces just punishment. The little girl wiped her face with her sleeve, then suddenly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Lin Yi's neck and resting her head on his shoulder in silence. Feeling the safety he provided, the elderly woman's heart ached. Lin Yi did not push away the little girl, but offered an encouraging smile when she finally released him, saying, Go on. The little girl then ran to her grandmother, leaping into her embrace. Good child, good child. The elderly woman nuzzled her head against the girl. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Zhong Fuzi, her teeth clenched in anger. Throughout this time, no one in the hall dared to disrupt this poignant scene. At last, having gathered his thoughts, Lin Yi stood up, exuding an aura of sharp intensity. He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Zhong Fuzi, and said solemnly, "Zhong Fuzi, as the overseer of this academy's renovations, do you have anything to say regarding the complaints of the elderly lady?" Zhong Fuzi sneered but remained silent, showing no regard for Lin Yi, even lifting his teacup for a sip. He smiled at the somewhat bewildered Song Zhili, saying, "Lord Song, could you please have someone pour me another cup of tea? I may have quite a bit to say shortly." After all, some individuals, having tasted the sweetness of adjudication once, mistakenly believe they can dictate the affairs of the world. Song Zhili did not respond. His mind was preoccupied with how to restore his standing in Yin Shuangwu's eyes. Zhong Fuzi, noticing Song Zhili's indifference, was initially surprised but quickly regained his composure. His gaze then shifted to Lin Yi, chastising, "Lin Yi, what of it? What if I am the overseer of the academy? What does that matter? You, a student who is yet to be acknowledged by the Holy Academy, what right do you have to question me? Do you understand the rules? When a scholar meets a master, one should bow as a disciple. How much of the sage's wisdom have you truly grasped, to speak so arrogantly?" Lin Yi grasped the essence of Zhong Fuzi's words. He claimed that Lin Yi lacked the qualifications to question him. Lin Yi let out a cold laugh. Fixing his gaze on Zhong Fuzi, "You are correct, Zhong Fuzi. When a scholar meets a master, one must bow as a disciple. Then how should the master greet the Holy Sun?" As his words fell, Lin Yi extended his hands from beneath his sleeves, crossing them before him, revealing the jade ring of the Holy Sun on his thumb, and asked, "Now, do I possess the qualifications to question you?" Buzz. The arrogance on Zhong Fuzi's face was instantly replaced by shock, his body trembling slightly. He stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, in utter disbelief at the jade ring on Lin Yi's thumb, rendered speechless. "No, it cannot be," Zhong Fuzi croaked, fear creeping into his eyes. He was reluctant to believe it, yet the appearance of the jade ring sent tremors of dread through him. It was real. He Weijun, utterly disillusioned with Zhong Fuzi, stood up, preparing to pay respects to Lin Yi as the Holy Sun. However, Lin Yi reached out to stop him. The Holy Sun, Zhong Shi, had anticipated that Lin Yi would face hostility from the scholars. Thus, the significance of this Holy Sun token had come to fruition. He Weijun thought to himself. Then, Lin Yi, with an impassive expression, gazed at Zhong Fuzi, saying, "Zhong Fuzi, will you not pay your respects upon seeing the Holy Sun? Do you not understand the rules? As a master, how much of the sage's wisdom have you truly learned?" Lin Yi returned Zhong Fuzi's words verbatim. Zhong Fuzi's face flushed crimson. Thud. Yet, the awe and fear of the Holy Academy compelled him to kneel in submission, proclaiming, "This student, Zhong Buyong of Junji Academy, greets the Holy Sun, Lin Shi." What a humiliation. A profound sense of disgrace surged within Zhong Fuzi, as if a wild beast within him was howling in defiance. Li Wenbo felt a surge of exhilaration. His entire being invigorated. This sensation was simply extraordinary. The abrupt turn of events sent shockwaves throughout the hall. In particular, the governor, Song Zhili, nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. The Holy Sun of the State Academy? No wonder the 4 7th-rank officials from the Qian Manor voluntarily confessed. Lin Yi was indeed the Holy Sun. Song Zhili grasped the situation entirely, and, observing Zhong Fuzi's demeanor, suddenly recalled Zhu Zhixian's confession. "This is my opportunity." He quickly leaned in to whisper a few words in Sun Tongji's ear. The latter, visibly shaken, promptly retreated stealthily. The elderly woman and the dozen or so craftsmen were also taken aback by this scene. Yet soon, their eyes brimmed with tears, each looking at Lin Yi as he stood up for them, wishing they could sacrifice everything for him. Once, they had lived at the lowest rungs of society, never receiving a caring glance from the adults around them. No one ever inquired about their well-being. They had to rely solely on their own hands to survive, supporting their families while paying taxes to the government. Yet, the adults only cared about their own lives, their futures, and who could bring them benefits, never giving a thought to those who suffered. In their world, beyond home lay darkness, and light seemed utterly unattainable. But at this moment, looking at Lin Yi, they felt as if he were a radiant beacon piercing through the shadows of their existence, illuminating a path of hope that had always seemed so distant, obscured by the selfishness of some. Lin Yi, looking down at Zhong Fuzi, stated with gravity, "Tell me, have their wages been paid?" Zhong Fuzi gritted his teeth, then raised his head to meet Lin Yi's gaze, declaring, "They have been paid." "You lie egregiously." The craftsmen shouted in unison, "Lord, he has not paid us. Not a single coin. If we speak falsely, may the heavens strike us down with thunder." The artisans, upon hearing Zhong Fuzi's adamant denial, began to vocally condemn him. They were no longer afraid. His stature, which could hardly be deemed imposing, seemed to them capable of supporting a vast expanse of sky. Zhong Fuzi's expression was one of astonishment as he turned to the artisans, disbelief etched upon his face, filled with both shock and fury. How dare they insult me? How dare they shout in the court? Lin Yi sighed, shaking his head, and remarked, "It seems that no amount of words will lead you to admit your wrongdoing. Let the sage be the judge then." Chapter 158. For the people's destiny. The sage as judge? Wei suddenly lifted his head, his eyes shimmering. He understood that Lin Yi possessed the authority to summon the sage's judgment, yet he had never witnessed Lin Yi actually request it. To summon the sage's judgment could indeed determine the guilt of the accused and whether the literary heart would be extinguished. However, historically, in many instances of such judgments concerning the conflict between scholars and commoners, the scholars often emerged unscathed. This was due to the sage's lingering compassion and the influence of literary principles, which dictated that they would always stand from the most rational perspective. The loss of a literary master for the sake of common people's interests would not be permitted by the literary rules. The battle between the Zhongguo Sacred Academy and Taoism thousands of years ago revolved around the struggle for the orthodoxy of the Tao. Ultimately, the Zhongguo Sacred Academy and the Daoist court joined forces to completely annihilate Taoism. Thus, should the literary path decline and the remnants of Taoism return, it would severely impact the current literary path. In other words, once Lin Yi requests the sage's judgment, regardless of Zhong Fuzi's guilt or innocence, the outcome would invariably allow him to escape unscathed. Lin Yi was confused. After all, he was merely a naive youth, believing that the sage's judgment could render impartial verdicts, unaware that the deceased sages of the academy were notorious for their protection of scholars. Unless, Longwei's commander, Yin Shuangwu, subtly shook his head, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of his chair, his deep-set eyes lost in thought. To summon the sage's judgment? Zhong Fuzi raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With his hands clasped behind his back, he stood tall and upright, embodying righteousness, and proclaimed, "I have conducted my life with integrity, so what harm is there in summoning the sage's judgment? In fact, I would welcome the sage's intervention to determine whether I am indeed guilty." Zhong Fuzi was well aware that summoning the sage's judgment was merely a powerful figure's trial of the weak. In simpler terms, it meant that although I may be guilty, I am stronger than you, and I seek a justification for my actions. So let the sage judge. The result, under the influence of literary principles, would inevitably lead to the judgment that the weaker party was guilty. This was the true essence of summoning the sage's judgment. Zhong Fuzi's demeanor was solemn, radiating justice, devoid of fear, even showcasing a scholar's unique pride. His upright posture seemed to challenge fate itself. "Come, if you can." Lin Yi chose not to elaborate further, glancing back at the artisans whose eyes sparkled with hope. Were they in the wrong? Not at all. The one at fault was the overseer of the academy, Zhong Fuzi, who, fully aware of his guilt, had the audacity to act so brazenly. Why? Lin Yi was deeply unsettled, his hands clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. He faced the east, his heart filled with a fervent desire for justice, and declared, "I am Lin Yi, a scholar of Pingzhou Academy. Having recently entered the literary path, my knowledge is shallow. Yet I have established 4 grand aspirations in the 8th rank of life: to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish destiny for the people, to inherit the lost teachings of the ancients, and to bring peace to all generations." Today, the citizens of Nanxiang Prefecture drum to voice their grievances against the scholar Zhong Fuzi of Junji Academy, yet he refuses to admit his guilt. I now fulfill my grand aspiration to stand for the people's destiny, and respectfully request the sage to manifest and judge this grievance. Lin Yi's voice resonated throughout the grand hall. In that moment, a golden light enveloped him, a flow of righteous energy surged, and he radiated an indescribable sanctity and solemnity. The echoes of persistent thoughts would surely return. The world is but an echo valley. Whatever one clings to in thought will reverberate back, for it transmits the voice within one's heart. In the hall, silence fell over everyone. Song Zhili's expression turned to one of horror as he stared blankly at Lin Yi, exclaiming, righteous energy, you are the emperor." Thud. With a thud, Song Zhili collapsed onto the ground, nearly scared out of his wits. Yin Shuangwu, the commander of Longwei, suddenly stood up from his chair, trembling slightly. How similar. Wei's expression grew grave as he regarded Lin Yi, glancing toward the east, eager to discern whether the literary path would respond. If the sage granted me the authority for judgment, yet chose not to manifest, then let this literary path be abandoned. Lin Yi had never considered himself a child of destiny. He simply wished to utilize every ability at his disposal to pursue what he believed to be right. Even if it meant facing an abyss, he would not hesitate to shatter himself. Lin Yi's so-called request for the sage's judgment was indeed an eye-opener, revealing that even a scholar of the 8th rank could summon the sage's judgment. Ha! Zhong Fuzi laughed inwardly, viewing Lin Yi as nothing more than a frivolous jester. If a sage's lingering essence could be called upon so easily, then surely all those with grievances in the world could do the same. Absurd. Yet, at that moment, a peculiar wave rippled through the heavens and earth. The essence of heaven and earth converged above the Nanxiang Prefecture's magistrate's office, manifesting auspicious clouds in the night sky. The light shimmered and sparkled, illuminating the capital of Nanxiang Prefecture. At this moment, countless townsfolk were awakened by the spectacle. Stepping out of their homes to gaze upward, where the light shone, it dispelled the chill, and a warm current enveloped the townsfolk, bringing them immense comfort. The literary path bestows blessings. Some scholars, filled with astonishment, gazed in disbelief at the auspicious clouds above the magistrate's office. Trembling as they uttered, the sage shows signs of manifestation. Meanwhile, from the auspicious clouds, a wisp of purple aura emerged, transforming into a book. Subsequently, an arm, torso, legs, and head materialized, revealing a spectral sage holding a book and crowned with a holy diadem. The sound of the sage reciting scriptures resonated throughout the realm. Even within the confines of the hall, despite the roof overhead, everyone could see the manifest figure of the sage. Thud! A wave of righteous majesty descended upon the mortal realm, causing the artisans and elderly women to promptly bow in reverence, weeping uncontrollably. A young girl mimicked them, kneeling in the hall, facing the sage. How is this possible? Zhong Fuzi exclaimed in shock, his face paling. What right does an 8th rank scholar have to summon the sage so effortlessly? How could this unrestrained sage manifest at his behest? He Wei felt perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. Without restrictions, how could one admonish scholars? How could punishment be enacted? Words. The sage descended with divine sound, radiant with authority. Student Lin Yi requests the sage to judge Zhong Fuzi of Junji Academy for guilt or innocence. Lin Yi performed a disciple's bow, his expression solemn as he gazed at the spectral sage in the void. I am innocent. Zhong Fuzi, facing the sage, pointed at Lin Yi and vehemently countered. I am a 5-rank moral scholar of Junji Academy. My every word and deed exemplifies the morals of scholars. This child slanders me. Chapter 159. It is you who shall be interrogated. Zhong Fuzi bowed respectfully. He unleashed his 5-rank moral aura, deliberately informing the literary principles of who truly contributed to the literary path. I have received the request, the sage declared. The spectral book in his left hand began to flip rapidly, never pausing. Snap! Suddenly, the book closed, and the sage cast an angry gaze through the roof of the hall, looking down at Zhong Fuzi. Guilty. He Wei was once again astonished, speechless in disbelief. Long Wei Du Zhihui sure could hardly believe his eyes, as when Daoist was willing to punish a scholar for the sake of the common people. Moreover, the accused was a respected teacher of the 5th rank in the academy. What? Zhong Fuzi's expression suddenly turned to one of terror as he fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, and exclaimed, I have devoted myself wholeheartedly to the development of the academy, laboring tirelessly for the cultivation of its scholars. What crime have I committed? I refuse to accept this. He could not comprehend why, under the influence of the sage's teachings, he was deemed guilty. As a scholar of 5th rank virtue, his status was immensely esteemed. How could those lowly commoners, whose lives were worth less than grass, have the authority to judge him? The death of an ordinary person, what consequence could it possibly hold? If he were punished, it would be a loss for Wen Dao itself. What crime was there in that? The voice of the sage echoed, and as he spoke, the book in his hand flipped rapidly, casting a golden light throughout the hall. Instantly, a transparent figure emerged, embodying Zhong Fuzi himself. Surrounding him was the environment of the academy. Nearby, the scholars and a group of common laborers appeared. Was the scene being recreated? Lin Yi seemed to grasp a possibility, and his heart jolted. He could not help but wonder if the strange phenomenon he witnessed in Anyang County Jinma Hall was related to this. But this was the sage's power. As a laborer caught sight of the transparent figure, he shouted with astonishment, I see myself. Auntie, Nyo, Go look. That's Nyo Go. Suddenly, the figure of an elderly woman's son emerged from the gradually materializing apparition. He, like the other laborers, was in a heated discussion, their faces flushed. My son. The elderly woman, who had been seated, suddenly stood up and stumbled to the ground. "Grandma!" A little girl rushed to help her. But the elderly woman crawled towards the visible figure. The little girl also saw the apparition and cried, "Daddy!" The old lady and the child were not mournful, but rather expressed their grief vehemently. Li Wenbo felt a deep anguish within, but still tried to restrain the elderly woman and the child. "Nyo gu, wu-wu. My lord, we remember this scene. It was when the courtyard was completed, and we asked Supervisor Zhong Fuji for our wages." Tears streamed down the laborers' faces as they revealed the truth to Lin Yi. No, this cannot be." Zhong Fuji staggered backward, his face as white as a sheet, utterly stunned. At that moment, as the apparition spoke, their voices resonated within the hall. "We scholars require vast amounts of paper for our studies, which cost silver. Rest assured, we will settle your wages by the end of the year. Our Junji Academy is the most trustworthy." "What nonsense! What does your scholarly pursuit have to do with us? Our hard-earned wages should be paid first before you consider your studies. Even if I die today, I will say these words." Bang! The figure of the little girl's father was struck by a scholar, sending him flying. "You disgrace the scholarly community with such cruelty. How dare you strike someone? I will report this to the authorities. We will report this." The voices of the laborers echoed throughout the hall. At that moment, the laborers witnessing the scene were already in tears. Meanwhile, the face of He Wei-jun, the academy director, had turned a deep shade of purple, trembling uncontrollably. The treasury had already distributed the wages, and he had stamped them. Yet, Zhong Fuji and his disciples had embezzled the funds. How dare they? How dare they? Report to the officials? Do you think these lowly commoners could do so? Ask the governor if he would dare to stand up for you. You lowly folk. Can you compete with the academy? Anyone who causes trouble will be executed on the spot. Zhong Fuji's figure shouted, his voice booming like thunder in the hall, reverberating endlessly. After a long while, the images and sounds vanished, and the sage's apparition from the auspicious clouds issued a solemn inquiry. "Are you convinced?" With a thud, Zhong Fuji collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, unable to fathom that the scene could once again materialize. Man's actions are observed by heaven. Even Lin Yi was somewhat astonished, yet he was more profoundly affected by Zhong Fuji and his disciples' words. "Zhong, do you have any further objections?" Lin Yi glared at Zhong Fuji and declared, "Is this what you call a model of virtue for scholars? I scoff at that. What qualifications do you have to speak of being a role model for scholars? It is scoundrels like you that condemn the populace to suffering. Eradicate the essence of literature." Lin Yi instinctively admonished. In the next moment, however, the sage's figure within the auspicious clouds dissipated into the void, transforming into a golden dragon of talent that converged directly into Lin Yi's right hand. Soon, a ruler began to coalesce in the palm of his hand, the very ruler discarded by the sage. He Wei-jun was struck with terror, thinking, indeed, the sage's ruler. Zhong Fuji was taken aback, gritting his teeth as he attempted to channel his fifth-rank talent, but the light from the ruler flashed, sealing his fifth-rank talent within him, rendering it inert. The ruler that had once struck down a third-rank celestial demon had reappeared. Lin Yi was astonished. At the same time, he felt a surge of emotions. The sage's ruler was a sacred object for combating malevolent forces, yet it was also a tool for punishing scholars. Under the sage's authority, any scholar who committed wrongs could be admonished. Eradicate the essence of literature. Lin Yi gazed at the terrified Zhong Fuji and took a deep breath, speaking solemnly. "Zhong, as the supervisor of the academy, you have embezzled the wages of laborers and allowed your disciples to harm others. You are guilty. Eradicate the essence of literature." Stepping forward, Lin Yi imitated the sage's manner of reprimanding him, striking Zhong Fuji's head with the sage's ruler. Crack! Zhong Fuji writhed violently, but was unable to move. As the sage's ruler struck his head, his body stiffened, a radiant light emanating from his chest, and the essence of literature within him cracked open, bursting into dazzling white light that scattered throughout the realm. His talent within the Wengongs swiftly dissipated, returning to the natural order. No. Zhong Fuji let out a piercing scream, frantically declaring, "Eradicating my essence of literature will lead to your downfall as well. I will be waiting." Lin Yi remained undeterred, coldly fixing his gaze on Zhong Fuji. At that moment, the pent-up frustration within him found great relief. "Zhong." Simultaneously, Song Jilin stepped forward, his expression stern as he fixed his gaze on Zhong Fuji, holding a scroll of evidence. "Who says this official does not dare to speak out for the laborers? I possess evidence of the crimes you have committed over the years at Junji Academy, evidence of your transgressions in the secular world. These have all been confessed by Zhu Zhixiang, one of your scholars. Upon investigation, they are indeed true. Song Jilin's declaration sealed Zhong Fuji's fate, affirming that he had violated the laws of the Diyan. The earlier words spoken by Zhong Fuji in the hall had sent chills down his spine. Fortunately, Sun Tongji had brought Zhu Zhixiang's confession. Now, Zhong Fuji had lost his essence of literature and was no longer a scholar. Song Jilin resolved to pursue this to the bitter end, gesturing with a sweep of his hand. Bring him. Detain Zhong Buyong. According to the Diyan laws, killing one person warrants the death penalty, killing two warrants execution by slicing, and killing three or more warrants dismemberment. Do you dare? Zhong Buyong glared at Song Jilin. With a thud, Li Wenbo snatched the shackles from the trembling constable, and I am delighted to witness your encouragement for updates and the positive feedback you have provided. I eagerly anticipate the journey ahead with you all by my side. Chapter 160, Benevolent Heart. Master Zhong let out a hysterical roar, struggling frantically. But the shattered literary spirit rendered all his efforts futile. Wei Jun rose and confronted Master Zhong, stating, "From this day forth, you shall no longer hold the title of master at Junji Academy, and the academy will seize all your assets from the bank, returning them to the people." How dare you, how dare you? Master Zhong glared fiercely at everyone in the court, seething with rage. My father is a minister of the Ministry of Works. If you treat me this way, no one shall have it easy. I am unwilling to accept this. I am a scholar with accomplishments, a disciple of the Sacred Academy, and none of you have the right to kill me. The magistrate, Song Jili, waved his hand and declared, "Take him away. At noon tomorrow, he shall face the punishment of being drawn and quartered." The bailiffs approached Master Zhong, forcing him away. The death of an ant does not add guilt to my being. The heavens are unjust. The heavens are unjust. Master Zhong's voice gradually diminished. Unrepentant in death, Lin Yi coldly observed Master Zhong being led away, then turned to Dean Wei Jun. "Dean, please bring forth the disciple under Master Zhong who harmed the craftsman. The matter is not yet concluded." "Very well." Wei Jun nodded, then turned to the trembling scholar nearby, solemnly stating, "You have just witnessed the unfolding events. Bring all the scholars from the academy who were present under the sacred light." "Yes." The scholar who previously investigated whether the craftsmen received their wages clasped his fists in farewell. "My lord, you are the just and benevolent ruler, sent by the heavens to save us impoverished people." The craftsmen, being simple folk, were moved to tears as Lin Yi sought justice for them, resulting in Master Zhong's immediate death sentence. Meanwhile, the citizens of Nanxiang Prefecture witnessed the manifestation of the sage and cried out in awe. Outside the court, Chu Nan, accompanied by several academy disciples, came to witness the spectacle and encountered the scholar emerging from the court. The scholar's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Chu Shixiao, you have arrived just in time. I must take this disciple away." He seized the scholar who had harmed the craftsman from behind Chu Nan. "What are you doing?" The scholar, grasped by his robe, glared furiously. "What am I doing?" The scholar sneered. "You have committed a grave offense." With that, he dragged the scholar directly into the court, his aura emanating forcefully, rendering the scholar unable to resist. "Move." Chu Nan and the other scholars were momentarily stunned before hastily following. "Dean, the person has been brought." Soon, the scholar entered the court, dragging a furious young man behind him. With a flick of his hand, the young man was thrown out. "Dean?" The young scholar was taken aback, and upon seeing the angry craftsman in the court, he exclaimed, "You dare to report me to the authorities?" As soon as he spoke, Lin Yi recognized him as the scholar who had previously injured someone. He immediately commanded, "Wenbo, seize this person." Swiftly, Li Wenbo acted decisively, and before the bewildered young scholar could react, the shackles from the demon suppression hall were clamped around his neck. "What are you doing? Who are you?" "I do not know you." The scholar was genuinely confused. Everything was happening too quickly, and it felt like a dream as he was inexplicably shackled. "Murderer! Murderer! My lord! It was he who killed Brother Nyo." The craftsmen recognized him, their faces flushed with rage, ready to devour him alive. "Why did you take away our lives? What grievances do we have with you?" He merely sought to earn a few coins through hard work. "Why did you resort to violence?" The elderly woman, upon seeing the murderer, broke down in tears, heartbroken. She did not wish to trouble Lin Yi further, suppressing the urge to lash out at him, lamenting her profound sorrow. "Grandma." The young girl choked on her words. Lin Yi could not bear to see others in tears. It tugged at his heart. He fixed his gaze on the bewildered young scholar and solemnly asked, "On that day, did you withhold the wages of these craftsmen and resort to violence?" "Your master Zhong has already been judged by the sacred decree, his literary spirit extinguished. He shall face the punishment of being drawn and quartered tomorrow. If you confess truthfully, there may still be a chance for dignity." What? The young scholar trembled violently. Master Zhong's literary spirit was extinguished, and he would face the punishment of being drawn and quartered? It was merely a matter of a few thousand taels of silver. Was such cruelty necessary? It was not considered withholding. We promised to settle the wages by the end of the year, the young scholar replied. You are truly audacious. He Wei-jun could no longer contain his fury, stating, I have repeatedly cautioned that the wages of these craftsmen must not be delayed. The funds for the craftsmen's wages were allocated even before the completion of the project, yet you all chose to pocket them, disregarding the interests of the craftsmen, and even resorted to violence. You truly deserve death. Thud. The scholar, terrified, fell to his knees, trembling. I will not dare again. There shall be no next time. Today, I will purge the academy. He Wei-jun shook his head, fixing his gaze upon the scholar, his eyes glinting with cold light, and struck out a hand. Bang! As the world's energy surged, the scholar's eyes widened, his chest caving in instantaneously, his body hurled away by an invisible force. He fell to the ground, blood spewing forth. Lifeless, He Wei-jun flicked his sleeve, quelling his inner rage, and bowed to the elderly woman. Madam, I apologize for my disciple's misguidance, leading to such a tragic incident. I feel deeply ashamed before the teachings of the sages and the suffering of the common people. At this moment, he was filled with remorse. The elderly woman gazed at the murderer, whom He Wei-jun had personally executed, and the hatred in her heart was replaced by a profound emptiness. With her son gone, it was just she and her granddaughter, alone and desolate. What would become of the poor child when she departed this world? The elderly woman was already in tears. Lin Yi seemed to sense her feelings and approached He Wei-jun, clasping his hands. Dean, I have a humble request. He Wei-jun replied earnestly. Speak. I wish to purchase the house built by the young girl's father and these craftsmen, and I hope the dean can provide a price, Lin Yi stated. You wish to? He Wei-jun seemed to recall something, profoundly touched. Such is the nature of compassion in this world. Just as the young girl's father and his craftsman brothers built a home for her mother and daughter, I can cover all their future expenses, including the young girl's education. I only hope the dean will treat them kindly. Lin Yi had always felt guilt towards them. If he had not promised He Wei-jun to come to Junji Academy, perhaps He Wei-jun would not have built a residence, and this tragedy would not have occurred. My lord, no, that is entirely unacceptable. The elderly woman knelt before Lin Yi, pulling her granddaughter with her, tears streaming down her face. Lin Yi was a stranger to them, yet had gone to such lengths. It was beyond repayment. He Wei-jun shook his head. Looking at Lin Yi, the faults of Junji Academy are mine to rectify. There is no need for you to purchase it. If you are willing, I will take the elderly woman and the young girl to the academy, and that house shall be their shelter, while I am here. I will ensure they endure no suffering. Lin Yi remained silent, instead bowing respectfully to He Wei-jun. His gratitude was unspoken. I am late again. I hurried over to greet everyone. I have been seeing your comments. Thank you all. Seeing so many comments and requests for updates. I feel as cheerful as a carefree girl weighing 86 pounds. More is coming, but do not stay up late. Read it during the day. Chapter 161. Witnessing the Heroes of Diyan. Night. The bright moon hung high. In the courtyard behind the magistrate's office, two figures emerged from the back door. It was indeed Lin Yi who accompanied Li Wenba. Are we leaving just like this, without even saying farewell to Sir Yan? Li Wenba felt a surge of indignation, eagerly anticipating Sir Yan's praise for Lin Yi. After all, he believed that Lin Yi would surely immerse himself in court affairs, becoming familiar with Sir Yan, which might yield unexpected benefits in the future. However, to his astonishment, after Lin Yi resolved the matter concerning the craftsmen, he offered them no opportunity for gratitude. He simply found an excuse and whisked Li Wenba away through the back door of the yamen. The craftsmen had received their wages, and the old lady along with the young girl had the academy to rely upon. With these issues resolved, what was the point of lingering at the yamen? Lin Yi, somewhat irritable, remarked. The main reason is that I felt a bit drowsy after the divine judgment and wished to find a tavern for a good sleep while preparing for the provincial examination. Having experienced so much, Lin Yi often pondered the idea of abandoning the scholar's path. Yet, to do so would betray the grand aspirations he had set forth and the noble choice he had made. Each time he witnessed the suffering of the common folk, he felt an unquenchable frustration. He yearned to attain scholarly success and serve in the court, aspiring to hold a significant position in the Daoist dynasty, one where he could advocate for the welfare of the people. Perhaps this path would be fraught with difficulties and thorns, but as long as he continued to tread upon it, as long as he did not falter, he would surely reach the other shore. Studying is my only path, Lin Yi murmured to himself. If previously he had aspired to excel in the examination for the sake of better resources for literary cultivation, Now he sought to lay a foundation for the realization of his grand ambitions. Li Wenbo, observing Lin Yi distance himself, muttered, "What sleep? It's merely an excuse to avoid letting those craftsmen express their gratitude to you. Doing good deeds without seeking recognition, only you would do such a thing." Lin Yi and Li Wenbo casually chose an inn to stay at in the city. Lin Yi lit a lamp and began to study diligently for the provincial examination. Although the examination questions were not particularly difficult, focusing on literary composition and responses to questions based on talent, one could never know what topics the officials of the Nanxiang prefecture would choose. Thus, reading more books was never a waste. As for the poetry he had promised to compose for Li Wenbo, Lin Yi found himself at a loss. He couldn't find an appropriate poem to suit the occasion. If he were to randomly select one from memory, who could tell whether Li Wenbo might question why he chose that particular piece? Furthermore, if he were to create a remarkable poem in the Nanxiang prefecture, it would not be long before those people would come looking for him again. Therefore, he had no choice but to temporarily let Li Wenbo down. At that moment, all the officials in the Yamen had departed, leaving only the Dragon Guard's commander Yin Shuangwu, along with Governor Song Zhili and Assistant Governor Sunday. They had waited for quite some time, yet Lin Yi and Li Wenbo had not returned. It was only when a servant reported that they had already left through the back door that Yin Shuangwu was taken aback. A bitter smile crept onto his lips. Did this young man truly wish to avoid the gratitude of others? The matter of the craftsman's wages at Junji Academy, along with Lin Yi's conduct, deserved to be reported to His Majesty. Yin Shuangwu held Lin Yi in high regard, having witnessed his remarkable spirit in the Yamen. He could easily imagine Lin Yi's decisive actions in severing Qian Qingwen's head, swift and resolute, without a trace of hesitation. Yin Shuangwu rose and addressed Governor Song Zhili. At least he has not completely lost his wits. With a flick of his sleeve, Yin Shuangwu departed from the Yamen. Thud. Governor Song Zhili and Assistant Governor Sun slumped in their chairs, their backs drenched in sweat. Although Yin Shuangwu, as the Dragon Guard's commander, lacked the authority to dismiss them from office, he possessed the power to act first and report later, which was far more terrifying than mere dismissal. The following morning, while the sky was still dimly lit, Lin Yi had already awakened. The familiar snores of Li Wenbo echoed from the adjacent room. Since there is no execution scheduled for today, I shall refrain from joining the commotion. Lin Yi shook his head. The issues concerning the laborers had been resolved. There was no point in rushing over simply to witness the execution of Zhong Buyong. Studying brings me joy. Lin Yi resumed perusing his books. Knock, knock. Someone rapped at the door. Listening carefully, Lin Yi noted that Li Wenbo was still snoring. Who could it be at this hour? Lin Yi. The voice of Dragon Guard Commander Yin Shuangwu resounded from outside. Sir Yin? Lin Yi paused in surprise, but quickly realized that the Dragon Guard must have come to inquire about something trivial. It was not unusual for them to know where two living individuals like him and Li Wenbo were residing. Lin Yi opened the door, ushering in Yin Shuangwu, and bowed respectfully. I did not anticipate your visit, Sir Yin. What brings you here? He wondered if his abrupt departure the previous night had angered this stern man. Last night, you extinguished Zhong Buyong's literary aspirations in the Yamen. Today is his execution day. Why not go and witness the fervent hatred these citizens harbor towards the scoundrels among scholars? Yin Shuangwu, dressed in plain clothes, bore a stern countenance as he regarded Lin Yi. Then, he revealed a smile that was more sorrowful than a frown. Lin Yi fell silent. When the Dragon Guard commander extended an invitation, could he possibly decline? Clearly not. In the city of Nanxiang, the sound of gongs reverberated through the streets. Everyone, head to the Eastern Execution Ground to witness the spectacle. The esteemed scholar Zhong Buyong of Junji Academy, whose literary aspirations were extinguished by the divine sage, is now being escorted by the governor to face execution by dismemberment. The gong ringer shouted. What? A scholar is to be dismembered? A teacher from Junji Academy? How bold of the governor. Such a literary scoundrel who abuses the law to bully the common folk deserves death. I have heard tales of the misdeeds of the Qian Fami. Lin Yi leapt onto the carriage, his heart a swirl of astonishment and confusion. What was happening? Why would the commander of the Dragon Guards introduce his subordinates to him? What was the intention behind it? Was it due to his audacious spirit in advocating for the people, a trait that resonated with the very essence of the Dragon Guards? Was it thus that Sir Yin wished for him to join their ranks? Alas, the carriage proceeded towards the western district of Nanxiang Prefecture. This area, primarily inhabited by ordinary folk, was modest yet stable in its livelihood. Within a certain private academy in the western district, the carriage came to a halt. Lin Yi, accompanied by the commander of the Dragon Guards, entered the academy. Long San cast a glance at Lin Yi's retreating figure, his gaze scanning the surroundings. Wherever his eyes fell, The presence of dragon guards lay concealed in ambush. Regardless of whether Commander Yin Shuangwu possessed third-grade cultivation, the potential ties to the royal lineage necessitated vigilant observation by the dragon guards. Simultaneously, it was to ensure that no outsiders disturbed the commander, Lin Yi, and the heroes of Daoist. At this very moment, within the classroom of the private academy, an elderly gentleman with white hair, leaning on a pair of crutches, lowered his head to peruse the texts upon the table. He then raised his gaze to the spirited youth reciting before him. The sage says, "Those who wish to illuminate virtuous conduct throughout the world must first govern their own nation." Inside the classroom, over a dozen modestly attired youths recited in unison, the sage says. Once they concluded, one of the youths inquired, "Master, what does this phrase mean?" The others turned their curious eyes toward the crutch-bearing scholar. The master smiled and explained, "It means that in order to promote integrity and righteousness across the lands, one must first ensure the proper governance of their own state." A youth expressed his disappointment, saying, "But we are not true scholars." The master replied, "The purpose of studying is to broaden our minds and sharpen our insight, thus benefiting our future paths." He continued, "This has no bearing on whether one possesses the heart of a scholar. Governing a nation does not necessitate entering the court or the academy of saints. I may lack that scholarly heart, yet I am here to teach you the sage's teachings and the principles of human interaction. If you diligently study and practice, this nation will naturally flourish." The white-haired master gazed fondly at the vibrant group of youths. Is this not governance? Outside the classroom, Lin Yi observed the elderly master. Feeling a surge of respect, despite his advanced age and physical ailment, he stood before the class, imparting knowledge and literacy to these young minds. Indeed, if every person in a nation strives towards a common goal with unwavering spirit, that nation shall surely prosper. In his previous life as a gardener, Lin Yi had witnessed such spirit in his father's generation. As he matured, he saw the gardeners thrive. Looking at the students in class, Lin Yi recalled the homeland he once cherished, and he could not help but exclaim, "If the youth are strong, then the nation is strong." The commander of the dragon guards, Yin Shuangwu, was taken aback, staring at Lin Yi with eyes sparkling like stars. If the youth are strong, then the nation is strong. Within the classroom, the white-haired master heard the voices of Lin Yi and Yin Shuangwu. Initially taken aback, he soon radiated an imposing aura. The youth's eyes sparkled, instinctively straightening their backs as they echoed, "If the youth are strong, then the nation is strong." In that moment, a powerful spirit of faith surged within them, revitalizing their demeanor. "Now, you all review your lessons." The white-haired master seemed to recognize Commander Yin Shuangwu and instructed the students to continue their studies. He, however, leaned on his crutches and made his way toward the exit of the classroom, his body trembling slightly. Lin Yi wished to assist him, but Yin Shuangwu was quicker, red-eyed as he supported the elderly master. "Sir," the white-haired elder, equally tearful, expressed his joy and gratitude. "Sir Yin, please do not disturb the children who are diligently studying." "Very well," Yin Shuangwu nodded softly, not wanting to disrupt the industrious youths. In the courtyard of the private academy, the white-haired master suddenly broke down in tears, hastily setting aside his crutches to perform a deep bow to Yin Shuangwu. "General Wei, you must not." Yin Shuangwu's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly halted the elder's gesture of reverence. "He is a general? Is this the Daoist hero Sir Yin spoke of?" Lin Yi's heart stirred. The white-haired master wiped away his tears with his tattered Confucian robe, choking back emotions. "Sir Yin, I am unworthy of such titles. Just to have you visit me is more than I could ever wish for." Yin Shuangwu replied, "It is His Majesty who sent me to inquire about your well-being, to see if you are in need of anything or facing difficulties." "Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, the elder lost control of his emotions, tears streaming down his face as he broke free from Yin Shuangwu's grasp, bowing fervently towards the capital. "I am but a useless old man. How could His Majesty still remember me after all these years? I am ashamed, wishing only to fight in battle, to slay demons and protect Daoist. Yet even in my frail state, I remain grateful for His Majesty's grand aspirations, never allowing myself to slacken in teaching the youth." The white-haired master was now utterly inconsolable. Yin Shuangwu turned to Lin Yi, his eyes reddening as he said, "Scholar Lin, this General Wei once patrolled the northern borders 20 years ago. Encountering a band of demon marauders, he single-handedly vanquished them, providing an early warning that enabled the Northern Defense Army to fend off the invaders, earning him great merit. Unfortunately, he was wounded in battle, and His Majesty, recognizing his age and lifetime of service, allowed him to return home to live out his years in peace. General Wei, however, refused to abandon his duty, Understanding His Majesty's intent, he chose retirement, but feared he might inadvertently harm civilians in a drunken stupor. Thus he extinguished his scholarly aspirations and sacrificed a leg. Sir Yin, no more, please. The white-haired master, trembling, rose to grasp Yin Xuanwu's arm. His eyes glistening. The dragon guards visit me every year, bringing gifts, which is truly a burden on resources. There is no need for that anymore. After all these years, His Majesty has not forgotten me. I can die in peace now. As he spoke, the white-haired master turned to Lin Yi, asking, Sir Yin, who is this young man? Student Lin Yi, I have the honor to meet General Wei. Lin Yi, not waiting for Yin Xuanwu to introduce him, proactively clasped his fists in a salute. Having just heard Yin Xuanwu's introduction, he felt deeply moved. In his youth, he defended the borders for the nation, unrepentant in death. In his old age, he returned to live quietly, yet continued to shine brightly as a private academy master, nurturing the youth to greatness. This was the embodiment of what a true scholar should be in his eyes. Lin Yi, the white-haired master felt a jolt coursing through him. Staring at Lin Yi in astonishment, examining him closely. In his heart, he mused, he bears a resemblance, indeed, quite similar to that noble lady from the inner palace. There is no need for such formality. I am unworthy of it. You truly flatter me. The white-haired master, flustered, quickly returned the gesture. Yin Xuanwu spoke earnestly, General Wei. Everything you have done for Daoist is etched in His Majesty's heart. Daoist has not forgotten your contributions. His Majesty has never overlooked you. The white-haired master, choked with emotion, struggled to speak through his tears. Yin Xuanwu and Lin Yi did not linger long, offering monetary support before taking their leave. The white-haired master, leaning on his crutches, accompanied them to the carriage, softly murmuring, His Highness is indeed a benevolent person. Old Wei, the master of Junji Academy, was torn apart by the prefectural office. A neighbor had informed the white-haired master of this news. He was initially stunned, but soon a smile graced his lips. With His Highness and the dragon guards in Nanxiang Prefecture, what concern is there for any master? Let all the malevolent spirits be banished. The Longwei Dakunshi continued to accompany Lin Yi as they visited the retired soldiers who had returned to their hometown. Most of these veterans were disabled, having served as Dao practitioners stationed at the borders. They defended the nation and ensured the safety of the people in the most challenging environments. The Yin had never forgotten them. This led Lin Yi to reflect on a profound saying. When the ruler treats me as a national hero, I shall repay him as such. This spirit deeply resonated with Lin Yi, fostering a greater respect for the Emperor of Daoist. Throughout history, few emperors have exhibited such paternal love for their subjects. Notably, he was struck by the memory of the grassroots emperor of the Ming dynasty. As Lin Yi continued on his journey, his feelings grew more profound. Among fellow scholars, some were concerned for the world and the land they inhabited, while others, taking advantage of their status, acted wantonly, treating the populace as mere chaff. During this time, Lin Yi also learned from Long San that Zhong Baiong had suffered the brutal punishment of being torn apart by 5 horses, his remains discarded in a mass grave. Lin Yi felt no emotional upheaval over this. A man of such low moral standing, who should have been a paragon of scholarly conduct, had instead abused his privilege due to his high-ranking father. It was justly deserved. As evening approached, in the carriage, Yin Xuanwu turned to Lin Yi and resumed their earlier conversation, inquiring, Lin Yi, do you have your answer now? Indeed. Lin Yi nodded, but then looked Yin Xuanwu in the eye and asked, why does Sir Yin wish for me to meet these individuals? Is it merely to have me inducted into the court or the Longwei? I sense there is something you are withholding. I beseech you to enlighten me. Yin Xuanwu anticipated this inquiry and replied, there is no specific reason. I just believe you ought to be aware of these matters. Do not overthink it. Some things will reveal themselves in due time. Focus on preparing for the provincial examination. I know that after today's events, you have already made your choice. Lin Yi sighed and nodded, understood. The Longwei carriage halted outside an inn. Lin Yi disembarked and respectfully bowed to the Longwei Dakunshi within the carriage, saying, safe travels. Sir Yin. Yin Xuanwu nodded slightly and lowered the carriage curtain. Long Sen drove the carriage away. The esteemed commander of the emperor's personal troop, the Longwei Dakunshi, had invested so much effort to facilitate his induction into the court. Lin Yi found this perplexing. Yet, he mused that it was akin to university life in his previous existence. If one was outstanding enough, multiple institutions would vie for them. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Yi discovered Li Wenbo anxiously pacing in his room, his expression fraught with concern. Wenbo, Lin Yi called out. Li Wenbo paused, his anxiety easing as he exclaimed, Sir, where have you been? You had us worried sick. I was with Sir Yin of the Longwei Dakunshi. He had some matters to discuss with me. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Were you worried I might be in danger? Surely, there are no lingering conflicts with anyone in the Nanxiang prefecture, right? You've taken care of them all. Li Wenbo dismissed that notion and said urgently, that's not it. The academic official of Nanxiang prefecture is being reassigned. And tonight there's a banquet with many scholars from the academy invited, including you. If you do not attend, it would be quite the absence. So sudden? Lin Yi was taken aback. The academic official, essentially the inspector of the Holy Academy, was appointed by the academy and assigned to each prefecture to oversee the provincial examination of scholars. Their status was slightly above that of the prefect. Those who became academic officials were invariably individuals of great esteem within the academy, with the academic official hosting a banquet and specifically requesting his attendance. Lin Yi felt he could not afford to miss it. After all, he needed to participate in the provincial examination, and he feared the official's displeasure might result in an unjust label of disrespect for teachers, jeopardizing his chances for the examination this year. The token of the Holy Sun would be of no use then. Let us go. Lin Yi did not delay, for even if he aspired to officialdom, he must first attain recognition in the literary realm. The provincial examination was an unavoidable hurdle. Quickly, quickly, Li Wenbo urged as they departed the inn for the banquet at the residence of the academic official in Nanxiang Prefecture. At the Yungu Inn, the place was bustling with activity, as it was the night of the banquet hosted by the academic official. The streets surrounding the inn were crowded with scholars clad in scholarly robes, each one exuding charm and brilliance. They engaged in conversation, discussing the recent execution of Zhong Baian, the master from Junji Academy, who had been subjected to the gruesome punishment. However, the atmosphere remained undisturbed by the death of a mere scholar. When Lin Yi and Li Wenbo arrived, many scholars were still verifying their identities to enter, each carrying a variety of gifts. Oh no, Li Wenbo suddenly exclaimed, striking his forehead as he turned to Lin Yi. Sir, the academic official is being promoted to the Holy Academy. We must not arrive empty-handed. It would break tradition. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, asking, do I even know this academic official? He specifically summoned me to the banquet and expects me to bring a gift? Of course. One must adhere to customs. I understand. Lin Yi replied calmly. Li Wenbo sighed in relief, curious about what gift Lin Yi had brought. Lin Yi revealed a jade ring on his thumb, stating, how about this? While the academic official might not accept it, as a scholar of Nanxiang Prefecture, I cannot appear empty-handed. Tradition must be upheld. Li Wenbo was momentarily speechless. There's another gift, but it may be rather late. You should not wait up. Get to bed early and take care of yourself, or you might miss out on marrying someone as beautiful as me. Are we really presenting these tokens to the academic official? Li Wenbo gaped in disbelief. He worried that the academic official might perceive Lin Yi's gesture as a challenge to his authority. He shouldn't dare. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before producing the jade pendant gifted to him by the dean of Junji Academy, saying, what about this? Li Wenbo was at a loss for words. Each of these tokens, individually, could overshadow the gifts brought by all the attendees at the banquet. Absolutely. However, such offerings were not customary. Just then, a voice called out from not far away. A young man in a white scholarly robe, wielding a folding fan, approached with a peculiar smile, followed by several other scholarly youths and an elderly figure in green attire. Sudong. Li Wenbo frowned, offering little regard. He spoke in a low tone. What do you want? Lin Yi turned to look. The young man named Sudong was handsome and accompanied by several followers. He was indeed a person of note. However, the elderly figure behind him evoked a peculiar sense within Lin Yi. At that moment, the old man seemed to sense Lin Yi's gaze, turning to meet it, and a chilling aura washed over Lin Yi. He felt his literary essence tremble slightly before that aura dissipated. The old man exuded an icy presence, unlike that of a One Dao practitioner, resembling someone who had cultivated the Yin spirit. Lin Yi surmised this in his heart. Meanwhile, Sudong approached Li Wenbo, casting a glance at Lin Yi without much concern. I was merely curious, Sudong remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he addressed Li Wenbo. How is it that a scholar from Pingzhou Academy, who has yet to be enrolled in the Holy Academy, finds himself among the invited guests of the academic official? What's that to you? Li Wenbo had no desire to engage with Sudong and turned to Lin Yi, saying, Sir, let us go. Do not pay attention to such lunatics. Sir? With a snap of his fan, Sudong looked at Lin Yi in surprise. This seemingly younger boy than Li Wenbo was not just a servant to him, but rather, it appeared that Li Wenbo was his attendant. Lin Yi and Li Wenbo approached the entrance of the restaurant, where a scholar tasked with identity verification halted their progress. Identity. He called out, Pingzhou Shuyuan Lin Yi, Pingzhou Shuyuan Li Wenbo. They introduced themselves, and the scholar, after consulting his register, frowned and remarked, Li Wenbo is not on the guest list. Please return. I am aware of that. Li Wenbo, far from feeling any shame, stood tall and declared, I am Lin Yi's attendant. Surely attendants are permitted to accompany their masters to the banquet? The scholar cast a doubtful glance at Li Wenbo, and then turned to Lin Yi, asking, He is your attendant? Yes. Lin Yi nodded helplessly. You may enter. The scholar finally said, allowing Lin Yi and Li Wenbo to proceed into the restaurant. Is this truly Lin Yi? The one who beheaded Qian Qingwen at the county office in Lingdong? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Tong's eyes as a smile crept across his lips. This is intriguing. Who does not know that Qian Qing is a scholar particularly esteemed by the prefect? No wonder the scholars of Pingzhou Shuyuan were invited. It seems the prefect is seeking to avenge the Qian family. Meanwhile, surrounding the Yungu restaurant, dragon guards lay in ambush. In the tea house across the street, the commander of the dragon guards, Yin Shuangwu, sat in a chair, flanked by his deputy, Long San. Is there anything suspicious about the guest list for this banquet hosted by Scholar Fu? Yin Shuangwu, assigned to protect Lin Yi, knew he could not investigate everything. There is nothing suspicious. All are rising stars from Nanxiang Prefecture. We will observe if their attendants or escorts reveal any suspicious behavior, he replied. Such a significant event as a prefectural banquet would certainly have been thoroughly investigated by the dragon guards. However, they could not control unexpected decisions made by others. Investigate the young man who had a brief encounter with Li Wenbo earlier, as well as the elderly gentleman in green by his side. Yin Shuangwu lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, his gaze profound. Understood. Longson stepped back. He summoned several dragon guards and relayed his orders. Inside the Yungu restaurant, the atmosphere was lively, adorned with lanterns and filled with guests. Once Lin Yi and Li Wenbo entered, they chose a corner table. Wenbo, who was that Su Tong? Lin Yi felt an uncomfortable sensation from the elderly man beside Su Tong, whose gaze had been particularly unsettling. The young master of the prestigious Su family from Nanxiang Prefecture, a prodigy from Junji Shuyuan. A few years ago, the instructors from Junji brought Zhu Liren to provoke us at Pingzhou Shuyuan, resulting in our utter defeat, Li Wenbo replied, bitterness creeping into his voice. That's why I couldn't hold back and confronted him earlier. Now it makes sense. Lin Yi had almost thought he would be forced to retaliate against a provocation. It appeared that was not the case. Silence. Soon, nearly all the invited scholars had arrived, and one of them took the stage, calling for quiet. The prefect has arrived, he announced loudly, and a tall, slender elder clad in a scholar's robe walked out, smiling. All eyes were drawn to him. Students pay their respects to the prefect and congratulate him on his promotion. The scholars stood to perform the disciples' salute toward Scholar Fu. At this auspicious occasion, I have a gift for the prefect. After completing their bow, one scholar produced a long brocade box from his robes. I present to the prefect a pair of ancestral jade rui. Excellent, excellent. Scholar Fu nodded, stroking his beard with a smile. Zhou Yuan, you are indeed thoughtful. This pair of jade rui must be worth tens of thousands of taels, correct? A mere trifle, Zhou Yuan replied. Scholar Fu turned to the scholars beside him and stated, make a note of this. This is Zhou Yuan, who gifted a pair of jade rui valued at tens of thousands of taels. Thank you, Scholar Fu, for remembering. Zhou Yuan was visibly thrilled, expressing his gratitude, believing his brother's upcoming examination would likely be a success. Although the prefect was about to depart, he thought he could easily secure his brother's future with a word to the incoming prefect. Congratulations, Scholar Fu. I present to you a fine painting of a beautiful woman. A painting of a beautiful woman? Now that is a remarkable gift. Scholar Fu was pleasantly surprised and turned to the scholars beside him. Make a note of this. This is Jiang Liang, who presents a painting of a beautiful woman. As more scholars, seeing Scholar Fu's pleased reception of gifts, stepped forward to present their offerings. They were relieved that he accepted them so readily. However, suddenly, Scholar Fu's expression shifted dramatically. He slammed his hand on the table, and the entire Yungu restaurant fell silent. With a stern face, he glared at the presenting scholars and exclaimed, You think you can test me with such gifts? Which scholar can withstand such a test? The room was enveloped in an eerie silence, where even a pin drop would be heard. Those who had just presented their gifts stood in shock. Were their offerings deemed inadequate? To demand such extravagant gifts at the inaugural banquet, especially one marking a departure, was rather brazen. Lin Yi, upon hearing Scholar Fu's words, was suddenly reminded of a scene from a drama. Yet, he sensed something strange. It seemed Scholar Fu was not dissatisfied with the quality of the gifts, but rather disapproving of this prevailing custom. Scholar Fu has quite the appetite. He must be raking in profits from tonight's banquet, Li Wenbo whispered. But it is not surprising. As the saying goes, 7 parts of the world's wealth reside with scholars. one part with the court and 2 parts with the common people. Lin Yi was taken aback. Scholars possessed a staggering 70% of the wealth in the Great Yin, indicating the immense wealth they commanded. Once I attain an official position, I shall certainly root out the malignancies among scholars and confiscate their wealth to enrich the state treasury. Lin Yi pondered this notion, believing that a prosperous nation would lead to confident citizens. If the court could not even produce silver, and the common people were oppressed by scholars, how could they expect to live well? The combined gifts from the scholars present could likely sustain an entire city. Lin Yi sighed inwardly. Li Wenbao's eyes were nearly green with envy as he nodded. Indeed, but we are quite poor. Do not include us in that. In the midst of the gathering, many scholars began to discuss Scholar Fu's declaration. Some decided to increase their gift offerings. Scholar Fu, I am Su Tang, and I congratulate you on your promotion. I present you with a set of Sun Stage literary treasures. Su Tang, demonstrating his wealth, commanded that a set of Sun Stage literary treasures be brought forth. These treasures were coveted by the top disciples of prestigious academies and regarded as the hallmarks of an institution. However, the entire venue erupted in astonished murmurs upon realizing the magnitude of Su Tang's gift. Gasps filled the air, and expressions of disbelief were visible on every face. Sun Stage literary treasures? Scholar Fu fixated on Su Tang, exclaiming in astonishment, "This gift is of immense value. Which scholar can endure such scrutiny?" He then instructed his companions. Make a note of this. Su Tang from the esteemed Su family presents a set of Sun Stage literary treasures. Is there anyone else wishing to present a gift? Scholar Fu surveyed the assembly of scholars, his expression inscrutable. Su Tang, not far from Lin Yi and Li Wenbao, approached and said, "Li Wenbao, what is wrong with you? You hold the title of Jiyuan under the prefect. Now that he is set to depart, have you no token of appreciation? Mind your own business." Li Wenbao boldly confronted the situation and turned to Lin Yi, saying, "Master, while we may forego the presence of the esteemed Xuezheng, we cannot neglect the act of sending him off. Did he not possess the esteemed Rijuanbao? You may present the token of the Holy Sun. Let us see how this Su Tang will react." Lin Yi shook his head, replying, "There is no need for such gestures." "What? Why?" Li Wenbao asked, momentarily taken aback. Lin Yi inquired, "How has the reputation of the Xuezheng been these past years?" "Quite favorable," Li Wenbao answered. "Then it is settled. I wish to take a gamble that those who present gifts shall encounter misfortune." Lin Yi had a lingering suspicion that the Xuezheng's demeanor did not resemble that of a corrupt official. He had seen the true nature of such individuals in his past life, and the Xuezheng was entirely dissimilar. The names inscribed in that little notebook might not be a record of favors, but rather a ledger of their own misdeeds. Xuezheng. The students present have come to offer their respects. As more invited scholars presented their gifts, the notebook became filled with a long list of names. "Excellent." Xuezheng Fu smiled and remarked, "You have all performed admirably. You flatter us, esteemed Xuezheng. It is but a token of our regard. Indeed, as long as it pleases you, we shall bring further gifts when we visit the Holy Academy." The scholars, filled with joy, believed that their offerings had left a deep impression on the Xuezheng. "All things can be discussed. Let me see the list." Xuezheng Fu, with a stoic expression, reached for the notebook and began to compare it with the names of those attending the banquet. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he surveyed all present scholars, asking, "Where's Lin Yi? Has Lin Yi also come to the banquet? Is he not the villain who, in Lingdong County, displayed arrogance and slaughtered our scholars? Where is he? I would find it shameful to be associated with him. If he is present, I shall take my leave. Yes, indeed, if he is here, we shall depart." The scholars clamored, "Esteemed Xuezheng, Qianqing Shu is a scholar you particularly admire, yet Lin Yi has extinguished his literary spirit and slain his brother. Why have you invited him to the banquet?" In an instant, the hall was filled with voices denouncing Lin Yi, their faces flushed with anger, wishing they could consume him whole. "Master?" Li Wenbao felt a surge of anxiety but did not retreat, his expression icy. Lin Yi remained calm and unperturbed, standing up and declaring, "I am here." As he rose, the scholars became frenzied. "Lin Yi, is it? You truly have the audacity. As a scholar, you lower yourself to speak for those commoners. You are a disgrace to our kind." One scholar bellowed, slamming his fist on the table. "You cannot possibly sympathize with them. Can you? You are young, with a heart of innocence, feeling compassion for the weak, but you lack wisdom. You have offended all scholars. The Holy Academy will not tolerate you." One by one, the scholars, seeing themselves as elders, began to lecture Lin Yi on how to conduct himself as a scholar. "You speak wisely." Lin Yi nodded, revealing the jade ring on his left thumb, gently rotating it. "The Holy Academy surely cannot accommodate me. For the path I tread is destined to be a nightmare for many scholars. What does that mean? The Holy Sun. Upon recognizing the significance of the jade ring, the scholar's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling in fear, and hurriedly bowed in reverence. Student pays respects to the Holy Sun. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. Why? Lin Yi had slain scholars, extinguished the literary spirits of many, and caused immense losses to Wenda and the Holy Academy. Yet he possessed the token of the Holy Sun? Fu Yuheng, the inspector of Nanxiang Prefecture, rose and bowed respectfully toward Lin Yi, saying, I pay my respects to you, Holy Sun Lin. He was the inspector Xuezheng, a mentor to scholars, and held the privilege of addressing the Holy Sun without performing a grand bow. Lin Yi glanced at Xuezheng Fu, storing the token away, and replied, There is no need for such formalities, esteemed Xuezheng. Allow me to extend my congratulations on your promotion. I regret not bringing a proper gift today, and hope you will not take offense. Ha. Xuezheng Fu initially chuckled ruefully before shaking his head. Offend? No. What I truly detest is this very atmosphere among scholars. Today, I merely sought to observe the demeanor of the scholars of Nanxiang as I depart. Yet, it seems you are the only one. Xuezheng Fu sighed, revealing his true intentions. His gaze swept across the assembly of scholars, his eyes sharp as blades, reprimanding. You scholars have allowed your knowledge to rot within the bowels of dogs. Chapter 166, The Farewell Poem. The hall fell silent once more. Upon hearing the Xuezheng's words, the assembled scholars felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, a profound chill gripping their hearts. A trap. This was indeed a scheme set by Xuezheng Fu, waiting for them to fall into it. Anguish and rage coursed through their hearts as they yearned to ask, why? Why would Fu Xuezheng betray us? Have we desecrated his ancestors' graves? Lin Yi mused to himself. It appears I have indeed wagered correctly. From the moment Fu Xuezheng began collecting gifts and noting them down, he had sensed something peculiar. It was not merely about receiving gifts. It was a test for these scholars. Recognizing Fu Xuezheng's ire, Lin Yi addressed the gathered scholars, revealing the token of the Holy Sun, and stated coolly, I ask you, where has your scholarly wisdom gone? The faces of the scholars turned crimson, and they dared not utter a word. Setting aside the fact that Lin Yi possessed the token of the Holy Sun, Fu Xuezheng's previous remarks had instilled a sense of trepidation within them. I had hoped not to speak these words. I always believed you, too, were scholars who would stand for justice. While I do not expect your support, I did not anticipate such scorn directed at me. Yet the truth is, I have overestimated you. You are no different from Qian Qingshu and Qian Qingwen, akin to a group of foxes, perceiving those common people, those scholars who care for the populace, as heretics, as targets for your exclusion and oppression. Lin Yi had much to express. He did not wish for the scholars to heed his words, but he felt compelled to voice his thoughts, taking advantage of Fu Xuezheng's banquet. Esteemed Xuezheng, I fear I may take a bit more time. Lin Yi turned to Xuezheng Fu. Go ahead, speak freely. I invited you here to show them what a true scholar should embody. Fu Xuezheng wholeheartedly supported him, admiration shining in his eyes. Su Tang and the gathered scholars felt a wave of frustration wash over them, but dared not speak. Very well. Lin Yi clasped his hands in salute, turning to the scholars at the banquet, and stated solemnly, I have many words to share, yet seeing your unwilling and resentful expressions makes me want to remain silent. However, recalling Zhang Xiaoyan of Lingdong County, the deceased Zhao Zhongqing and his wife, and the artisans of Nanxiang, I cannot restrain myself. Do you realize? Because of Zhu Liren, Qian Qingwen, Qian Qingshu, Pu Guchang, Zhong Baiong, and Qin Yutai, I once despised myself for being associated with such scholars. Of course, to you, this may seem like divine favor. You are all favored by Wenda. You are scholars of the 8th rank who have made grand aspirations. Reflect on your conscience, and recall the lofty aspirations you once vowed. Su Tong and the other scholars trembled slightly, their previously hostile gazes now imbued with rare clarity. The elderly man in black beside Su Tong observed Lin Yi with an impassive expression, listening intently. Look around you. Who among you is not a man of remarkable talent? Your literary spirits and palaces are filled with nothing but brilliance. You are the pride of the esteemed academies. So young, yet already holding the titles of 7th and 8th grade scholars. In the future, you will either become the pillars of the court or the remarkable talents of the Holy Academy, entrusted with the monumental duty of vanquishing demons and safeguarding the nation. However, your recent conduct hardly reflects that of learned individuals. Now, in my capacity as the Holy Sun, I must convey this. If your hearts are even slightly tainted, the Holy Academy and the Daoist court will surely follow suit, plunging the common people into deep suffering. Qian Qingwen, Pu Gua, and Zhong Fuzhong have disrupted the law with their writings, and their demise is scarcely regrettable. Yet, your invitation from the esteemed academic official this day indicates that you have not yet reached the depths of despair. There is still hope for your redemption. Thus, I urge you to lay bare your hearts and souls, cleanse them, and reflect upon your actions. Consider whether it is I, Lin Yi, who brings shame to scholars, or Qian Qingwen and his ilk, or indeed, yourselves. With that, Lin Yi concluded his fervent address and sat down, swiftly consuming a cup of tea, his chest gently heaving. He gazed at his fellow scholars with a mix of resentment and sorrow, for the ideal of scholarship he cherished was far from this reality. Li Wenbo, silently observing from the side, felt an unwavering admiration for Lin Yi swelling within him, akin to an unceasing torrent. Applause erupted from Fu Xuezhen, unable to contain his excitement, his eyes glistening with emotion. Well said. You ought to do just that, he declared. You are scholars. I have personally reviewed your poetry in Nanxiang Prefecture over the years and witnessed the vigor in your verses. At one point, I believed that the Daoist court was fortunate to have you. However, I later realized that you have changed, losing the essence of your former selves. Therefore, at tonight's farewell banquet, I thought to gather you once more, inviting Lin Yi to demonstrate how one should conduct themselves. The case in Lingdong County and the incident regarding Zhong's judicial impartiality should serve as lessons for you. Yet, what occupies your minds? Is it how to bribe me to fulfill your ulterior motives? Do you not realize that your attempts at bribery resemble a dog wagging its tail in supplication? The scholars sat in stunned silence, as if struck by a heavy blow. Tonight, I shall depart, as I came, empty-handed. I feel ashamed. Although I have witnessed your academic achievements, I have not seen you extend benevolence to the people. Instead, you have forgotten your original intentions and strayed from the righteous path. Upon my return to the Holy Academy, I shall resign. As Fu Xuezhen spoke, an unbidden sense of remorse washed over him, his eyes reddening as he continued, I am guilty toward Daoist. Ashamed before the sages and ancestors, remorseful for the nurturing of the Holy Academy, and culpable to His Majesty and the common people. I would rather extinguish my literary heart. He cast aside a notebook filled with names and congratulatory messages upon the table, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. In the astonished gaze of all, he removed his pristine academic robe and cap, turning towards the exit of Yungu Tavern. Stop. No, I was wrong. I realize my mistakes, cried the students, trembling as they knelt in desperation, hoping Fu Xuezhen would reconsider. Do not leave. I am willing to amend my ways. In that moment, Fu Xuezhen seemed to age significantly. Pausing without turning back. Take care of yourselves, he said hoarsely, before continuing on his way. Lin Yi was profoundly shaken by Fu Xuezhen's display, feeling a surge of emotion. Master Xuezhen, he called, I wish to prepare a gift for you. Fu Xuezhen offered no response. Observing the departing figure of Fu Xuezhen, Lin Yi felt compelled. Contemplating briefly before proclaiming, 1,000 miles of yellow clouds dim under the sun, the north wind blows, and snowflakes flutter down. As Lin Yi's voice resonated, snow began to fall in Nanxiang Prefecture at dusk. Fu Xuezhen, stepping outside the tavern, looked up at the twilight scenery, feeling a stirring in his heart as the fierce north wind swept the snowflakes. Suddenly, he sensed something profound and turned sharply to gaze at Lin Yi, trembling with anticipation. What comes next? Lin Yi had intended to continue, but noticed the scholars inside the tavern revealing expressions of greed and eagerness. He refrained from finishing the verse. Recognizing that these individuals were far from deserving such a treasure, he respected Master Xuezhen's character and literary integrity, believing this parting gift would be the highest acknowledgement of his worth, not a means for these opportunists to take advantage. I cannot recite the remainder, he declared, but I hope that when you depart tomorrow, I may escort you with the complete poem as a farewell. He was not foolish enough to allow this esteemed verse to be claimed by those who did not appreciate its worth. Unable to compose it, Fu Xuezhen's expression turned vacant. Feeling utterly lost, he sensed that this poem was exceptional, perfectly resonating with his current state of mind. 1,000 miles of yellow clouds dim under the sun. The north wind blows, and snowflakes flutter down. Lin Yi picked up Fu Xuezhen's discarded academic robe and cap, brushing off the dust as he approached him. Master Xuezhen, it is snowing outside. Perhaps you should delay your departure until tomorrow. Handing the robe back to Fu Xuezhen, he saw the pain in his expression. Knowing he felt unworthy of the academic regalia, burdened by guilt before the sages and the Holy Academy, and for the Daoist court that had provided him refuge. Indeed, Fu Xuezhen murmured, gazing outside at the falling snow. It seems my heart has grown cold. He sighed, patting Lin Yi's shoulder in encouragement. Tomorrow we shall depart. Fu Xuezhen acquiesced, turning to leave, his figure fading into the swirling snow. Supervisor. Several aides hurried after him. Lin Yi called out to the still-dazed Li Wenbo. Wenbo, we must also take our leave. Oh right. Li Wenbo snapped back to reality, hastily following suit. As the two exited the tavern, the dejected and regretful scholars finally rose from their seats, their expressions a tapestry of confusion. Had they erred? No. They had done nothing wrong. To act solely for oneself is the way of the world. In the snow, two figures walked side by side. Master, you must have composed that poem, wishing to keep it hidden from those unworthy souls. Am I correct? Li Wenbo held no fondness for those scholars, believing Lin Yi's heartfelt words would do little to awaken them. Some people are simply beyond reach. Indeed, Lin Yi nodded, gazing at the swirling snow, a torrent of thoughts flooding his mind. Master Xuezhen is a person deserving of respect. As fellow scholars, how can there be such a vast chasm between us? Our pursuit of knowledge, our endeavors to vanquish evil and protect the nation, are all for the sake of the common people. If this is our purpose, why do we oppress those very people? In our quest for justice on their behalf, where have we gone astray? What right do they have to criticize me? Since descending the mountain, my anger has intensified, and my disdain for the likes of Qian Qingwen and Zhong Baiong has grown ever more profound. Fortunately, the sounds of laughter from the veterans, whom Lin Yi was taken to meet by the Long Wei Du commanding officer, brought a smile to his face. Thankfully, there exists a group of people who consistently warm my heart and instill in me the belief that there is still hope in this world. Master, Li Wenbo felt a heaviness in his heart. He knew that Lin Yi could indeed harbor such grand aspirations. The misfortunes of the common folk felt like a knife, gradually carving away at his heart. Ha! It feels much better to say it out loud. Lin Yi suddenly burst into laughter amidst the falling snow, crouching down to roll a small snowball which he hurled at Li Wenbo. Come on, let us have a snowball fight. Tears instantly welled up in Li Wenbo's eyes as he laughed through his cries. Come, behold my grand snowball of the 7th rank. He quickly shaped a snowball and threw it at Lin Yi. Lin Yi dodged and feigned surprise. Wenbo, your trousers have fallen down. Bang. Lin Yi swiftly grabbed a snowball and smashed it onto Li Wenbo's head before fleeing. Master, you tricked me. From the tea house across from Yungu restaurant, the Long Wei Du commanding officer, clad in a trench coat, observed the playful antics of Lin Yi and his companion in the snow. Indeed, your heart aligns with that of His Majesty. There remains hope for humanity and hope for Di Yan. Yan Xuanwu waved his hand. Imperial paper. Long San took the imperial paper and ink from Long Wei's hand and presented it to Yan Xuanwu at the desk. Yan Xuanwu dipped his brush in ink and began to write, meticulously documenting everything that transpired with Lin Yi, submitting it to His Majesty in the royal palace far away in the capital. Upon returning to the tavern, covered in snow, Lin Yi wiped himself off slightly before approaching the desk, retrieving the earth-tier literary treasure, the Qinglang brush, and said, Wenbo, prepare the ink. I wish to make an acquaintance with Fu Xuezhen, using poetry as a gift. Lin Yi was resolute in his intentions. He deeply admired Fu Xuezhen's character and hoped that one day, Fu Xuezhen could continue to shine brightly, adding a measure of hope to this world. Very well. I was bestowed my title by Lord Xuezhen himself when I achieved the rank of top scholar. Thus, we share a bond of teacher and student. Tomorrow, we shall send him off together. Li Wenbo nodded in agreement and began preparing the ink. Lin Yi paused for a moment, realizing that Li Wenbo had spoken a truly wise sentiment. Soon, Li Wenbo finished grinding the ink, his face beaming with anticipation. That poem would surely resonate throughout Mingzhou. Without hesitation, Lin Yi took up the Qinglang brush, channeling his righteous spirit into the tip, dipped it in ink, and began to write. 1,000 miles of yellow clouds and a white sun dimmed. The north wind blows, geese scatter, snowflakes flutter. As he beheld Lin Yi's exquisite calligraphy, Li Wenbo gasped in awe, his body trembling with excitement, fully aware that the crucial moment had arrived. Do not mourn the path ahead for lack of kindred spirits. Who in this world does not recognize you? At the very moment Lin Yi completed the final stroke, the rice paper, as anticipated, erupted in a dazzling golden light. A column of golden literary energy shot skyward. The heaven and earth's literary essence converged above the tavern, coalescing into a cloud of literary energy, a unique wave radiating outward from Lin Yi's very being. When the sound of literary celestial music resonated from the literary energy cloud, scholars of the literary path within a radius of several hundred miles from Nanxiang Prefecture could hear it distinctly. At this moment, the snow began to fall even more heavily. Whoosh! Literary celestial music, a literary resonance in Mingzhou. The Long Wei Du commanding officer's expression shifted as he gazed toward the source of the wave, momentarily stunned. It seems to be Lin Yi. Yan Shuangwu's lips twitched slightly, his eyes filled with astonishment. To his knowledge, this was not Lin Yi's first poem. Would His Majesty feel inadequate in comparison to this literary talent? Meanwhile, scholars within the capital of Nanxiang Prefecture also heard this literary celestial music. Their expressions filled with disbelief. They had never imagined that a poem of such literary resonance would suddenly emerge from their city. It was a monumental literary fortune. In the esteemed Su residence, Su Tang, draped in a sable coat, remarked with astonishment, "A literary resonance in Mingzhou, which great scholar authored this?" The elderly man in blue beside him shook his head. "It is not a great scholar. This snow carries the essence of literary talent." Could it be? Su Tang was taken aback, then suddenly clenched his fists. How could it be him? By what right? It might not necessarily be him. Tomorrow, I shall confirm this. The elderly man in blue replied expressionlessly. At the supervisory academy, Fu Yuheng, hands clasped behind his back, gazed toward a certain direction, his eyes shimmering with literary brilliance. Upon hearing the literary celestial music, he could not suppress a tremor in his form. He had long heard of Lin Yi's poetic talent, and now he was indeed a prodigy, but this gift may be too much to accept. Fu Yuheng's heart wavered. He felt joy, yet understood the immeasurable value of this poem. Not long. The wait is over. Chapter 168, The Sole Occasion. That night, it seemed as though the emergence of the poem of literary resonance in Mingzhou caused the snow to fall with particular seriousness. In the western city, within a modest courtyard, a youth trudged through the thick snow, pushing open the courtyard door to enter. Xiao Jun, Wei Fuji, leaning on his cane, opened the door to find the boy entering the courtyard under the night sky, his expression filled with affection. This was the abandoned infant he had found during his journey back to his hometown, astonishingly gifted with a heart for the literary path. Wei Fuji ultimately took him in and named him Wei Zhongjuan, hoping he would one day excel in his studies and serve his country loyally. Wei Zhongjuan did not disappoint. His literary talent was remarkable, and he was due to participate in the upcoming provincial examination. "Father." Wei Zhongjuan lowered his head and replied, biting his lip as he walked directly into the room. Wei Fuji sensed that something was amiss with Wei Zhongjuan's mood, and, leaning on his cane, approached him. He pushed open the door, only to see by candlelight that Wei Zhongjuan had removed his upper garments, revealing numerous bruises and a swollen, purple half of his face. "Xiao Jun, what happened?" Wei Fuji's expression changed as he hurriedly asked with concern. His body trembled slightly, unable to believe that Xiao Jun bore such horrific injuries. "It's nothing. I just had a little fall." Wei Zhongjuan quickly pulled up his shirt, casting a reproachful glance at Wei Fuji. "Father, why did you come in without knocking? Go to bed. You should tell your father honestly. Did you cause trouble outside?" Wei Fuji instantly saw through Wei Zhongjuan's lies, advancing with his cane, sternly saying, "If you did something wrong, confess it now, and I will take you to the governor's office to make amends." He had always taught Wei Zhongjuan to be a good child, to avoid fighting and bullying others, to diligently study and cultivate himself, to eventually achieve success and serve the people as a loyal official. However, it seemed that Wei Zhongjuan had indeed gotten into a fight. "I didn't." Wei Zhongjuan gritted his teeth, casting a reproachful glance at Wei Fuji, his fists clenched. He lowered his head. "Father, I don't want to study anymore." Slap. Wei Fuji stepped forward and delivered a slap, angrily saying, "What can you do if you don't study? How have I taught you since childhood? Learn both literary and martial arts, to serve the emperor. You have been bestowed with a heavenly literary heart. If you do not study and cultivate, you will be worthless. Looked down upon by scholars wherever you go." Wei Zhongjuan covered his face, fighting back tears. His expression was defiant. Wei Fuji felt pained, glancing at his broad palm, reaching out to stroke Wei Zhongjuan's face, only to be evaded by the latter. Buzz. Wei Fuji nearly lost his balance, his voice softening. "Xiao Jun, I'm sorry. I didn't control my temper well. It won't happen again. Does it hurt?" He reached out his hand. Slap. Wei Zhongjuan swatted his hand away, looking at him with a hint of resentment. "Indeed, we are both worthless, and they are not wrong. Why did you have to make me born into your family? Why isn't my father the master of a prestigious clan? It's you. It's you who makes me unable to hold my head high in front of my friends, who makes me unable to protect the girl I like. Why? Why must you be my father? Leave, just leave." After Wei Zhongjuan uttered these words, he collapsed onto the table, his body trembling. Thud. Thud. Wei Fuji's complexion instantly drained of color, his figure staggered backward, and he even lost his balance, falling to the ground. The hidden ailment had recurred. A wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, yet his heart ached as though he could not breathe. Did Wei Zhongjuan blame him for being a failure? Did he resent himself for bringing him shame? Did he lament being his father? Yet he had toiled and sacrificed, raising him with a frail body, nurturing him like both a father and mother, and teaching him to read and cultivate. On the other hand, he had to remain loyal to his majesty until the very end. He believed he had no regrets towards heaven and earth, no regrets towards his majesty, and certainly no regrets towards his own heart. I have already been stripped of my qualifications for the provincial examination by the esteemed official of the academy. From now on, my studies are in vain. Wei Zhongjuan lamented, his eyes devoid of hope. Just let me be a failure to the end. You may as well consider me a worthless son. After saying this, he helped Wei Fuzi to his feet, then lay down on the bed, closing his eyes. He subsequently turned his back to Wei Zhongjuan. Wei Fuzi trembled uncontrollably, feeling dizzy, as if the world were spinning. For the first time, he suddenly longed to don that set of literary armor and stand before his son, proudly declaring, I am a warrior under the command of Wang Junbei of Dian Town, who has accompanied his majesty on expeditions against the northern demons. Wei Wuti, tell your father, by what right does the esteemed official of the academy strip you of your qualifications? I shall seek justice from the official. Wei Fuzi spoke earnestly. You lack the literary aptitude. You are unqualified to meet the esteemed official, and by the way, he will be departing tomorrow. Wei Zhongjuan replied, in a daze. Once he leaves, I will never have the chance to rise again. So be it. My father is a failure, and so is my son. A family of failures cannot dwell under the same roof. Unlike that Su Tang, whose father is the head of a prominent family and the esteemed official is his own uncle. Even if I am an 8th-rank scholar, to him, I am no different from a lowly insect. No one would care if I were to die. Being a failure isn't so bad, in a family like mine. Pursuing studies and cultivation is merely a folly. Ha. Wei Zhongjuan smiled bitterly. He then turned over, lying flat on the bed. Suddenly twisting his head to look at Wei Fuzi, his eyes reddened. Father, this is my fate. It shall remain thus for this lifetime. Am I right? No, that is not true. Wei Fuzi's heart ached intensely. He then reflected, indeed, he is a failure. For Xiao Jun, am I not merely a burden? Causing him to face discrimination and various injustices. Yet I always advise him to yield to others and not to trouble the governor. Enough. Xiao Jun has done quite well already. We do not aspire to grant him the status of a scion of a prominent family, but this once in his life. I have decided to seek assistance from His Majesty. Xiao Jun, do not give up. The esteemed official has not left yet. I shall find a way for you. Wei Fuzi steadied his cane and turned to leave. The corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile, inwardly amused. Though I am a failure, I once held great prestige, having shared a drink with His Majesty. Leaning on his cane, Wei Fuzi stepped into the snow, leaving a trail of footprints as he advanced. His figure vanished into the snowy night. Lord Yin and His Highness are in Nanxiang Prefecture. I shall swallow my pride and seek an opportunity for you. Meanwhile, after composing the poem Farewell to Dongda, Lin Yi rolled up the rice paper. The brilliance faded. He weighed the poem, which was nearly 70 pounds. Precisely the work of a poet of 6 from Mingzhou. Master, we are currently lacking in words. Please teach me how to describe your poetic talent. Li Wenbo racked his brain, utterly at a loss for words to describe Lin Yi's poetic prowess. Another poem of remarkable talent emerged. Lin Yi instinctively remarked, Awesome? Yes. Awesome. Li Wenbo enlightened, repeatedly praising. Soon after, they also began reading in the room, the fragrance of books filling the air. Before long, outside the tavern, Wei Fuzi appeared. Leaning on his cane, covered in a thick layer of accumulated snow. He knew Lin Yi resided here. Lord Yin, the commander of the Dragon Guard, must also be staying here. On several rooftops along the street, the snow shifted slightly. Figures emerged from the snow. Why would General Wei come here? Long Shiqi quickly informed Lord Yin. Dragon San, responsible for safeguarding Lin Yi's safety, hurriedly dispatched someone to notify Yin Shuangwu. On this pitch-black snowy night, why would Wei Wuti come here? There must be a reason. What reason could there be? Love for you all. During the day, my younger sister will diligently write. Chapter 169. We must not let the meritocrats feel disheartened. In the tea house, within a room where the charcoal stove burned brightly, the commander of the Dragon Guard read late into the night. He was not perusing books, but rather the confidential reports submitted by the Dragon Guard from various regions of Dian. Behind each report lay the fates of countless corrupt officials. However, the report in his hands ignited his fury. Wei Wuti's adopted son, Wei Zhongjuan, had recently been assaulted by the young master of the prominent Su family in Nanxiang Prefecture. The reason being, Su Tang had harassed Wei Zhongjuan's beloved. Unable to tolerate it, Wei Zhongjuan followed Su Tang and dealt him a blow, nearly shattering his third leg. The next day, Wei Zhongjuan was taken away by an elderly figure from the Su family and subsequently imprisoned in their dungeon, enduring relentless torment at the hands of Su Tong. Moreover, his qualifications for the provincial examination had been revoked by the esteemed official Su Nanfeng, harassing civilians, imprisoning and beating scholars, and leveraging power for personal gain. The Su family truly wields immense power. Yin Shuangwu's gaze turned icy. Even the warmth of the charcoal seemed to be suppressed. My lord. Just then, Long Shiqi's voice rang out from outside the door. Come in. Yin Shuangwu remained focused on the report. Long Shiqi spoke earnestly. Wei Wuti has gone alone to Lin Yi's tavern. For the Dragon Guard, Lin Yi's identity is no longer a secret. They are well aware of his life trajectory over the years, having been by the commander's side. However, until the royal jade pendant is found, no one can openly state that Lin Yi is the legitimate prince. Let us go. Yin Shuangwu set down the report, rising decisively. It was obvious what Wei Wuti intended to do. General Wei, the court owes you a debt. Let him vent your grievances. Yin Shuangwu stepped forward, his official aura surging, and vanished from the tea house. When he reappeared, he was already inside Lin Yi's tavern. In his perception, the aura of righteousness emanating from Lin Yi shone like a beacon in the night, brilliant and resplendent. Lin Yi sensed the fluctuations in the world around him, feeling a sense of familiarity. The commander of the Dragon Guard? Knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Lin Yi opened it to find Yin Shuangwu standing outside, his expression devoid of emotion, resembling a lifeless puppet. Lord Yin. Lin Yi clasped his fists in greeting, perplexed, unsure of the purpose of this late-night visit. Most likely, it was due to that poem Farewell to Dongda. I hope I am not disturbing you at this late hour. Yin Shuangwu replied, though his smile was inscrutable. The student has grown accustomed to studying at night. You are not disturbing me. Lin Yi shook his head. I am uncertain of the reason for your visit, Lord Yin. Please, have a seat. Yin Shuangwu gestured for Lin Yi to sit down. Wei Wuti is the Wei Fuzi from the private school in the West City. Do you remember? I remember. This is the warmth he can feel in this cold world, a warmth he could never forget. They are the ones who deserve admiration and remembrance. History may fade, yet heroes endure. Soon, Wei Wuti will come here to seek me out, if he has a request of me. What would you do if you were in my position? Yin Shuangwu fixed his gaze upon Lin Yi's eyes. The gentleman is the emperor's personal guard, and General Wei is a distinguished contributor to the Yin. He has devoted his life to the Yin, and if he has any requests of the gentleman, I believe that as long as it does not contravene moral righteousness, the gentleman can assist. Lin Yi was uncertain of the purpose behind Yin Shuangwu's sudden inquiry, yet he articulated his innermost thoughts. The court must not allow its contributors to feel disheartened, but neither should it permit arrogance to flourish. Yin Shuangwu chuckled. As he observed Lin Yi, he seemed to see the youthful boy of yesteryears standing before him once more. Yet, the boy who once stood before him had now transformed into a formidable sovereign, revered by thousands. The young gentleman before him? Lin Yi, noticing Yin Shuangwu in deep thought, tentatively called out, Did I say something incorrect? Or is it that those with merit may be indulged at will? You are not mistaken. Your words were exceedingly well articulated. Yin Shuangwu nodded in approval and pondered aloud. Then let Wei Wuti come forth. His words were undeniably light. Yet Lin Yi distinctly sensed a wave of official authority emanating from the room. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps accompanied by the clacking of a cane approached. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. Had Yin Shuangwu summoned Wei Wuti to this inn? What could this mean? Surely, it could not be that Wei Wuti encountered some tribulation, compelling a mere scholar without a title to intervene. The door swung wide open. Leaning on his cane, Wei Wuti immediately spotted the Long Wei commander and Lin Yi. My lord, your highness. With a thud, Wei Wuti discarded his cane and prostrated himself on the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the floor. Trembling as he spoke, old Minister Wei Wuti pays his respects to your highness and to the esteemed commander. Your highness? What nonsense. Lin Yi turned pale in fright, his scalp tingling. With the emperor's personal guard by his side, how dared Wei Wuti utter such words? One might think he was pretending to be a prince before Wei Wuti. Could it be that he mistook my surname for Lin and assumed I was of royal descent because I was with Yindarin? Lin Yi felt wronged. Truly, he was innocently seated in the inn when calamity fell from the sky. General Wei, you have gravely misunderstood. I am no prince. Lin Yi glanced at Yin Shuangwu, feeling somewhat sheepish, and said, Yindarin? General Wei, please rise and speak. Yin Shuangwu chuckled softly, stepped forward to assist Wei Wuti to his feet, and remarked, Given the heavy snowfall outside, why must you come personally to seek me? Your health is a genuine concern. Not a prince. Wei Wuti paused for a moment, his body trembling slightly. Haha, what is there to fear? What does it matter if one mistakes another? Yin Ren reassured him. Wei Wuti gritted his teeth, and his expression suddenly turned solemn as he stated, Yin Ren, I have dedicated my life to Yin, asking for nothing in return, only seeking the peace of the realm as spoken by His Majesty. Throughout my life of military service, stationed at the northern frontiers, every time I gaze upon the bountiful landscapes of our country, my heart swells with heroic fervor. Behind me lies my home, where the lights of thousands of households illuminate the city, all my compatriots. As long as I am here, I shall protect my country with my life. Even in death, I wish to transform into a spirit, watching over the people of Yin for countless generations. From the moment I joined the military, I pledged my life to the nation. It was His Majesty who provided me with a place to stand, for which I am eternally grateful. With reddened eyes, Wei Wuti struggled to remain kneeling, choking back tears as he said, My greatest fear in this life is to trouble His Majesty or the court, and I have never asked anything from the nation, not even a penny. Yet today, I find myself aggrieved. My son has been assaulted, and his qualification for the provincial examination has been revoked. He can no longer serve His Majesty in my stead. Yin Ren, I implore you for this one occasion. This singular request, grant my son a chance. Wei Wuti's body quivered slightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Lin Yi, hearing the heartfelt words of Wei Wuti, felt a profound shock within, his eyes fluttering. His fists clenched unconsciously, his teeth gritted. Yin, how could one betray such a loyal contributor? How could a contributor suffer such indignities in their twilight years? Arriving late, there were still 2 more shifts to complete that night. Self-reproach, rubbing his head. Chapter 170. Is this so difficult? General Wei, your contributions to Yin have not gone unnoticed by His Majesty or myself. Yin Xuanwu helped Wei Wuti up, grasping his hand and speaking earnestly. You shall return to your fields, teaching at the private academy in the West City, enlightening the people of Yin. On behalf of His Majesty, I express my gratitude for all that you have done. Rest assured, you are a celebrated hero of Yin, and I cannot allow your grievances to be overlooked. Just as Lin Yi has stated, we must not let our contributors feel disheartened. They have shed blood for this nation, and their achievements cannot be erased. History will remember them. Lin Yi, Yin Xuanwu contemplated for a moment before addressing Lin Yi. This matter, I shall trouble you to handle. Lin Yi was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? Yin Ren, what is the situation? Lin Yi was utterly astonished. Was he now a member of Longwei? No, he was merely an unacclaimed scholar. What right did he have to represent the court and seek justice for a wronged contributor? Yin Xuanwu maintained a stern demeanor and stated, The supervisor of Southxiang Prefecture is from the Holy Academy. With your holy son's token, you may directly approach Fu Xuejing and request an opportunity for General Wei's son to take the provincial examination. Is this so difficult? Difficult. Lin Yi winced slightly. Was this asking him to use backdoor connections? Though he could mention it when he visits Fu Xuejing tomorrow, as he had previously stated, this must not contravene moral righteousness. Unless if Wei Wuti's son is indeed innocent, then he would certainly make that request to Fu Xuejing. I shall do my utmost. Lin Yi recognized that he had no real option to refuse. Excellent. Yin Xuanwu nodded in appreciation and said, You shall escort General Wei back now and inquire about the situation regarding his son. If there are any grievances, let's resolve them together. Yin Ren, am I an official? Lin Yi questioned. The case with Zhang Xiaoyan was adjudicated by you, and I believed it was handled splendidly. Were you an official then? Yin Xuanwu cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yi, lifted his teacup, took a small sip, and tossed the Longwei commander's insignia into Lin Yi's hands, stating earnestly, Handle this matter on behalf of the Yin court. Do not let our contributors feel disheartened. I shall await your return. Lin Yi held the Longwei commander's insignia in both hands, utterly bewildered. How audacious. Very well. Lin Yi chose not to say anything further. Since he had decided to take on this responsibility, he would strive to handle the matter well. Old Minister thanks Yin Ren. Thanks to Scholar Lin. Wei Wuti stammered with gratitude. Although Lin Yi was not the prince he believed him to be, Lin Yi possessed the Holy Son's token. Securing his son's qualification for the provincial examination would undoubtedly pose no issue. General Wei, let us depart. Lin Yi tucked away the poem Farewell to Dongda and took it with him. He assisted Wei Wuti in leaving the room. Only after Lin Yi and Wei Wuti had exited did Yin Xuanwu speak. Wei Wuti is a contributor to your Lin family. He has suffered injustices. If you do not act, who will? It is only through your actions that this matter holds significance. His Majesty will also find solace in this. As Lin Yi and Wei Wuti stepped out of the inn, Long Wei's deputy commander, Long San, awaited them in a carriage. The north wind howled and heavy snow fell. Long San regarded Lin Yi and Wei Wuti with a slight nod. Scholar Lin, General Wei, with the snowstorm on the road, allow me to escort you. Wei Wuti, with reddened eyes, turned to face the capital, leaning on his cane, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, I apologize for the trouble. Lin Yi felt a stirring in his heart as he assisted Wei Wuti into the carriage, braving the wind and snow toward the West City. The carriage gradually came to a halt before a certain residence in the West City. Scholar Lin, General Wei, we have arrived. Being the deputy commander of Long Wei, Long San was well aware of where Wei Wuti's home lay. Thank you, Lord Long. Lin Yi and Wei Wuti alighted from the carriage. Long San inclined his head slightly, not lingering, and drove the carriage into the darkness of the night. Lin Xuesher, I entrust you with the matter regarding my son's provincial examination. Wei Wuti clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. He had no other requests and did not wish to trouble Long Wei to investigate the incident involving Wei Zhongjuan. Long Wei's presence in Nanshang Prefecture surely indicated he was on an important mission. He would feel remorseful if the significant tasks were delayed for the sake of investigating Wei Zhongjuan's issue. Rest assured, General Wei, I will endeavor to resolve this matter before the esteemed Xuejing departs. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. However, a hint of concern lingered in his heart. If Wei Wuti's son were indeed a frivolous scion, having disrupted the law with his arrogance, leading to the revocation of his examination qualification by the esteemed Xuejing, would his request for reinstatement not be akin to bribery? Life is a theater of fame and fortune, where one's fate is seldom in their own hands. Lin Yi held great admiration for Wei Wuti, respecting all he had contributed to the nation. Yet, matters must ultimately adhere to principles of justice. If Wei Wuti's son is innocent, then Lin Yi would go to great lengths to seek justice for the Wei family. Conversely, if his son brought this upon himself, then he would remain silent on the matter. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi had entered the courtyard and sought to inquire about his son's whereabouts. He began. General Wei, hush. Wei Wuti signaled Lin Yi to quiet down, whispering, our son knows nothing of our past. Upon hearing Wei Wuti's words, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Raising a son in poverty? Wei Fuji, Master Yin has instructed me to clarify the situation. Given that it is getting late, I should investigate promptly and return. Lin Yi stated, your assistance is appreciated, Lin Xuesher. Young Jun is in that guest room, though he is sulking, and I shall refrain from visiting him. Wei Wuti's spirits were low as he sighed, pointing towards the brightly lit room. Very well. Lin Yi understood the reason for the sulking. It was merely a result of having his examination qualification revoked and being beaten, compounded by the discomfort of having a father of little distinction. It was entirely normal for a young man to feel resentment. Who among the youth has not felt irked with their parents, blaming them for their lack of ability, for being ordinary, for not providing the luxurious life one desires? Yet parents bestow upon them all they have. A man should strive for self-improvement. Why not consider that what others possess, you too can provide for your parents? The pride one gains from such efforts will be something those others can never experience. Lin Yi approached and discovered the door slightly ajar. Creak. He pushed the door open and entered, finding a youth lying quietly on the bed, his eyes vacant, exuding an air of surrender to fate, as if proclaiming to the world, I am a failure. A surge of anger flared within Lin Yi. How could Wei Wuti have such a son? A tiger father begets a dog son? What is your name? Lin Yi settled into a chair, adding coal to the brazier, causing the room's temperature to gradually rise. Wei Zhongjuan turned his head in confusion, gazing at Lin Yi who was tending to the fire, and instinctively retorted, who are you calling a failure? The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched slightly. Good heavens, to proclaim oneself a failure right off the bat, as if he were unaware of his own shortcomings. The original soul lacked any ambition in literature, and his adoptive father was a mere impoverished scholar. Yet he had never abandoned his aspirations. This lad, Lin Yi felt a twinge of sympathy for Wei Wuti. Regardless, Wei Wuti devoted himself to the nation. And now in his twilight years, seeking help for the first time, it moved Lin Yi deeply. If there is any chance for this boy's redemption, he must lend a hand. He could not allow Wei Wuti to live with regrets in his later years. Lin Yi, the scholar of Pingzhou Academy, was indeed concerned that this fellow had resolutely decided to be a failure, unwilling to divulge anything. He unobtrusively revealed the jade ring of the Holy Sun, which Wei Zhongjuan happened to catch sight of. You. Wei Zhongjuan's eyes widened in shock, nearly bursting with blood, and he hastily attempted to leap from the bed. But in his haste, he stumbled and fell to his knees before Lin Yi. Cough, cough. Lin Yi cleared his throat, saying, there is no need for such formality. Rise and sit. I have some questions for you. Wei Zhongjuan struggled for a moment, wincing in pain, wishing to stand but unable. He could only remain kneeling to alleviate the discomfort. Not getting up, Lin Yi did not press further, stating, "Since you insist on kneeling, let us proceed in this manner. I have heard that your examination qualification has been revoked. Could you elaborate on this matter?" To avoid any unnecessary inquiries that might waste time, Lin Yi preemptively explained, "I am a friend of your father. He is a commendable man, and he mentioned your situation to me, which is why I have come to inquire, hoping to find an opportunity to discuss your case with the esteemed Xuezhing. However, you must tell me the truth about what transpired, for any falsehood will lead to dire consequences." Lin Yi, embodying righteousness, bore a certain authority when he furrowed his brows. Wei Zhongjuan trembled at his words, but remained somewhat skeptical. "How could my father catch your eye? He is just an old man. What could he possibly have that deserves your admiration?" Unwilling to speak, Lin Yi rose, looking down at Wei Zhongjuan, stating, "Tomorrow, the esteemed Xuezhing will leave Nanchang Prefecture. If you are content to remain a failure, then I shall take my leave." A failure? Wei Zhongjuan was reminded of the pickled fish his father made, and quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "No, I do not wish to be a failure." But soon, his spirit dampened again. "Yet, what will participating in the provincial examination change? My family background is lacking, my origins humble, destined to be trampled upon by others." Wei Zhongjuan's eyes were filled with confusion, yet he began to recount, "My name is Wei Zhongjuan. My father hopes I will study diligently, achieve success in the imperial examinations, and become a loyal and benevolent official in the Hanlin Academy. I have always strived for this. In Junji Academy, among my peers, my talents are unparalleled. Those from better backgrounds and families cannot compare to me. Yet, I later realized that talent means little without a good family background. A few days ago, I was boating on the lake with Xiao Lan, when the young master Su Tang of the prestigious Su family, accompanied by several attendants, harassed her. I witnessed their brutality but was powerless to intervene. They stood over me, deriding my father as a failure and calling me a waste. Unable to even protect my own woman. What good is studying hard when I am nothing more than an ant in their eyes? After over a decade of diligent study, I find myself inferior even to their servants. Wah! At this point, Wei Zhongjuan clutched his face, weeping bitterly. What kind of pain is it to realize that what you have toiled for is worthless in the eyes of others? Xiao Lan was insulted, and she told me to leave, saying I am not a man. Yes, I am afraid, but it is not fear of death. I fear that if I die, no one will care for my father. Yet I refuse to accept this. I hate Su Tong, so I secretly followed him, ambushing him, nearly incapacitating him. Later, an old man from the Su family caught me. They beat and humiliated me. I have become a failure. If I were also a scion of a prestigious family, would Su Tong dare to insult Xiaolan? Would he dare to capture me? A humble origin is a sin in itself. After I was released, I learned that the education commissioner, Su Nanfeng, is Su Tong's uncle, who revoked my examination qualification. Look at me. In their eyes, I am merely an ant. Even if I became the top scholar in the provincial examination, what would it matter? This is a cannibalistic world. If there is a next life, I do not wish to return. Wei Zhongjuan cried bitterly, filled with despair. He felt as though he was trapped in the shadow of Su Tong. In this predatory world, he felt as if he were submerged in deep waters, struggling to swim upward, only to find the pressure restraining him tightly. The desire to escape and breathe fresh air seemed like an unattainable luxury. Lin Yi listened in silence, his expression shifting from indifference to growing gravity. Breathing became increasingly labored in this cannibalistic world. The mere 5 characters weighed heavily on Lin Yi's heart. He could deeply comprehend why the Song of Righteousness could embody the lofty spirit, and why the 4 lines of Henku could lead him to success in establishing his destiny so smoothly. Such grand aspirations. The difficulty of realizing his lofty ambitions in this world was immense. Lin Yi gazed at the weeping Wei Zhongjuan, gently placed his hand on his shoulder, and said earnestly, I understand your situation. Rest assured, I will find a way to assist you with your provincial examination qualifications. Wei Zhongjuan, lift your spirits. Your family background is not inferior to that of Su Tong and the others. Lin Yi rose, feeling a mix of heaviness and relief. Thankfully, Wei Zhongjuan was not a debauched scion, nor had he committed any grave errors. His sole mistake was succumbing to despair. How could a true scholar abandon the pursuit of enlightenment? Wei Zhongjuan raised his head, trembling slightly, his eyes shimmering with hope. My family background is not worse than Su Tong's? Is that true? Indeed. Lin Yi nodded, speaking with conviction. Behind you stands the entire Dain court. Take heart. What of this cannibalistic world? By overcoming these malevolent entities, you can restore clarity to the world and pursue the noble cause of national rejuvenation through your studies. Is that not more meaningful? Lin Yi turned to Wei Zhongjuan and said, I will come to fetch you tomorrow and take you to meet Fushueshing. Furthermore, a smile graced Lin Yi's lips. Do you not lament your humble origins? This will also show you what a profound honor it is to be the son of Wei Wuti. Lin Yi felt that Wei Zhongjuan lived too repressively. Wei Wuti had spent his life on the battlefield. How could he fully perceive the intricacies of human relationships? Wei Zhongjuan was not a coward. He was merely a self-doubting, yet stubborn youth. It was Wei Wuti's choices that kept this young man forever in the shadows of others. He resolved to communicate with the Dragon Guard commander and Wei Wuti to bestow upon Wei Zhongjuan a momentous gift, guiding him out of that shadow and into the embrace of light. In hopes of always seeing your figures, you are there. My little sister will accompany you forever. Chapter 172. The meritorious must not remain nameless honor? Wei Zhongjuan stared blankly at Lin Yi, unable to comprehend. His father was merely an ordinary private tutor, having achieved nothing remarkable in his life, utterly unremarkable and rather pedantic. What glory was there to speak of? All right, I have said what needed to be said, now rise. Lin Yi turned to leave, but then seemed to recall something, adding, also, be a man of some mettle. Do not embarrass your father by acting like a coward. After uttering those words, Lin Yi exited the room. Wei Zhongjuan knelt on the ground, his face flushed with emotion. Just as Lin Yi stepped out, he encountered Wei Wuti, who leaned on his cane at the door of his own room, gazing at Lin Yi. Lin Yi approached him. Wei Wuti trembled slightly and said, Scholar Lin, I have come to understand the matter clearly. Lin Yi smiled at Wei Wuti, saying, do not worry too much, Wei Fuzi. Wei Zhongjuan has not gone astray. He has merely faced some grievances. When you see him again, teach him well and instill some courage. Wei Fuzi glanced toward Wei Zhongjuan's room, sighed, and remarked, he has grown up and developed a temper. If I teach him, he will only find it bothersome. Lin Yi examined Wei Fuzi closely and smiled. As a scholar of the academy, would he not appreciate your perspective? Perhaps try adopting a different identity. For instance, that of General Wei, stationed at the northern border? With a sudden jolt, Wei Wuti's body trembled, his gaze flickering. Memories seemed to be drawn back to the border. The old man had no such opportunities left. Even if he told him, he might not believe it. Forget it. Wei Wuti chuckled ruefully, gesturing dismissively. I entrust the matter of Xiao Jun's provincial examination to you. Scholar Lin. Very well, Wei Fuzi, do take care and rest early. Lin Yi departed shortly after. Wei Wuti watched Lin Yi disappear into the snow and wind, pondering. Is he truly not his highness? Yet why does he so often remind me of the young emperor? In the snowy night, Lin Yi stood alone by the lake in the city, observing the illuminated flower boats afloat, where scholars indulged in earthly pleasures. However, upon glancing back, he saw a few small beggars huddled together for warmth, wrapped in tattered cotton quilts, trembling in a corner. The lights of the common folks' homes burned dimly. Those of lowly status must not forget their duty to the nation, for even if they are from distant lands, they cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of the populace, who are displaced. Lin Yi clenched his fists, his eyes reddening. Should he one day realize his lofty ambitions, he would not fail the people of this world, nor would he disregard this single journey through life. Lin Yi wiped his nose and entered a cloth shop that had yet to close, purchasing several quilts and warm clothing, along with a few pieces of silver, asking the shopkeeper to deliver them to the small beggars. He could do little, but he hoped they could survive this harsh winter and witness the arrival of spring. Simple charity would always be a temporary remedy. Daoist needed scholars with a sense of justice. In this world that revered literature and virtue, those who wielded the power of knowledge would inevitably hold true authority. Once they fell into corruption, the world would follow suit. Lin Yi watched as the shopkeeper delivered the items, witnessing the small beggars bowing and thanking him in gratitude. Only then did he feel at ease to depart. However, just as Lin Yi left, the shopkeeper returned, blocking the path of the small beggars, seizing the quilts and winter clothing, along with the few pieces of silver. Look, this is the Holy One continent, where scholars read sacred texts, living without worry, praising this prosperous era, blessed by heaven. Yet who can see that those already in despair feel the world's malice once more? Nevertheless, in the darkness, a glimmer of light emerged. The dragon guards, who had secretly sheltered Lin Yi, blocked the shopkeeper's path, saying nothing. The embroidered spring blade at the waist swiftly sliced across the shopkeeper's neck. They retrieved the silver and winter clothing, returning them to the desperate small beggars, who now shone with hope in their eyes. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the capital, Emperor Lin Yunhong perused the report submitted by the Dragon Guard commander, his brow easing. The eradication of the powerful Qin family, demanding wages for the common laborers, advocating for the grievances of the people, and scrutinizing the academy's scholars. Excellent. The emperor's expression brightened as he gazed at the characters Lin Yi pinned by Yin Xuanwu on the imperial paper, as if transcending the barriers of time and space. He saw the youth who spoke for the people, who stood for the common folk. That was his lost legitimate son. A strong youth means a strong nation. You, a prodigy, have actually brought Lin Yi to meet those old generals. That is indeed a humane deed. Daoist owes them too much. Allowing my legitimate son to visit them has lightened my heart considerably. We cannot let the meritorious feel unappreciated. A smile crept across the emperor's lips as he said, Dragonair, present the official jade. Soon, a figure emerged from the shadows, presenting the official jade. The emperor grasped it and declared, should that lad have any needs, they shall be fulfilled. Whatever he wishes to pursue, let him do so. I wish to see how great his heart for the people is. Far away in the South Xiang Prefecture's tavern, Yin Xuanwu was startled by the sudden voice ringing in his mind. Simultaneously, facing the direction of the capital, he clasped his hands and declared, I obey your command. Not long after, Lin Yi returned to the tavern, and indeed, the Dragon Guard commander had not yet departed. How did it go? Is everything settled? Yin Xuanwu asked, surprised. After clarifying the situation, it was confirmed that both father and son had indeed faced grievances, caused by the young master of the prominent Su family and Su Nanfeng. Lin Yi nodded. He did not elaborate, but felt that as the Dragon Guard commander, Yin Xuanwu must have already known the details of this incident. Indeed, Yin Xuanwu nodded and said, therefore, tomorrow, Fu Xuezheng will bid farewell to the newly appointed Xuezheng at Wangyue Pavilion outside the city. Are you planning to seek justice for Wei Zhongjuan? Wangyue Pavilion. Lin Yi committed this location to memory and responded, Wei Zhongjuan merely lacks the youthful vigor expected of his age. He is not at fault. Su Nanfei is abusing his power for personal gain, and this matter must be addressed, providing justice for Wei Zhongjuan. Furthermore, regarding Su family's young master, Su Tang, after abducting the meritorious officials, he utilized underhanded means to collude with the examiner Su Nanfei to strip the meritorious officials of their qualifications for the provincial examination. Such heinous crimes. Does Master Yin intend to take action against him? Yin Xuanwu looked at Lin Yi and asked, what do you think? Take action. Lin Yi instinctively replied. Then let's proceed. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Why should he heed Yin Xuanwu's words? He tentatively inquired, by the way, Master Yin, there is one more matter. Speak. Lin Yi earnestly conveyed, students believe the common folk of Nanxiang Prefecture should be made aware of these meritorious officials who have dedicated their lives to Dayan, and their descendants should know of their father's accomplishments. The merits of Dayan's officials should not fade into obscurity. Yin Xuanwu smiled faintly, albeit somewhat stiffly, and nodded, a splendid suggestion. I too believe it ought to be so. How do you intend to publicly disclose their identities? I am late. Did you forget about the younger sister? There is still the third watch. Chapter 173. Please don the armor, General. Master Yin. Lin Yi stared incredulously at Yin Xuanwu, hardly believing his ears. What was amiss? This was a household minister of the Dayan Emperor, the commander of the Dragon Guard. Why should he heed his suggestions? Yin Xuanwu looked at Lin Yi in confusion. What is the issue? Currently, I hold no official title, Lin Yi replied, fixing his gaze intently on Yin Xuanwu. Why does the master seek my counsel? Is it of such significance? Yin Xuanwu calmly explained. Asking for your suggestions does not imply that I must act upon them. Does it? That is true. Lin Yi nodded. If it were merely a suggestion. He hoped that these seasoned veterans of the battlefield would not fade into obscurity in such an unremarkable manner. They should don their armor, ride their steeds, and be adorned with military honors. The entire city should witness the grandeur of Dayan's veterans, instilling a sense of pride in their descendants. Moreover, it was essential for scholars to see what constitutes a person worthy of remembrance. Your names shall perish along with your bodies. Yet the rivers and mountains shall endure for eternity. If it were merely a suggestion, Lin Yi's expression turned solemn. Naturally, I hope that these meritorious officials of Dayan can, like in their days of conquest, return in triumph, making their descendants proud. Their fathers are not ordinary men. They are true heroes. Yin Xuanwu's form trembled, and a glimmer of light shone in his eyes. He gazed at Lin Yi, and memories of the past flooded his mind, back when he accompanied the then-crowned prince to the northern frontier to reward these soldiers. He had witnessed their majestic return on horseback. A splendid suggestion. It shall be done. Yin Xuanwu felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that Lin Yi's few words would evoke such vivid memories, and he could not help but imagine the scene. The 10 or so veterans of Dayan in Nanxiang Prefecture, clad in armor, riding their steeds, while behind him, over 1,000 dragon guards roared. Dayan dragon guards, welcome back. Esteemed generals, That image was enough to send shivers down his spine. Huh. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. It shall be done. Why? What is amiss? Does Master Yin not need to deliberate? His proposal was not fully formed and presented considerable difficulty, yet he did not expect Master Yin to decide so readily. Was there sufficient time for a day's preparation? You should rest. Yin Xuanwu stood and glanced back at Lin Yi, saying, Tomorrow, let us witness the elegance of Dayan's veterans together at Wanhua Pavilion, shall we? Lin Yi's eyes brightened, and he felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation, nodding vigorously. Good. Yin Xuanwu cast a deep look at Lin Yi before leaving the tavern. This night was destined to be a busy one for the Dragon Guards. However, since the Imperial Prince wished to see the grandeur of Dayan's veterans, how could the Dragon Guards not oblige? What the Emperor desires is the direction in which the Dragon Guards must strive. Outside Nanxiang Prefecture, following a command from the commander, Yin Xuanwu, over 1,300 Dragon Guards assembled. Several sets of aged armor were retrieved from dusty wooden boxes. Numerous warhorses were prepared for action. Return the armor and steeds to the veterans. We shall witness the past glory of the veterans outside the city tomorrow. May heaven bless Dayan. May heaven bless the meritorious officials. Yin Xuanwu's voice echoed through the camp. Heaven bless Dayan. Heaven bless the meritorious officials. The Dragon Guards were invigorated, their spirits soaring. The following morning, the snow that had fallen throughout the night ceased, leaving a pristine white blanket, transforming the world into a silvery expanse. Lin Yi rose early. Li Wenbo had slept soundly the previous night and awakened with renewed vigor. Master, we must head to the Supervisory Academy early. We promised to send Fu Xuezheng on his way, and we must not go back on our word, Li Wenbo urged. Su Tang and those scholars looked down upon him, mocking him for being the fourth pride of Pingzhou Academy, yet ending up as Lin Yi's attendant. Today he wished to show them how keen his insight truly was. All right. After Lin Yi finished grooming, he exited the tavern with Li Wenbo. Commanding the horse-drawn carriage was Long San, who had been waiting for some time. Scholar Lin, let us depart. Long San smiled at Lin Yi. Lin Yi climbed aboard the carriage with Li Wenbo, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. This was the Imperial Army of Dayan. Was it appropriate to waste their time on him? Simply because he had done a few insignificant things for the common folk. These Dragon Guards were willing to provide him with such convenience? Master, perhaps it is because the Emperor particularly admires you and is concerned for your safety, thus dispatching the Dragon Guards to protect you, Li Wenbo whispered. Lin Yi remained silent, as it was the only plausible explanation. Lord Long, please make a stop at Wei Fuji's residence and pick up Wei Zhongjuan. Lin Yi had promised to bring Wei Zhongjuan along. He intended not only to secure his qualification for the provincial examination, but also to seek justice for the descendants of the veterans. Regarding Su family's young master, Su Tong, and the examiner Su Nanfei, Scholar Lin, rest assured, Wei Zhongjuan and the other scholars have already been arranged to arrive at Wanhua Pavilion to bid farewell to Fu Xuezheng. Long San's voice rang out. Who is Wei Zhongjuan? Li Wenbo paused, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis. Why pick him up? What is his relationship with you? He is a descendant of Dayan's renowned generals. Lin Yi stated. What? Li Wenbo felt overwhelmed. In terms of lineage, he seemed entirely inferior. Master, let me give your legs a massage. Li Wenbo quickly began to knead Lin Yi's legs with considerable skill. Lin Yi fell into silence. His attendant was truly professional. Meanwhile, outside the Supervisory Academy, Xuezheng Fu Yuheng stood beside the carriage, gazing down the empty street. He shook his head and said to the examiner beside him, No more waiting. This esteemed poem from Mingzhou can hardly be easily bestowed. I was the one who had fanciful thoughts. Throughout my life, I have never accepted even the slightest gift from others. Yet as I leave, I find myself hoping for that poem from Lin Yi. Fu Yuheng said with a wry smile. This mindset of detachment has ultimately not passed the test. Let us go, Lord Su. Fu Yuheng, lightly burdened, boarded the carriage alongside examiner Su Nanfei. Su Nanfei was responsible for the send-off, planning to meet the newly appointed Xuezheng of Nanxiang Prefecture at Wanhua Pavilion outside the city to complete the transfer of duties. If scholars from Nanxiang Prefecture were present, it was likely there would also be a poetry contest, as was the customary practice. As the carriage departed the Supervisory Academy, Fu Xuezheng gazed longingly at the academy he had occupied for many years. Yet, ultimately, it was time to depart. It remained as it had been upon his arrival. In this tenure as Xuezheng, he had failed to guide those scholars onto the right path, marking it as a failure. In a certain tea house within the city of Nangxiangfu, over a dozen seasoned generals were brought to this place by the Dragon Guards, clad in tattered cotton jackets. They bore no trace of the dignified presence one would expect from veterans. They appeared indistinguishable from ordinary elderly men. At that moment, 10 Dragon Guards, each carrying a fabric-wrapped wooden box, stood before the bewildered old generals. They placed the boxes down and addressed the old men in unison. "Pleased on your armor." A wave of emotion surged through the veterans, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, as if they had returned to the barracks. In this moment, tears dampened their clothing. Chapter 174. Wang Yueting Gift of Poetry, Part 1. Outside the capital of Nengxiangfu, at Wang Yueting, a finely crafted carriage halted in the open, snowy expanse, where a biting wind blew. The snow-covered mountains rose and fell like a picturesque landscape of snow. The beauty was intoxicating. After the snowfall, the sun began to rise, casting a gentle warmth amidst the howling northern winds, offering a faint yet comforting embrace, akin to nauseous tenderness. Within the pavilion, Liao Qingliu, the newly appointed scholarly official from the Holy Academy, arrived with his young attendant, having traveled from the capital. According to protocol, they were to await the departing scholarly official, Fu Yuheng, to conduct the handover and to familiarize themselves with the literary talents of Nengxiangfu, preparing for the upcoming scholarly examinations, as the provincial tests were fast approaching. The fire in the pavilion blazed brightly, dispelling the chill. While talent can provide warmth, it is indeed too precious to squander. At that moment, the sound of carriage wheels crunching through the snow echoed. The newly appointed scholarly official, Liao Qingliu, smiled and turned to gaze at the approaching carriage. But his expression shifted as he discerned the emblem of the great Yin dragon guards on it. The arrival at Wang Yueting was imminent. Long San lifted the carriage curtain, and Lin Yi along with Li Wenbo stepped down, directing their gaze towards the pavilion. They noticed an elderly man with a goatee, accompanied by a young attendant, tending to the fire for warmth. His cultivation appeared unremarkable, likely between the 4th and 3rd ranks. Lin Yi instantly recognized him as the newly appointed supervisor, the scholarly official. Lin Yi and Li Wenbo approached, while Long San reclined on the carriage, resting. 8th grade, Liming Realm. 7th grade, Rinja Realm. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Li Wenbo enter the pavilion, Liao Qingliu chuckled lightly. "You must be the scholars of Nengxiangfu, correct? I am here to bid farewell to scholarly official Fu Yuheng, and you are the newly appointed supervisor?" Lin Yi performed a respectful bow. "Indeed." Liao Qingliu stroked his beard and chuckled. "I am Liao Qingliu, and from now on, I shall be a half-teacher to the scholars of Nengxiangfu. Students pay their respects to the supervisor." Lin Yi bowed again. "Excellent, excellent." Liao Qingliu's eyes sparkled with appreciation. He favored such courteous scholars. Though at a young age he had only reached the 8th rank, his potential was still commendable. However, when Liao Qingliu turned to Li Wenbo, his demeanor soured slightly, as he coldly inquired, "And who might this be?" "Oh, I am Lin Yi's attendant." Li Wenbo, recovering from his reverie, introduced himself. In such circumstances, attendants typically do not speak unless invited, to maintain decorum. Liao Qingliu was momentarily perplexed. A 7th rank scholar with an 8th rank attendant? He regarded Lin Yi with skepticism, seeking confirmation. "Li Wenbo is indeed my attendant," Lin Yi affirmed. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Li Wenbo felt an immediate sense of comfort and delight. Liao Qingliu's esteem for Lin Yi rose significantly. At that moment, several carriages arrived at Wang Yueting, all belonging to the scholars of Nengxiangfu. Among them were scholars from Juanji Shiyuan and Qingping Shiyuan, most of whom had achieved some level of success in their studies. Notably, Su Tong, the young master of the Su family, stood out, clad in elegant attire and a grand fur coat, exuding an aura of affluence and grace. He seemed to be the backbone of the gathered scholars, as they clustered around him, making their way toward the pavilion. Noticing Lin Yi and Li Wenbo, Su Tong's brows furrowed slightly, and with a dismissive huff, he entered the pavilion. He had seen the portrait of the new scholarly official and promptly bowed to Liao Qingliu. "I am Su Tong, paying my respects to the scholarly official. I am aware of you, young master of the illustrious Su family. I took note of your performance during the examinations at the Holy Academy," Liao Qingliu remarked, stroking his beard. "Though your last performance was less than stellar, your overall performance was commendable. Strive for greater success in the coming year." "Thank you, scholarly official." Su Tong, having garnered some recognition, stepped aside with satisfaction. Other scholars soon followed suit, offering their respectful greetings, and the pavilion quickly became lively. Before long, the carriage of scholarly official Fu arrived. At that moment, a scholar admiring the snow scene spotted the approaching carriage. Immediately, the gathered scholars tidied their attire, not daring to appear lax. Many had gathered. As Fu Yuheng disembarked from the carriage, he noticed the numerous scholars in the pavilion, and a cold sneer formed in his heart. The previous evening's farewell banquet had left him particularly disappointed with their behavior. Were they now here to seek forgiveness? "Brother Liao," Fu Yuheng entered the pavilion and bowed to Liao Qingliu, who stood among the scholars. It has been 7 or 8 years since we last met. You have not lost your charm over the years. Indeed, Liao Qingliu chuckled. But you, my younger brother, have aged considerably, with gray at your temples. One might think you older than I. Liao Qingliu laughed heartily. Some scholars unabashedly joined in the laughter, likely believing Fu Yuheng was soon to depart. Fu Yuheng offered a dry chuckle, remarking, "The scholars of Ningxiangfu have given you much to worry about. How could I not age? That is because you, as the supervisor, have not fulfilled your duties well." Liao Qingliu's expression turned serious as he began to admonish. "Thus, the second Holy Sun has sent me to teach these scholars properly. You are ill-suited for the role of scholarly official. It would be better for you to return to the Holy Academy. During your years as a scholarly official in Qinjiwanfu, you produced 3 top scholars and penned 4 poems that graced the province, while here in Ningxiangfu, you have but 1 top scholar and perhaps not even a single poem of note. Indeed, your reprimand is warranted." Fu Yuheng's expression darkened, though he refrained from expressing his anger, merely nodding in agreement. After all, he and Liao Qingliu had a history of grievances from years past. He had not expected that his rival would still harbor resentment all these years, merely because his poetry had surpassed Liao Qingliu's. From his corner in the pavilion, Lin Yi furrowed his brows slightly. Why was this scholarly official so insufferable? "Very well." Liao Qingliu nodded slightly. "Since you are here, let us not waste time. The weather is quite cold, so please hand over the list of scholars from Ningxiangfu and the supervisor's decree, lest we all suffer in the cold." "Agreed." Fu Yuheng tightened his grip beneath his scholar's robe and turned to Tixushi Su Nanfei, the list and the decree. Su Nanfei quickly approached, holding a brocade box, and bowed. "Scholarly official, herein lies the list and the decree for your perusal." "Su Nanfei, is it? You have performed admirably as supervisor. Without you, my younger brother would have achieved nothing." Liao Qingliu expressed his appreciation for Su Nanfei. "You flatter me, scholarly official." Su Nanfei smiled, his heart brimming with joy. Alas! Fu Yuheng felt a pang of sorrow. After so many years as a scholarly official in Ningxiangfu, his adherence to tradition had left no mark upon history. He feared that these scholars had long since harbored resentment towards him, for he had never opened even a single back door for them. "Brother Liao, I take my leave." Fu Yuheng cast a detached glance at the scholars and Liao Qingliu, then with a flick of his sleeve, turned to leave. "Xuezheng Darren, you have yet to take this poem with you. Additionally, there is another matter I wish to report." At that moment, Lin Yi's voice resonated from within the pavilion as he squeezed out from the crowd of scholars, holding the scroll of the poem Bi Dong Da. Chapter 175, Poem Gift at Wanghua Pavilion, Part 2, Lin Yi. Fu Yuheng instantly recognized Lin Yi's voice and abruptly turned around, a smile blossoming on his face as he beheld Lin Yi emerging from the throng. The words Lin Yi had spoken at last night's banquet lingered vividly in his mind, particularly the poem. Buzz. Fu Yuheng's body trembled slightly. Knowing that Lin Yi had composed a poem of remarkable talent, he had longed to take this poem with him upon his departure. Even if he were not to become a renowned scholar, possessing this singular poem would suffice for a lifetime. "Xuezheng Darren." Lin Yi clasped his hands in salute, presenting the scroll of Bi Dong Da to Fu Yuheng with earnestness. "Xuezheng Darren has lived a life of integrity, never accepting even the slightest token of gratitude. The Nanxiang Fu is a place of scarcity, yet you, as Xuezheng, have produced many luminaries of literature. There is Fang Qingxue from Pingzhou Academy, who topped the imperial examination. There is Zhang Dong, a county magistrate of the 7th rank, who speaks for the people. There are poems of remarkable talent from Guanzhou and Mingzhou, and several from Guanfu. There are far too many to enumerate, so I shall not elaborate further. I hold great admiration for your integrity and diligence, and thus offer this poem as a gift, wishing you a bright future and hoping to meet again." Lin Yi bowed deeply. He was confident that this poem would bestow numerous benefits upon Fu Yuheng. A scholar like Fu Yuheng epitomized what it meant to be a learned individual, and his years of integrity in office deserved to be celebrated. Hence, this poem of remarkable talent from Mingzhou was the ideal vessel for his legacy. Is this truly the case? Upon receiving the scroll, Fu Yuheng was momentarily taken aback. It was heavy, nearly 70 pounds, almost akin to Guanfu. Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. "Ha ha." Fu Yuheng laughed heartily, dispelling the sorrow in his heart. He gazed at Lin Yi and shook his head, saying, "You are kind-hearted, but I cannot accept your gift. A gentleman appreciates poetry and acquires it through rightful means." "Huh? How absurd." Liao Qingha, overhearing the exchange between Lin Yi and Fu Yuheng, could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. Remarkable talent from Guangzhou, Mingzhou, and Guanfu. Junior brother, your studentess flattery is quite excessive. Several scholars' expressions changed. Recently, a poem of remarkable talent from Guanfu had indeed emerged, and they had witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon. However, poems from Guangzhou and Mingzhou had not appeared in the capital of Nanxiangfu. Yet, since a poem from Guanfu had surfaced, it was not entirely impossible for a lesser-known poem from Guangzhou or Mingzhou to exist. But how could Lin Yi know? Was he truly present every time? Fu Xuezheng shook his head, saying, Brother Liao, it seems you have not done your homework before coming here. There are matters I would prefer not to discuss, but since you are so insistent, I shall have to speak out. Lin Yi. Fu Yuheng turned to Lin Yi, his expression solemn. I wish to see your poem from Mingzhou. Might you present it? Lin Yi smiled, certainly. With that, Lin Yi placed the scroll of Bidongde on the ground without hesitation and unfurled it. Whoosh! Instantly, amidst the icy landscape, a golden beam of light, transformed from his talent, soared into the sky. The radiant column of light exploded in the clouds, blooming like fireworks, brilliantly illuminating the entire capital of Nanxiangfu. Simultaneously, the paper displayed exquisite golden characters, as if they were poised to transcend the surface, beneath the vast yellow clouds. The sun begins to fade, the north wind blows, and the wild geese scatter in the snow. Do not worry about the road ahead without a confidant. Who in the world does not recognize you? The masterpiece. It was the poem from Mingzhou he had recited last night. The scholars within Wangyue Pavilion were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in shock as goosebumps erupted across their bodies. Liao Qinghe stared wide-eyed at the scene, feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles, utterly uncomfortable. It was indeed a poem of remarkable talent from Mingzhou. Yet, the second half of the poem incited a seething jealousy within him. Who in the world does not recognize you? Why did Fu Yuheng deserve such accolades? Fu Yuheng's eyes glistened with tears, a tumult of emotions flooding his heart. He had served in Nanxiangfu for so long, never mingling with the local elite, dedicating himself to the pursuit of knowledge and caring for the scholars of Nanxiangfu. However, at the time of his departure, a banquet had revealed the true nature of these scholars. He felt a deep sense of failure. Yet unexpectedly, it was Lin Yi, the young scholar who dared to speak for the people, who had composed a poem worthy of immortality for him. Do not worry about the road ahead without a confidant. Who in the world does not recognize you? Fu Yuheng's face flushed, and though he had not consumed alcohol, he felt intoxicated. This poem had bewitched him. Your name is Lin Yi, correct? This poem remains untitled. How about I name it? Liao Qinghe's breath grew heavy as he regarded Lin Yi. You hold the 8th rank and should not yet have participated in the provincial examination. This poem has reached the level of remarkable talent from Mingzhou, and I can now appoint you as the top scholar of this provincial examination. Liao Qinghe understood the value of this poem all too well. It was enough to secure his name in history. As long as this poem existed and bore his name, it would undoubtedly be immortalized. The scholars erupted in astonishment, their eyes turning red with envy, particularly Su Tong, who felt a deep sense of frustration, wishing to trample Lin Yi beneath his feet. He had exerted immense effort to curry favor with Xuezheng, but found Lin Yi receiving such treatment instead. He could even be directly appointed as the top scholar of the provincial examination. Lin Yi regarded Liao Qinghe with a frown. Xuezheng, you bear the authority of the provincial examination, yet you would abuse your power in such a manner. Do you have any sense of justice or fairness in your heart? Liao Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. Are you instructing me on how to act? Lin Yi continued. Xuezheng, do you believe you are worthy of this poem? Liao Qinghe's face turned crimson, his eyes nearly bursting with fire. Outside Wangyue Pavilion, Long San, who had been half closing his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, staring intently at Liao Qinghe. His right hand moved towards the spring knife at his waist. However, Liao Qinghe was a formidable 4th-rank gentleman. He glanced at Long San in the distance, feeling a surge of fear. What is Lin Yi's true identity? Even the dragon guards of the court openly protect him? In the end, Liao Qinghe refrained from taking further action, gazing at Lin Yi with indifference. Lin Yi, I will not force you, but I hope you consider carefully. Lin Yi glanced at Liao Qinghe, choosing to ignore him as he tucked away the scroll of Bidongde and turned his gaze back to Fu Yuheng. Xuezheng, this poem was written for you. It was meant to be gifted to you. Please accept it. This poem was penned by the sage Gao Shi in a previous life, and its ability to resonate throughout the Shunwen continent would fulfill the ambition of inheriting the teachings of the ancients. In the 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, countless sages emerged, their paths contributing to the splendid culture of China. To establish the grand aspiration of inheriting the teachings of the ancients is, in fact, to carry forth the great principles of the sages, ensuring their immortality and longevity, ultimately achieving a boundless peace for the world. Sir, you must title the poem. How about naming it Wangyue Pavilion Sends Off Shuezheng Darren from Nanxiang? Li Wenba's voice rang out. As a professional flatterer, his compliments were always subtle yet profound. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. What is the dream of a scholar? To cultivate oneself, govern the nation, and bring peace to the world? No. It is to leave a mark in history. This title must be inscribed, and the name of Fu Yuheng is destined to be immortalized in history, achieving eternal glory. It is utterly inconceivable for an old man like me to appear atop this poem from Mingzhou. Fu Yuheng shook his head repeatedly. Yet the flicker of anticipation in his eyes was impossible to conceal. His body trembled with excitement. If this poem could bear his name, he would willingly sacrifice his life for it. However, a modicum of tact was still necessary. He pursued knowledge to cultivate himself, govern the nation, and bring peace to the world, yet deep down, he yearned for a lasting legacy. Otherwise, why would he remain untainted? Was it not his hope that after his demise, people would recall the integrity associated with his name, Fu Yuheng? Happy Valentine's Day. Alas, my younger sister could only write in solitude. Chapter 176. A noble son from a humble background. The position of the scholar was well suited for him. Lin Yi stated earnestly. Fu Yuheng wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, nodding fervently. Good, good. Trembling hands received the poem scroll with solemnity, and he gazed deeply at Lin Yi, as if wishing to engrave him in the depths of his memory. With a grave expression, he extended the gesture of friendship, saying, If Scholar Lin does not mind, let us become lifelong friends. That is precisely my intention, Lin Yi reciprocated with a light-hearted smile. It is an honor for me. Ha ha. Splendid. Fu Yuheng patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Observing the snowy landscape outside the Wangyue Pavilion, he remarked, having spent so many years in Nanxiang Prefecture, through the harsh winters and scorching summers, this is the first time I find this snowy scene truly beautiful. With a young friend like you in Nanxiang Prefecture, I am reluctant to leave. He no longer referred to himself as the old man, but rather as I, a detail that underscored his acknowledgement of Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled gently. The journey of life is long, and we shall have the opportunity to meet again. When you depart, we will raise a glass together. Indeed. Fu Yuheng's eyes sparkled. I eagerly anticipate our reunion in the capital. Within the Wangyue Pavilion, a sour atmosphere lingered. Scholars from good families were eager to. By the way, Fu Yuheng suddenly recalled something. You mentioned earlier that you had a matter to report to me. I wonder what it is. Lin Yi's smile faded. His expression grew grave, and his gaze fell upon Su Tang and the commissioner Su Nanfeng in the pavilion. His eyes were sharp, bearing a hint of aggression. Presumptuous. Su Nanfeng, whose attention was already on Lin Yi, erupted with anger upon receiving such a glance from him. As a scholar of Nanxiang Prefecture, you may disregard the proper greeting to me, yet you dare to target me with your gaze. What is your intention? Is there no semblance of decorum? Su Nanfeng had not attended the banquet the previous night, and was unaware of the special token Lin Yi possessed. Su Tang tugged at Su Nanfeng's sleeve. Why are you pulling my clothes? Are you going to defend this lad? Su Nanfeng glared at Su Tang, saying, Are you afraid of him simply because he has formed a connection with Scholar Fu? He shows no respect for his elders, tarnishing the reputation of scholars. I suggest we revoke Lin Yi's qualification for the provincial examination as a warning to others. Su Nanfeng sought guidance from the newly appointed scholar Fu Qinglu. Huh. Lin Yi observed Su Nanfeng with a cold smile. I wonder how long you can continue to revel in your arrogance. Fu Qinglu, who already harbored envy toward Lin Yi for gifting the poem from Mingzhou to Fu Yuheng, scolded. You dare to speak so boldly, as a scholar. Silence. Lin Yi saw through Fu Qinglu's character and offered no respect, declaring, You are not yet the scholar of Nanxiang Prefecture. Do you have the right to reprimand me here? With Lin Yi's words, Su Tang, Su Nanfeng, and the gathered scholars were left stunned. Why you? Fu Qinglu's face turned crimson with rage, his chest heaving as he glared at Lin Yi. What is it to me? Save your anger for another day. Lin Yi was not one to adhere to conventional norms. He held a deep-seated disdain for such disgraceful figures among scholars. He had his own moral compass, constantly measuring the world around him. At this moment, Lin Yi turned to Fu Yuheng and earnestly clasped his fists, saying, I have a friend, a scholar of Nanxiang Prefecture, who has had his qualification for the provincial examination revoked by Commissioner Su Nanfeng. I seek justice for my friend and hope the esteemed scholar can afford a moment longer to right this wrong. Su Tang and Su Nanfeng were taken aback. The image of Wei Zhongjuan flashed in their minds, and their brows furrowed. Is this the case? Revoking a scholar's qualification for the provincial examination must ultimately be approved by me, yet I have received no such document. Fu Yuhing's gaze sharpened as he turned to Commissioner Su Nanfeng. Commissioner Su, is this true? Yes. Su Nanfeng nodded, adopting a serious demeanor. Recently, someone accused Wei Zhongjuan of attempted murder. Upon investigation, the accusation was found to be true. I initially intended to impose a severe penalty, but considering that someone pleaded for him, I merely revoked his qualification for the provincial examination. Utter nonsense. Just then, over a dozen youths clad in thin winter clothing arrived at the Wangyue Pavilion. Among them was Wei Zhongjuan, whose face was swollen on one side. He glared at Commissioner Su, exclaiming, "What do you mean by attempted murder? It was Su Tang who assaulted me first, insulted me, and imprisoned me in the Su Manor dungeon, employing torture against me. Yet you, Commissioner Su, indiscriminately revoked my qualification." Wei Zhongjuan cried out in grievance. The youths beside him comforted his emotions. They were all scholars from ordinary backgrounds who had grown up together, sharing a deep bond. The people in the pavilion began to murmur amongst themselves. Su Tang's handsome face now bore a dark expression, his eyes seeming to burn with fury as they fixed on Wei Zhongjuan. "Aunt, how dare he expose him?" After arriving outside the pavilion, Wei Zhongjuan and the youths bowed in unison, greeting Fu Yuhing. "We students pay our respects to the esteemed scholar." Fu Yuhing felt a pang of empathy for these scholars from ordinary families, saying, "In this bitter cold, you are dressed so lightly, though talent can ward off the chill. With the provincial examination approaching, do not squander your abilities. You should return home." He had refrained from inviting these individuals to his banquet, lest they incur unnecessary expenses. Now, as he prepared to depart, he was deeply moved by their spontaneous visit. The difficulty of rising from humble beginnings weighed heavily on his heart. Yet he fervently wished that such noble individuals might emerge from humble roots. For only those who have endured life's hardships can truly empathize with the struggles of the common folk. "We wish to send our teacher off," they said. "However, we have no extravagant gifts to offer. These eggs are from our mother hen. Respecting teachers is a cherished virtue in our Daoist tradition. Although you have never directly taught us, you have always paved the way for our cultivation. Please accept these eggs." One by one, the youths presented baskets containing eggs to Fu Yuhing. In that moment, Fu Yuhing looked into the earnest eyes of these impoverished youths, overwhelmed with emotion as tears welled in his eyes. Good children, good children." Fu Yuhing accepted the baskets as if they were treasures, nodding, "Your intentions have been received, and I bid you farewell today. As I take my leave, kindly forgive me for not presenting you with a precious gift. I can only offer you a parting saying. If you strive diligently, even rotting wood can be shaped. If you persist, metal and stone can be carved. Work hard, children, for you are the future of Daoist." Fu Yuhing extended his hand, gently tousling the heads of the youths one by one, his expression filled with encouragement. Lin Yi stood nearby, his eyes slightly reddened. He recalled the scene of parting from his teacher during the Gaokao in his past life. With his classmates seated at their desks, a note on the blackboard reading an indefinite leave of absence. That day, they had wept bitterly, feeling the profound pain of separation for the first time. This departure could very well mark a lifetime of separation. Suddenly, Fu Yuhing raised his head sharply, addressing Commissioner Su. "Su Nanfeng, who granted you the authority to revoke the qualifications of a scholar for the provincial examination? Su Tang, do you realize your crime?" Fu Yuhing's voice boomed like thunder. In the distance, the bamboo grove shed flakes of snow, startling the birds and beasts. The younger sister typed slowly but would never be absent. In Chapter 177, The Return of the Veteran, Part 1, Su Nanfei and Su Tong, whose names were called by Fu Yuhing, felt a chilling sensation rush to their heads. Wei Zhongjuan's eyes were red, wiping away tears. Resembling a child who had just reported to the teacher and felt particularly wronged. The other youths clenched their fists, evidently having been bullied frequently. After a moment of astonishment, Su Nanfei gradually regained his composure and solemnly declared, "Esteemed scholar, it was the Holy Academy that granted me authority. Wei Zhongjuan intentionally harmed me, nearly taking Su Tong's life, and I was justified in punishing him." Su Tong echoed with anguish, "Esteemed scholar, I initially believed you to be truly incorruptible, yet unexpectedly. For the sake of a poem from Mingzhou, you immediately turned truth into falsehood. What crime have I, Su Tong, committed? Is it permissible for Wei Zhongjuan to inflict harm while I am denied the right to retaliate? Must those of humble origins always be pitted? Have you considered the feelings of those from noble families? I am also a human being. When I am harmed, am I not entitled to defend myself?" Su Tong directly questioned Fu Yuhing. This discourse immediately resonated profoundly among the scholars present, who felt Su Tong's words were remarkable. Is it justifiable for those of lowly birth? Standing in the pavilion, Su Nanfei and Su Tong exhibited no signs of fear. Liao Qingliu's eyes sparkled with admiration for Su Tong. Well spoken. Everything must adhere to principles of justice. Why should his weakness grant him justification? Lin Yi furrowed his brows. Very well, Fu Yuheng repeatedly affirmed. His expression filled with anger. Wei Zhongjuan has already claimed that you, Su Tong, insulted and assaulted him first. What has he done that warrants your abuse of power? Unlawful confinement, and then a counterattack? Do you truly believe I cannot discern right from wrong? Wei Zhongjuan gazed at the supportive figure of scholar Fu Yuheng, tears blurring his vision, his shoulders trembling as he murmured, Teacher, oh, do not cry, child, I am here. Fu Yuheng shielded Wei Zhongjuan behind him and coldly glared at Su Nanfei and Su Tong. Do you have anything more to say? Su Tong sighed, his expression somber. To fabricate charges, what need is there for excuses? Why does the esteemed scholar not inquire into why I struck him, insulted him? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. Is there a twist? Wei Zhongjuan, with a flushed face, retorted, Why? In broad daylight, you toyed with my childhood friend, Xiaolan. When I told you to stop, you did not heed me. I scolded you a few times, but you assaulted me and humiliated me in return. I could not bear it, and thus retaliated. Su Tong scoffed, turning to Fu Yuheng. Esteemed scholar, have you understood? He insulted me first, prompting my response. However, he later sought revenge, leaving me no choice but to bring him to the Su residence to clarify matters. This is the entirety of the events. I ask you, esteemed scholar, what crime have I committed? Su Tong spread his hands, expressing his innocence. Fu Yuheng reprimanded, though he insulted you first. Your actions towards his childhood friend are the root cause of this incident. He was justified in his scorn. As a scholar, to toy with a respectable family in broad daylight, do you have no sense of shame? Are you not even human? Esteemed scholar, Su Tong exclaimed loudly, do not wrongfully accuse me. His childhood friend, Xiaolan? Ask her if she is indeed Wei Zhongjuan's childhood companion. Xiaolan. Su Tong called toward the direction of his luxurious carriage. Wei Zhongjuan claims you are his childhood friend. Please step forward and clarify this to the esteemed scholar. Fu Yuheng paused momentarily. Wei Zhongjuan watched as a stunning woman, dressed in a mink coat and adorned with exquisite makeup, descended from the carriage. She held a small heater in her delicate hands and approached Su Tong affectionately, her eyes filled with tenderness. Buzz. Xiaolan. Wei Zhongjuan stared blankly as the woman passed by him, her gaze never lingering on him for even a second. His heart felt as if it were being torn apart. Lin Yi took a deep breath. No matter how profound the feelings, they ultimately could not withstand the onslaught of wealth and materialism. The woman Wei Zhongjuan deeply loved had ultimately chosen to embrace Su Tong. Fu Yuheng fell silent. He recognized that from a standpoint of justice, Wei Zhongjuan had lost his opportunity for redemption. Unless he insisted on restoring Wei Zhongjuan's qualifications for the provincial examination, there would be no chance for him to rise again. Xiaolan, are you cold? Su Tong gently grasped the woman's delicate hand, his face filled with concern. I am not cold. With you here, I feel nothing but warmth in my world. The woman's shoulder leaned against Su Tong's chest, a look of enjoyment spreading across her face. Thud. Wei Zhongjuan collapsed into the snow, his expression one of anguish, his mind a blank slate. Su Tong wrapped his arms around the woman's waist. Turning to Fu Yuheng, esteemed scholar, do I need to say more? Xiaolan is my fiancé. Wei Zhongjuan is merely a frog wishing to eat swan meat. Fantasizing that Xiaolan is his childhood friend. Though Xiaolan may not be from a noble family, she hails from a merchant household. Would she deign to consider someone like Wei Zhongjuan, who is burdened with a crippled father, who would willingly marry into such a family and suffer? Fu Yuheng remained silent, bending down to assist Wei Zhongjuan to his feet, whispering, Child, be strong. Teacher, I do not fantasize that Xiaolan is truly my childhood friend. That day we rode on the lake. Before Wei Zhongjuan could finish, the woman interjected, Be quiet. I, Xiaolan, would not row on the lake even with a pig. Do not be so self-indulgent. Just because I spoke to you does not mean I have feelings for you. Take a good look in the mirror. With your background, only a blind person would be interested in you. I am young mistress of the esteemed Su family. Please do not mention me again, as it tarnishes my reputation. Otherwise, I shall report you to the esteemed scholar. Buzz. Wei Zhongjuan's face turned pale, clutching his chest, feeling as if his heart were being crushed. A wave of numbness spread throughout his body, making even breathing painful. No, I do not believe it, Wei Zhongjuan swayed. On the verge of collapse, Lin Yi walked over through the snow, looking at Wei Zhongjuan, admonishing, Pull yourself together. Do you truly think a woman is worth your tears? especially in front of the esteemed scholar and so many friends? There are countless flowers in the world. Remember that her abandoning you is her greatest loss. You, Wei Zhongjuan, are destined to inherit your father's legacy, to become a stalwart man of Daoist, a general defending the borders. Lin Yi grasped Wei Zhongjuan's shoulders, delivering a firm exhortation. Act like a man. Do not bring shame to your father. A glimmer of resolve returned to Wei Zhongjuan's eyes as he looked at Lin Yi, sorrowfully stating, I cannot. Suddenly, a low rumble echoed through the earth, followed by a growing tremor. It felt as if thousands of horses were galloping toward them. A formidable pressure gradually approaching, as snow and wind swirled in the distance. Chapter 178, The Return of the Veteran, Part 2. What is happening? An avalanche? The sudden commotion caused the scholars inside and outside the Wangyue Pavilion to change countenance in unison. The horses outside, dozens of fine steeds, reared their front legs and neighed, becoming restless. They are coming. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his heart racing with excitement. He had yet to witness the valor of Daoist soldiers, particularly the seasoned veterans who had contributed greatly to the state. Liao Qingliu rose to his feet, sensing the vibrations, then turned to Su Nanfei, inquiring, Does Nanxiang Prefecture have a horse farm? No. Su Nanfei shook his head, his expression grave. He too felt it. It was the sound of galloping war horses. And there were numerous, at least hundreds. What on earth is happening? Why are so many horses gathering? Liao Qingliu frowned. Could it be to send off Scholar Fu Yuheng? Impossible. Wei Zhongjuan felt utterly despondent, his gaze fixated on Xiao Lan and Su Tang entwined in affection. His heart bled. He was consumed by hatred for his own mediocrity, for being inferior to Su Tang, who possessed an illustrious lineage and yet could not hold onto the woman he cherished. Father, why must you be so ordinary? You urged me to pursue scholarly achievements, to be loyal to the people, to become the war god of Daoist. Yet, why did you not take those steps yourself? Why must I bear this burden? The resentment in Wei Zhongjuan's eyes was palpable as he glared at Shi Lan, internally vowing, One day, I shall show you, Shi Lan, that despite lacking a noble heritage, I, Wei Zhongjuan, can rise from humble beginnings to the pinnacle of this world. I am not worthless. I shall ascend step by step, and I will become a great general. Outside Wangyue Pavilion, Wei Wuди and more than a dozen retired generals from Nanchang, clad in armor and mounted on steeds, galloped towards the pavilion. Behind them trailed hundreds of dragon guards on swift horses. Old comrades, we have concealed our identities for so many years. It is surprising that even as we approach the end of our days, we can don our battle armor once more. What do you say we should do? Lord Yin remarked, His Highness wishes to witness our former valor. Today, we shall demonstrate that even in our advanced years, we can still confront gods and demons alike. Though we have distanced ourselves from the military and the court, our children have suffered over the years. Today, we will reveal our true selves to them, showing that we are not relics of the past, but proud warriors of Daoist, deserving of our emperor and ancestors. Let us allow the scholars of Nanchang to witness the grandeur of the old generals. As they drew nearer, a powerful aura emanated from the veterans, scattering the languid clouds. The earth trembled beneath the thunderous gallop of their horses. The formation advanced towards Wangyue Pavilion with a might that could shake mountains. Behind the veterans, the dragon guards, donned in their ceremonial attire, watched with tears of pride as the old generals displayed their indomitable spirit. Though aged, they still exuded an overwhelming presence. For they were the war gods of Daoist, returning at last. Wei Wudi struggled to maintain his balance on horseback, yet his spirit soared. After 2 decades of seclusion, the fire of his youth still burned bright. Today, with their prince calling upon them to showcase their might, there could be no hint of slackness. Though His Highness now walks among the people, unaware of his true identity, his deeds already reflect the vigor of our emperor in his youth. Deep within, he loves the people of Daoist. I have no regrets in serving Daoist in this life. I will be a part of it in my next life as well. Meanwhile, outside Wangyue Pavilion, Lin Yi treaded through the snow towards an expansive view. Grandfather? Li Wenbo followed closely. Lin Yi's heart surged with emotion, harboring profound respect for the soldiers who dedicated their lives to the nation, sacrificing their youth without regret, forging an indomitable military spirit to safeguard the land. He turned to Wei Zhongjuan and the group of impoverished youths, smiling as he asked, Do you wish to witness the return of the esteemed old generals of Daoist? They have spent their lives defending the borders, accumulating countless achievements. Yet the world rarely sees them, and even their closest kin remain unaware of their sacrifices for this nation. We must remember their valor. Today, let us witness the triumphant return of the old generals of Daoist. The descendants of those old generals exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with determination. Yes, yes. The youths hurried after Lin Yi, climbing towards the heights. Lin Yi smiled, then turned to Wei Zhongjuan, saying, "Aren't you ashamed of your lineage? You should be grateful to be the son of Wei Wuti rather than anyone else. Observe closely what it means to be a true man, and what a man ought to do." Lin Yi exchanged a glance with Li Wenbo, who lifted Wei Zhongjuan effortlessly. This location provided an unobstructed view of the path the generals would take, and a palpable energy approached from the distance. In the pavilion, the newly appointed scholar Liao Qinglu furrowed his brow, his thoughts becoming chaotic as if some force was suppressing his literary spirit. Su Nanfeng, along with Su Tong and Shi Lan, watched Lin Yi and the group of destitute scholars with confusion. What old generals? When did Nanchang have old generals? Fu Yuheng sensed something amiss, particularly with Lin Yi's words to Wei Zhongjuan, which seemed laden with deeper meaning. He too approached, feeling an inexplicable heat rise within him as he recalled the former glory of the old generals. At that moment, Wei Wuti and his old comrades, clad in battle-worn armor and riding steeds, appeared before Lin Yi and the young men, charging forth with an overwhelming presence. Wei Wuti, wearing a helmet and battle armor, with his white hair and beard, held his sword poised for action, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance, a stark contrast to the humble scholar he once was. This was the true visage of Wei Wuti. His fellow generals mirrored his vigor, their spirits rekindled as if they had returned to their youth. The youths were entranced, fists clenched, their hearts swelling with pride. This is how a Diyin man should be. Dad. In that moment, Wei Zhongjuan, who had been lost in thought, suddenly froze upon seeing the foremost general, who bore a striking resemblance to his father. His mind went blank. The old general, though with only one good leg, sat tall upon his horse, exuding the aura of an invincible war god. His blade seemed capable of rending the heavens. You lament your humble origins? To be the son of Wei Wuti is a tremendous honor. Stand tall, do not disgrace your father. You, Wei Zhongjuan, are destined to inherit your father's legacy and become a formidable general of Diyin, safeguarding our lands. Wei Zhongjuan's mind raced with Lin Yi's words, his body trembling with emotion. He recalled his father's teachings and reflected on his grievances and misunderstandings. In that moment, all that remained was regret and self-reproach. Father! With a heart-wrenching cry, Wei Zhongjuan knelt down, overwhelmed by sorrow. In that instant, the sight of Wei Zhongjuan kneeling and calling out to his father stunned Su Tong. A smile crept onto his face as he took the hand of the beautiful woman and approached Wei Zhongjuan and the others. Your useless father has come this far. How remarkable! With a cold smile, Su Tong glanced towards the direction Lin Yi was observing, his heart sinking as he froze in disbelief, uncontrollable tremors coursing through him, beads of sweat forming on his brow. No, it cannot be. The beautiful woman, Shi Lan, gasped in astonishment, her enchanting eyes wide with disbelief. It is him. He is the one who leans on a cane and always calls me Miss Lan, the father of Wei Zhongjuan. No, he was just a poor tutor. How could he be clad in armor and radiate such an imposing presence? Su Nanfeng approached, joined by Liao Qinglu, Fu Yuheng, and many other distinguished scholars, all witnessing the hundreds of galloping steeds and the overwhelming aura of battle. The Northern Defense Army. It is the Diyin Northern Defense Army. The two esteemed academicians from the Holy Court instantly recognized the armor worn by Wei Wuti and his companions as belonging to the Beijun of Diyin. The Beijun, renowned as the Royal Army of Diyin, stands sentinel over the northern frontier, defending against the barbaric entities of the north and safeguarding the lives of countless beings in Diyin, having never suffered a defeat. Without them, humanity would lack a haven for survival. Without them, tranquility in Diyin would be unattainable. They are the very backbone of Diyin and the indomitable lions of the court. Grandfather! A young lad suddenly spotted a familiar visage and exclaimed, "It's our grandfather. He is here too. Dad! Dad!" Another youth recognized his father, his eyes welling with tears. "It's my father, and Uncle Lu is here too. I see him. Dad! Isn't he a blacksmith? He can't even ride a horse. How could he? My father listens to my mother at home, with no backbone. How could he be donned in battle armor, riding a war steed?" The more than a dozen youths were utterly astounded by the scene before them. The image of their not-so-tall, gentle-eyed father, who was always tender, now revealed a side of iron and blood. The aura emanating from him, the palpable killing intent, and the piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, could surely terrify even the faint-hearted. Is this the venerable general of Diyin? Lin Yi felt particularly exhilarated. He had not anticipated that the commander of the Long Wei, Yin Shuangwu, would indeed bring his suggestion to fruition in a single night. Moreover, He was fortunate to witness the grandeur of the old generals of Dian. Just the presence of these seasoned warriors, even without the cultivation of literary prowess, could cause the spirits of the malevolent to scatter in fear. The power of their aura was overwhelming. Lin Yi felt that his own righteous spirit paled in comparison to this formidable presence. "Old fellows, can you see our descendants?" One of them bellowed. "These cowards. Back in my day, I was poor and became a horseman by sheer chance, yet I was favored by a general for having a heart for literary pursuits. Even we were just rough men, barely able to read. But once we had the heart for literature, practicing swordsmanship was as easy as slaughtering those vile beings. Our time has passed. The future belongs to them. Today is our last time donning armor. May Yan's mountains and rivers remain peaceful. Look, the princes stand with our sons. These cowards truly have no idea how fortunate they are. That is because the prince is benevolent and cannot bear to see our descendants remain so cowardly. Remember, Lord Yin said not to reveal the prince's identity." The old generals and hundreds of Long Wei swiftly approached the Wangyue pavilion, their aura unparalleled. The very earth trembled beneath them, melting the thick snow surrounding them. The 10 or so armored veterans, along with their steaming steeds, stood like mountains, their sharp eyes fixed on Liao Qinglu, Fu Yuheng, and others. Ultimately, their gaze fell upon Lin Yi and their descendants. "Sheathe your blades." With a clang, Wei Wuti commanded, and all the old generals collectively sheathed their swords, causing the scholarly onlookers to tremble in awe. "Dad! Grandfather! Dad!" The impoverished youths knelt in the snow, their expressions a mix of excitement and admiration, their eyes fervently gazing at their fathers. "Stop crying like a bunch of wretches. Stand up." Wei Wuti scolded fiercely. The youths shuddered and quickly stood up, looking towards their fathers. "Humph! You little brats, how pathetic. Still calling yourselves scholars? But there is still hope for you. Now you see, your father is not as cowardly as you thought. We don't want to trouble his majesty. But you lot are far worse than your uncle and I were at your age." The old generals, mounted on their steeds, looked down at their descendants, tapping the backs of their swords against them. They chided them for focusing solely on academic pursuits without honing their physical abilities, warning that they might not even stand straight in the future. The youths' faces flushed red, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. "Why are you still kneeling?" Wei Wuti observed Wei Zhongjuan, who remained on his knees, his expression calm. "Did we disappoint you, Dad, get up. I'm not angry with you. From now on, don't act like a coward. Stand tall, understand?" Wei Wuti gazed down at Wei Zhongjuan, saying, "Study hard. Today, we don armor with the brothers to encourage you for your upcoming provincial examination. This is a crucial moment in your life. Remember, behind you stand us old bones. And behind us stands His Majesty, the court, and the Bei Jun. What do noble families mean? Your father's sword has severed the heads of countless noble clan heads in the northern frontier." As he spoke, Wei Wuti glanced at Lin Yi and then back at Wei Zhongjuan. "Pass the examination, don't enter the holy court. Join the court, understood?" Wei Zhongjuan nodded earnestly, suppressing his tears, and replied, "Understood." Afterward, Wei Wuti tugged at the reins and approached the academic supervisor Su Nanfeng and Su Tong. Casting a glance at the striking young woman Shilan promptly bowed and greeted, "Uncle Wei, do we know each other?" Wei Wuti regarded Shilan with indifference, causing her complexion to pale and her spark to dim. Academic supervisor Su Nanfeng, noble family Su Tong? Wei Wuti unsheathed his battle blade, pressing the tip against Su Tong's forehead, his voice icy. "Is my son someone you can insult? How brazen of you to kidnap my son and nearly beat him to death, and then let your uncle strip him of his examination qualifications, ruining his future. Kneel." With a light reprimand, Su Tong, already petrified with fear, collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with dread, trembling uncontrollably. Where was the demeanor of a private tutor in this? Lin Yi stared at Wei Wuti, his heart stirring with a mix of admiration and excitement. This, indeed, was the aura and resolve of a seasoned general. He understood that Wei Zhongjuan's qualification for the provincial examination was virtually assured, in the face of absolute power and status. Everything else seemed trivial. "Don't kneel, Su Tong." Academic supervisor Su Nanfeng barked. "They are but remnants of old soldiers. What is there to fear? Do they dare to lay a hand on us?" As Su Nanfeng raised his gaze to Wei Wuti, he initially felt intense fear, but upon regaining composure, he thought it was nothing. After all, they were merely old soldiers. That aura might suppress their literary prowess, but in close combat, they might not be a match for them. But who stood behind them? It was the saint of the National Holy Court. It was the sub-saint Kong Zhongzi. In the end, they, the scholars, were the ones who should be fearless. Remnants of old soldiers? Wei Wuti, seated atop his horse, held the reins with his left hand and the battle knife with his right. looking at Su Nanfeng with a smirk. A scholar of the 5th rank in moral cultivation? Your actions truly reflect your morals. Did you strip my son of his provincial examination qualifications? It was me. I regret not having extinguished your literary spirit sooner. Su Nanfeng shook his head, feeling a pang of regret. Wei Zhongjuan's father, a veteran of the Beijun, could potentially rise above the Su family in the future. Haha. Wei Wuti chuckled, his gaze then sharpening as he skillfully flipped his battle knife and aimed it at Su Nanfeng. You dare? Su Nanfeng exclaimed in shock, utterly unprepared for Wei Wuti's sudden assault. Fear and anger surged within him as he hurriedly activated his energy to defend himself. But in the face of the old general's overwhelming aura, he realized how slow his powers were to mobilize. Puff! Ow! Su Nanfei emitted a heart-wrenching scream as both of his arms were brutally severed, blood gushing forth. The sight sent a wave of terror through the gathered scholars. Who could not fathom such a gruesome scene, especially from someone of the 5th-rank deeds realm, a Ti Shueshi? Uncle! Su Tang cried out in fear, his face paling, his body trembling uncontrollably as he sensed the scent of death in the air. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Would Wei Wuti's assault on a member of the Holy Academy bring trouble to the court, particularly for the Longwei Du Zhihui Shi, who might bear the brunt of the responsibility? Even he, as the proposer of the entire suggestion, would likely be implicated. Lin Yi felt as though he might shatter under the pressure. Audacious. An old general who has been crippled dares to violate the law with his martial prowess, unjustly harming our Ti Shueshi. Shuezheng Liao Qinglu raged, his words carrying the weight of law. Surrender immediately. Clang. The weapon flew from his grasp, embedding itself in the snow. Simultaneously, the reins of the horse transformed as if imbued with life, ensnaring Wei Wuti and binding him. Old Wei. Whoosh. The other veteran generals charged forward, surrounding Liao Qinglu. The 4th-rank Junzi realm still possessed some capability. Unfazed, Wei Wuti retained his imposing presence even while restrained by the reins. Severing Su Nanfei's arms does not infringe upon your holy academy, does it? Liao Shuezheng's countenance darkened as he replied. Infringing upon the law with martial prowess? Even if you are a general of the Northern Army, you must still pay the price. So, it is a matter of consequence for wrongdoing? Wei Wuti feigned a sudden realization. Indeed. Unfortunately, we possess evidence of Su Nanfei's crimes since his appointment as the Ti Shueshi of Nanxiangfu. Wei Wuti called out to Long San outside the pavilion. Lord Long, if you do not come forth soon, this old bone of mine may very well meet its end at the hands of these hypocrites. Liao Qinglu furrowed his brow. Su Nanfei, who had been crying out in agony, suddenly ceased his wails and turned to look at Long San. Yes, the evidence against Su Nanfei has already been presented to His Majesty, who has received the return receipt from the Zhen Guosheng Yuan, declaring that Su Nanfei, who disrupts the law with his writings, shall be executed without mercy. Long San approached, a thick volume of evidence in hand, casting a cold glance at Su Nanfei. How dare the Longwei investigate me, a scholar of the Holy Academy? Su Nanfei shouted hysterically, pleading with Liao Qinglu. Lord Shuezheng, save me. Fu Shuezheng, still the Shuezheng of Nanxiangfu, was urged to take a look. Long San handed the evidence to Fu Yuheng, who began to peruse it. His expression grew increasingly grim. His jaw clenched tightly, trembling in rage at the numerous charges laid against Su Nanfei. It is over. Su Nanfei's body weakened, collapsing onto the ground. Receiving exorbitant bribes. 17 cases of examination fraud in the provincial exams. Leakage of examination questions. Indecent conduct, maintaining 7 young concubines. Establishing lavish feasts of wine and meat. Indulging in excess. Bang. Fu Yuheng slammed the evidence shut, glaring at the dazed Su Nanfei, gritting his teeth. Any one of these charges is enough to warrant your execution. Your death is not to be mourned. Moreover, you have overstepped your authority as Shuezheng, unjustly depriving Wei Zhongjuan of his qualifications for the provincial examination. You deserve death. Su Nanfei was terrified, never expecting the investigative prowess of the Longwei to be so formidable, and hastily begged for mercy. Lord Shuezheng. Pooh. Before Su Nanfei could finish, Wei Wuti thrust his right leg into the ground, the battle blade soaring through the air, piercing directly through Su Nanfei's chest. Ugh. Su Nanfei glanced down at the blade, then raised his gaze to Wei Wuti, a look of unwillingness in his eyes as he fell lifelessly. Outside the pavilion, the scholars, who had prided themselves on their identities as disciples of the Holy Academy, were left utterly dumbfounded. The 5th-rank Ti Shueshi was slain without hesitation. The psychological impact on them was overwhelmingly profound. Lin Yi, however, appeared remarkably calm at this moment. It was no wonder Wei Wuti dared to act. It seemed the Longwei Du Zhihui sure had already completed the entire procedure. What a clever maneuver. This served as a stern warning to these scholars. No matter who you are, disrupting the law with written words constitutes a crime. And the Da Yin has its own laws for punishment. Uncle. Su Tong was horrified, a large wet stain appearing in his pants, a pungent odor wafting through the air, causing the beautiful woman beside him, Shilan, to distance herself in disdain. This esteemed Ti Shueshi, we are resolving an issue of lawlessness in the name of the emperor. Do you wish to defy the law? Wei Wuti turned to Liao Qinglu, who blushed, coldly snorting, disperse. Instantly, the reins that had bound Wei Wuti, infused with the power of the literary path, returned to their original state. That's more like it. Wei Wuti turned to Su Tong, asking, Now, Su Tong, how do you propose we deal with you? The younger generation recognizes their mistakes. I apologize to Brother Wei. I will bow to you. Su Tong wept profusely, prostrating before Wei Zhongjuan, saying, Brother Wei, I know I was wrong. Please, have mercy, and let me go. Shilan, that wretched woman actively seduced me. I have no feelings for her, merely treating her as a plaything. Now, I offer her to you. She is skilled, and will please you well. Brother Wei, I am willing to compensate you. How about 50,000 taels of silver? Su Tong was truly terrified, desperate to have Wei Wuti spare him, willing to forsake all dignity. The more one possesses, the more one fears death. The onlookers regarded Su Tong, who was making a fool of himself, with disdainful shakes of their heads. Shilan's face flushed with anger, tears streaming down her cheeks. With gritted teeth, she lunged at Su Tong, drawing a small knife from her bosom and plunging it into his chest. I knew you were deceiving me. Let us die together. Vile woman. Su Tong forcefully pushed Shilan away, pulling out the knife, but blood continued to gush forth, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His consciousness began to fade. I am unwilling. I am a Wei Wuti sat upon his steed, bending forward to lift his battle blade, gently wiping it against his leg. He turned to Fu Yuheng, clasping his hands in salute, and inquired, Esteemed scholar, it is indeed true that our son Wei Zhongjuan has been wronged, is it not? As for the qualifications for the provincial examination, Fu Yuheng returned the gesture and assured him, Rest assured, General Wei, I will handle everything before my departure. Wei Wuti, though devoid of the heart for literary pursuits, retained his commanding presence. He then glanced at Liao Qinglu and spoke calmly. Today, we veterans have come to bid farewell to Scholar Fu Yuheng and to observe our young ones. Furthermore, our hearts are heavy with indignation. Thus, we have resolved to eliminate 2 nefarious scholars. Now, our spirits are much lighter. We old bones will remain in Nanxiang Prefecture, and you, the new scholar, must diligently fulfill your duties, for we shall be watching. At this juncture, Wei Wuti asked, Do you have any objections? Liao Qinglu, about to voice his thoughts, was interrupted as Wei Wuti nodded. If there are no objections, then all is well. With that, he patted the horse's back. The steed, seemingly understanding, trotted towards the official road leading into the city, providing no opportunity for Liao Qinglu to speak. The more than 10 elderly generals behind him scolded their ineffectual descendants before following suit. Hundreds of cavalry from the Longwei acted as a protective escort, their aura formidable. The scholars felt an immense pressure, daring not to utter a word. Sir, what a tremendous release, what exhilarating satisfaction. Truly, it is magnificent, exclaimed Li Wenba, leaping with excitement beside them. Shall we also venture into the military for training in the future? That would require the opportunity, Lin Yi replied with a light laugh, a glimmer of ambition igniting in his eyes. If the Northern Army were to submit to the court, he would surely seize the chance to observe. Wei Zhongjuan and the other youths no longer wept like children. Their hearts surged with fervor, yearning for the battlefield lives of their forebears. Such vitality had transformed them. As descendants of heroes, they ought to embody this spirit. Lin Yi noticed the change in Wei Zhongjuan and the others. Realizing the efforts of the Longwei had not been in vain, he understood that Yin Shuangwu, the commanding officer of the Longwei, accepted his suggestion out of gratitude for the old general's contributions to Daoist, wishing to aid their descendants and ensure that the veterans would not fade into obscurity in their twilight years. The court cared for the people, and this emperor of Daoist possessed a benevolent heart. The difficulties of pursuing my grand aspirations within the court are far less than those in the sacred academy. Lin Yi held his own judgments. He glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground, a wave of emotion washing over him. See, good and evil will ultimately be rewarded, and the heavens will not spare anyone. But this world surely harbors many injustices. Will the day of universal peace ever arrive? Brother Liao, please add Wei Zhongjuan's name to the scholar roster of Nanxiang Prefecture. Fu Yuheng approached Liao Qinglu. Wei Zhongjuan lifted his gaze, watching the departing old generals, his eyes reddening once more. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the capital of Nanxiang Prefecture. The Dian Longwei welcomes the return of the esteemed generals. Lin Yi turned sharply, his heart swelling with emotion, and could not help but proclaim, "A true man embraces the extraordinary talents of the world. How can he languish in obscurity beneath the mountains and rivers? A good son born of heaven and earth has but a few decades to live. Why not make a name across the seas?" The eyes of the descendants of the 10 or so old generals sparkled like stars, a seed of ambition taking root in their hearts. The scholars gazed towards the capital, their fists clenching involuntarily. "Well said, my young friend. Well said." Fu Yuheng, moved by Lin Yi's sentiments, trembled with excitement. This resonated deeply with his own ideals of learning and cultivation. Liao Qinglu cast a profound glance at Lin Yi. Recognizing him as no ordinary scholar, he resolved to investigate his background thoroughly upon returning to the supervisory academy. Fu Yuheng inscribed Wei Zhongjuan's name onto the scholar roster of Nanxiang Prefecture before handing it to Liao Qinglu. He patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and turned to the descendants of the old generals, smiling gently. "I shall await you in the capital. Best of luck in the provincial examination. May your futures be bright. My young friend, I shall take this poem with me." Fu Yuheng cherished Lin Yi's poem deeply. It would secure his name in history. "May you travel safely, and we shall meet again in the capital, where we shall surely toast together," Lin Yi replied, clasping his hands in farewell. Fu Yuheng stroked his beard with a smile, and as he spoke, he invoked the divine arts of literature, leaving no trace as he vanished into the icy expanse. "Wenba, let us return and prepare wholeheartedly for the provincial examination." Lin Yi, seeing scholar Fu Yuheng depart, had no intention of lingering and took Li Wenba onto Long San's carriage, not even bidding farewell to the new scholar. Liao Qinglu watched Lin Yi and Li Wenba leave, his face darkening in anger. To disregard one's elders is utterly audacious. He would ensure the provincial examination taught them a lesson, lest they think of him as a mere figurehead. Meanwhile, not far from Wanyue Pavilion, within a bamboo forest, a semi-transparent azure figure emerged. It was the shadow spirit of the elderly man who accompanied Su Tong. This shadow spirit, capable of traversing the realm, revealed formidable power. The scholars of the Sacred Academy posed little threat, yet the armies of the Dian court were indeed the nemesis of my Daoist sect. Su Tong and Su Nen had perished. This matter must be reported to the sect leader. The azure figure, transformed from the old man, soared towards the capital of Nanxiang Prefecture. "Quickly, press that yellow button." Over 3,000 ratings, yet barely 800 comments? If we can reach 2,000 comments within these few days, my sister will release more chapters. Chapter 182, Sending the General Home. Outside the capital of Nanxiang Prefecture, in a small tea house, a gathering of people surrounded a tea table, whispering and pointing. At that table sat an elderly man in azure garments, maintaining a poised posture while holding tea, utterly motionless for half an hour. No one dared approach. The tea house owner and attendants turned pale as paper, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "What do we do, owner? It seems he has already passed away," one of the attendants stammered. "Should we report to the authorities?" The owner asked. "No, we cannot. If we report, we will have to compensate," the attendant replied. "Indeed, this old man's attire is lavish, clearly not from an ordinary household. If we involve the authorities, they may find his family and demand compensation from us. My meager savings would not suffice." The owner steeled himself, regaining composure, and hastily approached, dispersing the crowd. "Everyone, please leave. The tea house will close today. This elder has passed away here, and we shall honor him by taking his body to the funeral home. Such a good man." The patrons praised, willingly vacating their seats and settling their tea bills in advance. Who would find themselves in this predicament? "Thank you all for your understanding." The owner expressed his gratitude, then closed the tea house and instructed the attendants to carry the azure-clad elder away. "Why is he so heavy?" one attendant exclaimed as he hoisted the old man onto his back, feeling as though he were lifting a 180-pound weight. "Someone is moving my true body." At the same time, the azure figure soaring towards the capital of Nanxiang Prefecture felt a drastic shift in expression. The shadow spirit, when separated from the body, feared nothing more than the destruction of its true form. Should the true form perish, the shadow spirit could not remain in this world for long. It would ultimately face annihilation. Life is but a bitter sea. The body is the vessel, and the shadow spirit is the soul aboard. If the vessel is lost, even if one can swim, survival is fleeting, and one will eventually be engulfed by the bitter sea. The old man's shadow spirit, though separated, still felt the pulse of life within his body, merely maintaining a meditative posture. The azure figure's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as it swiftly made its way to the small tea house outside the capital. However, in the distance, the veteran and thousands of Long Wei gathered, exuding a fierce and masculine aura that appeared to him like a colossal furnace. Radiant and intensely hot in the realm of the Yin Shun. Even the Yin Shun felt a sense of impending doom upon approaching. He could only wait. Wait for the veteran and Long Wei to depart. They receded further and further away. Who could possibly have moved the old man's true body? The Yin Shun of the elderly figure was filled with urgency and fury. Despite possessing immense power, he dared not act recklessly at this moment, for it would lead to irretrievable ruin. The consumption of soul energy during the journey of the Yin Shun was tremendous. He could not afford to delay for too long. The elderly figure was consumed with anxiety, acutely aware that time was of the essence. He pondered, I have cultivated both the Tao of humanity and the Confucian path. My Yin Shun is imbued with talent. As long as there are no third-grade Confucian masters among the Long Wei, they will not discern the source of my Tao. If my Yin Shun lacks a return to the source, my physical body becomes nothing more than a walking corpse, and all my cultivation is rendered futile. I must act. Whoosh. The elderly figure dared not linger any longer. He could not afford to wait. Subsequently, he relied on his connection to his physical form, enduring the oppressive aura of the furnace-like atmosphere, and attempted to traverse through. At this moment, Long Wei commander Yin Shuangwu met with the veteran Wei Wuti and others. Wei Wuti's eyes were red, and he clasped his hands in salute, saying, Master Yin, this old man has lived a fulfilling life. That Su Nanfeng, who deprived our son of his examination qualifications, we shall slice him to pieces. How satisfying. That Su Tong was truly deserving of his fate, being stabbed to death by a woman. Otherwise, my war blade would have surely taken his head. Yin Shuangwu, sitting in the carriage, smiled at Wei Wuti and said, Some individuals, relying on their status as scholars and the backing of the Sacred Institute, have little regard for His Majesty and the court. They fail to realize that this realm belongs to His Majesty, to Daoist, and above all, to the common people. The Sacred Institute? In the future, it must also belong to Daoist. Su Nanfeng is guilty of numerous crimes. His death is no great loss. Whoosh. Yin Shuangwu suddenly raised his head, his expression tightening as he solemnly stated, Ahead lies the refuge for the common people. Yin Shun, do not pass. As his words fell, a surge of regulatory power swept forth, an invisible force trapping the Yin Shun of the elderly figure who was passing by. The three-grade Confucian elder was struck with terror, looking down to see his eyes nearly popping out. The Long Wei commander. A chill and despair filled the elderly figure's heart. Oh, it is you. Yin Shuangwu recognized the elderly figure as the one beside Su Tong. His eyes flashed like lightning as he studied the elderly figure, his expression darkening. Indeed, a Yin Shun out during the day cannot be up to any good. So it is from the Tao of humanity. Were it from the Tao of heaven, I might have allowed you to pass today, but since you are of the evil path, you shall not be spared. Yin Shuangwu raised his right hand, a flicker of golden energy flashing in his eyes, and he grasped at the air towards the elderly figure's Yin Shun. Ah! The Yin Shun of the elderly figure let out a wretched scream, followed by violent struggles as if ensnared by an invisible giant hand. To bind a Yin Shun with bare hands, you possess a trace of righteous energy. You are Yin Shuangwu, the Long Wei commander. The elderly figure screamed in despair. Why have you come to Nanxiang Prefecture? Why are you here? Ah! The Yin Shun of the elderly figure let out a tragic wail, then exploded into a void of nothingness. Why come to Nanxiang Prefecture? Yin Shuangwu continuously mulled over this question, sensing an unusual flavor, his brow slightly furrowing. Master Yin, Wei Wuti began but hesitated. He could not see what had transpired during Yin Shuangwu's actions, but from Wei Wuti's words, he understood that a Yin Shun from the Tao of humanity had passed through. The other veterans displayed expressions of reminiscence and hatred. The Tao of humanity, a remnant of the evil path that had spread chaos and suffering throughout the world, had unexpectedly appeared in Nanxiang Prefecture. Wherever they went, significant events were bound to unfold. Years ago, their only defeat in the northern border had been when the Tao of humanity allied with the northern demons. That was the battle that marked the end of their military careers. The evil path of the Tao of humanity. Yin Shuangwu smiled and reassured. The old general need not worry. They cannot stir up any trouble. Do not be overly concerned. Focus on recuperating. The safety of Nanxiang Prefecture rests with me and the Long Wei for the common people. Wei Wuti, with tears in his eyes, solemnly clasped his fists, saying, Master Yin, this old man is grateful on behalf of the common people of Nanxiang Prefecture. We are all subjects of His Majesty. It is the duty of Long Wei. Yin Shuangwu smiled, and then raised his right hand towards the thousands of Long Wei, proclaiming, "Let us send our generals home." Whoosh, whoosh. The Long Wei, mounted on their steeds, wore solemn expressions as they formed 2 rows, stretching for 2 miles. Send the generals home. Their voices resounded like a rainbow, echoing outside the capital of Nanxiang Prefecture. The formation of Long Wei resembled 2 colossal dragons side by side, with over a dozen veteran generals riding ahead. Tears and smiles mingling as their war blades pointed toward the blazing sun, offering a profound salute to Long Wei. No regrets in this life. Heaven bless Dian. Just right. For 1,000 urged, hence today 4 chapters. Moreover, comments are merely for the review section. Chapter 183, Long Wei is privileged. On the official road, Long San drove the carriage, feeling the sounds emanating from the city gate, tightly gripping the reins. His breathing grew heavy. He too wished to witness the return of the veteran to the city. But the royal heir behind him was of utmost importance. Inside the carriage, Li Wenbo could not contain his curiosity any longer, asking, "Grandfather, how do you know the descendant of the veteran, Wei Zhongjuan?" Li Wenbo racked his brain, unable to comprehend. Long Wei's protection of Lin Yi seemed reasonable. After all, the emperor admired Lin Yi's actions in the county and sent someone to protect him, which was not unexpected. But what connection did Lin Yi have with the veteran's descendant? "Master Yin wants me to enter the court," Lin Yi replied. "That cannot be," exclaimed Li Wenbo, astonished. "The Sacred Institute is the sacred ground for us scholars. The court is not out of the question, but it cannot fulfill your grand aspirations, grandfather. Upon entering the Sacred Institute, you will read the writings of the sages, cultivate literary skills, write poetry and prose, educate the world under the name of the Holy Sun, establish a heart for heaven and earth, and give life meaning to the common people, continuing the teachings of the ancients. But what name can you use to enter the court? A 7th grade county magistrate? A 5th grade governor? A 4th grade Hamlin? That is insufficient. At the very least, you must become the prime minister of the Daoist court. But how difficult that is. By the time you reach that position, you will likely have turned gray," Li Wenbo earnestly advised. He genuinely worried that if Lin Yi entered the court, by the time he followed suit, he would likely lose all his teeth. Prime Minister of the Cabinet? The Cabinet is the Emperor's Secretariat. The Prime Minister is merely a high-ranking official. Lin Yi felt slightly dazed. By the time he became the Emperor's top aide, it would indeed be too late. Unless he penned dozens more poems and essays, shaking the Emperor to his core, he might advance a decade or 2 earlier. The court serves the people, while the Sacred Institute focuses on literary cultivation. My grand aspirations are more suited for the court. Only through the strength of the nation can peace be achieved for all. Lin Yi held a different view from Li Wenbo. Alas, if only you were the royal heir. Li Wenbo sighed quietly. Shoo. Lin Yi quickly covered Li Wenbo's mouth, pointing to the Long Wei commander Long San outside the carriage. Li Wenbo broke into a cold sweat. Speaking recklessly about the emperor and royal offspring could lead to severe consequences. Hearing Li Wenbo's words, Long San outside the carriage smirked, thinking to himself, "You are indeed correct. Lin Yi is over 90% likely the emperor's royal heir. What is the prime minister of the cabinet? He is merely a servant of the prince." Once the carriage entered the city, Lin Yi overheard the citizens of Nanxiang Prefecture discussing the merits of the veteran. Some ignited firecrackers and followed to the western city to witness the veteran's grandeur. At this moment, Long San inquired, "Scholar Lin, shall we take you directly back to the inn?" "Lin Yi Dao, might I trouble you, Lord Long, to escort me to meet Lord Yin? I have some inquiries for him." "Certainly." How could Long San dare to refuse? He continued to lead Lin Yi and Li Wenbo to the tea house. According to established protocol, after escorting the veteran generals back to the city, all commanding officers would remain at the tea house. Soon, Lin Yi and Li Wenbo arrived at the tea house, where under Long San's guidance, they directly met with the commanding officer of the Long Wei, Yin Shuangwu. Inside the tea house, the stove burned brightly, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Yin Shuangwu had his back to Lin Yi and Li Wenbo, gently blowing on a cup of tea. Li Wenbo dared not even breathe. The gentleman before him was a personal guard of the Emperor of the Yin, the head of Long Wei, rumored to have shared the same trousers with His Majesty. As a mere scholar from a small academy, he would have never had the opportunity to be in such close proximity to such a prominent figure. However, today, following Lin Yi, he was truly enlightened. Yin Shuangwu turned around and glanced at Li Wenbo. "You may leave now." Li Wenbo was taken aback. "Huh. I am Lin Yi's attendant. Scholarly, please." Long San stepped forward, signaling for Li Wenbo to follow him. In that moment, he felt no resistance. The pressure was simply too overwhelming. At least a 4th grade official, on par with the academy's president. "Scholar Lin, Did you witness the scene at Wanhua Pavilion? How did my arrangements turn out, according to your suggestion? Commanding Officer Yin Shuangwu looked toward Lin Yi. Thank you for your efforts, Lord Yin. Lin Yi nodded and clasped his hands in respect. If it weren't for General Wei and the others arriving in time, the matter of Wei Zhongjuan's qualification for the provincial examination would have been nearly impossible to resolve. I had originally promised General Wei to request a qualification from Minister Fu for Wei Zhongjuan, but in the end, it was General Wei himself who took care of it. Yin Shuangwu nodded. General Wei holds great respect among the Northern Town Army. He is reliable in both battle and affairs. His Majesty admired him greatly in his youth. Indeed. Why do you often bring up His Majesty? Lin Yi refrained from saying much more. If you were trying to win my allegiance, there is no need to constantly invoke the name of the sovereign. Do you think it impresses me? I am well aware of your esteemed position as the head of the Jin Yi Wei. How could you not be impressive, with the first snow having fallen? The provincial examination is imminent. Should we not be preparing diligently? What brings you here to seek me out? Yin Shuangwu observed Lin Yi and poured him a cup of tea, gesturing for him to sit. Lin Yi did not take a seat. Instead, he stood opposite Yin Shuangwu, bowed respectfully, and inquired curiously, I have a question that puzzles me. How did you manage to present the evidence against Su Nanfei to His Majesty in such a short period, allowing His Majesty to promptly inform the Shenyuan and receive their response before the evidence reached Lord Long? Lin Yi found this utterly astonishing. Originally, without the response from the Shenyuan and His Majesty, the matter of Wei Wuti killing a fifth-grade examiner would have been a monumental scandal. However, with that evidence, Su Nanfei's death no longer warranted the Shenyuan's intervention. Ah, so that is the matter. Yin Shuangwu suddenly understood. The evidence against Su Nanfei has not yet been presented to His Majesty. What? Lin Yi was stunned. His Majesty, preoccupied with the affairs of the state and the livelihoods of the people, has no time to concern himself with the life or death of a fifth-grade scholar burdened with crimes. Yin Shuangwu stated earnestly, as long as the Long Wei possesses sufficient evidence, we could execute him directly. Moreover, Su Nanfei indeed committed capital offenses. General Wei's actions in killing him are entirely justified, and the Shenyuan would not question His Majesty or our Long Wei on behalf of Su Nanfei. Lin Yi grasped the situation. One could only say that Long Wei was formidable. When scholars abuse their status, thinking themselves above the law, Long Wei surpasses them in strength. The Shenyuan cannot protect you. I understand. It seems that joining Long Wei is indeed a serious matter. Lin Yi realized in his heart that what he truly desired, in times of inner turmoil, was such privilege, rather than engaging in empty rhetoric with other scholars. Thus, when the veteran General Wei Wuti plunged his blade into the examiner Su Nanfei, Lin Yi was profoundly shaken. He wanted to know how Long Wei achieved this. It turns out, Long Wei itself embodies privilege. Return now. I still have matters to attend to. Focus on your studies and examination preparations, and avoid leaving the inn unless absolutely necessary. Yin Shuangwu's expression bore a hint of gravity. Understood. Lin Yi then took his leave, but he felt inexplicably puzzled. He sensed that something significant was about to transpire in the capital of Nanxiang. Otherwise, the commanding officer of Long Wei would not have exhibited such caution, instructing him not to leave the inn. This implied that danger lurked outside. Around noon, a new chapter awaited, laying the groundwork for a grand narrative alongside his younger sister. Chapter 184. The Dual Cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism. After Lin Yi and Li Wenbo departed from the tea house, the commanding officer of Long Wei, Yin Shuangwu, once again unfurled his imperial paper, dipped his brush in ink, and began to write, Your Majesty, His Highness has proposed that Wei Wuti and other veteran generals don their armor once more, allowing their descendants to witness the valor of the Yan soldiers. This move carries profound significance. Veterans like Wei Wuti remain formidable and worthy of the title of the Yan's generals, their presence invigorating, inspiring admiration among scholars. His Highness possesses remarkable poetic talent, and, upon parting from Minister Fu Yuheng, gifted a poem about Mingzhou, astonishing all. Your Majesty, the Shenyuan is powerful, and the grievances of scholars among the populace must not be overlooked. The cries of the people grow louder. Today, I encountered an enigmatic figure from the Rindao sect, whose ethereal form bore no difference from the primordial spirit of a sixth-grade Confucian scholar. This indicates that the Rindao sect has infiltrated the academy, and the Xingyuan must remain vigilant. The emergence of the Rindao sect in Nanxiang is no trivial matter. I shall devote my efforts to investigating their intentions in the capital. Regarding His Highness's safety, I have entrusted it entirely to Long San for protection. May heaven bless Your Majesty. May heaven bless the Yen. Upon completing his writing, Yin Shuangwu affixed the seal of the commanding officer of Long Wei onto the imperial paper. These words transformed into azure smoke, vanishing from the paper. After 20 years, the Ren Dao sect has returned. I wonder if disciples of the Tian Dao sect have also emerged. Yin Shuangwu leaned back in his chair, murmuring softly, the struggle for the Dao lineage thousands of years ago, with the court and Shengyuan controlling the world, can also be attributed to the internal conflicts within your Dao sect. Your Majesty demonstrates a compassionate heart towards the Tian Dao sect's philosophy of preserving celestial principles and extinguishing human desires, advocating for the unity of heaven and humanity. Yet, your Ren Dao sect seeks to extinguish celestial principles while preserving human desires, advocating for the unity of humanity, with desires following the heart. How can your Majesty refrain from deeming you as practitioners of evil arts? Celestial principles embody benevolence and righteousness. Human desires signify a lack of compassion. My lord. Just then, a voice called from outside, belonging to the Deputy Commander Long San. Come in, my lord. We have uncovered the identity of the old man in blue beside Su Tong. Long San handed a folded document to Yin Shuangwu, stating, this old man, named Qiu Yunshan, is a 5th-grade scholar serving the Su family. His original role was to safeguard the Su family's head, but after Su Tong was ambushed by Wei Zhongjuan, he was tasked with ensuring his safety. However, Qiu Yunshan departed from Su Mansion early today and has left the city, but the Long Wei has been unable to locate his whereabouts. Yin Shuangwu narrowed his eyes, murmuring, it seems his ethereal form went to Wanhua Pavilion. Thankfully, Lin Yi suggested the veterans don their armor, exuding a strong and fierce presence. Otherwise, a 5th-grade ethereal form adept in both Confucianism and Taoism could easily seize the Mingzhou poem and eliminate His Highness, Minister Fu, and those scholars. Considering this, Yin Shuangwu felt a surge of dread. If the imperial prince were to encounter any misfortune, it could lead to dire consequences. His Highness truly possesses extraordinary fortune. Long San. The provincial examination in Nanxiang is approaching. Ensure the safety of His Highness, and allow no mistakes. Yin Shuangwu spoke in a solemn tone. Additionally, send someone to monitor the Su Mansion. I suspect he may be in collusion with the Ren Dao sect. Ren Dao sect? Long San's expression hardened, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his gaze. Qiu Yunshan, adept in both Confucianism and Taoism, has had his ethereal form extinguished by me, but his true self remains unknown. I must now locate his true self and uncover their activities in Nanxiang. Yin Shuangwu declared solemnly. The dual cultivation of Confucianism and Taoism? Has the doctrine of humanitarianism infiltrated the Academy of Sacred Learning? Long San was taken aback. Perhaps Yin Shuangwu slightly nodded, yet he dared not be entirely certain. This omen did not bode well. Lin Yi and Li Wenba were traversing the city. Sir, today at Wanhua Pavilion, you have offended the newly appointed Shuezhing. The provincial examination will likely not be simple. As the provincial examination drew near, Li Wenba recalled Lin Yi's conduct at Wanhua Pavilion today. A look of concern etched upon his face. The provincial examination consisted only of literary and technical assessments. No matter how challenging, it could hardly present any novel trials. Lin Yi remained exceedingly confident regarding the provincial examination. For the technical assessment, he had already entered the 2nd tier of the word realm, capable of instantaneous literary creation, bolstered by the righteousness of Howren, rendering him unperturbed by other candidates. As for the literary assessment, he had no cause for worry, as poetry and prose flowed effortlessly from his fingertips. Suddenly, Lin Yi heard a chilling scream, exchanging a glance with Li Wenba. Without hesitation, the two hastened towards the source of the sound. Likewise, the scream drew the attention of other passers-by, many of whom curiously approached the scene. At the lakeside, a youthful maiden was covering her mouth, rushing up the stone steps in a state of panic. Lin Yi and Li Wenba arrived just in time. Miss, what has transpired? Lin Yi inquired, scanning behind the young woman but finding no lecherous figures. The girl, her face ashen with fear, glanced at Lin Yi and Li Wenba, flushed, and then leaped into Lin Yi's embrace. Young master, I am so frightened. Li Wenba stood bewildered. Lin Yi, taken aback by the sudden embrace, felt his body tense. Do not fear. What has happened? Lin Yi attempted to push the girl away, but she clung to him like an octopus. Young master, there were 2 people in the lake. I was washing clothes when they suddenly emerged. The maiden pointed to her washing spot, her delicate face pale. Fear not. I shall protect you. Li Wenba beckoned. The girl glanced at Li Wenba, but did not approach. Lin Yi looked at the girl clinging to him and said, I will go take a look. Do you wish to join? No. She shook her head, her expression one of lingering terror. May I be released? Ah. She gasped softly in surprise, reluctantly loosening her grip. At that moment, a woman clad in a flowing green dress approached swiftly. She possessed fair skin and exquisite features. With a delicate face, a refined nose, and cherry-red lips, exuding an air of scholarly grace. However, upon seeing Lin Yi and Li Wenbo, she confronted them fiercely. "What are you doing? In broad daylight. How dare you harass a virtuous young lady? Miss, that is not, The seemingly gentle woman leaped from the embankment, her long legs delivering a swift kick towards Li Wenbo. "What the hell?" Li Wenbo instinctively cursed, caught off guard, and unable to channel his energy. Thud. He was sent tumbling into the lake by the kick. The woman then shielded the maiden behind her, glaring coldly at Lin Yi. "Will you make me act? Or will you jump in yourself?" Lin Yi regarded the woman in green and replied solemnly, "You too are a scholar. Is it appropriate to strike without discernment?" "Appropriate?" The woman placed her hands on her hips and retorted, "Humph, you too harass my maid, and you question me about appropriateness? I hear you wrong. Despise those who masquerade as virtuous scholars. Miss, this young master did not harass me. There were indeed people in the lake. And these two young masters came to protect me," the maiden interjected, sensing He Rong's rising temper. "Then why was he holding you?" He Rong demanded. The girl blushed. "I was clinging to the young master." He Rong promptly pinched the girl's ear gently, scolding, "You little rascal, at such a young age. You should not indulge in those tales. That is the young Miss's tale. Do you dare to retort?" Lin Yi disregarded the exchange between He Rong and the maiden, turning his attention to Li Wenbo, who had fallen into the water, suddenly changing his expression. He noticed two figures slowly rising from the depths of the water. "Wenbo, behind you!" Lin Yi shouted urgently. Chapter 3 concludes. The old rules still apply. If the yellow button reaches 3,000, there will be 3 chapters, for 1,000, for chapters, 5,000, 5 chapters. With star ratings. If there are 2,000, my sister will shed tears for a major update. Chapter 185. A storm approaches. "Ah, be careful!" The maid, Xiao Huan, screamed. And He Rong furrowed her brows, swiftly retrieving a bamboo pole from the shore and handing it to Li Wenbo. "Quick, come up. Behind me." Li Wenbo turned to see a mass of dark hair slowly surfacing, causing him to exclaim, "What the hell?" He adeptly grasped the bamboo pole offered by He Rong, who, channeling her energy, effortlessly pulled him to safety. "Thank you," Li Wenbo expressed irritably, glancing back at the lake's surface, his expression darkening. "A corpse. It is a body. Wenbo, go notify the authorities." Lin Yi observed the lifeless body floating on the water, his expression grave. Before he could finish speaking, He Rong's voice rang out. "Xiao Huan, hurry to the governor's office and report that 2 bodies have been discovered at Donghu." "Yes, miss." The maid Xiao Huan nodded and hurried to the governor's office to report the incident. "Will there be a reward for reporting?" Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, indicating to Wenbo that there was no need for him to go. It did not matter who went. He gazed at the 2 bodies adrift in the lake, his expression somber. After climbing ashore, Li Wenbo felt increasingly aggrieved and muttered, "Sir, that woman just kicked me. I apologize." He Rong approached, feeling somewhat guilty, and bowed slightly to Li Wenbo. "I mistook you earlier. I sincerely apologize." It's fine." Li Wenbo, taken aback by He Rong's beauty, glanced down and swallowed hard. "This is rather generous. It was merely a misunderstanding. There is no need for the young lady to feel remorse. Clarification is all that is required," Lin Yi added, not wishing to dwell on the matter. His gaze remained fixed on the 2 floating bodies. Sensing a tremor within his heart, the righteousness within his brow surged uncontrollably into his eyes. In that moment, he perceived a murky aura emanating from the bodies. Is this a form of Daoist magic? Lin Yi's heart raced, realizing this was no ordinary homicide. He recalled the tale from the scriptures about the Emperor of Humanity parting the heavens, recognizing the aura as a muddied fragment of the world's essence. Lin Yi had long been perplexed. Was the Tao of this world akin to the Tao he once knew? He suspected not. How could Daoist magic be malevolent? In prosperous times, Taoism retreats to the mountains. In chaotic times, it descends to heal the world, punishing evil and promoting good, seeking truth and harmony. Even in a world where literary doctrine reigns supreme, where scholars study the teachings of sages, it was inconceivable to regard practitioners of the Tao as heretical. Yet, having never practiced the Tao of this world, he could not comprehend it fully. There must be truths hidden from his understanding. However, with the 2 bodies before him likely victims of Daoist magic, once the reasons behind their demise were uncovered, whether just or unjust, justice would reside in the hearts of the people. The gathering crowd of onlookers grew larger, whispering among themselves. Lin Yi, Li Wenbo, and He Rong did not leave. They were the first witnesses at the scene and had already sent someone to report to the authorities. Furthermore, as Lin Yi discerned the connection between the bodies and Daoist magic, he felt even less inclined to depart. Human lives were at stake. Following the incident involving Pingzhou Academy and Zhao Zhongxing of Lingdong County, he sought only the truth. Nothing more. Make way. The governor's office is handling the case. Those uninvolved must step aside. Soon, officials from the governor's office, led by the maid Xiao Huan, arrived with numerous constables to investigate the scene, dispersing the crowd. Upon encountering He Yorong, the official's eyes lit up, and he hastily approached her, clasping his hands in greeting. Heroine He, upon seeing Xiao Huan come to report, "I knew you must be here." Lord Gua, He Yorong returned the gesture before solemnly stating, "It would be prudent for you to promptly recover the bodies and investigate the identities of these two individuals. We must resolve this matter swiftly to avoid inciting public panic." "Rest assured, Heroine He, I am fully aware," the official nodded, then commanded his men to retrieve the bodies from the water. Lin Yi and Li Wenbo were overlooked. Yet their curiosity about He Yorong's identity was piqued. Heroine, they noted her quiet demeanor, yet her swift and decisive actions exuded a certain chivalry. It was evident she was well acquainted with the officials of the local magistrate's office, indicating frequent dealings. As Lin Yi mentally sketched a portrait of He Yorong's character, a sudden realization struck him. Just then, the official recognized the retrieved corpse, and his expression grew somber. Lin Yi's eyes brightened, and he instinctively inquired, "Do you recognize them?" "My lord, of course. How could I not?" Guo Tiangli replied. Yet upon noticing Lin Yi and Li Wenbo, he realized they were unfamiliar faces. Given the gravity of the case, not just anyone could involve themselves. Li Wenbo puffed out his chest and declared, "You do not even recognize my master? I am Lin Yi, the foremost scholar of Pingzhou Academy, a frequent visitor to your magistrate's office." Lin Yi felt a pang of embarrassment. "Indeed, it is you." Both Guo Tiangli and He Yorong exclaimed simultaneously, their expressions suddenly animated. Although Guo Tiangli had never met Lin Yi personally, his name resonated throughout the magistrate's office. He had a reputation for advocating for the welfare of scholars, even going so far as to dismantle the reputation of the esteemed Master Zhong from Junji Academy. Now, the magistrate regarded Lin Yi with trepidation, while He Yorong's cheeks flushed. Her father had compelled her to come to Nanxiang Prefecture, insisting that Lin Yi, the scholar of Pingzhou Academy, was a suitable match for her. He had even threatened her with a rope tied to a crooked tree at the academy, claiming that if she did not descend to the capital, she would meet her demise right before his eyes. Initially regarding this as mere intimidation, she had been indifferent. However, she was taken aback by her father's seriousness. The dignified head of a fourth-rank academy had now become a mere pawn for a young scholar. She was curious to see what made him so remarkable. "Regardless of who I am, lives are at stake. Lord Gua, what are the identities of these two?" "This is not a simple drowning case. I suspect it relates to Daoist practices." Lin Yi was aware that both He Yorong and Guo Tiangli were familiar with his deeds, and he did not mind. His primary concern was to ascertain whether these two had fallen victim to Daoist sorcery, as such a situation could pose a threat to the entire capital of Nanxiang. Daoist sorcery? Guo Tiangli and He Yorong exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their alarm. In their understanding, Daoist practices were synonymous with dark arts. Lin Xuezhi, these two were the owner and assistant of a small tea house outside the city. I often visit there for tea and to gather information. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Guo Tiangli felt compelled to act without delay. "Lin Xuezhi, I must take the bodies back to the magistrate's office for autopsy to ascertain the time of death and whether any traces of Daoist energy remain. They have only recently passed, likely within the last hour." Lin Yi crouched beside the two corpses, employing the forensic knowledge imparted by his father in his previous life to determine the time of death. Guo Tiangli gasped in astonishment. Scholars possess such skills? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yi suggested, "Lord Gua, could you issue a public announcement from the magistrate's office, immediately soliciting information from the populace? Since they were the owner and assistant of a tea house, patrons who were present an hour ago would likely have insights." "Excellent." Guo Tiangli's eyes brightened as he nodded vigorously. "Indeed, since this matter involves Daoist practices, we must act swiftly to prevent further complications. Thank you for your guidance, Lin Xuezhi." He Yorong muttered. "This fellow actually knows how to solve cases? Quite different from those bookish types. Wenbo, let's return to the inn." Lin Yi glanced at Li Wenbo before swiftly making his way toward the lakeside. "Sir, are we not going to the magistrate's office? I feel this case requires your expertise." Li Wenbo was taken aback, casting a glance at He Yorong and Xiao Huan before hastily following suit. This was no mere case of solving a mystery. It implicated the lives of the citizens of Nanxiang Prefecture. Lin Yi recalled Yin Shuangwu's admonition not to leave the inn. The gravity of the situation was evident. As even the commander of the Long Way had displayed a grave demeanor, it was certainly no trivial matter. Nanxiang Prefecture is in peril. What? Li Wenbao's legs felt weak. Yet he expressed skepticism. Surely it cannot be that dire. Nanxiang Prefecture is home to Junji Academy, as well as the magistrate and the head of education. Not to mention your writings. That is not the point. Lin Yi refrained from elaborating further. He suspected that the commander Yin Shuangwu knew more than he let on. However, due to his position, Lin Yi could not approach him directly at the tea house. He needed to return to the inn and research all texts related to Daoist practices, for he did not wish to remain ignorant of such matters. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Yi found no sign of the Long Wei's presence, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Turning to Li Wenbao, he requested, "Wenbao, please help me gather literature concerning Daoist practices. I seek a deeper understanding of their origins." Daoist origins? Li Wenbao pondered for a moment before his eyes brightened. Yes, we have a book in the trunk. Sir, wait a moment. With haste, Li Wenbao rummaged through the trunk, extracting books and clothing one by one. He finally produced an ancient tome bound with thread, grinning at Lin Yi as he proclaimed, "I found it. This incomplete Daozong Tiansong should be of interest to you. We brought it from the academy. The headmaster did say you could peruse any texts at will. Did he not? I thought we ought to select the finest, and this Daozong Tiansong is unique, so I took the liberty of bringing it along." Li Wenbao handed the Daozong Tiansong to Lin Yi, looking quite pleased with himself. "Well done." Lin Yi accepted the book, flipping through its pages in earnest. Li Wenbao discreetly withdrew, allowing Lin Yi the space to immerse himself in his studies. The ideal scholar. It is essential for a scholar to be available when needed and to vanish when not required, providing ease and utility. Some may call this predicament frustrating, but he considered it a privilege, firmly believing in its merit. As Lin Yi leafed through the Daozong Tiansong, he gradually unveiled the enigmatic veil surrounding Daoist practices. It became apparent that Daoist sorcery, deemed malevolent, was a secret art belonging to the sub-branch of Daozong known as Ren Daozong. These esoteric techniques were considered inferior, a form of dark sorcery self-created by Ren Daozong. Any practitioner of such arts could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, embarking on the path of cultivation. However, this dark art taught its practitioners the means to swiftly enhance their own power through the absorption of human essence. By refining this essence through secret techniques, they could transform it into pure spiritual strength, thereby augmenting their own capabilities. The Daozong Tiansong proclaimed that life is a sea of suffering, the body is a vessel, and the soul is the occupant of that vessel. Yet, the cultivation of Ren Daozong's dark arts involved seizing the vessels of others, their bodily essence, allowing one's own vessel to expand boundlessly. The soul represents human nature, which, for the majority, is incapable of commanding such a vast vessel. Consequently, they become lost in the sea of suffering, giving rise to inner demons and an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. To avoid losing themselves in this sea of suffering, practitioners instinctively sought to make their vessels so immense that the sea could not contain them. The only method to achieve this was through bloodshed and violence. However, true disciples of Ren Daozong did not embody such traits. Authentic practitioners cultivated the legitimate Daoist arts, devoid of bloodlust and slaughter, yet their philosophy centered on extinguishing the laws of heaven while preserving human nature. They believe that human nature is inherently malevolent, as individuals are predisposed to act in their own self-interest, often unwittingly causing harm to others in the pursuit of personal gain. The Ren Dao sect posits that human nature embodies the Dao by adhering to one's intrinsic nature and following one's desires. One can discover the true Dao and aspire to attain the supreme realm of unity with humanity. Conversely, another branch of Taoism, known as Tian Dao, emphasizes the principle of the great Dao through non-action and the unity of heaven and humanity. However, the teachings of Tian Dao remain shrouded in mystery, with scant details recorded in the Daoist canon, possibly due to the fragmentary nature of these texts. Practitioners of the Ren Dao sect disseminate esoteric arts among the populace, encouraging the cultivation of dark sorcery and the slaughter of living beings, while they merely siphon off the spiritual energy from those who practice such malevolent arts. Lin Yi, in a fit of rage, condemned the Ren Dao sect as a nefarious cult, asserting that they are a clandestine group that manipulates those vulnerable to the temptations of dark sorcery, reaping the benefits while remaining in the shadows. At that moment, Lin Yi understood that Zhao Zhongqing's choice to end his life stemmed not only from love and guilt towards his wife and profound longing but also from a desire to avoid harming the innocent and contributing to the carnage wrought by the Ren Daoist dark arts. Lin Yi gazed towards the direction of Lingdong County, his vision seemingly transcending space to behold the newly erected solitary grave. He was a true scholar. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yi refocused his thoughts and began to analyze the case of the floating corpses at Donghu. The deaths of those two individuals bore no relation to practitioners of dark sorcery, for their vital essence remained intact. Their demise was not a result of sorcery, but rather at the hands of the genuine, malevolent practitioners of the Ren Dao. Lin Yi had witnessed the grim fate of a scholar after Chun Haoran had drained his essence. Such a death was far removed from that of the tea house proprietor and his assistant. This indicated a connection between their deaths and the malevolent practitioners of the Ren Dao, yet the reason for targeting two commoners was unclear. It was evident that there was a prior grievance. In that instant, Lin Yi experienced a moment of clarity, now awaiting clues from the local magistrate's office. Once the malevolent practitioners behind these events were exposed, peace could be restored to the citizens of Nanxiang Prefecture. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Long Wei's commanding officer, Yan Shuangwu, entered the Su estate alone. The demise of the young master, Su Tong, had already reached the ears of the Su patriarch, enveloping the estate in mourning. With white silk draped everywhere and the sound of lamentation echoing. "My son, how could you be so cruel, sending a black-haired person to the grave?" cried a middle-aged man, weeping over the coffin. At that moment, an elderly man wearing a mourning cap approached him and whispered a few words. Long Wei's commanding officer? The Su patriarch collapsed to the ground, hastily exclaiming, "What are you waiting for? Take him to the backyard." Aware of his son's misdeeds, the patriarch dared not voice any grievances regarding the deaths of Su Tong and Su Nanfei. Even if he had, he would not dare to express them. In the backyard, Yan Shuangwu sat silently on a chair, motionless, with steaming tea beside him. Yet, his spiritual essence had already departed, traversing the dim world of spiritual realms in search of the traces of Daoist arts. He observed many individuals within the Su residence, including numerous scholars and martial artists, as well as the patriarch himself. Soon, his spiritual essence returned to his body, and he muttered softly, "There are no traces of Daoist arts. Why would Qiu Yinshan choose to serve the Su residence? What is his true intention? My lord." Upon entering the hall, the Su patriarch, upon seeing Yan Shuangwu's stern visage, immediately fell to his knees and stammered, "I, Su Wei, humbly greet the esteemed commanding officer of Long Wei."